The abyss descends upon the world. Humanity on Blue Star enters an era of universal job transitions. Li Yao embarks on his journey as an A-class summoner, the Chessmaster of the Cloud Summit. However, he is informed that summoners are deemed a lowly profession. His girlfriend proposes a breakup, resources are withheld, and no one is available for dungeon raids. Li Yao, what does being a summoner have to do with my status as a Chessmaster? Chessmaster. As long as the summoned beast is alive, the summoner remains in an invincible state. Combat training ***. Defeating a monster grants 1 point of attributes. Demonic Pact. Sacrifice health points to gain additional summoning slots. Inspiration ***. With each level the Chessmaster ascends, the summoned beast's agility increases by 10. The battle for the top 10. The contest of prodigies. One individual monopolizes the top 10. The national trial. Li Yao stands as an army of one. The foreign battlefield. He single-handedly exterminates the demon race. The journey through the abyss. Li Yao faces the deities and demons of the heavens, paving the way for practitioners to ascend. Chapter 1. The Supreme Hex System. Dragon Country. Jiangzhou, Yucai High School, down on the playground. A youthful girl, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under the guidance of the job transition instructor, she places her palm upon a runestone monument towering 3 meters high. Tian Xiaowei, your job transition is complete. You are now a D-class forest keeper, a lifestyle profession. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaowei's delicate face pales, filled with despondency. Tian Xiaowei has become a forest keeper. That's not so bad. Major universities are in dire need of such talents in cultivating spiritual plants. At least she won't have to worry about her livelihood in the future. It's just a pity. Tian Xiaowei has always been at the top of her class and aspired to become a mage. Main combat professions are not so easily attained. Over 100 have transitioned, yet only 20 have become combat professions. The odds are too slim. I don't expect to transition into a main combat profession. I just hope to succeed in the transition. The disordered discussions around him penetrated Li Yao's ears, jolting him awake. Surveying his surroundings, Li Yao finds himself rooted to the spot. He wasn't in an internet cafe playing chess with his roommate all night. How did he suddenly end up here? Have I been transported? A plethora of memories surged forth in his mind. This is a world where games and reality intertwine, vastly larger than the one he once knew, with countless dungeons and secret realms emerging, monsters rampaging freely. To combat the calamities wrought by these monstrosities, practitioners have emerged. Each year, high schools hold job transition ceremonies, allowing those aged 18 to participate. A successful transition elevates one to greatness. Failure renders one ordinary. Fortunately, my family is well off. Even if I fail to transition, I won't be left destitute. Both of his parents are third-tier practitioners who established an adventurers guild named Silver Wolf in Jiangzhou. Their influence is formidable. Moreover, it seems he also has a rather beautiful girlfriend. Li Yao's gaze drifts to a girl amidst the crowd. Dressed in a pure white gown, she exudes an ethereal beauty. Jiang Ningyu, the recognized school belle of Yucai High School. Her physical prowess consistently ranks within the top 5 of her grade. Endowed with both talent and beauty, she appears nearly flawless in Li Yao's eyes. By the monument, the instructor's voice resonates. Next, Jiang Ningyu. Jiang Ningyu steps forward, akin to a proud swan, striding confidently toward the job transition stone. In an instant, all eyes are drawn to Jiang Ningyu. Even Zhang Yi, the principal, who had been frowning in the stands, could not resist approaching the stone. Upon seeing the principal arrive, the instructor suddenly smiles and remarks, "This girl is impressive." Zhang Yi is momentarily taken aback. This individual is a high-ranking official dispatched specifically for overseeing job transitions. Why do you say that, senior? Her mental attributes are approaching their maximum. She may transition into a mage.at, least a B class, possibly even an A class. The instructor stated nonchalantly, an A-class mage. Zhang Yi's spirits soared instantly. Mages are the coveted gems among main combat professions, dominating from early to late stages, often referred to as human cannonballs. Should Yucai High School produce an A-class mage, the resources allocated next year would undoubtedly double. The stone monument began to glow brilliantly. In the next moment, a deep blue rune suddenly appeared upon the stone, causing the temperature around it to plummet. An omen. Zhang Yi trembled with excitement. Such phenomena indicate at least an A-class profession. Even the instructor gazed intently at the stone. Jiang Ningyu, you are now an A-class frost mage, a main combat magical profession. As the results were announced, the previously silent playground erupted into chaos. In oh way, she's an A-class. Truly worthy of being my goddess. The Frost Mage combines control and damage, with a comprehensive strength assessment nearing S-class. She's a magical powerhouse. One spell can annihilate hordes of monsters. Why couldn't I transition? Stop dreaming. Even if you were that fortunate, could your body withstand it? Sigh, I envy goddess Jiang so much, damn. I envy that brat Li Yao even more. An A-class mage girlfriend. How infuriating. Jiang Ningyu, equally exhilarated, descended from the stone. Yet, she maintained excellent composure, appearing to others as the cool goddess she was known to be. With his girlfriend successfully transitioned, Li Yao cast a gaze of admiration her way. Jiang Ningyu noticed Li Yao and, after meeting his gaze briefly, coldly turned away, treating him as a stranger. Li Yao furrowed his brow slightly. In his memories, Jiang Ningyu had always been obedient to him, yet now. Wait, as Li Yao pondered over his memories, he discerned certain discrepancies that seemed off. As a boyfriend, one should ensure their girlfriend's happiness, obey her, and cherish her. As a boyfriend, one should be unconditionally kind to their girlfriend, demanding nothing in return. As a boyfriend, one must. Brother, we are still students. You can't touch me. At most, you can hold my hand. Brother, are these resources prepared for you by uncle? I envy you so much. Unlike me, who can only consume the most basic nutrient solutions on the surface, she indeed appeared to comply with him entirely. Yet in reality, the original owner had gradually transformed from a relatively normal rich second generation into a peculiar state over the past 2 years that a creature known as the licking dog. Even more absurdly, the training resources provided to him by his family were mostly gifted to another. It is essential to understand that. The transition to a new profession relies 70% on luck and 30% on skill. Given Jiang Ningyu's circumstances, even with good fortune, she could at best transition to a C-level profession. Without the necessary resources for development, the burdens of an A-level profession are utterly insurmountable for her. Contemplating this, Li Yao felt a surge of indignation. These resources, even with his parents being high-ranking professionals, would require an immense sacrifice to procure. Yet, they were all bestowed upon a woman. The licking dog truly deserves a miserable fate, Li Yao silently cursed. Moreover, observing Jiang Ningyu's demeanor, it was clear she had ceased feigning innocence. Was she laying her cards on the table? A shadow flickered in Li Yao's eyes. His possessions were not so easily relinquished. That moment. The voice of the transition mentor echoed. Next, Li Yao. Suppressing his inner outrage, Li Yao strode towards the stone tablet. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand. In an instant, the formation activated, and countless energies surged skyward. The previously bright sky abruptly darkened. In the blink of an eye, ominous clouds gathered, a fierce wind swept in, causing the temperature to plummet. Boom! Lightning cleaved the heavens, and the howling wind roared, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Is it thundering? How could it possibly thunder on such a fine day? Is it yet another anomaly? Why does it seem even more extravagant than the one from Goddess Jiang? As the crowd gasped in astonishment, the transition results materialized on the stone tablet. Li Yao, A-level strategist, summoning-type profession, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Another A-level. How is that possible? With Li Yao's abysmal physical aptitude, he cannot possibly endure the energy of an A-level profession. Look closely. It's a summoning-type profession, which inherently demands less from the body than a summoner. What a pity. Indeed, an A-level profession, even if it were a lifestyle vocation, would be preferable to merely being a summoner. After the initial gasps, a chorus of murmurs ensued, predominantly tinged with schadenfreude. A summoner, a quintessentially underwhelming profession, in the early stages of transition. They are not weak, possessing several summoned entities with commendable combat prowess. However, summoned entities can only level up and cannot advance in rank. As time progresses, summoners become increasingly feeble. Most critically, once a summoned entity perishes, it cannot be resurrected, permanently occupying a summoning slot. To date, no summoning profession has surpassed the third transition. Sigh, why must it be a summoner? Even Zhang Yi, who had just risen, now sat back down, thoroughly disheartened. Upon concluding his transition, Li Yao surveyed the sympathetic gazes of his classmates and teachers, perplexed that a clear, cold voice pierced through the air. Li Yao, I have something to say to you. Li Yao turned towards the voice. There stood Jiang Ningyu, clad in a flowing white gown, like a moon amidst a constellation. It must be said, her beauty was truly striking, surpassing even the starlets of his previous life. Her short skirt, complemented by white stockings, revealed the alluring expanse of her thighs, pure yet laced with a hint of temptation. Let's break up. Break up? It made sense. Since she had laid bare her intentions, the next logical step was indeed separation. Li Yao's gaze became icy, just as he was about to speak. The long-forgotten system alert reverberated in his mind. Host has encountered a dual blow of love and profession transition. The most potent hex system has been activated ahead of schedule. Chapter 2. Is this it? You must be joking. Class. Chess player. Expression. Chess player of the convergence. Activate talent package. Hex deck. Provides 2 opportunities for hex deck rune draws. 1 random hex deck rune draw every 10 levels. Synergy. Summons are upgraded to pieces. pieces share synergies, and summoning pieces of the same synergy significantly enhances their combat power. Armament. Pieces can equip 3 special items. Defeating high-intensity monsters yields equipment fragments. Special synergies have a chance to yield equipment. Special hex deck has a chance to yield equipment. Star up. Consuming gold allows pieces to increase their star levels. Methods of obtaining gold are the same as obtaining equipment. Chess player. The chess player cannot be attacked until all pieces are defeated. Li Yao was not taken aback by the system. After all, having traversed realms, it would be unbecoming to claim the title of a traveler without a system. However, he was astonished to discover that this very system was from a game he had played prior to his transmigration. Li Yao felt a surge of excitement. He had just been troubled over his transition to summoner. Now, the issue was effortlessly resolved. Were his summoned beasts weak and ineffective in the later stages? What if they were enhanced with equipment, synergies, or even evolved into 3-star summons? Li Yao was eager to see who would dare to label his summoned beasts as weak. Nevertheless, even with the system at his disposal, Li Yao would not neglect the items that rightfully belonged to him. He turned to Jiang Ningyu and spoke with a calm demeanor. Are you certain you wish to break up? Jiang Ningyu hesitated for a moment, then replied, indeed. She then feigned a victim's expression and lamented, you know very well why I became your girlfriend. Do I? Li Yao chuckled in frustration. If it weren't for you calling me brother and conspicuously appearing before the original self, would the original self have been so ensnared by your charms? Oh. So there were hidden circumstances behind the relationship between the campus goddess and Li Yao. It was no wonder Li Yao managed to win the affections of the goddess. After all, she hailed from an ordinary family and could hardly refuse the advances of a wealthy heir like him. Li Yao truly deserved scorn. Had it not been for his incessant pursuit of the campus goddess over the past 2 years, she might well have progressed to an S-rank class by now. Indeed. Goddess Jiang, feel free to reveal all of Li Yao's indiscretions. We shall stand by your side. Jiang Ningyu's objectives had been met. In an instant, even the class transition ceremony was overlooked, as all attention turned towards the unfolding drama. Zhang Yi stepped forward, inquiring, what transpired? Someone leaned towards the principal, recounting the recent events. Zhang Yi listened with a furrowed brow. He had heard whispers of Li Yao and Jiang Ningyu's association. The Li family was substantial, and their relationship had not caused any significant disturbances, so he had turned a blind eye. However, it appeared the situation had escalated. He fixed his gaze on Li Yao and sternly questioned, is what Jiang said true? Upon hearing this, Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Jiang Ningyu was quite the skilled orator, weaving ambiguous words that had even prompted the principal to interrogate him. However, the principal was rather pitiable in his naivety. Principal, what I say now is of little consequence. The crux of the matter lies in Jiang's desire to break up, to which I consent. Yet Li Yao glanced at Jiang Ningyu, his expression one of disdain, leaving her momentarily taken aback. She was unaccustomed to such a gaze directed at her. Li Yao continued coldly, if we are to part ways, do you not intend to return the items I gave you? Return the A-grade nutrient solution to me, and also the intermediate storage ring you wear on your left hand. At his words, Jiang Ningyu's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that Li Yao would demand the return of these items. The A-grade nutrient solution and the storage ring were priceless. Even if they were to appear on the market, an ordinary family could scarcely afford them. Now, Li Yao sought to reclaim these items. She could hardly bear to part with them, especially since she had already consumed the nutrient solution. Otherwise, she would not have qualified to harness the energy of an A-grade profession. Thus, her expression fell, appearing pitiful and forlorn, as she fell silent for an extended moment. Li Yao, observing her prolonged silence, furrowed his brow in frustration. Just as he was about to speak, a group of onlookers erupted in indignation. Is it manly to force a weak woman? Indeed, once given, how can one reclaim a gift? The illustrious heir of the Li family is so shameless as to demand items back from a woman? Li Yao paid little heed to their protests. The nutrient solution and storage ring were gifts I bestowed upon my girlfriend. Now that we have parted ways, what is wrong with reclaiming my gifts? Jiang, what do you say? Unexpectedly, the focus returned to Jiang Ningyu, whose expression darkened as she lamented, I can return the storage ring. Li Yao interrupted. I meant both the storage ring and the nutrient solution. You may return the storage ring, but what of the nutrient solution? On the market, it is worth at least 50 million. Do you intend to default on your debt? At this declaration, gasps rippled through the crowd. 50 million. An amount that would take an ordinary family 10 lifetimes of frugality to amass. The students who had previously contemplated defending the goddess now fell silent, realizing that accepting a gift worth 50 million while still wanting to break up was truly audacious. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This Li heir truly was generous. Had it been a trivial gift, he would have intervened on Jiang Ningyu's behalf, but 50 million? That was worth more than he could ever hope to possess. Observing the expressions of those around her, Jiang Ningyu began to panic. She understood that if she did not return these items today, Li Yao would not relent. If this continued, her carefully crafted persona would crumble. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of indignation. In her view, these were items Li Yao had willingly given her. She had never asked for them. Now, to demand their return, how could she possibly repay him? Seeing Jiang Ningyu's reluctance, Li Yao replied coldly, if you do not wish to return them, Then we shall meet at the federal court tomorrow. He held no fondness for the woman before him and would not easily let her off the hook. Fine, I will return them, Jiang Mingyu exclaimed, hastily removing the ring from her finger and tossing it towards Li Yao. If the matter went to court, all her past transgressions would be laid bare. It will not merely be a matter of 50 million. I will return the ring to you first, and I shall expedite the repayment of the remaining A-class nutrient solution. Li Yao accepted the ring, still shaking his head. I am open to any means of payment, except for credit. Li Yao was well aware from the outset that Jiang Mingyu could neither procure the nutrient solution nor the 50 million. His objective was not this sum of money. In the realm of professionals, money holds the least value. As Jiang Mingyu transitioned to an A-class profession, Li Yao turned to Principal Zhang and remarked, "There should be an A-class supplemental resource issued from above, correct?" Zhang Yi's brow furrowed. "This is troublesome. I recall that among the A-class supplements, there exists something called an A-class skill exchange badge, does there not?" "Li Yao, this is against the rules," Zhang Yi stated in a solemn tone. "Against the rules?" Li Yao retorted. "Without the A-class nutrient solution, could Jiang Mingyu possibly attain an A-class profession or qualify for such a supplement? Furthermore, had I not consumed it, I would still be at A-class. What if I had become S-class after consuming it? Who will compensate for my losses?" It seems the principal's blatant favoritism indicates he wishes to accompany Jiang Mingyu to the federal court. Others may fear him as principal, but Li Yao does not. In a small place like Jiangzhou, the head of a school is, at most, a third-tier professional. His parents, after all, are both third-tier professionals. Moreover, he is in the right. Indeed, Zhang Yi maintained a stoic expression, contemplating for a moment before he spoke. "The item can be given to you. But this matter ends here." With that, a badge, about the size of a palm, shot forth from Zhang Yi's hand. This item had just been entrusted to him by the transition instructor, and he never anticipated it would change hands so swiftly. He was left with no choice. Li Yao was not a background-less pauper. He had two third-tier professionals backing him. If this escalated, even he would find it difficult to manage. Li Yao accepted the item that flew towards him, casting a deep glance at Principal Zhang and Jiang Mingyu before turning on his heel and leaving without a trace of hesitation. And here? Not a chance. Chapter 3. The Two-Star Void Mantis. As Li Yao departed, the transition ceremony was drawing to a close. A total of 700 students from Yucai High School participated in the transition. Including Li Yao, there were 2 main combat A-class professions, 7 B-class professions, and 140 below B-class. For Yucai High School, this result was neither outstanding nor disappointing. However, with an A-class magic profession as a foundation, Zhang Yi was relatively satisfied. After the transition concluded, Zhang Yi observed Jiang Mingyu as she entered his office, hesitating to speak. "You wish to discuss the matter of that A-class skill book, do you not?" Jiang Mingyu nodded, her expression one of grievance. 50 million can scarcely procure an A-class skill. Can the principal assist me in retrieving the skill? I owe him, and I will find a way to repay it. Zhang Yi took a sip of tea and replied, "Rest assured, you shall not escape your obligations." "But has that badge not already been taken by Li Yao?" Jiang Mingyu inquired. "Taken? Is that not the item you owe to Li Yao?" Zhang Yi shot her a weary glance, then continued, "Have you forgotten that Li Yao is also an A-class professional? By regulations, he is entitled to a share of the A-class resource supplement, provided you perform exceptionally well in tomorrow's rookie dungeon. I am confident that I can ensure this supplement is legally and rightfully bestowed upon you." In his eyes, while both were A-class, one was a magic type and the other a summoner. The distinction between the two was glaringly evident. For the school's benefit in acquiring more resources, Jiang Mingyu, as an A-class mage, was naturally a more worthy investment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyu's face lit up with delight. "Thank you, Principal." Zhang Yi nodded, then earnestly remarked, "I wholeheartedly support your separation from Li Yao. A frost mage and a summoner ultimately inhabit 2 disparate worlds. Your future is boundless, while he will only hinder your progress." "I understand." The grievances in Jiang Mingyu's eyes dissipated entirely. "Did you hear that, Li Yao? We are destined to belong to different worlds. Breaking up with you is the most prudent choice." Meanwhile, Li Yao returned home. He casually consumed a snack before hastening to his room to attend to serious matters. Opening the system panel, he mentally intoned, "Extract hex deck. Extracting hex deck enhancement rune. Congratulations. You have extracted your first rune, a golden level rune, practical training. Congratulations. You have extracted your second rune, a prism level rune, hedge fund." Hedge fund. Li Yao's face beamed with elation. The hedge fund is undoubtedly the most formidable economic hex deck in the early stages. Without exception, he now possessed the star-raising talent, which allowed him to utilize gold coins to enhance his summon creatures, thereby significantly improving their attributes. For him, the hedge fund was the most fitting hex deck rune. To his astonishment, this was merely his first extraction, and he had already acquired a prism-level rune. Hex deck enhancement runes come in 3 tiers, silver, gold, and prism. Hedge fund. Instantly gain 50 gold coins. For every 5 levels the player's rank increases, gain an additional 10 gold coins. Practical training. Select a piece. Slaying monsters of equal or greater level grants a permanent increase of 1 strength. Upon witnessing the effects of the hex deck runes, Li Yao inhaled sharply. Even the golden level practical training thrilled him immensely. The reason summoners are disparagingly referred to as being in the gutter is essentially due to their limited talents and insufficiently strong summons. However, with practical training, slaying monsters could yield limitless increases in strength. Thus, his summons would possess infinite potential. Even in the later stages, slaying dragons with a single strike could become a reality. With this thought, Li Yao could hardly contain his eagerness to nurture his own summoned beast. First, I must acquire a skill book for summoned beasts. Li Yao opened his computer and navigated to the Star Network website established by the Federation. On the homepage, he located the shop section, which offered a plethora of equipment, skill books, various potions, and more. He selected the skill books and adjusted the filters. Summoner skill book, A class, applicable for levels below 10. Unsurprisingly, not a single skill book appeared. The rarity of A-class skill books has long surpassed mere monetary acquisition. Exchanging 50 million for an A-class skill would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. After inputting the exchange badge, dozens of exchange items instantly popped up on the page. Summoning of the Void Mantis, Summoning of the Crimson Horned Bull, Summoning of the Goblin General. Although there are numerous A-grade skill books, Li Yao has long had his sights set on a specific goal. His talent lies in being a chess player. As long as his pieces remain unvanquished, he cannot be attacked. Coupled with his practical training talent, which permanently enhances his strength upon defeating monsters, his first summoned creature must possess formidable survival capabilities. Ideally a physical-type monster. After careful consideration, only one skill book meets Li Yao's criteria, Summoning of the Void Mantis. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange for it. Through the unique transmission method of the Star Network, the skill book materialized before him. Li Yao promptly selected to use it. Congratulations. You have formed a contract with the Void Mantis. The Void Mantis has acquired the fate of a chess piece. With a mere thought, and after deducting 50 points of mana, a pale purple mantis materialized before Li Yao. Chess piece, Void Mantis. Level, 1, Grade, A, Tie, Assassin Void Creature. Star rating, 1 star. Health, 350,350. Strength, 12. Mentality, 6. Agility, 23. Stamina, 7. Skill 1, Void Strike, conceal itself within the void, entering a level 2 invisibility state. The first normal attack post-invisibility inflicts 200 physical damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Skill 2, Taste of Fear, inflicts 200 physical damage on the target. If there are no other enemy units within a 2-meter radius, this damage is doubled. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Truly, an A-grade skill book. Li Yao was quite pleased with the basic attributes of the Void Mantis. Moreover, the skills conferred a substantial percentage of damage, perfectly aligning with his practical training hex. Judging solely by its current attributes, even an A-grade professional like Jiang Ningyu would likely struggle to contend with the Void Mantis in a one-on-one scenario. However, for an ordinary summoner, the summoned beast cannot advance. At most, during the second evolution, the strength of an A-grade professional would surpass that of an A-grade summoned creature. This is also the reason for the summoner's waning strength in the later stages. The disparity in the upper limits of different classes is too vast. Yet, with Li Yao's star-raising talent, he need not worry about such issues. System, level me up. As the words left his lips, the Void Mantis still within the summoning array suddenly expanded. Its initial size of less than half a meter grew to approximately 1.2 meters. And although it hunched its body, it still appeared quite diminutive. But as an insectoid creature, a size of 1.2 meters is already quite extraordinary. Those near half-meter-long forelimb blades would instill fear in anyone who dared to underestimate it. The entire insectoid form became increasingly imposing, its data shifting accordingly. Chess piece, Void Mantis. Level, 1, Grade, S, Tie, Assassin Void Creature. Star rating, 2 stars. Health, 11501150. Strength, 31. Mentality, 12. Agility, 43. Stamina, 23. Skill 1, Void Strike. Conceal itself within the void, entering a level 5 invisibility state. The first normal attack post-invisibility inflicts 300 physical damage. Cooldown, 9 seconds. Skill 2, Taste of Fear. Inflicts 300 physical damage on the target. If there are no enemy units within a 2-meter radius, this damage is doubled. Cooldown, for seconds. Excellent. Li Yao surveyed the attributes of the Void Mantis, nodding in satisfaction. All stats had seen considerable enhancement, with health surpassing 1,000. It now boasted a boss-level health pool within the confines of level 1. It is worth noting that strength corresponds directly to attack power at a 1:1 ratio, while stamina represents defense and health. A typical novice professional, equipped with standard beginner weapons, would possess at most 15 points of strength. With 15 points of strength against 23 points of stamina, they would inflict a maximum of 1 point of force damage. With 1150 health, even if those novice professionals stood there attacking, the damage they inflicted would be less than the health regeneration the Void Mantis possessed. At this moment, Li Yao had established a chasm-like disparity between himself and these professionals. What remains now is to wait until tomorrow and strive to elevate his level. Upon reaching level 5, he would receive a monetary reward from the hedge fund, allowing the Void Mantis to ascend even further. At that time, Li Yao could scarcely fathom the extent of the Void Mantis's strength. Chapter 4. Entering the Novice Instance. The following morning, Li Yao awoke punctually. The Void Mantis remained concealed in the void, motionless, like a vigilant sentinel. As long as it refrained from launching an attack, its invisibility could persist indefinitely. With a level 5 invisibility state, and lacking any scouting skills above level 5, coupled with his chess player talent, Li Yao was virtually immortal. A slight smile creased his lips as he contemplated this. Upon arriving at school, he found several buses stationed at the entrance, ready to transport them to the instance location. The novice instance was not exclusive to Yucai High School. All students from Jiangzhou who had completed their class transition would enter the instance. By the time Li Yao reached the entrance of the instance, it was already teeming with students. They stood together in their respective classes, patiently awaiting the instance to commence. Teachers and the principal gathered together, exchanging pleasantries. Old Zhang, you truly outdid yourself this time. Yucai has achieved remarkable feats, awakening 2 A-grade professions at once, such stellar results. Are you aiming to advance to the main city for further studies? Haha, Zhang Yi, your face is glowing. You know that one of them is a summoner. Not particularly impressive. Moreover, your school isn't devoid of A-grade professions, so refrain from mocking me. A group of principals engaged in lively conversation. Double A-grade. It seems that this year, Yucai will once again claim the top position. Principal Yang, so modest. Your third school is also commendable. That thunderous phenomenon yesterday must have been an A-grade magical profession, right? Haha, a thunderwalker? I would barely categorize that as a magical profession, hardly worth mentioning. Old Wang over there also awakened an A-grade profession. I hear it's a barrier master, a rare category. Truly, nothing escapes old Zhang's keen eyes. The principals, all familiar with one another, were usually quite busy, only finding the opportunity to meet once a year during the novice instance. The awakening of a thunderwalker at the third school undoubtedly spoke volumes about the value of magical professions. Meanwhile, the barrier master awakened at Linlin High School. Although also an A-grade, belonged to a rare category. On the surface, it could be considered the strongest in Jiangzhou. In contrast, Yucai boasts 2 A-grade practitioners, one of whom is merely a summoner, hardly worth mentioning. It is premature to declare anyone as the frontrunner at this stage. However, it is evident that the prevailing sentiment among the few present is that they do not regard summoners as formidable combatants. In their eyes, Yucai's aspirations for first place hinge upon the prowess of that frost master. After exchanging pleasantries, the principals promptly returned to the matter at hand, each heading back to their respective institutions. Students, please quiet down. I have a few words to share before the dungeon opens. With Principal Zhang's utterance, the assembly fell into a hush. Except for Li Yao, all main combat classes must enter the dungeon accompanied by healing and tanking professions. Do not be misled by the current low difficulty of the dungeon and forsake auxiliary roles in pursuit of solo advancement. If everyone adopts such a mindset, auxiliary professions would remain perpetually underleveled. In the early stages, bringing along auxiliary roles may very well provide the necessary support to elevate your own levels in the future, making it advantageous to have those auxiliary practitioners in your party. Principal Zhang articulated this point with clarity, and indeed, the reality was as he described. Students who had initially considered solo play began to regain their composure. Soon, a question arose. Why doesn't Li Yao need to bring an auxiliary? Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Li Yao is a summoner. You might want to ask the auxiliaries if they are willing to team up with him. Several auxiliary practitioners shook their heads in unison. A summoner is considered a low-tier profession. Who would dare to team up with him? Observing their reactions, Li Yao felt a quiet sense of relief. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take on auxiliaries, but his ambition was to gain admission to one of the esteemed 4 academies of Long Nation. He needed to reach at least level 15, ideally level 20, and with just 2 weeks until the combat examination, achieving level 20 would be quite the challenge. Including an auxiliary would render the task nearly impossible. Alright, there are still 10 minutes before the dungeon opens. You may form your teams now. If any auxiliaries are without a party, feel free to come to the front. I will assist you. With that, Zhang Yi departed the scene. Instantly, the atmosphere among the students grew animated, as all main combat classes eagerly extended invitations to potential teammates. Yet, Li Yao seemed to have been forgotten, lingering in a corner. Manhwa has arrived. At that moment, a voice called out, capturing everyone's attention. Clad in a light blue mage robe, her figure accentuated by graceful curves and complemented by an exquisite visage, Jiang Mingyu sent the hearts of these naive students racing. She approached Li Yao. He looked up. What is the matter? Of course their essay matter, Jiang Mingyu replied, unfazed by his tone, her voice softening. As a summoner, it must be quite difficult to find a team right now. We are short 1 damage dealer. Why not join us? At this juncture, Jiang Mingyu had regained her previous confidence, convinced that Li Yao would not decline her invitation. However, her motives were not rooted in nostalgia or pity. Rather, Li Yao had acquired her A-grade skill, meaning he now possessed an A-grade summon. With everyone else at level 1, a summon of that caliber would undoubtedly overshadow other classes. With Li Yao on board, her leveling speed would surely accelerate. Most crucially, if the team achieved noteworthy results, who would attribute the credit to Li Yao, the summoner? As the A-grade mage, she would be the sole beneficiary. Didn't the goddess Jiang break up with Li Yao? Why is she seeking him out now? They wondered. Was it out of sympathy? Li Yao was now alone. Entering the dungeon, he might struggle to slay even a single monster, let alone level up. It was bewildering. Li Yao had not only coerced the goddess, but had also taken her 50 million, and yet she still harbored feelings of goodwill. Jiang Ningyu was far too kind. She ought to realize that teaming up would mean sharing experience points, essentially sacrificing her own leveling speed to assist her ex-boyfriend. Just as Jiang Ningyu anticipated. None of the students present believed Li Yao would refuse her. After all, his current predicament left him with no allies, especially not someone of Jiang Ningyu's caliber. Yet, Li Yao, dismissively, remarked, "Dream on," and proceeded to walk towards the dungeon, leaving Jiang Ningyu standing there momentarily stunned. "Wait," she exclaimed, quickly catching up. "You are just a summoner. Do you really think you can solo this?" "Don't bother me," Li Yao retorted, irritated. "You just want me to carry you to level up because of my A-grade summon, right?" "You." Jiang Ningyu sputtered, at a loss for words. As Li Yao stepped into the dungeon, she could only stomp her foot in frustration, glaring at the spot where he had vanished. "Jiang, let us head in as well," said Yi Tao, a B-grade tank behind her, as he stroked his bronze shield with a smirk. "Even without Li Yao, our team's strength is unparalleled. By the time the dungeon concludes, he will regret his decision." Hearing this, Jiang Ningyu withdrew her gaze, scoffing softly as she led her team into the dungeon, thinking to herself, "I'll see just how far you can rise with that A-grade summon." Chapter 5. The Terrifying Leveling Speed. After a whirlwind of disorientation, Li Yao found himself in a dense forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Numerous smaller monsters lurked within the underbrush. The density of monsters here was relatively low, making it a safer environment, yet it also meant that finding foes took longer than defeating them. Li Yao dispatched the concealed void mantis to seek out monsters to vanquish. With a thought, the void mantis surged forth at astonishing speed. What incredible speed! Li Yao marveled. With an agility score of 43, the mantis moved with remarkable swiftness, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. In less than 2 seconds, the mantis appeared within his line of sight, revealing itself as it launched an attack. 164. Defeated Greenleaf Serpent, Experience 1. Combat Training Triggered, Void Mantis, Strength 1. A swift kill. Li Yao noted the experience gain. Each monster provided 1, meaning he would need to slay 100 to level up. He pressed on. Defeated Greenleaf Serpent. Experience 1. Combat Training Triggered, Void Mantis, Strength 1. Defeated Greenleaf Serpent, Experience 1. Combat Training Triggered, Void Mantis, Strength 1. In merely 10 minutes, the Void Mantis had hunted down dozens of verdant serpents. Such efficiency was unparalleled. The majority of the time had indeed been spent seeking out monsters. Li Yao had initially intended to reach level 10 in the novice dungeon before venturing out, for the creatures in the wild were significantly more formidable. Even if he wished to level up, he would never gamble with his own life. However, it was now evident that the 2-star Void Mantis could annihilate monsters of the same level with ease. Through practical combat training, its strength attributes were continuously on the rise. There was no need to reach level 10. He could venture out and mercilessly slay those wild monsters. Perhaps at level 5, after receiving the gold from the hedge fund, the Void Mantis would advance to 3 stars before heading into the wilderness. In less than 20 minutes, Li Yao experienced a level up. Name: Li Yao. Class: Chess Player of the Summit. Level: 2. Health: 500,500. Strength: 10. Mentality: 10. Agility: 10. Stamina: 10. Free attribute points: 10. Peace space: 11. Equipment: none. Skills: Void Mantis Summon, Hedge Fund, Combat Training. Talents: Hex Deck, Bond, Armament, Chess Player, Star Upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yao allocated all his free attribute points to agility. Typically, summoners would opt to increase their mentality, as it influences the primary attributes of their summons. The Void Mantis' primary attribute was strength. However, with his combat training, its strength could be enhanced without limit. Even if he invested in mentality, the marginal increase would be negligible. Agility, on the other hand, affects the speed of the summon. The Void Mantis already boasted high base agility, and this would not hinder Li Yao's continued enhancement. When facing monsters, sheer strength alone would be insufficient. Against smaller foes, this might not be evident. But when contending with elite monsters, or even some agility-focused boss creatures, what use is great strength if one cannot strike the enemy? Thus, Li Yao invested his attributes into agility, and the Void Mantis' attributes shifted accordingly. Peace: Void Mantis. Level: 2. Tier: S-Class. Bond: Void Assassin. Star level: 2 stars. Health: 14001400. Strength: 13731501. Mentality: 17,125. Agility: 564,358. Stamina: 28,235. Skills: Void Assault, Taste of Fear. Li Yao could not help but be astonished. Such attributes were astonishingly formidable. A strength of 137 was beyond what even a fully optimized level 10 warrior could achieve. Yet, he was aware that S-class summons do not typically possess such exaggerated stats. The immense power stemmed primarily from the potency of combat training. Otherwise, a level 2 Void Mantis would only have 36 points of strength. While not weak, it would not be overwhelmingly powerful either. The key factor lay in the talents. Combat training provided an extraordinary boost to these physical summons. The only lamentable aspect was that only one piece could be designated. Moreover, the current level 1 Verdant Serpent could no longer augment the strength of the Void Mantis. Li Yao chose to continue deeper into the forest. Killed Spotted Serpent, experience 08. Combat training triggered, Void Mantis, strength 1. Killed Crimson Bear, experience 11. Combat training triggered, Void Mantis, strength 1. Killed Verdant Serpent, experience 05. Every encounter was a swift execution, devoid of suspense, with a strength of 137. Even without triggering a critical attack, damage hovered around 150 points. Apart from the level 3 Crimson Bear, which required a single use of Taste of Fear, the rest were all swiftly dispatched. Following the trajectory of the Void Mantis, Li Yao advanced steadily. Soon, he discovered that when the Void Mantis was over 500 meters away, he could no longer sense its presence. Alas, had he not made this discovery, when he had enough pieces, he could have a piece remain in a safe location. Thus, through the chess player talent, Li Yao would exist in an eternal state of invincibility. Yet, upon reflection, such a terrifying ability would undoubtedly come with limitations. At that moment, Li Yao spotted a monster that the Void Mantis had not slain, a level 2 Spotted Serpent, hiding within a thicket, fortunate enough to have been overlooked by the Void Mantis. With a thought, Li Yao raised his fist and struck down upon it. 9. Li Yao gazed into the distance, observing the damage values emitted from the Void Mantis as it attacked the monster. 802. A trio of question marks slowly emerged in Li Yao's mind. The disparity between individuals was staggering. He channeled all his frustrations into the Spotted Serpent, as the piece could not attack the chess player unless killed. The Spotted Serpent stood no chance. With ease, Li Yao dispatched it. Killed Spotted Serpent, experience 08. A golden light radiated from him. He had leveled up. In under an hour, he had ascended to level 3. At this rate, he could potentially reach level 5 in under 3 hours, according to Li Yao's knowledge. In previous years, the first level 5 in the novice dungeon appeared only at the end of the first day. Such speed was already exceedingly remarkable. Yet, Li Yao remained unsatisfied, guiding the Void Mantis further into the depths. Meanwhile, in the outside world, several headmasters gathered around a table, enjoying tea. They pondered how many levels this year's newcomers would ascend on their first day. When they referred to the first day, they meant the 8 hours following the dungeon's opening. Surely, several A-class individuals would reach level 5, right? Yes, that should not pose much of a problem. Does anyone remember the highest record from our Jiangzhou on the first day? I recall it being level 7, 3 years ago, by our only S-class profession. I remember as well, level 7 on the first day, level 11 on the second, and level 22 during the combat examination. The upgrade speed on the first day could roughly indicate how the subsequent days would unfold. If one does not reach level 5 on the first day, the 4 major academies would likely struggle. Zhang Yi listened to their conversation, contemplating. Jiang Mingyu's team consisted entirely of B-class professionals, so reaching level 5 should not be an issue. The question remained, how many levels could that Li Yao fellow achieve? Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. He was truly overthinking the situation. As a summoner, lacking a team, his ability to vanquish monsters was uncertain, let alone the prospect of leveling up. The likelihood was that he would end up, like other summoners, venturing into the wilderness and paying others to grind on his behalf. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence enveloped him. Zhang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. What was this individual doing here? Chapter 6. Surely, no one can level up faster than I. Someone waved at the newcomer with enthusiasm. President Li, come and sit. Li Yang, the president of the Silver Wolf Guild and father of Li Yao, took no hesitation in joining Zhang Yi at the table, noticing an available seat beside him. Principal Zhang, it has been quite a while. Li Yang, with his strikingly handsome and resolute visage, laughed heartily. Zhang Yi promptly poured a cup of tea for Li Yang. You must be here to see that young rascal Li Yao, right? He could only hope that Li Yang was unaware of the events that transpired at the school yesterday. Li Yang accepted the tea and placed it before him with a smile. Over these past 3 years, I must express my gratitude to Principal Zhang for taking care of young Yao. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. I haven't done much. Li Yao is quite intelligent and has transitioned well in his role. Haha, Principal Zhang is jesting. What is a summoner really? Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. If the path of a professional proves too arduous, my family will support him. Li Yang spoke nonchalantly, yet Zhang Yi's expression subtly altered, as the implication of Li Yang's words suggested he was already aware of yesterday's happenings at the school. Moreover, Li Yang was subtly indicating that Li Yao had the backing of the Silver Wolf Guild, cautioning him against any mischief. The surrounding principals, sensing the tension, fell silent. All present were third-tier professionals, yet even among them, there existed a disparity in strength. Individuals like Li Yao, at level 60 and merely a final quest away from transitioning to the 4th tier, had long been immersed in wilderness dungeons. Binding all the other principles together would not suffice to challenge him. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi did not harbor excessive fear towards Li Yao. He had considered the Silver Wolf Guild while planning his actions. If they were ordinary students, he would require no formalities. When the time came, as long as Jiang Mingyu maintained satisfactory grades, he could seamlessly transfer Li Yao's resources to her. After years of service at Yucai, he was merely awaiting a fortuitous opportunity to advance further. And Jiang Mingyu represented that opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to take the gamble. With this in mind, Zhang Yi faced Li Yang's admonition with an air of confidence. Haha, President Li speaks true. The hearts of parents are indeed tender. But I must emphasize that children should not overly rely on their families. At these words, Li Yang maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, he seethed with indignation. The other resources within the A-grade subsidy were abundant in the Silver Wolf Guild, but the pivotal A-grade skill book was crucial for a professional's growth. Even the Silver Wolf Guild would find it challenging to procure such a resource. Zhang Yi's blatant intention to seize this resource was a source of frustration for Li Yang. It was evident that no one would place faith in a summoner. Even if this matter were to escalate to higher authorities, the outcome would unfavorably impact Li Yao. Li Yang could only hope that Li Yao would perform marginally better in the dungeon. However, what could one truly expect from a summoner? Even regarding his own son, Li Yang remained skeptical of the summoner profession. Within the novice dungeon, a flash of light heralded Li Yao's arrival. In under 3 hours, he successfully attained level 4. The Void Mantis he summoned was now a far cry from its initial state. Void Mantis, level 4, grade S, bond, assassin star rating, 2 stars, health, 1900, strength, 395, mentality, 22, agility, 74, stamina, 38, skills, void assault. Taste fear. Thanks to Hex training, his strength had reached astonishing heights. With the Void Mantis in tow, Li Yao delved deeper into the forest, where most monsters were at levels 5 and 6. Yet, before the might of a Void Mantis with nearly 400 strength, they fell with a mere swipe. Defeated Earth Bear. Experience, 0, 9. Combat training activated, Void Mantis strength 1. Defeated Grey Moon Wolf. Experience, 0, 7. Combat training activated, Void Mantis strength 1. For Li Yao, the efficiency of defeating a level 1 monster versus a level 6 monster was essentially the same. Thus, although the experience required for each subsequent level increased significantly, he was still able to level up at a commendable pace by slaying monsters of higher levels. At this rate, he could reach level 5 in no more than an hour, with half the time remaining before the dungeon's closure. He decided to head directly to the center to see if there were any bosses to conquer. He would slay any monsters encountered along the way, but he was disinclined to seek them out, as this was merely a novice dungeon where the highest monster level was 7. There was no need to waste time here. As Li Yao ventured deeper, level 7 monsters began to materialize, meeting their demise in an instant. He then retrieved a boxed meal from his storage ring, happily consuming it as he continued his journey. After all, isn't that how a summoner plays the game? The Void Mantis was growing increasingly formidable. He wondered if any monsters in this novice dungeon could withstand a blow from taste fear. Meanwhile, in pursuit of excellence within the novice dungeon, Jiang Mingyu entered with her team, heading towards the depths to hunt high-level monsters. The group rested on a stone platform, nursing their wounds and with health points nearly depleted. Yet, Jiang Mingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With less than half the dungeon's opening time elapsed, she had already amassed 60 of the experience needed to reach level 3. She was certain she would reach level 5 before the dungeon concluded. In stark contrast to Jiang Mingyu's exhilaration, her 4 teammates bore expressions of discontent. The final blows to defeated monsters, which yielded the bulk of the experience, were consistently claimed by Jiang Mingyu due to her superior attack power. She justified her actions by claiming it was to allow her to level up first and then assist them. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see through the facade. Yet, they found themselves powerless to object. Unable to compete for the monster, she resorted to reporting the incident, and the principal treated her like a treasure. Regret filled her heart for having chosen the wrong team. Observing their expressions, Jiang Mingyu discerned their thoughts, but what did it matter to her? Lacking capability and blaming others for snatching monsters? Her sole concern was her own level. Surely, no one could surpass her level now, she mused. After all, she had 4 B-level professionals aiding her in leveling up. Moreover, the creatures lurking in the depths of the dungeon were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary novice practitioners. Only with a setup like hers, comprising several B levels and an A level, could they barely hunt such beasts. This configuration was something each school could muster at most. Reflecting on the existence of several A-level teams from other schools, a sense of urgency gripped Jiang Mingyu, fearing her position as number 1 might be unstable. Rising from her seat, she declared, "Are we all rested? Let us proceed." Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest. A massive wolf's head burst forth from the thicket, its gaping maw drenched in blood, startling everyone present. Chapter 7. The terrifying boss-level beast. A scream erupted, leaving no time for reaction. Jiang Ningyu and her companions were jolted from their stupor, eyes wide with horror at the scene before them. Their main tank, Yi Tao, had lost an arm after a mere glance. The resilience he prided himself on was as fragile as parchment before this colossal wolf-like creature. What do we do? One auxiliary member stammered. Run, Jiang Ningyu commanded, her resolve unwavering as she turned to flee, casting aside her former goddess-like demeanor. The other students hurried to follow suit. Hearing the chilling cries behind them, the auxiliary member hesitated. What about Yi Tao? He will be fine, Jiang Ningyu replied, not turning back, her words rapid and assured. The map wristwatch given by their mentor was, in fact, a type of emergency tool that would transport them outside the dungeon before sustaining fatal injuries. The principal had refrained from disclosing this to them, fearing they would become overly reliant on it, thereby nullifying the training's purpose. This information was shared with Jiang Ningyu as a form of special guidance. Consequently, she felt emboldened to venture deeper without concerns for her safety. Upon hearing this, the auxiliary member shed his apprehensions and confidently followed Jiang Ningyu. Yet, what Jiang Ningyu had not disclosed was that once the emergency tool was activated, they would be barred from entering any federally governed dungeon until their martial examination was complete. After running for some time and no longer hearing screams, the group took refuge behind a large tree, sitting on the ground, shaken as they gazed into the forest's depths. That must be the final boss of the novice dungeon. The B-level marksman gasped, still panting. When confronted by the massive wolf, he had lacked the courage even to meet its gaze, instinctively fleeing behind Jiang Ningyu. Indeed, Jiang Ningyu wiped the sweat from her brow. The level 8 boss-level creature is the only monster in the novice dungeon that remains unweakened. Unweakened? Isn't that absurd? The auxiliary member retorted, recalling the earlier scene with disdain. Yi Tao, a B-level main tank silver shield knight, had fully invested in endurance attributes. Yet he could not withstand a single encounter. Who could endure a blow from that beast? I believe they never intended for us to venture into the depths of the forest, he exclaimed. Hearing this, Jiang Ningyu parted her lips, hesitating to speak. To delve deeper into the dungeon, Principal Zhang had imparted numerous precautions regarding the depths, including the bloodthirsty forest wolf they had just encountered. For practitioners, the novice dungeon was undoubtedly a generous introductory gift from the Federation. As long as one selected appropriate monsters according to their capabilities, danger was an inconceivable notion, allowing them to safely navigate their weakest period. A top-tier team composed of A and B-level members like theirs could easily dominate and even level up in more challenging areas. Though rare, there existed practitioners stronger than A-level, the true prodigies who found no value in training against the weakened dungeon monsters. The bloodthirsty forest wolf was intended for that elite group. The thought of facing an 8-level boss creature filled Jiang Ningyu with despair. She sighed, recognizing that the gap between her and that giant wolf was akin to the chasm between herself and those S-level professionals, a vast divide. However, Jiang Ningyu contemplated further. Even a team led by S-level practitioners would undoubtedly struggle to confront an 8-level boss creature during their novice stage without enduring significant hardships. After resting for a moment, Jiang Ningyu regained her composure. From an ordinary individual to an A-level prodigy, she would not be easily defeated. The priority now was to level up swiftly and strive to secure the title of the highest level in Jiang'o. Picking up her staff from the ground, she stood and announced, "If everyone is ready, let us continue our training in the depths." Jiang, are you insane? You dare to venture deeper? The auxiliary member sprang to his feet, disregarding any semblance of reverence for her goddess-like persona. Jiang Ningyu cast him a calm glance and replied, "As long as we avoid that direction, we shall encounter no issues. To prevent harm to ordinary practitioners, the boss creatures introduced into the novice dungeon are all monsters with strong territorial instincts." Principal Zhang mentioned that as long as we bear no bloodstains and maintain a distance of over 700 meters from the bloodthirsty forest wolf, it will not pursue us relentlessly. Wait, bloodstains? Jiang Ningyu suddenly realized. The image of Yi Tao's arm being torn away and blood splattering flooded her mind. Just then, a rustling sound of rapid movement through the branches of the nearby thicket reached her ears. Without hesitation, she bolted in the opposite direction, offering no warning to her companions. The others, witnessing Jiang Ningyu's frantic escape, were not foolish and quickly followed suit. However, in that brief moment of delay, the bloodthirsty forest wolf sprang from the underbrush, lunging at the auxiliary member. Unlike Yi Tao's main tank class, the wolf sank its teeth into the auxiliary member's waist, just a breath away from severing him in two. A flash of white light flickered as the auxiliary member slowly vanished into the jaws of the bloodthirsty forest wolf. In his final moment, he gritted his teeth against the agony, casting a resentful glare in the direction Jiang Ningyu had fled, cursing, "Jiang Ningyu, damn you." However, in her frantic flight, Jiang Ningyu was utterly indifferent to the curses hurled at her by her companions. Her mind was consumed by sheer terror. This was a creature of the leader class. Even in her attempt to escape, she would have to sacrifice her teammates, making any thought of resistance utterly futile. What to do? What could she possibly do? With bloodstains marking her, she knew that no matter where she fled, the bloodthirsty forest wolf would be hot on her heels. As she ran, her mind raced with thoughts. Should she lead it to the A-class teams from other schools and then devise a plan to defeat it together? No, that was out of the question. Even if she gathered 3 A-class teams, they would still be no match for that monster. As an A-class professional herself, she understood the vast chasm between her capabilities and those of that creature. At that moment, the dreadful sound of pursuit echoed behind her once again. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Ningyu could think of only one solution. She cast a furtive glance at her comrades. The archer momentarily froze, but quickly realized the situation. Just as he was about to utter a curse, he noticed a lone figure, a professional, hastening towards them. Here, at the deepest recesses of the secret realm, who would dare to approach alone? Jiang Ningyu also spotted the silhouette that had appeared ahead. Their eyes met, and an unspoken agreement formed as they hastened towards one another. Li Yao? Upon recognizing the individual, Jiang Ningyu felt a strange mix of relief and pity for Li Yao, who, unbeknownst to him, had wandered into a perilous situation. As Li Yao advanced at a leisurely pace, Jiang Ningyu and her companions sprinted desperately. In the dense forest, their contrasting speeds created a striking disparity. Li Yao had long since noticed Jiang Ningyu and her group, and through the perception granted by the void mantis, he sensed the colossal beast trailing closely behind them. In the blink of an eye, the two parties were nearly upon each other. Jiang Ningyu cast a dispassionate glance at Li Yao, her eyes gleaming with a mix of relief and a cruel sense of delight at the thought of his impending disqualification from the instance. As they brushed past each other, the ground trembled with a deafening crash. A gigantic tree, measuring a meter in diameter, suddenly toppled. A massive wolf, cloaked in dark crimson fur and bristling with spines, emerged from the rubble. Its ferocious roar shattered the silence. Jiang Ningyu glanced back, only to find Li Yao still standing in place, seemingly stunned. Was he paralyzed by fear? She disdainfully averted her gaze. Faced with such a formidable foe, he couldn't even muster the strength to flee. How dared he venture here? At that moment, the bloodthirsty forest wolf lunged towards Li Yao with terrifying speed. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into him, the air beneath the wolf distorted violently. Two deep purple, frost-laden claws materialized soundlessly. With a swift motion, they crossed in midair, leaving a wave of pressure in their wake. The wolf's massive form froze in mid-leap. Li Yao shook his head gently. It still couldn't withstand a single blow. Kill a leader-class creature, bloodthirsty forest wolf, experience gained, 142. Level increased to level 5. Hedge fund activated, rewarded with 10 gold coins. Combat training activated, void mantis power 1. Two dark lines emerged slowly on the bloodthirsty forest wolf's body. In the next moment, blood erupted like a geyser. The beast had no inkling of its impending doom and perished without realizing who its enemy was. Chapter 8. Li Yao misunderstood me. The sound of a heavy object striking the ground, coupled with the eerie silence that followed, prompted Jiang Ningyu and her companions to glance back in disbelief. Li Yao remained exactly as he had been, standing amidst 4 neatly severed monster corpses, with a faint silver treasure chest hovering 10 centimeters above the ground. The monsters in the rookie instance had been weakened to the point of yielding no loot. Yet this bloodthirsty forest wolf was different. It had not been weakened and was, in fact, a leader-class creature. As Jiang Ningyu beheld this scene, she felt her intellect wane. The knowledge gleaned from 9 years of compulsory education failed to elucidate the spectacle before her. The group stood frozen, as if time had halted. Li Yao, uninterested in their presence, collected the silver treasure chest into his storage ring. He was unfazed by the ease with which he had dispatched the bloodthirsty forest wolf. The moment the beast appeared, he had already cast his identification spell. Level 8 leader, 8,500 health points. On his way to the depths of the instance, the void mantis had likely slain countless monsters. His strength attribute had long surpassed 600, inflicting quadruple damage through fear, combined with the doubling effect of being isolated, resulted in an 8-fold increase in damage. If he remembered correctly, the damage output had been displayed in red, indicating a critical strike, which further compounded the damage. Dealing over 10,000 damage had become a mere norm. He had not anticipated the presence of a leader-class creature in the rookie instance. That was a pleasant surprise. Not only did it elevate him to the next level, but it also granted him loot. The faint silver chest had the potential to contain silver-grade equipment. He would open it later. Now that he had reached level 5 and acquired the hedge fund's gold, there was little left to cherish in this rookie instance. Li Yao walked toward the entrance, passing by the stunned Jiang Ningyu, casting a deep glance at her. In his heart, he had already sentenced her to doom. Regardless of the outcome, had he been an ordinary professional, her treacherous actions would have left him gravely injured, if not dead. Li Yao did not consider himself a good person. If she sought to harm him, she should be prepared to face the consequences. It was merely that, being in a rookie instance, he was currently restrained from taking action. It was not until Li Yao vanished from their sight that Jiang Ningyu and the others regained their senses. Was that Li Yao's summon creature? Surely it must be. Could an A-class summon be so formidable? How could that be possible? Even an S-class would struggle to achieve a one-hit kill. After all, this was a leader-class creature. Had they forgotten how Yi Tao had been teleported out? The group was aware that Li Yao's summon originated from Jiang Ningyu's A-class skill book. However, if an A-class summon were truly that powerful, summoners would not be regarded as a low-tier profession. They could only speculate that Li Yao's profession, the chess player, granted him the ability to temporarily amplify his summon significantly, albeit with side effects. Even so, they now understood that Li Yao, as an A-class summoner, was far from the simplistic figure they had imagined. They watched as Jiang Ningyu remained lost in awe. The archer within the team displayed a rather gleeful expression. Is the goddess Jiang now regretting her breakup? Upon entering the dungeon, Jiang Ningyu seized experience points and subsequently sacrificed her teammates as offerings to fend off the bloodthirsty forest wolf. Such actions had thoroughly shattered the halo of the goddess Jiang Ningyu. It seems you have no time for regret now, the archer remarked with a smirk. Just now, the way you looked at Li Yao mirrored how you had gazed at me back then. Jiang Ningyu shuddered slightly. Like me? At that moment, she had been pursued by the bloodthirsty forest wolf, contemplating the sacrifice of her opponent. At present, the dismembered body of the bloodthirsty forest wolf was glaring in her eyes. No, this is not how it is. Under such circumstances, even if targeted by the bloodthirsty forest wolf, Li Yao would never be killed. At worst, he would be teleported away. He has misunderstood me. I must explain. Outside the dungeon, the sun blazed high in the sky. It was noon. They had entered the dungeon at 9 in the morning, and only 3 hours had passed. Li Yao and several principals remained unmoved. They sipped tea, occasionally engaging in light conversation, never growing bored. This was a yearly occurrence. Whenever students entered a novice dungeon, they would stand guard outside, ensuring that those teleported out received timely medical attention. Li Yao had not departed, though not particularly keen on the summoner profession. He was eager to see how far his son could go. After all, this concerned who would ultimately receive that valuable resource. Suddenly, radiant beams of light emanated from the dungeon entrance, causing the group to rise and look toward it with suspicion. Had someone emerged after just 3 hours? The novice dungeon had 2 exits. One was deep within the dungeon, near the territory of the bloodthirsty forest wolf, while the other was the entrance, which also allowed for an exit. Since the bloodthirsty forest wolf had not been defeated in its territory, Li Yao was unaware of a closer route. Emerging from the light, Li Yao was quickly approached by Li Yao. Li Yao, how come you're out so soon? Oh, you're here. Li Yao responded upon seeing the middle-aged man before him, who had likely come to keep an eye on him, fearing he might be injured in the dungeon. It was not challenging, so I came out. The lack of challenge in his words left Li Yao momentarily puzzled. Li Yao's tone was so nonchalant, with a hint of a smile on his face. The next moment, a gasp came from behind Li Yao. Li Yao, a level 5 chess player. Zhang Yi materialized beside Li Yao, and even the other principals turned their attention toward him. Zhang Yi was stunned, even though his identification skill had revealed Li Yao's level. He could not help but ask, "You're level 5? The absurdity flooded his mind, as if he had momentarily short-circuited. It had been nearly 3 hours since the dungeon opened. 3 hours. Even accounting for those who surpassed S rank, the quickest time to reach level 5 was 5 hours. Zhang Yi could not believe it, nor dare to accept it. The leader must have granted substantial experience, so I reached level 5. Li Yao had no concept of modesty in his dictionary. This was a world rife with monstrous creatures. As long as the higher-ups were not foolish, the greater his displayed talent, the more resources he would undoubtedly receive. He would not pursue a path of cowardice. Did you also slay the leader? That bloodthirsty forest wolf. Predictably, as Li Yao's words fell, exclamations erupted around him. That was an 8th level, unweakened, boss-level monster. Li Yao had entered the dungeon alone, being at the novice stage. With few skills, weak combat power, and limited experience, how could he possibly contend against such a creature? In a remote place like Jiangzhou, no one had ever considered that such a boss monster could be slain. Even an S-rank professional from a few years prior, constrained by a lack of a skilled team, had failed to defeat the bloodthirsty forest wolf. Yet Li Yao had accomplished it, most likely through solo hunting. Zhang Yi pondered extensively, but could not fathom it. Standing there in a daze, Principal Zhang? Noticing Zhang Yi's lack of response, Li Yao chuckled. In this world, only by showcasing remarkable talent would one attract attention and garner resources. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. By the way, Principal Zhang, I wish to apply for a mission to the Jiangzhou border. Chapter 9, Master Level Dungeon, Goblin Nest. After a considerable pause, Zhang Yi finally regained his composure. You say you wish to head to the border? Do you not realize that the monsters there are far from those in the dungeon? Midway through his sentence, Zhang Yi quickly amended, all right, I approve. I will issue you a city exit permit. Though the border was perilous, it was relative. As long as one did not venture too deep, the monsters encountered would certainly not be stronger than that bloodthirsty forest wolf. However, how on earth did this kid manage to slay that creature? Zhang Yi still could not comprehend. Could it be that the Silver Wolf Guild secretly provided Li Yao with some high-tier skills? No, that is impossible. Zhang Yi silently shook his head. To achieve such a feat, one would need skills of at least S rank. The Silver Wolf Guild could not afford that even if they sold their entire fortune. Unable to make sense of it, Zhang Yi decided to abandon the thought. Yi Tao and Guang Haohua had both been teleported out after encountering the bloodthirsty forest wolf. Their team would surely have some understanding of the situation. If external assistance was involved, that would be another matter. Zhang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had already submitted a report to cancel Li Yao's A-level assistance application. If it were based solely on his own strength, that would be disastrous. Having received the city exit permit, Li Yao boarded the vehicle driven by Li Yang, departing from the area. Along the way, Li Yang could not help but bombard him with questions. Li Yao could only resort to the excuse he had long prepared, awakening a talent. Every professional has a chance to awaken a talent upon class change. However, the probability is akin to hitting a small lottery. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was 1 in 10 million. Moreover, even if a talent is awakened, it may not necessarily align with one's profession. For instance, a warrior might awaken an elemental affinity, while a support class could awaken a berserk strength. Thus, upon hearing that Li Yao had awakened a talent that could enhance summoned beasts, even the battle-hardened Li Yao could not help but raise his face to the heavens, expressing gratitude to the heavens and ancestors. After a moment of excitement, Li Yao fell into contemplation, his expression turning serious. Regarding talent, one may disclose the awakening of their abilities to others, yet it is prudent to refrain from revealing specific details about such talents. A modest showcase of one's skills is acceptable. However, an overwhelming display may incite envy among peers. Within our human community, unity is not absolute. Given your current weakness, it is inevitable that some with ulterior motives may seek to suppress you. As your father, I may be able to offer you protection within Jiangzhou, yet beyond its borders. I am but a mere individual. Li Yao nodded thoughtfully, understanding that Li Yao shared his sentiments. This was precisely why he had only mentioned his combat talent. The various talents possessed by the leaders of Yunding chessboard would provide unprecedented enhancements for summoners. Furthermore, whether anyone could awaken more than one talent remained a mystery to Li Yao, who was naturally reluctant to expose his hidden potential. Half an hour later, Li Yao escorted Li Yao to the southern outskirts of Jiangzhou. After reiterating his advice multiple times, he departed in his vehicle. Towering walls stood before them, delineating the human habitation from the realm of monstrous beings. Beyond these fortifications lay an entirely different world, compared to the creatures encountered in novice dungeons. Those outside the walls were significantly more formidable. Similarly, slaying monsters in this area would yield greater experience and allow for the collection of various monster materials. With a stroke of luck, some creatures might even drop weapons and equipment, items that could be used personally or sold for resources. The streets flanking the entrance of the wall were lined with numerous shops, weaponry stores, armor boutiques, accessory shops, general goods outlets, and potion dispensaries were all present. Among them, the most renowned were the Adventurers Guild and the Star Network Exchange, both established by the Dragon Kingdom and prevalent in cities across the nation. The former issued quests, while the latter served as the largest trading platform. Li Yao's ability, Void Mantis Summon, was acquired through the Star Network. It was his first encounter with the true visage of the Star Network, and he was inevitably awestruck by the technologically advanced architecture. The building's exterior was characterized by sleek, sharp lines, constructed from high-hardness alloy materials that shimmered with a ghostly blue hue under the sunlight, shifting with the angle of observation. It was said that this material could withstand the mightiest blow from a level 40 monster. Should the walls falter, this place would serve as the final refuge. Finding an unoccupied spot, Li Yao placed his hand on the device to step into the border. Utilizing the Star Network Exchange and the Adventurers Guild was unavoidable. Initiating identity verification. Verification successful. Dragon Kingdom practitioner Li Yao. Access to Star Network granted. Permission level 1. The Star Network is exclusively accessible to practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Yao possessed the right to use it, albeit with limited authority, granting him access to a meager selection of resources. Should he gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious martial academies, his permission could be elevated to level 3. This is precisely what renders the 4 martial institutions so alluring, an opportunity to fundamentally alter one's social standing. Beyond level 3, special contributions to the Dragon Kingdom would be required for any further advancement. However, such matters lay in the distant future and were of no immediate concern to him. Li Yao briefly surveyed the items displayed in the exchange. Equipment, materials, skills, and even unopened treasure chests were present. Yet, each item bore a steep price. Given Li Yao's current financial status, even the most affordable black iron equipment was beyond his means, while bronze and silver-grade items were completely out of reach. His purpose for visiting was to take note of the value of certain low-level materials and to gain a better understanding of market prices. After recording the worth of materials produced by monsters under level 20, Li Yao exited the Star Network and made his way towards the Adventurers Guild. The monsters on the Jiangzhou border ranged from levels 5 to 20, classifying the area as an E-level danger zone. Consequently, the number of related quests was limited, primarily revolving around repetitive material collection tasks. Large quantities of porcupine quills sought, unit price 400. Large quantities of crescent teeth sought, unit price 750. Large quantities of large beast bones, price negotiable. Most practitioners engaged in life-related occupations required substantial materials to enhance their skill proficiency, subsequently listing useful crafted items on the Star Network to generate income. This established a cyclical economy, promising a prosperous future for life professions. This task appears intriguing. Eliminate the level 12 Goblin Nest Dungeon. Acquire the dungeon boss drop, Goblin General's Heart. Note: Goblin Generals only appear in dungeons of master level difficulty and above. The reward for this task was a staggering 14 million dragon coins. Given such a sum had yet to be claimed, it was evident the task posed considerable challenges. The Goblin Nest was well known in Jiangzhou. Even Li Yao had heard of it. As a level 12 dungeon, the minimum entry level was 7, while the maximum was 17. In Jiangzhou, practitioners aspiring to enter higher academies inevitably sought to conquer this dungeon. Presently, Li Yao was not eligible to enter, nor did he intend to do so at this moment. Dungeon difficulty is categorized as normal, hard, master, nightmare, and hell. Li Yao was unsure of the true challenge posed by master-level dungeons. However, he recalled that the Silver Wolf Guild, founded by his father, gained renown in Jiangzhou due to their conquest of a master-level dungeon. It was reasonable to assume it would not be straightforward. Li Yao resolved that if he were to undertake such a venture, he would wait until reaching level 10, unlocking a second summon slot, and possessing 2 summon creatures before embarking on the quest. As for anything above master level, the Goblin Nest had yet to record a successful completion since its inception. Chapter 10, Opening the Treasure Chest. Void Mantis Advancement. After casually accepting several quests, Li Yao departed from the Adventurers Guild and proceeded to the border checkpoint. Li Yao, level 5, practitioner? The gatekeeper scrutinized Li Yao's exit permit to verify his information. Only level 5? Are you certain you wish to leave the city? Li Yao, though puzzled by how an A-level practitioner was permitted to exit at such a low level, nodded in affirmation. Despite his uncertainty, the authenticity of the exit permit was unquestionable, and the gatekeeper quickly validated it. There are many monsters outside. Please exercise caution. Should you encounter formidable creatures, seek the protection of an adult. If all else fails, return promptly. You are still young, and it is better to prioritize your safety over pride. Especially at night, monsters become increasingly aggressive and significantly stronger. Ensure you secure a safe place to avoid them. Listening patiently to the gatekeeper's repetitive warnings, Li Yao did not interrupt, but rather nodded respectfully before stepping through the city gates. A gust of cold wind greeted him, carrying with it an odor reminiscent of blood. Indeed, the realms inside and outside the city were worlds apart. Li Yao advanced, his figure swiftly vanishing from the gatekeeper's view. Ah, an A-level practitioner. I hope to see him return. As he ventured deeper, the scent of blood intensified. Distant roars of beasts occasionally reached his ears, and he spotted people nearby engaged in monster hunting. The environment outside the city was considerably different from what Li Yao had envisioned. Surrounded by the remnants of various edifices, what was once a border, perhaps even a thriving human city, now lies in desolation. One can only imagine. In the face of the monstrous onslaught, humanity has not achieved the resounding victories the news would have one believe. The inhabitants of the city enjoy a semblance of stability largely because there are those who toil in obscurity, bearing the burdens of their survival. This place should suffice. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Li Yao retrieved a silver treasure chest from his storage ring, one that could only be obtained from a leader-level monster. Upon witnessing the price of the silver chest at the Star Network exchange, he had nearly succumbed to the temptation of selling it. As the silver light flickered, the chest vanished, revealing 2 pieces of equipment before Li Yao. Berserker Pendant. Quality, silver. Equipment requirement, level 5, agility above 30. Equipment attributes 1, strength 10, agility 15, constitution 10. Equipment attributes 2, lifesteal, restoring 5 health points to the wearer for damage dealt. Durability, for 1040. Swift boots. Quality, bronze. Equipment requirement, level 5. Equipment attributes, agility 8. Constitution 5. Durability, 2525. Upon seeing the attributes of the equipment, Li Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The swift boots were standard bronze gear without any additional attributes, valued between 2,000 and 5,000. However, the Berserker Pendant was a different matter altogether. In this world, the pricing of equipment is partially determined by level. Yet the most crucial factor remains the quality of the gear. For instance, bronze equipment, even at levels 50 or 60, would not fetch more than 10,000 dragon coins. This is because low-quality gear, such as black iron and bronze, is readily obtainable from the wild monsters once one achieves the requisite level. Conversely, equipment of silver quality and above, regardless of its level, possesses a value that is truly unfathomable. Such high-quality items can only be acquired from wild leaders or dungeon secrets. Moreover, should one stray too far above the leader's level, the drop rate becomes dismally low. Not to mention, dungeons and secret realms impose strict level entry restrictions. Consequently, high-quality equipment is exceedingly rare and often commands a hefty price. The Berserker Pendant is a perfect example of this. Its attributes are already impressive, complemented by the lifesteal effect. On the Jiangzhou Star Network, a 30-level bracelet with a lifesteal of 3 was auctioned off for a staggering 16 million. If memory serves, the buyer was none other than his father, Li Yao. Li Yao donned the 2 pieces of equipment, significantly enhancing his attributes. The additional bonuses also affected his Void Mantis. Void Mantis. Level, 5, Tier, S-Class. Bond, Assassin. Star level, 2 stars. Health, 2,450. Strength, 689. Mentality, 27. Agility, 92. Endurance, 49. Skills, Void Assault, Taste of Fear. Traits, Lifesteal. Gazing upon the current attributes of the Void Mantis, Li Yao could hardly contain his exhilaration. Its strength was on the verge of surpassing 700. No, it was not merely on the verge. With each level gained, the hedge fund would yield 10 gold coins. Presently, Li Yao possessed an ample supply of gold, entirely sufficient to elevate the Void Mantis to 3 stars. Void Mantis, ascend. In the shadows, the Void Mantis suddenly quivered. An unknown power descended, causing its aura to surge dramatically. Its form expanded, growing to nearly 2 meters in height, and all attributes experienced a frenzied enhancement. Void Assault, conceal oneself within the void. Entering a level 5 stealth state. The first normal attack after becoming invisible deals 300 expression, 400 physical damage, cooldown 7 seconds. Skill 2, Taste of Fear, deals 300 expression, 400 physical damage to the target. If there are no enemy units within a 2-meter radius, the damage is doubled, cooldown 3 seconds. What thrilled Li Yao the most was that the 3-star Void Mantis had activated a new skill. Skill 3, Void Piercer, launches explosive spines, dealing 250 physical damage to enemies within the forward area, cooldown 15 seconds. Perfect. Area damage was precisely the attribute the Void Mantis had been lacking. With a ranged skill, it could reap the lives of monsters en masse, maximizing the effectiveness of practical training in hex. It was as if a pillow had been offered just as sleep beckoned. Yet, the extent of the range remained uncertain. Li Yao's mind raced. Void Mantis, heed my command. The upgraded Void Mantis willingly revealed itself. Under the sunlight, its glistening claws resembled 2 colossal scythes, evoking dread in those who beheld them. Li Yao spotted a monster 30 meters away and commanded the Void Piercer, while simultaneously casting an appraisal spell. Patrolling Mouse. Level 10. Health, 1150. Strength, 27. Mentality, 16. Agility, 38. Endurance, 23. Skill, Heavy Claw LV1. A level 10 common monster. The patrolling mouse was classified as an agile creature. However, its attributes paled in comparison to the level 5 Void Mantis. In the blink of an eye, the Void Mantis had already materialized before the patrolling mouse, a mere 10-meter distance. 10 meters, but the width remained unknown. With a swift motion, a row of spines shot forth from the Void Mantis claws, slicing towards the patrolling mouse. 1643. The patrolling mouse was pinned to the ground by the spines, its eyes wide with confusion. As anticipated, it was instantaneously slain. The attack proved to be conical in nature, with standard length but commendable width. Li Yao stroked his chin, contemplating the attack range of the Void Piercer. It was roughly 10 by 15. Upon discovering the result, Li Yao felt a wave of joy. This range would undoubtedly elevate the developmental speed of the Void Mantis to a new echelon. Chapter 11. Frenzied Slaughter, terrifying rate of leveling up. As night descended, the clock struck 8. At this moment, the novice dungeon had closed, and the last batch of practitioners emerged. In response to inquiries from Zhang Yi and several principals, Jiang Ning recounted the events that transpired within the dungeon in vivid detail. Upon hearing that Li Yao had possibly executed a single strike kill on the Berserker Wolf, Zhang Yi broke into a cold sweat. Without further ado, he departed the scene post-haste. Thus, the news of Li Yao's conquest over the level 8 leader monster spread like wildfire. The Silver Wolf Guild has been surreptitiously disseminating news of Li Yao's Awaken talent, successfully drawing the attention of several influential figures. The emergence of an A-rank summoner's talent is indeed intriguing. At the City Lord's Manor in Jiangzhou, a middle-aged man set down the intelligence report in his hand and chuckled softly. Simultaneously, on his desk lay a report that had been forwarded from below, recommending the cancellation of Li Yao's A-ranked subsidy application. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man spoke. Xiao Zheng, elevate Li Yao's A-rank resources to S-rank. Although those with talent can attain SS rank, he is ultimately a summoner, which might complicate matters with the higher-ups. Upon hearing this, the young man referred to as Xiao Zheng appeared momentarily taken aback. City Lord, wasn't he that S-rank resource promised to Yuan Hao? The City Lord dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. Yuan Hao is not an S-rank professional. If no one else can claim that resource, then it shall be given to him. Now that someone capable has emerged, it is no longer his concern. As for the Yuan family, the middle-aged man stood up and patted Xiao Zheng on the shoulder. That will, of course, be your responsibility. I have great faith in you, haha. By the way, summon Zhang Yi to see me, he suddenly recalled and commanded. At the Jiangzhou border, Li Yao meticulously sorted and categorized the monster materials. The task items were indeed sufficient. Yet he lamented the fact that he still lacked a sliver of experience to reach level 10. The ascent to higher levels became increasingly arduous. Despite Li Yao dispatching monsters with ease, he had only managed to reach level 9 by the end of the afternoon, still 70 experience points shy of level 10. In that case, let us continue, he murmured, following the Void Mantis as it hunted, moving towards the heart of the ruins. Soon, new monsters appeared ahead. Ruin Scavenger Hound. Level, 17 health, 3050, strength, 84, mental, 22, agility, 73, stamina, 61 skills, dash LV3, bite LV2. Pact Tactics LVMAX, Earthbear, level, 19 health, 6100, strength, 78, mental, 16, agility, 31, stamina, 122 skills, heavy armor LV5, roaring claw LV1. These two monsters, nearing level 20, were already formidable opponents. rivaling the bloodthirsty forest wolf found in novice dungeons in terms of health and skills. Each one would require a cautious teamwork approach from novice professionals, with some even opting to flee rather than engage. However, as Li Yao surveyed the area, he noted at least 20 monsters within his line of sight. Observing the howling ruined scavenger hound, he realized that it would not be long before even more monsters emerged. Just as I had hoped. If I can dispatch bloodthirsty forest wolves with ease, how could I possibly falter against you? There was no trace of fear in Li Yao's eyes as he grinned menacingly. Void Mantis, unleash your wrath. In the next moment, the deep purple figure of the Void Mantis materialized, its arms crossing as a barrage of glistening spikes erupted forth. With a series of sickening sounds, the spikes penetrated their targets, and damage values flashed before Li Yao's eyes. 2,314, 1732, 2043, 4396. Both the ruined scavenger hound and the rugged earth bear visibly lost chunks of health. Before the monsters could mount a counterattack, the Void Mantis vanished into the ether, reappearing to claim the lives of several more monsters. Li Yao stood at a distance, watching as the system panel before him was inundated with notifications. Kill ruined scavenger hound. Experience 017. Combat training triggered. Void Mantis strength 1. Kill earth bear. Experience 021. Combat training triggered. Void Mantis strength 1. Kill ruined scavenger hound. Experience 014. Combat training triggered. Void Mantis strength 1. In just a few short minutes, his experience surged by 4. It was worth noting that Li Yao had already reached level 9, and the experience gained at this level was vastly different from earlier stages. A typical professional at Li Yao's level would need to hunt monsters of the same rank in a group, as the experience gained from monsters of equivalent level would not exceed 0, 1, and even in a team, the experience would be divided. Spending hours to gain 4 points would be considered quite impressive. Yet, Li Yao accomplished this feat in mere minutes. The disparity was unmistakable. As night descended, the border was shrouded in a thick fog that radiated an aura of terror and danger. Unbeknownst to him, the Void Mantis had been engaged in slaughter for nearly half an hour. Li Yao observed from a distance, noting the increasingly agitated demeanor of the monsters that continued to swarm. Initially, there had been signs of potential retreat, but now they seemed utterly unconcerned for their lives. Is this what the gatekeeper referred to as the nighttime mutation of monsters? Li Yao's expression turned grave. The tide of monsters surged forth like a horde of zombies from a post-apocalyptic film, an endless slaughter. Even the Void Mantis, having fought from dawn till dusk, began to show signs of fatigue. Void Mantis, let us retreat, Li Yao commanded. Fatigue would lead to vulnerabilities, and should the Void Mantis falter, he would have no refuge in his despair. Upon receiving the order, the Void Mantis promptly vanished amidst the throng of monsters. Now at advanced stage 3, its stealth level reached an impressive 7, making it nearly impossible for these wild monsters to detect its presence. It departed without affording them an opportunity for retaliation. Li Yao's experience bar now stood at 61 of level 9. Such a pace of progression would elicit tears of envy from any professional who witnessed it. After a night of rest, he could always level up in the morning. With that thought, Li Yao withdrew from the battlefield and made his way to a pre-selected campsite. Yet, within mere minutes of walking, Li Yao's pupils constricted. From the depths of the desolate ruins, 3 distinct footsteps echoed, alarmingly close. This indicated that prior to their revealing sounds, both Li Yao and the Void Mantis had been completely oblivious to their presence. Setting aside his own perceptive abilities, the Void Mantis, as an SS rank summon, possessed an acute sense that was far from ordinary. Even it had been unable to detect them. Such an existence must undoubtedly surpass its own rank by a considerable margin. Now, it intentionally reveals its position, demonstrating confidence that at this distance, escape is futile. Chapter 12. The Oppressive Aura of Li Yao, the First Kill. Young Master Li, you certainly make it easy for us to find you. 3 figures clad in black encircled Li Yao from different directions, a mage, an archer, and a knight bearing a sword and shield. Li Yao furrowed his brow. Unsurprisingly, his identification skill failed to reveal the levels of the 3 adversaries. Their calm pursuit, undeterred by the presence of monsters, indicated they were at least level 20. Li Yao pondered silently. Aside from Jiang Ningyu, he had not offended anyone. The influence of Jiang Ningyu's background was insufficient to summon these 3 assassins to eliminate him. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the darkness towards him, yet Li Yao stood firm, the projectile halting merely 2 centimeters from him. Oh, the archer. Observing his attack being evaded by an unknown method, expressed intrigue. Truly impressive, a genius bold enough to venture alone to the border for training. In the next moment, the suspended arrow detonated with a resounding bang, transforming into a stream of light that enveloped Li Yao. A massive symbol appeared above his head, shimmering in the night. An imprint? Li Yao recalled a universal skill for archers at level 25, capable of marking a target, tracking its position, and preventing it from entering stealth. Once marked by the archer, escaping without the proper means would prove exceedingly difficult. However, at this juncture, Li Yao remained unfazed, or rather, he had never contemplated fleeing. Rest assured, I shall not escape, he said with a calm smile, covertly issuing commands to the Void Mantis. If it is convenient, could you enlighten me as to why you seek me? You do not wish to flee. Rather, you are incapable of doing so. The mage in black retorted with a cold snort. All three had reached level 25, trained and seasoned from years of cooperative hunting. Together, they were formidable. Even against a level 5. The mage's pupils suddenly constricted. This kid is level 9. What do you mean by level 9? The knight in black questioned, bewildered. The mage remained silent, his expression darkening ominously. To ascend to level 9 on the very first day of class transition was an absurdly rapid advancement. Such an individual could easily be deemed a prodigy, if he were not eliminated today. Enough chatter, attack. The mage raised his staff, which radiated brilliant light as a massive sphere ascended into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. Illumination spell. They were not foolish. As a summoner, Li Yao had yet to reveal any summoned entities, clearly possessing some means of stealth. Nevertheless, as the illumination spell activated, the three remained oblivious to Li Yao's summons. The other two, sensing something amiss, sprang into action. The archer leaped onto a nearby structure, drawing his bow, while the mage gathered energy. And the knight charged directly at Li Yao. Observing their movements, Li Yao's expression remained unperturbed. Since they could not discern the presence of the void mantis, he, endowed with the talent of the strategist, stood in an invincible position. Seeing Li Yao unmoved, the mage scoffed, seeking death. Fireball spell. A colossal fireball, a full meter in diameter, surged toward Li Yao, engulfed in fierce flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, 3 arrows streaked through the air with the sound of slicing wind. Swift as lightning, the knight appeared before Li Yao, wielding his massive sword high. Boom. The converging energies collided with Li Yao, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Witnessing this, the mage retracted his staff, sneering in disdain. He had expected an extraordinary genius, but it seemed he was merely a pretty face, utterly useless. Yet, a clear voice emerged from the cloud of dust. What you refuse to articulate, perhaps I shall surmise. Li Yao stepped forth from the haze, and scathed. How is this possible? The three figures in black were incredulous. They were certain their attacks had landed squarely upon him. To endure such damage, if not killed outright, was inconceivable that he would suffer no harm whatsoever. Li Yao paid no heed to their astonishment. You refer to me as young Master Li. Thus you must know I am the son of the Silver Wolf Guild's president. Consequently, you are aware of the repercussions of attempting to kill me. You would not risk it for a mere silver treasure chest. Furthermore, having wronged no one, it can only be concluded that my revealed talents have encroached upon someone's interests. In Jiangzhou, only 3 forces possessed the capability to challenge the Silver Wolf Guild: the City Lord's mansion, the Yuan family, and the Qin family. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the 3 contracted sharply. Li Yao observed this reaction, a slight smile gracing his lips, a facade of mirth concealing a heart of ice. Kill one. With his words, the long-anticipated void mantis materialized behind the archer, its claws crossing as it descended with lethal precision. 5,943. The archer, unable even to utter a cry, was cleaved into 4 pieces by the swift talons. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 figures in black felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their minds rendered utterly incapable of rational thought. Now, can we converse? Li Yao advanced toward them, each step echoing like a drumbeat upon their hearts. Which faction do you serve? I cannot say. They will kill me. The knight, unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Li Yao, discarded his sword and collapsed to the ground. The mage trembled nearby, his thoughts in disarray, comprehension eluding him. Li Yao discerned that the black-clad mage wielding the staff possessed a far superior mental fortitude compared to the knight with the sword and shield. In light of this, he commanded the void mantis. Swish. Blood sprayed forth, the warm liquid staining half the knight's face crimson. Witnessing the mage's demise before his eyes, the knight's pupils glazed over, rendering him speechless. I shall ask once more, which faction? Li Yao's voice was icy. For those who sought his life, regardless of their motivations or commands, none would be spared. The knight, unable to bear the pressure any longer, stood and repeatedly activated his charge skill, fleeing into the distance. Yet, in but a moment, a deep purple figure materialized before him, blocking his path. The void mantis, with an expressionless demeanor, slowly raised its right claw and slashed towards the knight clad in black. Faced with the icy, lethal talon looming just inches away, the knight, without a moment's hesitation, knelt upon the ground. I speak. I am the head of the Yuan family. Upon learning of your solitary journey to the border, he offered us a substantial sum to eliminate you, and then find a way to transport us to another city. Chapter 13. Prismatic Tear, Demonic Pact. With a swift motion, the void mantis struck down, severing the knight's head from his body. Since the deed was done, it was to be executed thoroughly. Gazing at the 3 lifeless bodies before him, Li Yao narrowed his eyes. The Yuan family, was it? If memory serves me right, the A-class barrier master from the academy in the woods is the second son of the Yuan family. I have not wronged them. Why would they send someone to kill me? Could it indeed be as I suspected? For profit? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Li Yao decided to set aside the matter. With blades held against his throat, the reasoning behind it had become inconsequential. What mattered was that a grudge had been formed. He would seek vengeance when the opportunity arose. The Yuan family, as the foremost clan in Jiangzhou, controls dozens of potion shops, large and small. While their practitioners may not match the strength of the Silver Wolf Guild, they undoubtedly overshadow it in financial capability. Currently, seeking revenge was still premature for Li Yao. He needed to devise a long-term plan. At that moment, the Void Mantis approached, its claws grasping a multitude of items. Upon the death of a practitioner, the equipment worn can be stripped and reused. Li Yao glanced casually at the loot. They were all around level 20, black iron and bronze tier equipment, with not a single piece of silver gear among them. Moreover, the 3 upper garments had their durability reduced to 0 due to the Void Mantis's assault. Worthless trinkets. Li Yao scoffed. Due to his level, he was unable to equip them yet. Nonetheless, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. They could be sold. After collecting the equipment into his storage ring, Li Yao proceeded toward the encampment. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Li Yao and the Void Mantis embarked once again on their path of slaughter. After approximately 2 hours, a notification echoed in his mind. Defeated Ruinous Plunderhound. Experience 0. 16. Practical training triggered. Void Mantis Strength 1. A flash of golden light signaled Li Yao's level up to 10. Simultaneously, several system notifications resonated within his mind. Level 10 reached, awarded 10 free attribute points. Puppet population cap increased by 1. Hex prize draw of expression 1. Hedge fund triggered, 10 gold coins. Li Yao silently thought of drawing hex enhancement rune. Congratulations. You have drawn the prismatic tier rune, demonic pact. Oh, another prismatic tier? Li Yao's face lit up with delight as he hastily examined the effects of the demonic pact. Demonic pact. Sacrifice current health points to increase puppet population cap. Can be sacrificed once per job change. Currently available for 1 sacrifice. Sacrifice health points? What is health worth? Sacrifice it to me. Li Yao hesitated not for a moment before choosing to sacrifice. As the chess player, he would suffer no harm as long as the puppets existed. With Li Yao's own combat prowess, if the puppets were gone, additional health would be of little use. The demonic pact began to take effect. Li Yao felt as if he had lost something intangible. He opened his status panel. Name, Li Yao. Profession, celestial chess player. Level, 10. Health, 8,080. Strength, 20. Mental, 10. Agility, 123. Endurance, 25. Free attribute points, 10. Puppet space, 13. Equipment, bloodthirsty pendant, swift boots. Skills, Void Mantis summon, hedge fund, practical training, demonic pact. Talent, hex, bond, armament. Chess player, star ascension, 80 health points. Li Yao was taken aback, having lost a staggering 94 health points. Were it not for the chess player talent, he would have been nothing more than a glass cannon, shattering at the slightest touch. This time, Li Yao refrained from using the free attribute points immediately, as he could still contract 2 more puppets. It would be prudent to wait and observe their types before selectively allocating points. With his level now at 10, Li Yao had achieved the first stage of his goals. Next, he aimed to delve into the Goblin Nest dungeon. If all went as expected, he would spend the next few days leveling up there. Before that, however, Li Yao needed to return to the city to make adequate preparations. Half an hour later, at the border checkpoint, Li Yao dismounted from the Void Mantis, which then melted into the shadows. Presenting his identification, Li Yao stepped into the Star Network exchange. Along the way, he conducted a rough appraisal of the materials and equipment in his possession. The total value fluctuated around 2.3 million dragon coins. Among these, various bronze and black iron tier items comprised the bulk, exceeding 1.8 million dragon coins in value. The remainder accounted for the monetary worth of monster materials. Dividing the items into several batches, he sought out different sales agents to sell everything except for mission-related items. As Li Yao had anticipated, his bank account quickly swelled with an influx of 2.4 million dragon coins. Upon seeing that string of numbers, he momentarily found himself in a daze. The speed at which practitioners could amass wealth was astonishing. After a moment of reflection, Li Yao shook his head. Having hunted numerous monsters, he gained a general understanding of their power levels. Typically, practitioners below A class would need to form a team to hunt monsters of equal level. Moreover, the time spent hunting would not be short, and substantial amounts of potions would be consumed. The final profits would also need to be evenly distributed. Thus, in retrospect, the speed at which practitioners could earn money was not as exaggerated as it seemed. It was merely that his own monster slaying was instantaneous. The rapidity and 0 cost of his kills accounted for such a terrifying earning speed. Subsequently, Li Yao submitted several tasks obtained from the Adventurers Guild, earning another 400,000 dragon coins. Returning to the Star Network, he approached the skill book purchasing counter. At that moment, the place was bustling with many young faces purchasing skill books. The novice dungeon would open for 5 days, and most new practitioners would come here after leveling up for a day in the dungeon to fill in the gaps in their skills. Compared to online purchases, physical stores offered clerks to assist, saving one from many unnecessary detours. Greetings. I seek to purchase a tome of summoner skills. Might you display the available wares? The clerk raised her gaze towards Li Yao, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Li? Yes? Li Yao was surprised that the clerk recognized him. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, the clerk's demeanor transformed into one of warmth. It so happens that there is an item that the president specifically instructed us to hand over to you upon your return from outside the city. My father? What could possibly necessitate such urgency in delivering something to me? Observing Li Yao's reaction, the clerk smiled and handed him a tablet. In that case, please select your skill books, and I shall retrieve the item for you. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to await my return. With that, the clerk hastily made her way to the back room. Li Yao, without further ado, took the tablet and began to browse. His funds were likely sufficient only for B or C grade summoning skill books. However, the tier held little significance for him. By merely expending gold, he could elevate even an E grade summon to SSS level. Therefore, he only needed to find the summons best suited to his needs, one for large area magic and another as a tank or support. After inputting relevant keywords, dozens of B grade skill books appeared before him. Steel Mummy Summon, Giant Hammer Rabbit Summon, Devouring Worm Summon, Stubborn Stone Beast Summon. Why is the Devouring Worm so exorbitantly priced compared to the other B grade skill books? Chapter 14, Void Predator, Devouring Leader, Infinite Evolution. Soon, the clerk approached, holding a black box. As Li Yao prepared to open it, the clerk interjected, Mr. Li, I suggest waiting until there are no onlookers. Very well. Li Yao surmised the contents of the box and stored it within his storage ring. Observing this, the clerk's anxious heart finally relaxed, and she spoke with a smile. Have you selected an appropriate summon? Yes, but why is this one so much more expensive? Li Yao pointed at the Devouring Worm. The clerk paused momentarily, then explained. The Devouring Worm's life value can theoretically grow to that of an A-grade summon. Oh, Li Yao was intrigued. However, I would advise against choosing this one. The clerk tapped on the tablet a few times and presented it to Li Yao. Please take a look. Devouring Worm. Essential skills. Devour. Bite the target. Sacrificing 10 of its own life points to inflict true damage equal to 30 of the target's maximum life. If this damage results in a kill, it permanently increases its own life by 1. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Reading the description, Li Yao felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite being an exceedingly rare infinite growth type, the growth value was rather meager. Even at its maximum potential, it could only increase by 24 life points per day. Likely the reason for the clerk's hesitation. Wait, Li Yao suddenly contemplated. For an ordinary summoner, the Devouring Worm was merely a B-grade summon with limited skill effects. If it underwent star enhancement, might it not increase these values or reduce the cooldown time? B-grade implies considerable room for improvement. The more he pondered, the brighter Li Yao's eyes became. This was the one. Huh. Now it was the clerk's turn to be astonished, thinking perhaps she had not explained clearly enough. Mr. Li, please reconsider. Many summoners had previously raised Devouring Worms, and even with round-the-clock care, they garnered merely over 8,000 life points in a year. The crux of the matter was that aside from life points, the Devouring Worm's other attributes were merely average for a B-grade summon. Ultimately, it would be little more than a meat shield. Selling for 2 million, it was far too dear. If it were anyone else, the clerk would undoubtedly hope for a sale, earning a commission in the process. Yet, this individual was none other than the esteemed heir of the Silver Wolf Guild, a prodigy blessed with awakened talents. The thought of him being dissatisfied with the Devouring Worm and blaming her was a frightful prospect. Rest assured, even if what you say proves true, I shall not hold you accountable, Li Yao reassured her, discerning her concerns. Still, I intend to purchase it. Very well. Li Yao nodded. The clerk swiftly tapped a few more times on the tablet. Before long, a staff member delivered the skill book, Devouring Worm Summon, to Li Yao. With a swipe of his card, Li Yao took the skill book and ascended to the 7th floor of the Starnet trading post. The 3 floors below housed the trading area, while the upper 3 were designated for accommodation. The walls of the rooms were composed of special materials, ensuring that even in the event of an explosion, no sound would permeate to adjacent rooms. Naturally, such luxury came at a steep price. Inside his room, Li Yao placed his hand upon the skill book, which transformed into shimmering starlight, flowing into his being. The attributes of the Devouring Worm materialized on his system panel. Devouring Worm. Level, 10. Tier, B grade. Bond, Combat. Star level, 1 star. Health, 3,300. Strength, 56. Mentality, 49. Agility, 51. Endurance, 66. Skill 1. Devour, bite the target. Sacrificing 10 of its own life points to inflict true damage equal to 30 of the target's maximum life. If this damage results in a kill, it permanently increases its own life by 1. Cooldown time, 1 hour. One could only describe it as unremarkable. Aside from Devour, it possessed no other skills. System upgrade. Previously, he had 5 coins remaining, and with the hedge fund granting him an additional 10 coins, it was more than sufficient for the Devouring Worm star enhancement. Upon completion of the enhancement, Li Yao gazed at the attributes panel of the Devouring Worm. The weight on his heart finally lifted. The name had transformed from Devouring Worm to Void Predator, and an additional bond with the Void had been established. Regrettably, the Void bond required 3 Void entities to be present simultaneously to activate. Void Predator. Level, 10. Tier, A grade. Bond, Combat Void. Star level, 2 stars. Health, 4,450. Strength, 61. Mentality, 55. Agility, 51. Endurance, 89. Skill 1. Evolving Devour, bite the target. sacrificing 10 of its own life points to inflict true damage equal to 35 of the target's maximum life. If this damage results in a kill of a boss-level target, it permanently increases life by a value equal to 10 of the target's life. Cooldown time, 45 minutes. Skill 2, Rupture. Inflicts magical damage equivalent to 5 of the target's maximum health on enemies within the designated area, accompanied by a knockback effect that reduces the agility of the affected target by 60 for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown period of 15 seconds. Perfect. Li Yao was elated. After ascending in rank, the ability to consume the life force of ordinary creatures was abolished, now requiring the consumption of boss-level targets instead. At first glance, this seemed like a debuff. However, boss-level creatures typically boasted extraordinarily high health. Thus, achieving a kill would yield a single life force enhancement equivalent to what could previously take hundreds or thousands of mundane enhancements. Moreover, an additional skill had been acquired. Judging by its description, it was likely a control-oriented ability, transforming the Void Predator from a mere hulking mass of health into a formidable force. Li Yao summoned the Predator. Creatures of the Void family all possessed deep purple skin, he noted as he observed the Predator's form. It stood at about 1 meter tall, equipped with 4 claws and a bipedal, upright insectoid body. Its mandibles bore massive teeth on either side, instilling a sense of dread. Li Yao reached out to touch it. The rigid exoskeleton provided him with a profound sense of security. Next, it was time to explore the box. Li Yao retrieved the black box from his storage ring and placed it on the table. He had an inkling of what it contained, a professional resource subsidy. This was also why he had only purchased a single skill book before returning to his room. The resource subsidy contained an A-grade skill exchange badge, obviating the need to squander money on an additional purchase. Li Yao placed his finger on the black box at a location resembling a fingerprint scanner. Bang! A plume of steam erupted as the black box slowly opened. In the next moment, he was taken aback. What lay inside was an S-grade resource subsidy. Chapter 15, Journey to the Dungeon, Goblin Nest. As the box opened and the vapor dissipated, Li Yao's gaze fell upon the skill badge he had previously acquired, now clearly marked with an S. In addition, there were several vials of shimmering, mysterious potions. So that's it. The puzzle pieces in Li Yao's mind clicked into place. The Yuan family had likely sent someone to ambush him for this very item. Li Yao clutched the S-grade skill badge, unable to resist the urge to toy with it. A-grade skills were already a rare treasure, while S-grade skills were virtually non-existent in the marketplace. Even if they appeared in an auction, they were traded through barter rather than monetary exchange. It is worth noting that even S-grade professionals could only hope to comprehend S-grade skills upon completing advancement tasks every 20 levels. Once comprehended, such skills were regarded as trump cards. With this in mind, Li Yao had no intention of exchanging it for a summoning-type skill book, given his star ascension talent. Even an S-grade summon creature would only cost him a few dozen gold coins. To expend it here would be utterly wasteful. Using the computer in his room, Li Yao accessed the star network. If memory served him correctly, there was a skill that every summoner yearned for, which fell into the S-grade category. He was uncertain, however, whether it was in stock on the star network. Upon opening the search page and entering his keywords, a skill book materialized on the screen. Yes, Li Yao felt a rush of excitement and quickly clicked to exchange. In an instant, the S-grade skill badge gradually vanished, replaced by an ancient, yellowed tome. Li Yao reached out to touch it. Lock. The summoner may designate a single summon creature to connect through a soul lock, allowing the summoner to share all attributes and skills of that summon creature for a duration of 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 6 hours. This skill was perfectly suited to Li Yao's circumstances. Furthermore, the summon creature he connected with could only be one, the Void Mantis. The ability to infinitely enhance its strength attribute, combined with the Chessmaster talent, created an undeniably powerful synergy. With a duration of 20 minutes, it was more than sufficient. Once attribute sharing commenced, if he could not defeat his foes within that time frame, Li Yao would need to seriously contemplate how to make his escape. This S-grade skill was, without a doubt, on par with the legendary double S skills for Li Yao. Having mastered the skill, Li Yao's gaze shifted to the remaining vials of potions. Anything that could share space with an S-grade skill was certainly not of trivial nature. At the bottom of the box was a list detailing the potion's effects: S-grade, 4-dimensional potions. At last, Li Yao understood just how generous the Dragon Kingdom was towards prodigies. 4-dimensional potions could be consumed once every 20 levels and were known to possess a maximum rating of S, capable of permanently enhancing the corresponding attributes. It's important to note that every 20 levels, professionals undergo an advancement task, which must be completed individually to continue leveling up. The completion rate of this task determines their future growth potential. Thus, every professional would strive to maximize their immediate combat power during each period. The 4-dimensional potions undoubtedly represented the most direct means of enhancing combat strength, effectively granting an advantage in attributes over others. As a summoner, strength was the least useful attribute for Li Yao. Hence, there was no strength potion among the 4-dimensional offerings. Instead, he received 1 vial for each of the remaining 3 attributes. Each vial provided a 20-point enhancement, equivalent to a 2-level increase for a professional. Such items, akin to S-grade skill books, would never appear on the market and the majority of ordinary professionals would never even qualify to encounter such divine objects in their lifetimes. Li Yao consumed all 3 vials. The taste was reminiscent of a bitter cough syrup, both acrid and astringent. The effects of the 4-dimensional potions were not instantaneous. They required several hours for the body to digest, during which he might experience weakness, dizziness, and discomfort. Li Yao simply lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. As long as I fall asleep quickly, the suffering won't catch up to me. As night fell, Li Yao rose from his bed, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, and nodded in satisfaction. Once again, he ventured out of the city, with his sights set firmly on the Goblin Nest dungeon. Li Yao mounted the back of the Void Mantis and sped off in a determined direction. Soon, a massive vortex materialized before him. At the same time, a cacophony of sounds assaulted his ears, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The Molten Fire Guild, recruiting for a party, normal difficulty, level 15 and above magic output classes. C grade or higher, professional speedrunning teams, guaranteed no mishaps. Normal difficulty, looking for healers to speed through. What? You're only level 7. Why are you here instead of properly refreshing your dungeon? Get lost. What? 200,000 dragon coins? Please, come on in. The Silver Wolf Guild seeks 2 level 17 B-grade output classes to tackle the hard difficulty. Loot will be distributed according to contribution. The Yuan family's hunting team, adorned with several pieces of level 15 silver equipment, cordially invites tanks of level 17 with endurance attributes exceeding 200 to tackle the master difficulty. Those interested in joining as damage dealers may negotiate their remuneration. The Goblin Nest, located on the border of Jiang'o, is a crucial pathway for all adventurers seeking to level up. Since its inception, it has been perpetually bustling with activity. Li Yao approached the swirling vortex, and as he gazed upon the scene before him, it felt as though he had been transported back to his past life spent playing online games. Young master. Amidst the crowd, someone noticed Li Yao and called out to him. He glanced over, nodded slightly, and refrained from saying more. As the largest adventurers guild in Jiangzhou, the Silver Wolf Guild naturally had dedicated teams managing dungeons such as the Goblin Nest. Not only the Silver Wolf Guild, but he could also see figures from the Yuan family and the Qin family. At that moment, a party emerged from the hidden realm, their equipment severely damaged. Each member looking disheveled. That's the Qin family's team, isn't it? It appears they have once again suffered a defeat and were forced to use a dungeon escape scroll. A single escape scroll costs 1 million dragon coins. For 5 people, that's 5 million. Add to that the wear and tear on high-quality equipment. Was it truly necessary to challenge the master difficulty at such a cost? Necessary or not, the final boss at master difficulty is the Goblin General. If they manage to defeat it, they might just acquire a golden artifact. A golden artifact? With the Qin family's financial resources, purchasing one shouldn't pose much difficulty. Ah, but you are unaware, look over there. It's the second miss of the Qin family, Qin Yu, an A-class profession thunderwalker. Currently, the entire focus of the Qin family is on her. Furthermore, even in the absence of a golden artifact, the general's exclusive drop, the general's heart, is an essential material for crafting golden-grade equipment, specifically the general's ring. Indeed, it's not just the Qin family. The Yuan family and the Silver Wolf Guild are also preparing to take on the master difficulty. The heirs of these 3 families are the most exceptional talents in Jiang'o. Should any one of them obtain the general's ring, it would be a devastating blow to the others. How could they not strive for it? As Li Yao listened to their discourse, it became evident that the task he had accepted was likely one issued by the Qin or Yuan family. A sum of 14 million dragon coins was indeed a considerable amount. At that moment, a melodious voice called out, Li Yao? A girl clad in a fluffy sky-blue robe, her cheeks flushed, dashed towards him. Chapter 16. The Nightmare Difficulty Unleashes. Qin Yu stood before him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked him up and down. Although Li Yao recognized the girl, their paths had diverged in different schools, and they were not acquainted. Miss. Seeing Qin Yu suddenly run off, several adventurers promptly followed her side. Qin Yu paid them no heed and continued to gaze at Li Yao. I heard you awakened a talent. Is that true? The girl regarded him with the fascination of someone who had encountered something extraordinary. Regarding his talent, his father had already ensured its public acknowledgement. Otherwise, he would not have received the S-grade resource grant. Yes, Li Yao affirmed, nodding without reservation. Is there something you need, Miss Qin? Instead of addressing his inquiry, Qin Yu seemed astonished and asked, could you share the nature of your talent with me? I've never seen anyone awaken a talent before. Upon hearing this, Li Yao raised an eyebrow. The adventurers behind Qin Yu suddenly turned pale. They hastily interjected, young Master Li, the miss does not mean any offense. She is merely curious. Simultaneously, one of them tugged at Qin Yu's arm, whispering, Miss, quickly apologized to young Master Li. Realizing the gravity of her words, Qin Yu looked at Li Yao with a remorseful expression. Li Yao, I'm sorry, I won't ask again. No matter, Li Yao replied. Regardless of whether her inquiry was innocent or otherwise, he remained indifferent. The Qin family had a cordial relationship with the Silver Wolf Guild, and he would not allow such a trivial matter to anger him, provided she did not provoke him further. Oh, you came here to clear a dungeon. We cannot handle the master difficulty, so we plan to tackle the hard difficulty next. Would you like to join us? The dungeon is quite challenging. and you certainly cannot manage it alone. In a gesture of goodwill, Qinyu extended her invitation. Li Yao did not respond immediately. Glancing at Qinyu and then at the guardians behind her, the middle-aged adventurer promptly spoke, "If young Master Li wishes to join us, we can handle the hard difficulty. We hope you can overlook the Miss.'s earlier indiscretion." Clearly, they had misinterpreted his intentions. "Did you just conquer the Master difficulty dungeon? Would you be so kind as to share the attributes of the boss?" Li Yao inquired, eager to engage in higher-level challenges. However, with each escape scroll costing 1 million dragon coins, failing would be a needless waste. Additionally, dungeons had entry cooldowns, and wasting one would mean missing out on experience. Understanding the difficulty of the Master difficulty dungeon would allow him to gauge the challenges that followed. The middle-aged adventurer hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. Of course, the details of the Master difficulty are not a secret. Young Master Li could find them on the StarNet as well. He proceeded to relay the boss's attributes and even clarified the skill values in detail. Li Yao felt well informed. Young Master Li intends for the guild members to escort you inside, but do exercise caution regarding the boss's cross-sword chi slash. The middle-aged adventurer displayed his shield, which had been cleaved in two, with a wry smile. "We fell victim to that very skill." Li Yao nodded and then made his way toward the vortex. As he approached, the system prompted an alert. Current dungeon, Goblin Nest. Dungeon restrictions, level 7 to 17, 15 players. Please select difficulty, normal, hard, master, nightmare, hell. Nightmare difficulty requires completion of the nightmare difficulty with an S score or above to unlock. Nightmare. Li Yao's figure vanished into the swirling vortex. Simultaneously, the vast dungeon vortex transformed into a dark crimson hue, causing several nearby adventurers to recoil in fright. Dark crimson. What is happening? Does the Goblin Nest even have this level of difficulty? Nearly all the adventurers present noticed the change in the vortex, their brows furrowed in confusion, rendered speechless. Dark crimson. How many years had it been since Jiangzhou had witnessed such a phenomenon? The dark crimson hue signified that a challenger had chosen the nightmare difficulty. The Goblin Nest had existed for nearly 20 years, during which countless challengers had attempted it, yet none had succeeded. Which elite team from a major city was here to challenge it once more? It seems that is not the case, if I am not mistaken. Only one person entered just now. One person. The crowd gasped in astonishment, swiftly losing interest thereafter. One individual daring to challenge the nightmare level difficulty. They could fathom no explanation beyond mere showmanship. On the side of the Silver Wolf Guild, it was indeed the young master who ventured into the dungeon, wasn't it? It should be. Could it be he entered the wrong one? Alas, yet another escape scroll wasted. The young master had previously squandered a considerable amount of resources due to his infatuation with women, and now, having finally awakened his talent, he is once again squandering it instead of diligently leveling up. Who could blame him, being the son of the guild leader? You and I are here, after all, to help him obtain the general's heart, aren't we? How can the disparity between people be so vast? Damn. In the Yuan family's hunting team, a young man surrounded by several young female professionals gazed at the spot where Li Yao had vanished beneath the whirlpool. Is that the summoner who snatched my S-level resources? A level 17 female professional, clad in exquisite gear, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression turned icy. Then why is he still alive? No. Slap. The young man struck the female professional across the face. Useless. Hurry and recruit more people. If I don't reach level 8 today, no one gets to rest. On another front, Miss, shall we tackle the hard dungeon? A middle-aged professional inquired from behind Qinyu. Uncle Wu, shall we not take another look? Qinyu replied. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she stared at the whirlpool. Although somewhat tongue-tied, she is by no means foolish. When Li Yao left, he inquired about the difficulty of the master-level dungeon. Now, he has directly entered a nightmare-level dungeon? Unless one is mentally deficient, he must possess some confidence. Li Yao does not appear to be one lacking in judgment, she thought as Uncle Wu sighed in resignation. Soloing a nightmare-level difficulty. Even if Li Yao were to attempt it, it would be impossible for the true geniuses of the imperial city to achieve such a feat. However, once the young Mrs. Curiosity is piqued, not even the head of the family can dissuade her. Uncle Wu had no choice but to say, Miss, aren't we aiming for level 8 today? We still need to clear a hard dungeon to level up. Otherwise, let us tackle that first. And we can check on young Master Li later. All right. Qinyu understood the gravity of the situation, nodded, and followed Uncle Wu and the others back into the dungeon. Within the secret realm, Li Yao descended upon a hilly area. Beneath him lay a dense jungle, home to countless goblin tribes. The most conspicuous was a pyramid-like structure at the center of the realm, adorned with numerous battle flags and surrounded by countless patrolling goblin soldiers. After a cursory estimation, there appeared to be no fewer than 300 patrolling goblins alone, not to mention several large tribes constructed around the pyramid. It was no wonder a team was necessary. Relying solely on one person's strength to traverse the entire secret realm was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Thankfully, the Void Mantis had comprehended area damage. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to slay these creatures one by one. With this thought, a smile crept across Li Yao's lips. These unsightly goblins appeared almost endearing in his eyes. How could they be mere goblins? They were clearly the capital for his purchased summoner skill book. Chapter 17. High Risk, High Reward. Before acquiring the S-level resource subsidy, Li Yao intended to exchange the skill badges within for summoner skill books. However, upon discovering they were S-level skills, he immediately hesitated. Currently at the border, he had no opportunity to procure funds from home, leaving him with an empty space in his game inventory. Now, he needn't worry. Li Yao gazed at the throngs of goblin creatures below. Once the hunt concluded, he could take advantage of the dungeon's cooldown period to purchase a skill book. If the opportunity arose, he even wished to explore the hellish difficulty. He had heard that completing the hellish difficulty for the first time would yield additional rewards. He wondered if that was indeed true. Li Yao cast identification spells at two differently shaped goblins in the distance. Goblin Warrior, level 15, health, 7,300, strength, 172, mentality, 49, agility, 104, stamina, 146, skills, Goblin Charge LV4, Heavy Strike LV2, Elemental Resistance LV1. Goblin Priest, level 16, health, 4,650, strength, 51, mentality, 181, agility, 88, stamina, 93, skills, Fireball Chan LV4, Ice and Snow Ritual LV2, Inspire LV4, Summon LV1. Indeed, this is a nightmare dungeon. Even the gatekeeper monsters have reached elite status. The classification of monsters is as follows: ordinary, unranked, elite, enhanced elite, mutated, boss, and lord. The attributes of elite monsters are significantly superior to those of ordinary ones. With more potent skills, a level 15 knight class, even with full stamina points, would barely reach 160 stamina. Yet this creature, known as the Goblin Warrior, possesses two attributes that meet that value. This is merely the strength of a single monster. It is crucial to note that goblins excel in group combat. Li Yao surveyed the scene, observing that most goblin creatures appeared in small teams, 4 warriors and 2 priests. With such strength, a typical party of professionals would likely struggle to even overcome the gatekeeper monsters, let alone those goblins situated within the pyramid's vicinity. Nightmare-level difficulty truly is terrifying. Of course, this attribute pales in comparison to that of the Void Mantis. Moreover, the current Void Mantis does not engage in solitary combat as it once did. Li Yao leaped down the hill. The Goblin Nest dungeon had officially commenced. Almost instantaneously upon touching the ground, he attracted the ire of a squad of goblins. 4 warriors roared with excitement and charged furiously towards him. Observing this, the Void Mantis, concealed behind Li Yao, unleashed a void stab, enveloping the 4 goblin warriors in a flurry of spikes. A cacophony of peculiar screams erupted. 4 damage numbers floated above the goblins' heads. 1842, 1631, 1774, 1822. Now, with the Void Mantis's strength exceeding 800, even though the goblin warriors possess high stamina, substantial damage was still inflicted. And it was not over. The ground beneath the 4 goblins suddenly began to crack. Countless spikes erupted forth. The damage inflicted by the Void Predator was not particularly impressive. Yet its role was solely that of a tank. This ability to rupture served primarily to control and decelerate foes. As Li Yao anticipated, under this intricate skill set, the goblin warriors, despite their immense fury, found their strides reduced to a crawl before the 2 formidable pieces on the board. During this interval, the Void Predator swiftly distanced itself from the melee. Meanwhile, the Void Mantis, capitalizing on its speed advantage, continuously maneuvered around the 4 monstrous foes. In a swift moment, a Taste of Fear spell extinguished the life of a goblin warrior. However, before Li Yao could peruse the kill panel, 2 fireballs hurtled towards the Void Mantis. The benefits of Li Yao's investment in agility attributes manifested at this juncture. The Void Mantis merely shifted its body to evade the 2 fiery projectiles. Vanishing from sight at Li Yao's command, the Void Mantis became invisible. The goblin priests, slower than the warriors, finally arrived just in time to witness the Void Mantis's disappearance, instantly redirecting their ire towards Li Yao and the Void Predator. Possessing remarkable intelligence, they honed in on Li Yao, disregarding the Void Predator entirely. This was precisely as Li Yao had hoped. Observing the scene, a cold smirk crept across his face. The Void Predator, akin to a fledgling, had yet to consume any beings and was ill-equipped to handle the rigors of combat. The fact that the adversaries had set their sights on him was advantageous. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yao advanced boldly. The 4 goblin warriors surged forward, launching their assault upon Li Yao. Yet, in the following instant, bewilderment painted their faces. The 2 goblin priests, witnessing this, chattered and screeched incessantly until the focus of the 4 warriors finally shifted to the Void Predator. Had they realized? Li Yao was somewhat astonished by the actions of these dungeon monsters. He had not expected their intelligence to be so pronounced. Alas, it was too late for them to comprehend. With a chilling smile, Li Yao noted the Void Mantis materializing behind one of the priests. A strike from the shadows. A taste of fear, followed by a rapid succession of blows, rained down upon the priest. The priest's health of over 4,000 points was obliterated in an instant. Without pausing for breath, the Void Mantis lunged towards the next priest, unleashing a torrent of attacks. The goblin warriors attempted to retaliate, but were ensnared in the sudden eruption of spikes, helplessly watching as the goblin priest met its untimely end. With 2 ranged foes dispatched, The remaining 4 goblins were rendered mere playthings. The void mantis flitted like a wraith, flickering in and out of visibility, and within 30 seconds, all were harvested. Goblin priest killed, experience 14. Combat training triggered, void mantis, strength 1. Goblin priest killed, experience 14. Combat training triggered, void mantis, strength 1. Goblin warrior killed, experience 12. Combat training triggered, void mantis, strength 1. Gazing at the system panel, Li Yao felt a surge of joy. High-intensity monsters indeed corresponded to substantial experience points. Furthermore, 2 pieces of equipment lay quietly upon the ground. These were level 15 bronze items, superior in quality to standard bronze gear due to their dungeon origin, each valued at approximately 15,000. Although Li Yao had no immediate use for them, he stowed them away in his storage ring. The experience and rewards were exponentially greater than those encountered outside. After dispatching 6 goblins in roughly a minute, he garnered nearly 8 experience points. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Li Yao felt assured he had found the right place and promptly set his sights on the next group of goblins. Time flew by. Upon exiting the goblin enclave, he realized the denizens within had been thoroughly purged. Level 11. In less than an hour, Li Yao had nearly ascended 1.5 levels. Within this tribe, there were approximately 30 squads of goblins. Due to their close proximity, Li Yao was cautious not to inadvertently attract the ire of other teams while drawing in the goblins. Thus, he dedicated considerable time to this endeavor. Fortunately, the results were favorable. Even after reaching level 11, with the experience required for leveling significantly increased, he still managed to achieve a staggering 32 points. Just then, as he prepared to venture to the next tribe, an eerie roar echoed through the air. Before Li Yao stood a goblin of extraordinary size, wielding a massive sword. Chapter 18. The leader-class creature, Goblin Chief. Its fierce blood-red eyes and enormous tusks, coupled with a hunched form that reached nearly 3 meters in height, conveyed a formidable presence, with a sword taller than Li Yao himself. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. Li Yao recognized this creature from his high school textbooks, the Goblin Chief, the final boss of a challenging dungeon. Casting an identification spell revealed nothing but a string of question marks. The spell could identify creatures within 5 levels of his own, meaning this monster's level exceeded 16. The textbooks had clearly stated that the Goblin Chief was a level 15 boss creature. Li Yao's heart raced. It seemed even boss monsters had been enhanced in this nightmarish dungeon. With a whispered command, the Void Mantis, concealed in the shadows, sprang into action. 3,201. 5,321. 2041. A flurry of attacks, comprising Shadow Break, Taste of Fear, and Void Lunge, struck the chief. Having vanquished the goblins in the tribe, the Void Mantis's power had soared to 960. Such strength was more than sufficient to withstand even a nightmare-class boss, bolstering Li Yao's confidence in confronting this challenge. With a pained howl, the Goblin Chief lifted its great sword to strike the Void Mantis. Yet, in the next instant, the Void Mantis vanished entirely. The Goblin Chief, possessing considerable intelligence, hesitated only a moment before redirecting its focus toward Li Yao. A terrifying sense of pressure enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the chief had materialized before Li Yao, the heavy sword descending upon him. Though he knew he would not be harmed, the chilling intensity of the strike sent shivers down his spine. Boom. The ground beneath Li Yao was cratered by the blow. Observing Li Yao unscathed, the chief seemed disbelieving, unleashing a flurry of savage sword strikes. At that moment, the Void Mantis had stealthily approached. 6,921. 10,891. Due to the Commander's complete focus on Li Yao, the Void Mantis suffered 2 critical attacks. The sharp claws inflicted 2 deep wounds, exposing bone at the Commander's chest and left shoulder. Li Yao glanced at the health bar above the opponent's head, estimating the Commander's health to be around 60,000. Such figures transcended mere terror. For an ordinary adventurer at level 15, a strength cap of 200 is already extraordinary, considering the Commander's own defenses. Whether this strength could breach them was another matter entirely. With 60,000 health, the commander would require over half an hour of uninterrupted offensive to be felled. Dodge. Li Yao commanded sharply. The Void Mantis narrowly evaded a strike from the commander. With the stealth skill still on cooldown, it had no choice but to endure. However, the commander's next strike followed swiftly, poised to cleave the Void Mantis in 2. Predator. Li Yao shouted with fervor. The silhouette of the predator interposed itself between the Void Mantis and the commander, absorbing the blow with unwavering resolve. Its strength was likely over 400, without utilizing skills. The predator could withstand a few moments more. Li Yao's mind raced. Yet in the next heartbeat, a luminous/manifested, directly striking the predator. The damage was staggering. The predator's health, barely at 4,000, was reduced to a mere third with just those 2 strikes. The entire insectoid body was sent flying, crashing against a distant tree, appearing somewhat battered. Nevertheless, there was no trace of concern on Li Yao's face. Everything unfolded as anticipated. He quickly issued commands. Use shatter. The ground split apart, and countless colossal stones soared into the sky. While the damage was negligible, the deceleration effect was remarkably pronounced. The slow effect persisted for 5 seconds. Ample time for the Void Mantis and the commander to create distance until the stealth cooldown concluded. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The Void Mantis claws left multiple marks upon the commander. In a state of deceleration, the commander could not land a single hit on the Void Mantis. As the slow effect waned, the Void Mantis promptly vanished into the shadows once more. This time, it did not wait. The commander, riddled with countless wounds, swung a desperate strike. Indeed, reality was not a game. The power exerted in a near-death state paled in comparison to that of peak condition, rendering even skills beyond reach. Li Yao regarded the pitiful commander with an impassive expression. Predator, it is your turn to strike. The Void Predator had long been waiting at the side. Its massive mandibles sank into the commander's body. The evolutionary Devour skill inflicted 35 points of true damage, bypassing all defensive attributes. Soon, with the sound of flesh being chewed, the Void Predator visibly grew in size. A golden treasure chest materialized before Li Yao. Defeated a boss-level creature, Goblin Commander, earning 61 experience. Void Predator completed Evolutionary Devour, gaining a maximum health of 6,600. Received a unique drop for the first kill, the Edgeless Greatsword. Was there truly a first kill drop? Li Yao was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that previous parties tackling nightmares had not even managed to slay the minor bosses at the onset of the dungeon. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. With 60,000 health, over 400 strength, and commendable combat intelligence, Li Yao could scarcely fathom a 5-person team capable of vanquishing such a fiend. Perhaps a party composed of 5 S-rank adventurers might stand a chance at extermination? Setting aside his flights of fancy, Li Yao settled onto the ground to tally his spoils. The Edgeless Greatsword, clearly a weapon for warriors, was of no use to him, but could be exchanged for skill tomes. He stored the Edgeless Greatsword in his storage ring. Unless in dire need of funds, no one would sell golden tier equipment for currency. Most would barter for items they could utilize. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the golden glimmering treasure chest. Rubbing his hands, he opened it without hesitation. A radiant light flickered. 2 items emerged, a piece of armor and a tome. Goblin-esque Courage Proven. Quality, gold. Equipment requirement, level 15, strength 150, endurance 80. Equipment attribute 1, endurance 55. Strength 20. Equipment attribute 2, courage, increases the wearer's strength by 30 for 30 seconds, cooldown time of 60 minutes. Equipment attribute 3, heavy, reduces damage taken by the wearer by 50. Durability, 175,175. Sword charge. Quality, A. Skill requirement, level 10, wielding a sword-type weapon. Skill description, charges at any target within a 30-meter range, inflicting 170 physical damage, with an agility boost of 800 during the charge, cooldown time of 20 seconds. Upon reading the descriptions of the 2 items, Li Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I struck gold. Chapter 19. Unlocking the Chains, Unleashing Carnage. The A-level skill was of no use to Li Yao. He stored it in his ring for future bartering. However, the piece of armor, named the Courage Proven, undeniably thrilled him. The percentage attribute boost was exceptionally powerful, growing increasingly formidable in the later stages, a rarity indeed. As a summoner, strength was the least useful attribute for Li Yao. Yet, he must not forget that he possessed the Chain's skill, allowing him to temporarily share the attributes of the Void Mantis. Given that the Void Mantis' strength was already astonishingly high due to practical training, augmenting it by an additional 30 would yield a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. However, the stringent wearing requirements for this equipment clearly indicated it was intended for a rampaging warrior focused on strength. Whether the attributes activated by the skill would count remained uncertain. Li Yao murmured softly. If it proved unfeasible, he would need to allocate attribute points to strength to don this gear, a rather unwise exchange. I'll know once I reach level 15. Li Yao put aside his musings. As the first nightmare-level boss to be slain, the Goblin Commander had already provided him with immense rewards. Should all else fail, he could still sell it for a staggering price. In the time that followed, Li Yao continued with fervor, methodically clearing the remaining goblin tribes. Due to the Void Predator consuming the leader, it has acquired a substantial increase in health capacity, enabling it to withstand the goblins' assaults. Thus, Li Yao need not engage in luring monsters. With reckless abandon, he wreaks havoc, clearing them at a pace that far surpasses his previous encounters with the first tribe. The goblins from the 3 tribes not only drop a plethora of bronze and black iron equipment, but also elevate Li Yao's experience directly to level 1357. This all transpires within a mere 2 hours. Had he still been in the wilderness, such an expeditious rate of advancement would have been beyond his wildest dreams. The only lament is that Li Yao has not encountered any goblin leaders among the other 3 tribes. There should be another leader lurking, but there is no urgency. Glancing at the distant pyramid structure, a grave expression crosses his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he strides toward it. Along the way, an overwhelming stench assaults his senses, prompting Li Yao to cover his nose. However, apart from the numerous human corpses strewn about, he finds no goblins. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, the health of the Void Mantis and Predator returns to optimal levels. The surrounding dense forest begins to thin out, and the foul odor intensifies to an almost unbearable degree. At the forest's edge lies an open space roughly the size of a football field, teeming with goblins clad in armor and wielding long spears, patrolling the area. Behind them, a goblin crowned and draped in a blood-red cloak sits regally upon a throne at the base of the pyramid. Its blood-red eyes are already fixed upon Li Yao. Goblin Vanguard, level 18. Health, 16, 250. Strength, 321. Spirit, 118. Agility, 274. Stamina, 325. Skills, Goblin Charge LV5, Breakthrough LV3, Elemental Resistance LV5, Thick Skin LV5. Goblin King. Li Yao regards the scene before him, his brow furrowing slightly. It presents a challenge, albeit not an insurmountable one. The Goblin King has noticed him, yet has not yet initiated an attack. Clearly, the boss mechanism has yet to be triggered. For now, he must contend only with the swarm of Goblin Vanguards. Their exaggerated attributes, aside from their health, are not significantly weaker than that of the leader. Most crucially, the distance between them indicates that should he attack even one, all the Vanguards would swarm him instantaneously. It is utterly unrealistic to attempt to lure them out individually. Thus, he decides to test his own might. Li Yao cracks his fingers, unabashedly releasing his aura, and steps forward toward the group of Goblin Vanguards, while simultaneously instructing the Void Predator to remain in place. Screeching. The Goblin Vanguards, catching the scent of human flesh, emit a piercing screech and leap toward Li Yao, as if fearing that a moment's delay would deprive them of a meal. The Void Mantis and I have been mistaken for food, Li Yao chuckles, glancing at his companion. Though the Void Mantis possesses considerable intelligence, it cannot speak, and can only express its indignation through the flailing of its claws. Lock. The summoner can designate a summoned beast to connect with a soul lock, allowing the summoner to share all attributes and skills of the summoned creature for a duration of 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Designating the Void Mantis. Designation successful. Activate. In the next instant, an inexplicable surge of formidable power envelopes Li Yao's limbs and bones. The sudden influx of strength momentarily overwhelms him, and as he takes a step forward, the hard ground shatters beneath him with a resounding crack. Yet, just a few seconds later, this power feels as if it were inherently his, devoid of any awkwardness. A smile creeps across Li Yao's face. Indeed, it is a skill coveted by all summoners. In the next moment, Li Yao stomps down and launches himself toward the multitude of Goblin Vanguards. As he approaches, he utilizes Void Assault to slip into the void, then delivers a powerful punch to one of the Vanguards. There is no need to hide from attacks. A single strike from the shadows grants him a damage bonus. 5,017. But he is not finished. Transforming his punch into a grasp, Li Yao seizes a Vanguard by the neck, the overwhelming disparity in strength allowing him to hurl the goblin behind him. Isolation triggers. Taste fear. Li Yao activates a skill, without needing to mimic the Void Mantis's movements. Runes surge forth from his hands, and the ethereal image of the Void Mantis manifests behind him, its claws crossing in a lethal strike. 11,532. Kill Goblin Vanguard. Experience 07. Combat training triggered. Void Mantis, Strength 1. With a single blow, the Goblin Vanguard bursts into a mist of blood. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Li Yao howls joyfully at the sky. The experience of witnessing others slay foes pales in comparison to the exhilaration of doing so himself. Moreover, after connecting with the Void Mantis through the lock, his own kills count toward the Mantis's experience as well. A delightful surprise. With no further concerns, Li Yao dives headfirst into the fray of monsters. Behind him, the Void Mantis also holds its own. With Li Yao, an invincible ally, at its side, it attacks with far less hesitation. Each time it emerges from invisibility, Li Yao is there to intercept all foes. Thus, the duo charges into the heart of the monsters, as if unleashed from chains, moving through the chaos as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Dark green blood rains down like a torrential storm, drenching the ground. Li Yao becomes increasingly absorbed in the fight, and the number of Goblin Vanguards dwindles. Kill Goblin Vanguard. Experience 07. Combat training triggered. Void Mantis, Strength 1. Level 14 achieved. Awarded 10 free attribute points. Upon leveling up, Li Yao pauses, observing the few remaining Goblin Vanguards scattered around. He leaves the rest to the Void Mantis. His gaze fixes upon the Goblin King seated upon the throne. Covered in dark green blood, it adds an air of menace to Li Yao's demeanor. The Goblin King slowly rises, locking eyes with Li Yao with a gaze that is twistedly malevolent. Remaining time of lock, 359. Chapter 20. The final boss, Summoner vs. Summoner? Li Yao is now at level 14. Still, he cannot discern the attributes of his opponent through appraisal. This indicates that the Goblin King's level is at least above 20. Regardless of whether they belong to the human race or the monstrous kind, every 20 levels, an individual undergoes a metamorphosis, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their power. However, there is a silver lining. The adversary wields a staff, indicating they are likely a magic-based creature. Mastery over sorcery implies high attack power with diminished vitality. With the benefit of the chess player's innate talent, he remains undaunted, no matter how formidable the opponent's offensive capabilities may be. Yet, time remains of the essence. Li Yao vanishes from his original location. The Goblin King, with an impassive expression, raises his staff. In an instant, a colossal boulder materializes from thin air, crashing down at Li Yao's previous position. Li Yao does not evade. The boulder has no discernible effect on his movements as he leaps forward to confront the Goblin King, delivering a powerful punch while simultaneously manifesting runes. The Goblin King reacts swiftly, a golden aura enveloping his body. Li Yao's twin strikes collide against the shimmering barrier, which warps momentarily but shows no signs of shattering. After numerous slaughters, the Void Mantis has surpassed the threshold of 1,400 in power attributes. Such damage is not what Li Yao anticipated. However, the 9,000 damage dealt far exceeds the Goblin King's expectations. In a flurry of panic, he swings his staff repeatedly, summoning 4 formations around him. Li Yao pays them no heed, adhering closely to the Goblin King like a persistent leech, continuously unleashing blows. Without skill enhancements, Li Yao's attacks fail to breach the barrier's defenses. Nevertheless, he is aware that even the strongest defensive skills have their limits. True to his understanding, within 10 seconds, the barrier dissipates under the Goblin King's horrified gaze. At that moment, from the 4 formations, 4 colossal figures begin to rise. Oh, a summoner? Li Yao is momentarily taken aback, yet his actions remain unceasing. His fists rain down upon the adversary. A faint smile begins to tug at the corners of Li Yao's mouth. The opponent is a summoner, which likely means they will yield summoner's equipment. He has long coveted the spoils from the previous goblin leader. With anguished cries escaping the Goblin King, the 4 massive figures emerge beside Li Yao. He casually casts an identification spell while continuing to pummel the Goblin King. The Goblin General's attributes are significantly higher than those spoken of by the profession from the Qin family, and there are 4 of them. However, this proves inconsequential. With the summoner's demise, the summoned creatures are destined to perish. At this moment, Li Yao harbors but one thought. Either I shall vanquish you, or when the shackles expire, you shall slay me. As the Goblin King, a summoner, possesses numerous methods for countering close-range foes, these tactics prove utterly ineffective against Li Yao. Realizing their assaults have no impact, the 4 Goblin Generals attempt to separate him from their king. They remain blissfully unaware of the true nature of their opponent. With 1,400 in strength, Li Yao acts with impunity. No matter their attempts to tug him away, he relentlessly continues to strike the king with powerful punches. Nevertheless, these creatures are somewhat bothersome, not allowing him to savor the effects of instilling fear. Predator shatter. Boom. Debris flies as Li Yao seizes the Goblin King by the face, hurling him into the distance. He swiftly pursues, leaving the slowed generals far behind. Meanwhile, the Void Mantis has dispatched the remaining elite soldiers, arriving at the Goblin King's landing point. The combo flows seamlessly. Suspended in midair, the Goblin King finds no opportunity to evade. 3 attacks, 3 critical strikes. Its health visibly diminishes. What terrifies it further is the Void Mantis's claws, deeply embedded in its shoulders. The face of the human it despises and fears looms larger in its vision. Stay still. 2 heavy strikes land solidly on the Goblin King's head. The earth trembles, and the Goblin King sinks into the ground, immobilized. Behind him, the urgent footsteps of the generals approach. Li Yao abruptly turns. A visage smeared with the king's blood meets the eyes of the generals, causing their bodies to freeze in place. Li Yao's expression remains stoic as he coldly declares, "Predator." As the remaining time on the shackles dwindles, the system announces, "Congratulations, player Li Yao, for being the first to conquer the nightmare level solo." With a comprehensive rating of SSS, the Goblin Nest's hellish difficulty is now officially unlocked. As the pioneer of this hellish challenge, you shall receive a reward from the heavens. Will you conceal your identity? Li Yao's gaze sharpens as he stares at the looming doorway. At merely level 14, he knows he cannot yet contend with the source of that overwhelming aura. He resolves to first tackle the nightmare level, reach level 20, and then consider a second-class advancement. Just as he intends to collect the spoils dropped by the Goblin elite soldiers, the system's voice reverberates once more. Will you conceal your identity? Conceal my identity? Is that even a question? Certainly not hidden. Chapter 21. When did I ever say I would give her the resources? Meanwhile, beneath the swirling depths of the Goblin Nest dungeon, a throng of people gathered around a team that had just emerged. Wow, is Yu Wenhao truly an A-grade profession? Not only did he conquer the Goblin Nest at the master level, but he also shattered a long-standing completion time record. I must say, the signs of those prominent families are indeed formidable. I recall when the Silver Wolf Guild completed the dungeon. They had 5 A-grade professionals, right? Indeed. Yu Wenhao's team includes a B-grade priest, the Traveler. Who would have thought that this could lead to a successful clearance? Yu Wenhao is a boundary master, not to be regarded as an ordinary A-grade profession. Let us not forget that Yu Wenhao entered the dungeon at merely level 7. If he lacked strength, how could the other 4 professionals possibly escort a liability through a master-level dungeon? Thus, it seems that the boundary master profession is truly worthy of comparison to S-grade. How enviable. The crowd was indeed surrounding Yu Wenhao and his companions, who had just cleared the master-level Goblin Nest. Yu Wenhao, clad in tattered gear and appearing somewhat disheveled, was unable to suppress the joyful smile on his face. Finally, it is done. He had emerged from the novice dungeon, having exerted immense effort, all for this moment. Particularly for that remark, completely comparable to S-grade. At that instant, Yu Wenhao felt that all his sacrifices were well worth it. The price he paid to conquer the master-level dungeon was driven by 2 motivations. First, to obtain the general's ring and enhance his combat prowess in preparation for the level 22nd transition task. Second, to inform the city lord of who truly deserves access to that S-grade resource. To be frank, the power exhibited by Li Yao in the novice dungeon genuinely startled him, and it was later revealed that Li Yao had awakened his talent. At that time, Yuanhao had no intention of opposing Li Yao. The awakening of a talent that aligns with one's profession allows one to claim SS-grade resources, which does not conflict with the S-grade resources he coveted. The very next day, however, he heard that his S-grade resources had vanished. Instantly, Yuanhao's heart was filled with murderous intent. No matter how formidable his early performance appeared, he was still merely a summoner, unable to safeguard his own resources, yet he dared to covet mine? Yuanhao sneered repeatedly. As for whether Li Yao could also clear the master-level difficulty, Yuanhao had never even considered it. The Silver Wolf Guild relied on successfully conquering dungeons as their foundation, and their strength lay in the prowess of high-ranking professionals. The lower-tier professionals in the guild were predominantly young talents with exceptional abilities, utterly incomparable to the seasoned professionals they had hired at a premium. Could they possibly assist Li Yao in clearing the master-level dungeon? Dream on. Furthermore, that kid Li Yao had, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, entered the nightmare-level difficulty. It would be best if he perished within, Yuanhao thought grimly. Just then, he noticed a particularly striking and beautiful figure amidst the crowd ahead. She seemed to be engaging in conversation, searching for a team to conquer the dungeon. Yuanhao's heart raced, and he hastened towards the enchanting silhouette. Classmate Jiang, what brings you here? The enchanting figure turned slightly, startled by the voice. She gracefully flipped her bangs, revealing her exquisite profile. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Ningyu exclaimed in delight, "You and classmate? What a coincidence. You're here to conquer the Goblin Nest dungeon too?" Her breathtaking beauty and the long legs exposed beneath her robe would captivate even the most seasoned heir of the Yuan family. Jiang Ningyu was adept at leveraging her advantages. Even when selecting gear, she prioritized pieces that showcased her figure. The two had met once in the novice dungeon, and Yuanhao had a vivid impression of the sweet-looking girl who carried an air of coolness. Moreover, she was an A-grade Frostmaster. Yuanhao felt as if he had encountered a fated goddess. He had not expected to meet her again so soon, and he carefully considered his tone before casually responding. Yes, I came to grind levels in the dungeon. I just completed the master level dungeon. Master level? Are you referring to the master level goblin nest? Jiang Ningyu covered her mouth, her expression one of astonishment. Yuanhao relished this attention. Ha ha, it's all thanks to my family's support. Otherwise, I entered at level 7. How could I possibly have cleared the master level difficulty? His apparent modesty was, in fact, a subtle way of conveying to Jiang Ningyu that despite being level 9 now, he had entered the dungeon at merely level 7. Clearing the master level difficulty at that level spoke volumes about his capabilities. Level 7? Jiang Ningyu seemed almost speechless with surprise. You and classmate entered the master level dungeon at level 7? Even with family assistance, I would never have the audacity to attempt that. My family is just an ordinary one, and none are professionals. Jiang Ningyu gazed at Yuanhao, her lips pursed, hesitating to speak, as if deliberately distancing herself. You and classmate, I must go find a team. I need to level up and not fall too far behind you scions of noble families. Yuanhao watched, feeling a pang in his heart. Such a modest and hardworking girl was truly a rarity. He immediately spoke up. Classmate Jiang, do you perhaps view me as someone like Li Yao? We've met once. As fellow students, how could I just disregard you? Come, join our team. I can't guarantee a successful clearance of the master level, but the difficulty level should be a breeze. Is that appropriate? I fear others may misunderstand. Jiang Ningyu said timidly, unconsciously stepping closer to Yuanhao and joining the team. Misunderstand? What is there to misunderstand? You've already broken up with Li Yao. Who else could misunderstand? As he looked at the lovely figure beside him, Yuanhao felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but lower his voice. Classmate Jiang, please do not view me as someone like Li Yao. What he can offer you, I can too. What he cannot, I can also provide. Did he not break up with you? He even took away the A-grade skill badge that rightfully belonged to you. Do not worry, I will advocate for you. To be frank, I am determined to acquire Li Yao's resources. When I obtain the S-grade resources, I will also have my share of A-grade resources. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyu struggled to contain her excitement, furrowing her brows as she took several steps back. No, I cannot accept that A-grade resource. We are merely ordinary friends. How could I accept such a precious gift? Yuanhao was taken aback. When did I say I would give her the A-grade resource? The A-grade resource I possess is intended for my junior. I merely meant to offer her the A-grade potion contained within. However, with the atmosphere having reached this point, Yuanhao's mind raced. Could it be that my relationship with classmate Jiang must remain merely that of friends? How vexing. Jiang Ningyu spoke with a charming pout, her sparkling eyes enchanting. Chapter 22. Is Li Yao too temperamental? Announcement of nightmare difficulty clearance. Yuanhao's voice was barely audible. However, as the surrounding individuals were all professionals, their curiosity allowed them to catch every word. Qin Yu and her companions stood at a distance, listening to the entire exchange. Uncle Wu expressed some regret. It was no wonder that Li Yao chose to tackle the nightmare difficulty. He sought to voice his grievances. The Qin family's enterprises were predominantly focused on equipment. The Silver Wolf Guild, being the strongest guild in Jiangzhou, had cleared countless dungeons, frequently engaging in trade with the Qin family, and enjoyed an amiable relationship. They had contemplated a union between Li Yao and Qin Yu, strengthening their ties, but after Li Yao became infatuated with Jiang Ningyu, that idea was soon abandoned. Uncle Wu sighed. Young Master Li was first coveted for his resources by Jiang Ningyu, and now he was targeted by Yuan Hao. It was inevitable that he might act impulsively. Fortunately, the Li family would likely provide him with an escape scroll, so his life was not in jeopardy. In my opinion, it is rather childish to recklessly charge into a dungeon merely to prove oneself after being robbed. One of Qin Yu's followers commented. Yet, one cannot be so harsh. After all, he is but a child, and it is understandable for him to act out when faced with injustice. It is merely unfortunate for Li Yao that he chose to become a summoner. What a pity that the Silver Wolf Guild finally produced a talent, only to have him squander it. Qin Yu listened intently to their discussions. Suddenly, she inquired, how much time did we spend clearing the hard difficulty? Uncle Wu replied, Miss. Approximately 2.5 hours. Did you see Li Yao emerge? Uncle Wu was momentarily taken aback. It was customary for them to instruct the servants to inform the young lady if Li Yao was teleported out, so she would not have to wait unnecessarily. However, even now, Li Yao had yet to appear. What if? No, there can be no what ifs. Uncle Wu quickly dismissed his wild thoughts. He wouldn't even dare to imagine someone clearing the nightmare difficulty solo. It was more likely that he had encountered insurmountable foes within the dungeon and, fearing the embarrassment of being teleported out, was simply stalling in his starting area. Haha, miss, you overestimate young Master Li. If he could clear it, that would suffice. Clearing it is unrealistic. If he could even slay a single monster, I would perform a handstand. Suddenly, an announcement swept through the air like a bombshell, appearing on everyone's system panels. Congratulations to the adventurer team for clearing the Goblin Den. Congratulations to the adventurer team for breaking the clearance time record for the Goblin Den. Clearance time, 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 21 seconds. Captain, Li Yao. Team members, none. Rewards, Adventurer Level 1, First Clearance Gift Pack, Title Reward, Abyssal Lone Walker. The Goblin Den, Hell Difficulty officially opened, levels 20 to 25. For adventurers who have undergone a perfect second job change. Note, Hell Difficulty does not allow the use of dungeon escape scrolls. Good luck to you all. Silence ensued. No one spoke. Some repeatedly opened and closed their panels, attempting to refresh the information, questioning whether they had misread it. This was not only the case for those present. Any adventurer who had previously cleared the Goblin Den received the same message simultaneously. Is the system malfunctioning? Someone broke the silence, whispering. No one responded. The only sounds were the gasps and swallows of disbelief. Soon, exclamations of incredulity erupted. How could the system possibly be at fault? It was the foundation of every adventurer's existence, a manifestation of divine will. For countless years, such errors had never occurred. This led many to believe the fault lay with themselves. How could it be possible? Li Yao cleared the nightmare difficulty? A summoner all alone? This must be a jest. If just one person had seen this news, they would surely suspect they had misread it. However, with everyone present, and indeed the entire Jiangzhou, having witnessed it, disbelief was no longer an option. This underestimated summoner had truly cleared the nightmare dungeon? I feel as if I am in a dream, someone remarked, slapping their companion in disbelief. Is talent truly this formidable? Talent may be strong, yet not to the extent that a summoner could solo a nightmare dungeon. I suspect he received an SSS level summoning skill book from above. Do you think SSS level skills grow on trees? I have neither seen nor heard of such a thing. How could it simply be given? Who knows? Perhaps Li Yao is the son of the Dragon King of the Dragon Nation. Such matters are trivial. I wish to know. Is Li Yao not a summoner? Was it not said that summoners are the weakest? What right does he have to clear the nightmare difficulty? Previously, no one had any faith in Li Yao. Upon hearing that Li Yao had cleared the nightmare difficulty, the one most likely to accept it was Qin Yu. At that moment, her face blossomed with a radiant smile as she playfully blinked at the follower who had previously claimed he would perform a handstand. I recall someone stating that if young Master Li could slay a monster, they would perform a handstand. Come on, let us see it. I wish to witness. Miss, I meant that if Li Yao could slay a monster, I didn't imply he would clear the nightmare level. Very well. Just as Qin Yu was about to demand an explanation, the follower hastily changed the subject. Speaking of which, I actually feel quite sympathetic for someone. Qin Yu's interest piqued, and she inquired, who? Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao is rather alright. Although Li Yao clearing the nightmare level has turned his master level clearance into a joke. He has paid a significant price. However, he is still the young master of the Yuan family and does not warrant anyone's sympathy. Then who? Jiang Ningyu. Li Yao's ex-girlfriend? Indeed. Just look at her expression now. She was once such a lovely girl. Uffed. Qin Yu stifled a laugh, unable to hide her amusement. She had heard much about the affair between Jiang Ningyu and Li Yao. She held a strong dislike for the girl, not due to her beauty, but because she had accepted so many gifts from Li Yao while claiming not to like him. The other followers could not help but burst into laughter. Haha. I can't take it anymore. I need a moment. A nightmare level abyss, not to mention peers, but even nationwide. How many can solo a nightmare-level abyss? Such a boyfriend. One who is utterly devoted, and she could just cast him aside? Bah, you still feel sorry for her? She was the one who suggested breaking up when she learned Li Yao had chosen to become a summoner. Who can she blame? Haha, miss, look quickly. Her appearance is quite peculiar now. I see it too. She looks like a dog. Hey, you two, refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs, Qingyu admonished. At that moment, Jiang Mingyu remained oblivious to the fact that others were mocking her. Even if she were aware, she would lack the inclination to care. Her once rosy face had drained of color, and even Yu Wenhao's furious tirade beside her fell on deaf ears. Li Yao has cleared the nightmare difficulty? How can that be? He is merely a summoner. Why, oh why, did I have to transmigrate into a summoner to confound me? Jiang Mingyu lamented, her resentment palpable. She even cast aside the memory of how she had sabotaged Li Yao in the dungeon. The image of Li Yao loomed larger in her mind. And upon closing her eyes, she saw nothing but him. A wave of regret surged within her heart. Li Yao, why must you treat me this way? Chapter 23, Clearing the Dungeon, A Bountiful Harvest. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yao was completely unaware of the happenings outside. At that moment, he sat cross-legged before the vortex of the dungeon, contemplating his rewards. The spoils from the Goblin King included a level up, a first clear gift package, and a title reward. Exhilarating. Truly, this was the nightmare level dungeon. The level up directly affected Li Yao, elevating him from level 14, 93 experience points to level 15, 93 experience points. With the next level merely a step away. Simultaneously, the hedge fund rewards found their way into Li Yao's possession. Regrettably, even the Goblin King had not dropped any gold coins. It remained uncertain how defeating high-intensity monsters could yield gold coins and what constituted high intensity. Yet, Li Yao paid little mind. What was meant to come would eventually arrive, and his gaze shifted toward the 3 treasure chests. First, he examined the spoils from the Goblin King. Glimmering with brilliance, the chest contained but a single item. Li Yao rubbed his face. Was it possible that he had been somewhat unlucky? King's Cloak. Quality, Platinum. Equipment requirement, level 15. Attribute 1, Spirit 120, Endurance 40. Attribute 2, Protection. Designated target gains an energy shield that reduces damage by 70, with a total damage reduction of 20,000. Lasting 60 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Attribute 3, King's Might. As the king of a tribe, no one can intimidate you. The duration of control skills is reduced by 50. Royal Set Component, 13. Durability, 200. Li Yao inhaled sharply. Platinum tier equipment, and furthermore, a set component. This was not mere misfortune, it was a stroke of luck. Could this protection be the very skill employed by the Goblin King? Having experienced its might firsthand, Li Yao understood just how formidable this skill was. The description suggested it was even more potent than what the Goblin King had demonstrated. A typical level 20 knight class, with all endurance points allocated along with various equipment, would possess merely a little over 10,000 hit points. Exceeding 20,000 would be a rarity. This effectively meant that Li Yao had gained the equivalent of a top-tier knight's life points. Moreover, these 20,000 hit points would still be mitigated by 70 damage reduction. It was akin to donning a turtle shell. Li Yao sighed. At this stage, breaching such a formidable defense seemed an insurmountable challenge. He could hardly imagine the satisfaction of applying it against the Void Mantis. It was indeed a set component. Li Yao recalled the King's Staff he had received as a first kill reward and promptly retrieved it from his storage ring. King's Staff. Quality, Platinum. Equipment requirement, level 15. Spirit 200. Attribute 1. Designated attribute increase of 200. Cooldown time of 24 hours. Attribute 2. King's Retinue. Select 4 summoned beings. The main attribute of the bearer increases by 5 levels, lasting 20 seconds with a cooldown of 40 seconds. Attribute 3. King's Might. As the king of a tribe, no one can intimidate you. The duration of control skills is reduced by 50. Royal Set Component, 13. Durability, 200. While its attributes were not as dazzling as the King's Cloak, the fact that it also bore the King's Might effect intrigued Li Yao. However, the two 50% reductions did not simply add together, they multiplied. For instance, if the control time was 10 seconds, a 50% reduction would leave 5 seconds. And applying the reduction again would yield 5 seconds. This singular attribute alone warranted its classification as platinum tier equipment, and it was also a component of the royal set. Li Yao was thoroughly pleased. Seizing the momentum of his good fortune, he proceeded to open the first clear treasure chest. Opening the first clear gift package. Rewards will be adapted based on the level of the adventurer. Adapting. Adaptation successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Bluebird Summon skill. Oh, an S-rank skill book. Li Yao exclaimed in delight. Regrettably, it was not a functional skill book. Acquiring an S-rank summon beast for free was equivalent to saving a significant amount of star upgrading gold coins, so it was hardly a loss. After glancing at the summoned beast's attributes, he immediately learned the skill. At last, it had arrived, a ranged damage type, the EZ Bluebird. Level, 15. Tier, S-rank. Bond, Elementalist of the Arctic. Star level, 1 star. Health, 3,300. Strength, 43. Spirit, 214. Agility, 31. Endurance, 66. Skill 1. Glacier Storm. The bluebird summons a powerful rain of ice and hail in the target area, which will expand over 15 seconds, dealing 80 magical damage per second. Consuming 100 mana per second, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2. Freeze, a unique talent possessed by the bluebird tribe, grants the Glacier Storm a freezing effect, reducing the enemy's attack and movement speed by 30. Skill 3. Bone-chilling Wind. The bluebird strikes the enemy with a frigid gust, dealing 150 magical damage. If the enemy is under the slow effect, the damage coefficient doubles, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Li Yao expended 50 mana points to summon the bluebird. Mana was a hidden attribute not displayed on the panel, calculated similarly to health points, being 50 times the spirit attribute. After all, reality is not a game. Mana does not operate like health points. Your physical prowess determines your life points. When health points reach 0, death is inevitable. However, mana differs. In a world so vast, there are always those with formidable willpower. Exhausted in spirit, at the cost of damaging one's own essence, one can still unleash a skill. With the appearance of the azure bird, the air around grew noticeably colder. This creature, though not large, was comparable in size to a typical raptor. Adorned with a crystalline crown, its plumage shimmered in shades of azure and blue, while its tail was composed of several oversized feathers, emanating wisps of chilling air. According to the skill description, when the azure bird exerted itself to the fullest, it could unleash a glacial storm lasting approximately 100 seconds. Li Yao gazed at the azure bird, murmuring to himself. However, he pondered how extensive this range could truly become during that time. As an S-rank summon, it was reasonable to assume it possessed considerable strength. Subsequently, Li Yao turned his attention to the final reward. Title: Abyssal Wanderer. Description: a professional who dares to confront fear. This is a commendation from the heavens for your courage. Title Effect 1. Courage, a 50 increase in all attributes. Title Effect 2. Transcendence of Courage. Each time you independently clear a nightmare-level dungeon or higher, the effect of courage is enhanced by an additional 50. Titles are predominantly unique and do not occupy equipment slots. Each title acquired equates to an additional boon to one's combat prowess compared to other professionals. Naturally, the more titles one possesses, the better. Li Yao took a deep breath. He had thoroughly organized the gains from the nightmare-level dungeon. After donning several pieces of equipment, his attributes were now vastly superior to what they had been prior to entering the dungeon. It was time to venture out. Li Yao casually selected a black iron mask from his storage ring and made his way toward the vortex leading out of the dungeon. While he had no qualms about gaining notoriety, he was rather irked by the incessant chatter of unfamiliar professionals buzzing around him like flies. Chapter 24. Indeed. It seems I have caught your eye. Li Yao stepped out of the vortex, with a void predator now transformed into a small azure bird by his side. The onlookers found it familiar but paid little heed. They were awaiting the emergence of the illustrious Li Yao. A figure capable of single-handedly tackling nightmare-level challenges was a rarity to behold, and even if they could not foster a relationship, it was prudent to at least recognize his visage. Unbeknownst to them, the summoner passing by was indeed Li Yao. However, the mask he had donned was merely a spontaneous choice, obscuring only the lower half of his face, easily recognizable to those who knew him well. Shoo! Li Yao hastily gestured for silence. Qin Yu, realizing the implication, promptly covered her mouth and hurried over. Dust tinged her delicate features, and remnants of electrical energy still crackled around her, indicating she had recently emerged from battle. Quick, let's move. Without further ado, Qin Yu grasped Li Yao's arm and led him toward a more secluded area. As Li Yao observed this affable girl, he considered withdrawing his arm, only to notice another girl rushing towards him. Unlike Qin Yu, he possessed little patience for Jiang Ningyu. His frosty gaze made her shiver, and 1,000 words lodged in her throat. By the time she regained her composure, Li Yao had already been pulled away by Qin Yu, vanishing from her sight. Was that woman Qin Yu? Jiang Ningyu clenched her fists unconsciously, her brows furrowed. Just a few days apart, and he had already found someone new? No. It must be that woman who lured Li Yao in. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her heart growing increasingly sour. If it were an ordinary girl, she would not be so incensed. But this was Qin Yu, the renowned second daughter of the Qin family. Her figure and beauty were not inferior to her own, and even her class transition was slightly superior. Jiang Ningyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. After all, she was the one who had first connected with Li Yao. No, I must find him. Li Yao must have misunderstood me. With Qin Yu now by his side, Jiang Ningyu was acutely aware that she had no opportunity left. First, to level up. Upon learning that Li Yao had cleared the nightmare-level dungeon, Yu Wenhao rushed back to the Yuan family in a frenzy. She wished to level up, and like other professionals, she needed to slowly seek out a team. If only Li Yao were still around, he would surely take me along. On the other side, Li Yao was led by Qin Yu to a large tree. They had moved a considerable distance from the goblin nest, and apart from Li Yao and his companion, there was no one else nearby. Dungeon runs had a cooldown period. 4 nightmare-level dungeons, it was 12 hours. Otherwise, Li Yao would not have allowed Qin Yu to pull him here. Speak, what is it? Li Yao's voice remained calm. What level are you now? Level 15. What? Qin Yu exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. So much experience from nightmare-level dungeons? Feeling a twinge of jealousy, she lamented. Curiosity killed the cat. Her face fell as she grimaced. Since emerging from the novice dungeon, aside from sleeping and eating, Uncle Wu and the others had been tirelessly guiding her to level up, leaving her with no rest. She was barely halfway through level 8. Meanwhile, Li Yao had been soloing the entire time, reaching level 15? How could there be such a vast disparity between individuals? Noticing the young lady's downcast expression, Uncle Wu quickly nudged her, signaling her to get to the point. It was then that Qin Yu remembered she had a request to make. Ahem, Li Xiao, she said, rubbing her hands together as her smooth, fair legs brushed against each other. Li Yao watched her with an unruffled demeanor. As you know, our Qin family primarily deals in equipment. Would you be willing to hand over any unnecessary gear to us for processing? Ah, so that was it. Li Yao chuckled. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sought you out. The Qin family was chiefly responsible for the equipment industry. It seemed that the equipment supervisor for the Jiangzhou Star Network was Qin Yu's uncle. Typically, equipment could be handed over directly to the Star Network clerks. But for some rare items, discussions with higher-ups were necessary, such as that unblemished heavy sword and the sword charge skill. Hearing Li Yao's words, Qin Yu nearly leapt for joy. Those were nightmare-level products. Even bronze and iron equipment were significantly superior to the ordinary, sure to make a resounding impression. Uncle Wu also wore a solemn expression as he thanked Li Yao. By the way, you mentioned so that was it. What did you initially think I wanted to discuss? Once the official matter was settled, Qin Yu's curiosity resurfaced. With surplus equipment having a market, Li Yao found it rather easygoing and decided to tease her. You were so eager at that moment, I thought you had taken a liking to me. Huh, I knew it. Qin Yu retorted, visibly displeased. The look of relief on your face suggested otherwise. Qin Yu huffed indignantly. What is so unappealing about me that you would find it unsatisfactory? Yet, she soon noticed Li Yao's half-smiling expression, realizing he was merely jesting. Qin Yu blinked her eyes mischievously, and then gently clasped her hands against her slightly warm cheeks, gazing at Li Yao with her large, expressive eyes, filled with affection. Indeed, she had taken a liking to him. Li Yao was momentarily speechless, met only with Qin Yu's relentless teasing. All right, I must return to grinding dungeons, otherwise, my level will fall further behind. Be sure to contact me once you return to Jiangzhou, and I promise to sell you equipment at a handsome price. Qin Yu vowed earnestly before preparing to join Uncle Wu and the others in tackling the challenging dungeon once again. Wait a moment. Li Yao hastily called out to her. Weren't you just emerging from a dungeon? If his instincts were correct, the aura emanating from Qin Yu and her companions suggested they had recently battled. How could they possibly enter another dungeon so soon? Qin Yu displayed an expression of feigned astonishment. You truly don't know? I'm not an encyclopedia. There are many things I don't know. She then handed Li Yao a mirror. The abyssal mirror can negate the cooldown for dungeons. The number of uses decreases with difficulty. I believe it allows for 16 uses on normal difficulty, 10 on hard, and I recall 8 on master difficulty, while I am uncertain about nightmarish difficulty. Li Yao took the mirror, which displayed that nightmarish difficulty offered 4 uses. It seemed the cooldown could only be viewed after clearing a dungeon. But wait. President Li wouldn't have denied you this item, would he? Li Yao inquired without further explanation. Is it possible to bring teammates with this? Or does it require a separate mirror? Uncle Li hadn't provided her with such an item, likely because he hadn't anticipated her entering a dungeon so early. Even if she were to grind, he would seek assistance from the Silver Wolf Guild, and could present it then. Of course, as long as the team leader possesses the abyssal mirror, Qin Yu responded, matter-of-factly. However, upon mentioning the abyssal realm, Qin Yu's expression shifted, her brow furrowing as she lamented. You have no idea. Once activated, the abyssal realm dissipates after 48 hours. I've only cleared hard difficulty twice, and with my own dungeon cooldown. I must clear at least 15 more within the next 24 hours. Oh heavens, I shall surely tire myself to death. This mirror must be quite precious, no? Qin Yu paused, uncertain. Uncle Wu quickly interjected. Young Master Li, it is indeed very precious, likely worth a piece of golden tier equipment. Our Qin family can only spare one for the time being. Li Yao pondered briefly. I can take you into the dungeon, and you need not lift a finger. Take me into the dungeon? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled. Nightmarish difficulty? Indeed, nightmarish difficulty, Li Yao reiterated. As long as you allow me to use the abyssal realm, I shall take you through nightmarish difficulty. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu immediately interjected. Young Master Li, it's not that I doubt you. You've proven your strength by soloing nightmarish difficulty. However, forming a team will increase the dungeon's difficulty. 100 for a full party of 5, and 25 for 2. I understand. Li Yao replied nonchalantly. It's just 25. We have 2 people, after all. To be frank, Li Yao did not regard a 25 increase as particularly daunting. His attributes now were worlds apart from when he had soloed. He was confident that he could manage not just with Qin Yu, but even with 4 others. I certainly believe in young Master Li's capabilities, Uncle Wu conceded, glancing at Qin Yu. Regrettably, my young lady may not even meet the 25 difficulty threshold. Entering a nightmarish dungeon would only serve as a burden to young Master Li. How dare you? Qin Yu fumed, her anger rising. Just as she was about to protest, she realized Uncle Wu's words held a kernel of truth. She was merely level 8. Even as an A-class professional, she could not exhibit much strength. With this thought, Qin Yu looked at Li Yao with a pitiful expression, fearing he might abandon her in the dungeon. Li Yao, I'm easy to bring along. Master difficulty is not out of the question. Master difficulty is not feasible. It would be a waste of time. Were it not for the level 20 restriction on hell difficulty, Li Yao would have considered grinding there to level up. Rest assured, I am confident in nightmarish difficulty. Should any danger arise, Qin Yu can use an escape scroll to teleport out, Uncle Wu assured. Are you truly confident? Uncle Wu regarded Li Yao earnestly. The allure of conquering nightmarish difficulty was too tempting. If his young lady could seize this opportunity moreover, Li Yao had a convincing foundation for his confidence. Before this, who would have believed that a summoner could clear a nightmarish dungeon solo? I am confident. Excellent. Uncle Wu nodded firmly and promptly retrieved several vials of potions from his storage ring, handing them to Li Yao. These potions restore health based on a percentage and can be used by summoned creatures as well. They also have a short cooldown. Young Master Li, use them as you see fit. However, these do not constitute payment. Should you truly manage to lead my young lady through nightmarish difficulty, the Qin family will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. No matter how valuable the abyssal mirror may be, it pales in comparison to the nightmarish dungeon. Li Yao accepted the vials and placed them in his storage ring. Such percentage-based potions were exceedingly valuable, even if they were not needed in the nightmarish dungeon. They would surely prove useful later on. All right, let us not waste any more time. We shall set off immediately. Throughout, Li Yao remained calm and collected, as if conquering nightmarish difficulty was but an ordinary affair. This demeanor instilled considerable confidence in Uncle Wu and the others. Qin Yu established a party and invited Li Yao, utilizing the abyssal realm to eliminate the party's dungeon cooldown. All right, we can enter now. With a hint of nervousness, Qin Yu initiated the dungeon, carefully selecting nightmarish difficulty. In an instant, the dungeon vortex turned crimson. Li Yao hasn't even emerged, and someone else is attempting nightmarish difficulty? Haha, does he truly believe he's young Master Li? This is hilarious. The onlookers expressed disbelief. No one had yet cleared nightmarish difficulty. How could it be successfully tackled twice in a single day? Only Jiang Ningyu noticed the two entering the dungeon, Li Yao and Qin Yu. He is actually taking Qin Yu into nightmarish difficulty. Jiang Ningyu regarded them and reflected on her own situation. Next, she would be grinding with the newly formed party in a normal difficulty dungeon. Normal difficulty, nightmarish difficulty Qin Yu. Jiang Ningyu gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes fixated on the dungeon vortex. The disparity weighed heavily on her heart. One might not feel the absence of something they never possessed. But once it was attained, and then lost, if only she had not broken up with Li Yao back then. Had she remained by his side, it would be her entering the nightmarish dungeon with him now. Once again, atop that hill, Li Yao and Qin Yu descended to the ground, observing the distant goblin tribes. Qin Yu's long legs felt somewhat weak. Under the appraisal technique, the attributes of the monsters were all marked with question marks. Regardless of the oppressive atmosphere or the daunting appearance, there exists a fundamental difference between this and the challenges posed by high-level dungeons. Is this the nightmare difficulty? At this moment, she could only feel her teeth chattering. She had previously ventured into the master difficulty and even triumphed over the final boss. Yet this bore no comparison to the nightmare level. Just the sight of the myriad monsters within that goblin tribe instilled in Qin Yu a sense of dread, making her believe that their team would be ill-equipped to handle them, let alone the hidden leader-level creatures lurking among them. Li Yao did not respond to her concerns, nor did he pay heed to Qin Yu's current state of anxiety. Predators, ensure their protection, he commanded with a snap of his fingers. The azure bird took flight from Li Yao's shoulder, and the void predator manifested before them. Without further ado, two pawns and a void mantis, concealed in the shadows, surged ahead with great haste. After devouring the goblin king, the void predator had grown significantly in size, its weight thudding heavily against the ground. The dungeon had officially commenced. Qin Yu suddenly sensed that a terrifying goblin squad had set their sights on her. It was a feeling of helplessness, as if her body could not resist and could merely await her demise. Just then, Li Yao gently tapped her shoulder. Let us move. My summoned beast must not stray too far. All right. Instantly, that sensation of powerlessness dissipated. Qin Yu felt emboldened. Initially, everyone believed that Li Yao's foray into nightmare difficulty was an exercise in futility, yet Qin Yu had faith that he had his own plans. Now, observing Li Yao's calm demeanor, that intuition returned to her. With a formidable ally by her side, what was there to fear? Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the tribe, the sounds of carnage echoed as goblin limbs collided with walls, resonating in the ears of the two. Kill Goblin Priest, Experience 008. Practical training triggered. Void Mantis Power 1. Kill Goblin Warrior, Experience 007. Practical training triggered. Void Mantis Power 1. The crisp, melodious chimes of experience acquisition continued unabated. Qin Yu's expression transformed from one of terror to contemplation, ultimately culminating in bewilderment. With the Void Predator standing guard, the Void Mantis and the Azure Bird launched their offensive without restraint, mercilessly slaughtering the goblin horde like a bulldozer. Thanks to the void mantis's exceptional agility, it required no protection from Li Yao, darting through the throngs of monsters with ease. As for the azure bird, after unleashing an ice storm, it took refuge behind the predator, its massive form shielding it from all assaults. Li Yao, once again tackling the nightmare difficulty, needed no luring of enemies. Sweeping through the goblin tribe with sheer force. Chapter 26. Could she truly be a genius? Li Yao, do you want a snack? Qingyu inquired, producing items from her storage ring, causing Li Yao's eyelids to twitch. You brought these to tackle a dungeon? Indeed, Qingyu replied, handing him a packet of chips. Since Uncle Wu and the others took me through before, I had little else to do. Li Yao was at a loss for words, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the scene ahead. The first tribe had already been thoroughly cleansed by the trio of pawns. As anticipated, the goblin leader appeared at the tribe's edge, gazing at the massive figure from afar. Qingyu set down her snacks, her expression growing serious as apprehension crept in. Could this pose some trouble? With the dungeon now a two-player endeavor, the difficulty had escalated by 25, and she feared becoming a liability to Li Yao. Not at all, Li Yao reassured, shaking his head gently. His focus on the goblin leader was solely to ascertain the current strength of the pawns, especially since the chain's skill was still on cooldown, necessitating the pawn's assistance to confront the goblin king. Soon, the two parties clashed. The goblin leader proved formidable, even surpassing the final boss of the master difficulty. However, Li Yao had evidently underestimated the combat prowess of the three pawns. The equipment adorning Li Yao could be described as revolutionary, while each of the pawns had experienced a qualitative leap in attributes. Not to mention, the void mantis's power had reached a staggering 1600. With the predator leading the charge, combined with its stealth capabilities and the azure bird's slowing interference, they swiftly depleted the goblin leader's health. Crack. Seizing the opportunity, the predator bit down, producing a satisfying crunch. Kill leader-level creature, goblin leader, experience 12. Void predator completed evolution and consumption, gained maximum health 8250. Two golden lights flashed simultaneously. Level up, Qingyu exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Having grown accustomed to the might of Li Yao's summoned beasts, she found it increasingly acceptable to slay such powerful leader creatures. Li Yao too had finally reached level 16. After level 10, each subsequent level became exceedingly arduous to attain. Even having entered the dungeon at level 15 with 90 experience, it was only now that he had made this advancement. Experience distribution in dungeons was based on contribution. Although Qingyu had made minimal contributions, she still received a base amount of experience. For someone of her level 8, this was sufficient for her to reach level 9. Feeling invigorated, Qingyu jogged over to the leader's corpse, retrieving the spoils and presenting them to Li Yao with a flourish. Young Master Li, please open it. Li Yao, uninterested in her theatrics, opened the treasure chest. Qingyu eagerly leaned in, curious to see what divine treasures lay within the nightmare-level chest. Wow, a golden legend. A gold-tier helmet. Quick, check if you can wear it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as witnessing a gold-tier equipment emerge from a chest was a first for her. Li Yao glanced at it and shook his head. Night-class equipment. He then placed the helmet into his storage ring. Rest assured, after we clear the dungeon, all unnecessary equipment will be handed over to your Qin family. If you say so, I know how to handle this, Qingyu replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she smiled. The sleeves of her silver robe, now smeared with the sticky blood of goblins, were used to wipe the sharp claws of the void mantis. Mantis brother, let me help you clean up. Unbothered by the gruesome mess, she also offered, big bug brother. These are chips, give them a try. Before long, the azure bird returned, clutching a colorful assortment of equipment, and flew to Li Yao's side. Li Yao collected each piece into his storage ring before resuming his sweep of the remaining tribes. Approximately an hour had passed. Li Yao had reached level 16, 21, while Qingyu had ascended directly to level 11. The experience required for their respective upgrades was not even comparable. It is worth noting that Li Yao's experience gain was more than double that of Qingyu. The two embarked on their journey towards the pyramid. Ahead lay the final boss, and Li Yao cautioned, stay at a distance. The Goblin King possessed considerable intelligence. If it detected that the three summoned beasts were not swiftly dealt with, it might turn its attention towards the two of them. Li Yao was certainly unafraid. But Qingyu was a different story. A single blow could very well send her to meet her great-grandmother. Observing the serious expression on Li Yao's face, Qingyu nodded promptly. Should I just stay here then? After all, my purpose for coming was solely for experience and the final reward. At such a distance, she might miss out on the experience altogether. Yet, compared to experience, she was far more concerned about her own life. The earlier encounter with that clumsy goblin had been daunting enough. It was hard to fathom just how formidable the final boss would be. Do you wish for your contribution points to dwindle even further? Li Yao chuckled at her timorous demeanor. That is a summoning-type magic boss. Its movement speed will not be particularly swift, just be sure to escape in time. Understood, Qingyu replied, her head nodding earnestly. Soon, a multitude of goblin spearmen materialized before them. As before, the Goblin King remained seated upon its throne, its gaze fixed intently upon the pair. When Li Yao had first arrived in this place, That chilling and malevolent stare had sent shivers down his spine. At this moment, Qin Yu could no longer suppress the tremors in her legs, nearly collapsing to the ground. The strong could extinguish the life of the weak without even lifting a finger. The Goblin King possessed such power. Had Qin Yu ventured here alone, she would likely have been rendered incapable of unleashing even a fraction of her strength, merely becoming fodder for the countless goblin spearmen. However, Qin Yu remained optimistic. Watching Li Yao's 3 summoned beasts wreak havoc among the goblin spearmen, her fear dissipated. Li Yao, is it possible that the leader has some mechanism preventing it from moving right now? Qin Yu's mind sparked with an idea. Shall we attack it now, seeing as it cannot move? Li Yao pondered, finding some merit in her suggestion. Yet, they needed to probe further. The ice storm unleashed by the bluebird was steadily expanding. If left unchecked, it would soon encroach upon the Goblin King. The ice storm possessed a slowing effect. Even if the Goblin King forcibly broke through its immobilization, it would still have time to lead Qin Yu to safety. As the storm spread and the biting cold swept through, Qin Yu tightened her collar, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. A flurry of frost slowly descended upon the Goblin King. Suddenly, the Goblin King's eyes turned a furious red. 2 magical formations materialized beneath its feet. We're doomed, Qin Yu exclaimed, akin to a child who had made a grave mistake. Yet, Li Yao regarded the 2 formations with intrigue. Could it be that she was truly a genius? In their first encounter, the Goblin King had summoned 4 goblin generals. Now, only 2 summoning formations remained. It seemed that the Goblin King would not be moving after all, Li Yao surmised. This also indicated that as long as they eliminated these 2 goblin generals, the difficulty of the upcoming boss battle would be significantly reduced. Summoned beings, once defeated, cannot be resurrected. This law even applies to monsters. At this moment, Qin Yu still believed she had committed a serious blunder. The minor foes had yet to be cleared, and the boss had directly summoned 2 generals. Li Yao, perhaps we should withdraw for now. I fear the mantis goblins. The goblin generals were the ultimate boss at a master-level difficulty, a sight Qin Yu had witnessed more than once. Yet these 2 generals were summoning creatures that surpassed any she had encountered by at least 2-fold. Li Yao paid her no heed. With 2 generals and dozens of goblin spearmen appearing, Li Yao would undoubtedly opt for the former. The chain's ability was still on cooldown. He could not afford to act recklessly as he had the first time. Countless spears struck the predator. However, a barrage of damage merely stripped away a layer of its health, with the frost and cracking effects slowing them down. These spearmen could only manage to strike at the somewhat cumbersome predator. Protection. Li Yao no longer hesitated, murmuring a spell. An orange shield abruptly enveloped the predator. The sound of clashing armor echoed as the 2 goblin generals, wielding long swords, entered the fray. The generals possessed exceptionally high attributes, far exceeding those of the Void Mantis. Yet there exists a saying, a single force can overcome myriad techniques. The Void Mantis nearly materialized behind one of the generals the instant it entered the battlefield. Its claws carved a gaping wound, causing the health bar to plummet dramatically. In that fleeting moment of contact, Li Yao silently assessed the goblin general. Deeming it a feeble insect, the creature vanished, and the cracking emerged from the earth. 2 void phantoms, flowing like water in their coordination, rendered the general utterly defenseless, eliciting a whimper before it dissipated into starlight. Alas, had the summoned entities been categorized as bosses, the predator's health would have surged even higher. For now, it sufficed. From the moment the 2 generals arrived until their demise, barely 2 minutes had elapsed. Qin Yu seemed transformed, her entire being consumed by exhilaration. Nightmare-level difficulty is hardly daunting. While she was well aware that Li Yao was the true force behind this triumph, the spectacle before her was simply exhilarating. The 3 summoned beasts were akin to a reaper, relentlessly harvesting lives. The initial trepidation had vanished without a trace. Before long, not a single goblin remained standing on the battlefield. The Goblin King rose to its feet. Minutes later, a notification echoed. Defeated a superior-level boss, Goblin King, experience 20. Void Predator has completed evolution and absorption, gaining maximum health of 25,000. The Goblin King lay before Li Yao, its expression one of reluctant defeat. Its demise a constrained affair. Without its 2 summoned creatures, it felt as though it had lost its fangs. The output skills were obstructed by predators. The Void Mantis and the Azure Bird effortlessly dispatched their foes with sheer output. Li Yao had not leveled up. The experience required post-level 15 was astronomical. Qin Yu, however, had ascended to level 12. Li Yao stowed the spoils of battle in his storage ring, intending to open them all at the conclusion of the dungeon run. After a few moments, the trio had cleared the battlefield and handed it over to Li Yao. The 2 then stepped into the dungeon vortex side by side. Congratulations to the professional Li Yao for successfully completing the Nightmare difficulty dungeon in a team. Overall rating, SSS. Contribution points, 100. Reward, completion chest. In the blink of an eye, the 2 found themselves outside the vortex. At 3 in the morning, an uncountable number of people surrounded the dungeon entrance. Even more than when they had entered. Li Yao was prepared and quickly pulled Qin Yu away to safety. Simultaneously, announcements flooded the screens. Congratulations to the professional team for conquering the Goblin Nest. Congratulations to the professional team for breaking the completion time record of the Goblin Nest. Completion time, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 47 seconds. Team leader, Yu. Team member, Li Yao. Reward, completion chest rating 1. Goodness gracious, they cleared it again. That masked summoner we encountered earlier was Li Yao. We were deceived. It's absurd that they managed to complete it so quickly with just one person. How can that be? With just one person? Isn't Yu the second miss of the Qin family? She's an A-grade mage. Those who lack intelligence should seek medical attention. How could an A-grade class even dream of appearing on the nightmare completion list, entering the dungeon as merely a mascot? Indeed. What does it matter if she's an A-grade mage? Over the years, how many A-grade mages have there been? Have you seen any of them clear the nightmare difficulty? Speaking of which, the rewards for nightmare difficulty are truly formidable. Just by completing it once, Li Yao's completion speed doubled, and that was while carrying someone. Sigh. I wish I could be led by the esteemed Li Yao. First, you must be female. Secondly, you must be more beautiful than the second miss of the Qin family. Not only the onlookers were astonished, but after Li Yao's solo clearance of the nightmare dungeon, numerous prominent figures from Jiangzhou arrived at the scene. They pondered whether to insert their own kin into Li Yao's team, even at great cost. Nightmare difficulty, a challenge they had been unable to conquer for years. At this moment, the summoner Li Yao officially captured the attention of these distinguished individuals. In this remote corner of Jiangzhou, a prodigy emerged, rivaling any other. What? Qin Yu's eyes widened as she fixated on her system panel. Under the same old tree, Uncle Wu and the others watched helplessly as their young lady lost her composure. What is this? Why is my contribution value 0, and why must my completion chest's rating be downgraded? What kind of joke is this? Can I not open the chest without me in the dungeon? Qin Yu's completion chest was rated at the lowest C level. 1 level up due to breaking the historical time record, but downgraded another level due to her passive dungeon strategy. In the end, her completion chest remained C-rated. Unable to bear it any longer, Uncle Wu hastily consoled her. Miss, this is a nightmare difficulty completion reward. Even a C level is quite remarkable. Is that true? Qin Yu asked skeptically, turning to Li Yao. Young Master Li, what is your chest rating? Thanks to you, Li Yao replied. Thanks to me? There are just the two of us. Your contribution is 0, so I must be at 100. SSS level. What? Chapter 28. The True Prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom. The Early Class Transitioner. How infuriating. I should have anticipated this. Why did I even ask him? Curiosity killed the cat. Qin Yu resolved to rid herself of this bad habit. Li Yao ignored Qin Yu's menacing glare, instead surveying his surroundings. Once assured of their privacy, he emptied his storage ring of all the bronze and black iron-grade equipment. With a clatter, a dazzling array of equipment filled the eyes of the onlookers. Uncle Wu was momentarily speechless. The storage ring can no longer contain everything. We still need to run the dungeon with Qin Yu twice. You'll have to deal with this. Li Yao trusted that, given his connection with the Silver Wolf Guild, they would not deceive him. Moreover, knowing it was his son's equipment, Li Yao would likely have someone keep watch. Uncle Wu and the others were astonished. They had never seen such equipment in their lives. Cautiously, he inquired, could they all be drops from nightmare difficulty? Not all. Some are from the wild. Uncle Wu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the drop rates for nightmare difficulty were excessively high. Wait, is this golden grade? The keen-eyed Uncle Wu quickly spotted several pieces of golden grade equipment among the pile. You treat golden grade items like trash here? By the way, I haven't opened the final boss's loot yet. I'll give you any unwanted items later. Uncle Wu genuinely wished he could abscond with the valuables. Golden grade equipment is priceless. Even the second miss of their Qin family was currently adorned in silver grade gear. Uncle Wu looked at the young man before him and then at his young lady. Sigh. The next time they encountered the Silver Wolf Guild, they could not afford to be so casual, all because the Silver Wolf had raised a true dragon. Subsequently, after arranging the equipment, Li Yao took Qin Yu and plunged into the dungeon vortex. There were 2 more opportunities for nightmare difficulty in the Abyss realm. Li Yao aimed to tackle them all in one go, hoping to open several chests together to see if he could obtain the final piece of the royalty set. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, in the capital city, in an ancient quadrangle, a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes stood before a middle-aged man. Father, I wish to go to Jiangzhou. The middle-aged man, engrossed in his newspaper, replied without looking up. Jiangzhou? For that newly opened hellish dungeon? The Goblin Nest, I believe. Precisely. You cannot go. Why not? The middle-aged man set down his newspaper and cast a disapproving glance at the youth. As someone who has transitioned classes early, how can you dare to compete with those youngsters for a dungeon? However, the first completion of the hellish dungeon is of great significance. Even if our Zhang family does not compete, there will be others who do. They are others. We are the Zhang family. The middle-aged man's expression was impassive, yet the aura he exuded made even the young man tremble slightly. If you wish to enjoy the benefits of an early class transition, you must abide by the rules. Even if others attain the first clear, one need not feel intimidated, correct? Impossible. Well, that settles it. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, his imposing aura dissipating as he spoke in a conversational tone. Yuqing, the strength of our dragon nation does not stem from the Zhang family, or any Wang or Lin clan. Rather, It arises from the countless prodigious individuals who emerge like mushrooms after a rain. I have heard old Lin speak of that Li Yao. He holds him in high regard, suggesting that he might shatter the ceiling imposed upon summoners and usher in a new paradigm. Shatter the ceiling imposed upon summoners and usher in a new paradigm. The youth murmured softly, his expression gradually growing earnest. Even he had never garnered such esteem from old Lin. The middle-aged man continued, since it is that Li Yao who has opened the dungeon, let him contend for it himself once he reaches level 20. Father, the youth wished to express more, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. The Federation imposes clear restrictions. Even if those shameless individuals venture to Jiangzhou, they must await the dungeon opener's priority entry. If he cannot surpass even them, then Li Yao is hardly remarkable. The youth nodded in understanding. The individuals his father referred to were the scions of prominent families, who, not needing to wait until the age of 18, had already begun their class transitions. Their levels were capped at 25 due to the martial examination constraints, honing their skills and conquering dungeons to achieve flawless class transitions and secure a brighter future. This cohort would pursue high-grade items at any cost. Once someone opened a hellish-level dungeon, they would swarm to conquer it, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. His earlier desire to go to Jiangzhou was also motivated by this reason. Li Yao, since old Lin thinks so highly of you, I trust you will not disappoint. Until the martial examination, then, having reached a conclusion, the youth prepared to depart. The middle-aged man suddenly called out. When you were level 10, could you solo a level 12 nightmare dungeon? The youth was momentarily at a loss for words. Understood, you may go now. The youth left the room with a grim expression but heard a voice drift from within. You still need to practice. Young Master Li, I am already level 14. What about you? Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu, along with Uncle Wu and others, had begun addressing Li Yao as Young Master Li. Just reached level 17, not too shabby. The two had completed 2 dungeons in succession, and by this time, dawn had arrived. The usage of the abyssal mirror had been completely exhausted. Invisible fatigue marked Qin Yu's face. Li Yao was similarly fatigued and spoke. I shall take my leave now. As I mentioned earlier, we will tackle the nightmare dungeon in Nanqing tomorrow. Feel free to invite your friends, provided they possess the abyssal mirror. Nanqing, a city neighboring Jiangzhou, was only a few dozen miles away. It housed an 18-level dungeon known as the Blood Moon Forest, where leveling would be significantly swifter than in the Goblin Nest. Regrettably, the nightmare-level difficulty of the Blood Moon Forest had been conquered 3 years prior by a team of adventurers from the magic capital, thus forfeiting the first clear rewards. As for the hellish level, entry required reaching level 28, a concern not pertinent to Li Yao at this juncture. Not a problem, but I will need to check with my friends. Qin Yu nodded in agreement while contemplating which of her acquaintances might own an abyssal mirror. Suddenly, she exclaimed, wait. I have exhausted my abyssal mirror. Young Master Li, are you going to abandon me? Woo-woo. She clung to Li Yao's arm, gazing at him with soulful eyes. Let us see how lucky you are, Li Yao replied dismissively, shaking her off. The loot chests are all from you. If the results are subpar, well, haha. With that, Li Yao strode toward the outskirts. That's all right. My luck is always excellent. Soon after parting ways with Qin Yu and the others, Li Yao returned to the room he had rented at the Star Network trading post. Before him lay 6 treasure chests, 3 leader chests, and 3 completion chests. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he opened all 6 chests at once. Instantly, the room was awash in radiant light. Gazing upon the items scattered on the floor, Li Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he let out a heartfelt exclamation. Could it be that Qin Yu is truly a treasure-finding savant? Chapter 29, SS Class Passive Skill. A bountiful harvest and significant enhancement. 2 skill books, for pieces of equipment, and a heart-like material from a magical creature. The moment the chests were opened, Li Yao's attention was drawn to one of the skill books. The pages were ancient and yellowed, yet they emanated a faint crimson glow. If he had not been mistaken, this skill book originated from the level 1 completion chest. It was a reward for breaking the historical completion time. Each adventurer could trigger it only once in a 6-month period. It made sense. Were it not for this limitation, Li Yao would undoubtedly have deliberately slowed down his progress to repeatedly refresh the completion time and secure rewards. Consequently, this chest could be considered the highest tier he had acquired, undoubtedly exceeding S-Class. Li Yao was resolute in his belief as he gazed at the skill book. Goblin Slayer, the Endless Butcher, the source of fear for goblin kind. Increases any damage dealt to goblin creatures by 30. Increases any damage dealt to non-goblin creatures by 15. A passive skill. Li Yao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was no wonder he was so taken aback. Anyone in his position would have reacted even more vocally. It is important to note that skills are divided into active and passive categories. Active skills resemble weaponry, capable of amplifying one's prowess and exponentially unleashing their potential. In contrast, passive skills are akin to foundational attributes, perpetually active once acquired. The value of enhancements to one's foundation is self-evident, and the drop rate is astonishingly low. To speak of an SS class passive skill, even an A or B class would incite fierce competition in any realm. This Goblin Slayer quietly showcased the formidable nature of SS class skills before Li Yao. The first attribute was somewhat inconsequential, only triggered in specific scenarios. The more critical aspect was the latter attribute, an unconditional 15 increase in damage to any non-goblin target. Skills. Unlike equipment, do not become obsolete. This attribute would eternally accompany Li Yao. This was the true essence of a prized possession. The very factor that distinguishes top-tier adventurers from the ordinary. It was something that common adventurers could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Li Yao sighed, reflecting that he would gladly trade an entire set of Royal Authority gear for this skill book. Speaking of the Royal Authority set, Li Yao swiftly cast his gaze upon the 4 pieces of equipment lying quietly on the ground, 2 of golden quality and 2 of platinum. It was highly probable for master difficulty to yield silver gear, with a slim chance of obtaining golden. Conversely, nightmare difficulty predominantly produced golden equipment, with a slight possibility of platinum. The odds were evenly split, which was precisely why Li Yao praised Qin Yu's good fortune. However, what troubled him was that none of these 4 items belonged to the Royal Authority set. Among them, only one piece was somewhat suitable for Li Yao to wear, the Summoner's Master Cinch. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirement, level 15. Attribute 1, stamina 40, spirit 40, agility 40. Attribute 2, Summoner's Expertise. Summoning type skills require no casting time. Durability, 180-180. This piece of equipment was difficult for Li Yao to evaluate. His summoning skill had been upgraded to the chess piece summoning technique by the Hex system, which inherently did not require casting time. The reason he donned it was simply due to its substantial enhancement to his 4 primary attributes, befitting the title of a platinum-grade item. It might be worthwhile to inquire about other summoners' opinions on this attribute, Li Yao mused, before shifting his attention to the final item. Goblin King's Heart. Crafting requirements, level 20, Alchemy LV7, Forging LV4, Melting Spirit LV1. Description, core material for crafting the General's Sword and the King's Ring. Containing the supreme grievances of the goblin race, difficult to refine, with a chance to drop in goblin lairs, evil lands, and devouring caves. As anticipated, Li Yao thought with satisfaction. He had heard of the evil lands, located in the north of the Dragon Kingdom, on the borders of Jindu, a massive dungeon that one would encounter only after the 4th advancement. Within, goblins were merely the weakest of the factions, overshadowed by numerous other malevolent entities. However, Li Yao pondered which dungeon the devouring cave belonged to. Yet, he dismissed the thought. The world was vast, and there were countless dungeons he had yet to hear of. After tallying his spoils, Li Yao glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Li Yao. Class, chess player of the Cloud Summit. Level, 17. Health, 658, 6580. Strength, 70. Spirit, 310. Agility, 373. Stamina, 155. Chess piece space, 33. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Pendant, Swift Boots, King's Cloak, King's Scepter, Summoner's Master Cinch, Shadow Mask. Skills, Void Mantis Summoning, Azure Bird Summoning, Void Predator Summoning, Hedge Fund, Practical Training, Demon Contract, Shackles, Goblin Slayer. Equipment skills, Bloodthirst, Royal Guard, King's Might, Sanctuary, Summoner's Expertise. Talents, Hex, Bond, Armament. Chess Player, Star Ascension. Title, Abyssal Wanderer. Li Yao was exceedingly satisfied with his attributes. For a summoner, the strength attribute was rendered meaningless unless one wielded a staff to strike. As for stamina, aside from its application to chess pieces, it was nearly redundant for Li Yao. Possessing the chess player talent was simply extravagant. Thus, the equipment Li Yao chose primarily enhanced his spirit and agility attributes. Both surpassing the 300 threshold was equivalent to a free allocation of 60 attribute points at level 60. Considering his equipment, he could undoubtedly match the strength of typical professionals at around level 30. This exemplified the terrifying nature of platinum-grade equipment, elevating Li Yao's combat prowess to an almost invincible state at this stage. Next, he planned to hand over the Goblin Heart to Qin Yu and the others, asking them to assist in crafting the King's Ring. Li Yao lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Following that, he aimed to swiftly reach level 20 to complete the 2nd advancement quest. Every 20 levels presented a significant hurdle. Once surpassed, one's strength would undergo a monumental transformation. Up to this point, gaining admission to the 4 great martial academies was no longer his objective. His own prowess had instilled within him a formidable confidence. Now, Li Yao's sole focus was on the 2nd advancement quest, an independent task tailored to him, with rewards contingent upon the degree of completion. He would gather the royal authority set before proceeding further. Contemplating this, Li Yao gradually succumbed to a deep slumber. Continuously conquering dungeons had taken a toll on his spirit, leaving him in dire need of rest. Ding ding ding. Approximately 6 hours later, the landline in his room suddenly emitted a jarring sound, reminiscent of a school bell, inducing extreme discomfort. Damn it. Li Yao answered the phone. Young Master Li, wake up quickly. Something big has happened. Qin Yu's anxious voice resonated through the receiver. Chapter 30, Waiting for You? A pure waste of time. Beyond the borders lies the territory inhabited by monsters. Mobile signals cannot penetrate this area. Only the communication receivers established by the Star Network Exchange can receive signals, which was why Li Yao was not irked. No one would spend a fortune to dial the landline in the trading room for trivial matters. What happened? Speak slowly, Li Yao replied calmly. However, Qin Yu on the other end was in no mood for slowness. The dungeon is an original dungeon. Just half an hour ago, someone discovered an original dungeon on the southern city border. Upon hearing this, Li Yao's eyes narrowed. An original dungeon, as the name implies, had yet to be explored. Such dungeons were exceedingly perilous. Escape scrolls were rendered useless, and once entered, there was no retreat. The only option was to clear the dungeon. Moreover, the difficulty of the dungeon was entirely random, leaving no one to predict what might transpire within. What troubled the higher-ups of various nations the most was that once an original dungeon was triggered and could not be suppressed within a short period, the dungeon's vortex would shatter, unleashing monsters that would multiply exponentially and break free from their seals, with numbers beyond estimation. The majority of human towns that fell were victims of failed attempts to conquer original dungeons. Consequently, upon discovering an original dungeon, local authorities would swiftly contact the Federation, gathering top experts suitable for the dungeon's level to undertake the challenge. Li Yao paused for a moment before asking, "What level is the dungeon?" Level 20. With entry requirements between levels 10 and 25. There are many people here now, but no one has entered yet. Young Master Li, would you like to come? Of course. Li Yao would never refuse. The risk equated to reward. This adage held true in any corner of Blue Star. Haha, I knew it. Quickly make your way downstairs. After hearing the news, I have already summoned Uncle Wu to pick you up from StarNet. Qin Yu's voice bubbled with excitement. However, Li Yao felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Qin Yu, the primordial dungeon is not akin to the goblin nest. Its difficulty is unpredictable, and it is impossible for me to bring you along. Oh dear. Before Li Yao could finish his sentence, he was hastily interrupted by Qin Yu. I possess enough self-awareness. So hurry downstairs. Uncle Wu has arrived, and I shall await you here. All right, Li Yao replied, ending the call and hastily descending the stairs. Before long, he spotted Uncle Wu, and they boarded the vehicle, heading towards South City. Young Master Li, these items are to be delivered to you by Madame Li, Uncle Wu stated. Madame Li, Guining, a level 59 A-grade support class, the songstress, was none other than Li Yao's biological mother. She and President Li are not in Jiangzhou, and instructed me to pass these on to you. In the vehicle, Li Yao accepted the items handed to him, identical to the vials of percentage recovery potions that Uncle Wu had provided when he had entered the dungeon with Qin Yu. Thank you. He recalled that his parents had always adopted a hands-off approach towards him. They rarely intervened in his decisions, indicating their trust in his judgment. Of course, this demeanor did not imply a lack of concern for their son. Otherwise, they would not have invested all the resources they had painstakingly acquired over the years into him. Delivering these potions to Li Yao merely signified that he was to make his own choices. As for whether Li Yao possessed the qualifications to partake in the primordial dungeon's good, no one, be it Qin Yu, Uncle Wu, or even Li Yao himself, would question it. The current Li Yao was no longer the summoner that others looked down upon. Soloing nightmare dungeons, he had become a rare gem within the entirety of Longhua. Half an hour later, Li Yao and Uncle Wu passed through the border checkpoint of South City, arriving at the entrance of the primordial dungeon. Just as Qin Yu had described, the area was teeming with people. Numerous federal troops were stationed there, and several familiar prominent figures were also present. Hello, young Master Li, over here. The unmistakable voice reached Li Yao's ears, and he walked in that direction, drawing the attention of others who immediately recognized his arrival. Whispers erupted. What? Li Yao is here too? Who is Li Yao? You must be from South City, right? He is the summoner who soloed a nightmare-level dungeon yesterday. Soloing a nightmare level as a summoner? I can't decide if I should believe you, or if I should think you're as credible as Emperor Qin. Fool. Go check the StarNet forum. In a flash, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even those unfamiliar with Li Yao were being informed by practitioners from Jiangzhou, igniting a sense of pride among them as Jiangzhou professionals. Moreover, the ramifications of a failed guide in the primordial dungeon would primarily impact the surrounding cities. Countless monsters would break free from their seals, and federal support would require time. It would not be an exaggeration to describe South City during that time as a realm of despair. The mere presence of Li Yao served as a tonic for their fears, significantly alleviating their trepidation towards the primordial dungeon. Li Yao approached Qin Yu, who stood beside two middle-aged men. He recognized one of them as Su Rini, the lord of Jiangzhou City. Upon seeing Li Yao, Su Rini amiably placed a hand on his shoulder. You finally made it. Your name has been ringing in my ears these past few days. Senior. Li Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Come, let me introduce you. This is the lord of South City, Luo Yu. You may address him as Senior Luo. Since you have arrived, let us get straight to the point, Luo Yu interjected, his expression grave as he scrutinized Li Yao. So you are Li Yao? Lord Su holds you in high regard. And having cleared a nightmare-level dungeon, I too believe you possess considerable strength. However, the matter of entering the first batch of good teams is not solely within my purview, nor is it within Lord Su's. You are currently only level 17, which, according to federal regulations regarding the primordial dungeon, disqualifies you from participation. Li Yao, uninterested in the verbose explanations, interjected, then who decides? As the Lord of South City, Luo Yu had a duty to contemplate the safety of his city, and Li Yao could understand his reluctance to regard his level. Yet, he would not permit such unfounded regulations to dismiss him. While in the car, Li Yao had researched the federal history of expeditions into the primordial dungeon. Given the constraints of time, the primordial dungeon was typically good in 2 phases. The first phase involved summoning the local top-tier professionals or those of sufficient level, at least A grade, who volunteered to participate. Only if the first phase failed would the second phase impose stricter regulations. In most cases, the federal organization would lead the globalawakening. Under ordinary circumstances, having soloed a nightmare-level dungeon, Li Yao would certainly qualify for any form of globalawakening team. Even if it came to the second phase, he was confident he could secure a place. However, the hesitance emanating from Luo Yu suggested only one possible explanation. There were professionals present who were stronger than him. Before Luo Yu could respond, a flippant voice echoed from a distance. I can make the call. A group of 5 approached Li Yao with measured strides. I was wondering if those who could unlock the hell-level dungeons would possess some degree of ability. Who would have thought it would be just an A-grade professional? They asked me to wait for you, but it seems that was merely a waste of time. Chapter 31. The Cherry Blossom Country Maiden, SS Grade Star Whisper Witch. Li Yao glanced at the 5 figures advancing toward him, his brows slightly raised, just as he was about to speak. Qin Yu stepped in front of him, protectively asserting, Oh, is this your discovery of the dungeon? Are you the one who gets to call the shots? As she spoke, Qin Yu tugged at Li Yao's arm, indicating a middle-aged woman surrounded by several soldiers ahead. Young Master Li, you should approach that lady. She is the discoverer of the dungeon. As long as she consents, no one can stop you. A golden artifact or an A-grade skill book should suffice. Primordial dungeons appear at random, and anyone could potentially trigger one. Those who discover them, aware of their insufficient strength, would seek the Federation's assistance. This was clearly the situation now. To enter the dungeon, one would need to offer the discoverer a reward that would satisfy them, thus providing them with certain benefits and preventing radical individuals from hindering others' efforts by concealing the existence of the primordial dungeon. There is no need for such trouble. The young man scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Li Yao and Qin Yu. Just a moment ago, she entrusted all authority for entry to me. If you harbor doubts, you may inquire with the 2 esteemed city lords. Luo Yu nodded, prompting the youth to continue speaking. Jun Fei was indeed correct. I sincerely apologize, Li Yao. As a top-tier local practitioner, Luo Yu had no desire to offend Li Yao. We are well aware of your prowess. Had you already advanced to the second transition, I could persuade Jun Fei to allow you entry. However, at merely level 17, it is all mere drivel. Li Yao inwardly scoffed. If he were already at the second transition, the others would surely have a different stance. Yet, from the tone of Luo Yu, it was evident that he held considerable trepidation towards this young man. At that moment, Li Yao felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. He turned to see City Lord Shui leaning close to his ear, offering a discreet warning. Those 3 are individuals from Songyu City, a family with substantial influence. The other 2 are unfamiliar, yet likely formidable as well. In any case, exercise caution. Songyu City, Li Yao silently repeated in his mind. One of the 12 major cities of Long Kingdom. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he would soon journey to this city for the practitioner's martial examination. Jiangzhou and Nancheng are both considered subordinate cities of Songyu City, which oversees a total of 27 such cities. The number of top-tier practitioners among them is simply staggering. As far as Li Yao was aware, there were 13 S-class practitioners among his peers this year. However, he did not harbor any fear. What intrigued him was that the individuals before him appeared to be of a similar age to his own, yet he could not discern their levels through identification techniques. Li Yao understood all too well the arduous nature of leveling up. If they were part of the same transition batch, he was certain no one could surpass his advancement speed. The equipment worn by the group shimmered with golden brilliance, indicating their high quality. The leader, armed with a spear, was undoubtedly a warrior class. The other 2 practitioners from Songyu City included a muscular figure wielding a heavy shield, likely a knight class, and a seemingly timid young woman, presumably a support class. There is even a summoner? Li Yao was taken aback. In such a finely tuned team, where each member was at least S-class, the presence of a summoner was particularly striking. Yet this summoner, when glancing at others, exhibited an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissing even the 3 practitioners from Songyu City. However, when her gaze fell upon the young woman beside her, she adopted a much humbler demeanor, as if eager to please. Quite intriguing. Just then, as if vexed by Li Yao's scrutiny, young Jun Fei interjected, I have now satisfied the wishes of both city lords. I have seen a worthless summoner, and I am dissatisfied. Therefore, may I ask, City Lord Luo, can we enter the instance dungeon? Though he used polite language, Yang Junfei's tone was unmistakably impatient. Luo Yu, however, stepped in to mediate. Of course, there is no problem. The initial instance dungeon is of great significance. It is only natural for Junfei to be anxious. I shall promptly arrange for the military to grant access. Having reached this juncture, Li Yao found his interest in the initial instance dungeon waning. Although he desired to go, it was not to the point of desperation. The primary benefit of clearing an instance dungeon lies in the rewards for first-time monster kills and the contribution points from the Federation. Given his capabilities, he could easily tackle those nightmarish dungeons that had yet to be conquered. As for contribution points, opportunities would abound in the future. Were it not for Qin Yu, he might have been oblivious to the very existence of the initial instance dungeon. Arriving late and seeing others occupy the slots was hardly a matter of blame. Thus, Li Yao signaled to Qin Yu that they should prepare to depart. At that moment, a cool, melodic voice rang out. "Mr. Li, you are the summoner who has conquered the nightmare-level difficulty, are you not?" The voice was pleasant, spoken in a somewhat awkward version of Longwell language. A person from Sakura country? Though puzzled, Li Yao halted his steps. "Indeed, that is correct." Qin Yu puffed out her chest, visibly irked. She had called Li Yao over. Yet he was unable to enter the dungeon, leaving her with a sense of guilt for making him come all this way. Upon hearing this, the young woman's expression brightened. "If that is the case, then Mr. Li should join our team. However, as a condition, you will need to provide us with 2 pieces of golden-grade equipment." Yang Junfei's face darkened immediately, yet he surprisingly refrained from further protest. The young woman elaborated. "Jingxing Jun is also a summoner, yet his strength pales in comparison to Mr. Li's. It is only fitting that Mr. Li be allowed entry into the dungeon." Upon hearing this, the previously haughty summoner's face drained of color. "Lady Mize." The young woman merely shot him a cold glance, causing the summoner to wilt under her gaze. He dared not utter a word, his eyes filled with resentment directed at Li Yao. If glares could kill, Li Yao would have been slain countless times. Li Yao, unfazed, calmly responded, "1 piece." His interest in the initial instance dungeon was roughly equivalent to the worth of a single piece of golden-grade equipment. "Have you lost your mind?" Yang Junfei was the first to vehemently object, his voice raised in anger. "I initially offered this price. Allowing an A-class summoner to enter is generous enough. And yet you wish to raise the stakes?" Qin Yu tugged at Li Yao's arm, silently conveying that she could help him cover 1 piece. Should they successfully clear the dungeon, the rewards in terms of equipment drops and contribution points from the Federation would far exceed the price. Of course, this was contingent upon a successful endeavor. Qin Yu was confident in Li Yao's abilities. "Very well, just 1 piece. Mr. Li shall join our team," the young woman declared. And even Yang Junfei could not muster further objections, merely casting a fierce glare at Li Yao. As Li Yao agreed to join the team, he glanced at the team panel. Dragon Spear Warrior S-Class, Holy Knight of Sacrifice S-Class, Pastoral Warlock S-Class, Star Whisper Witch SS-Class. An exceptional configuration, even without considering himself. It would certainly suffice for the second batch of expedition teams. The Star Whisper Witch, Li Yao was certain he did not recognize that woman from Sakura country. Her beauty was unparalleled, the most breathtaking he had ever encountered. Even Qin Yu and Jiangning Yu paled in comparison. Moreover, Li Yao noted that she maintained an icy demeanor towards everyone, not merely by nature, but rather a reflection of the arrogance that emanated from her very core, as though she regarded all present with disdain. Even when inviting Li Yao, she bore the expression of a superior recruiting subordinates. The 5 members formed a team and proceeded toward the entrance of the dungeon, while the onlooking practitioners gazed at them with palpable excitement. A team led by an SS-class practitioner, something they had only ever witnessed on television. What is this initial instance dungeon? It is simply a matter of control. No one has noticed. Within the ranks, Yang Junfei's concealed and sinister gaze swept over Li Yao. Finally, he has joined the fray. Chapter 32, The Feeding Dungeon, the Goblin Breeding Ground. Although the intentions of that woman, Kyutai Misa, remain unclear, as long as he dares to join the team, half of his objective is already accomplished. As for the other half, it lies within the dungeon, utterly eradicating this individual. Yang Junfei walked at the forefront of the team, his expression icy. As the scion of the Yang family from Sangyu City, his presence in this backwater region was solely for the newly unlocked Inferno-level dungeon. Li Yao, as the initiator of the dungeon, held the privilege of prioritizing the dungeon's conquest. Even the Yang family had to abide by this rule. Therefore, he must ensure Li Yao disappears completely before reaching level 20. From the beginning, he had never underestimated Li Yao. To solo a nightmarish-level dungeon. Even if he were a summoner, he was the strongest summoner, deserving of utmost respect. His original plan was to find an opportunity to invite Li Yao to participate in the dungeon strategy, and then, by joining forces with 3 others, eliminate Li Yao within the dungeon. Now, the sudden opening of this primordial dungeon was akin to divine intervention, assisting him in his scheme. Thus, Yang Junfei arrived early, purchasing an entry spot at a high price, feigning disdain for Li Yao to prevent him from joining the strategic team. In this way, should Li Yao meet with misfortune in the dungeon, it would be reasonable for him not to be suspected. A lone summoner tackling a nightmarish-level dungeon? A useless summoner hoping to join the team for the strategy? It is natural for the youth to be overly ambitious, and top-tier professionals like Li Yao are particularly prideful. Coupled with the temptation of the primordial dungeon, Yang Junfei was brimming with confidence in his plan. Who would have thought that Li Yao would not take the bait? Fortunately, that woman, Kyutai Misa, was there to assist. Should Li Yao encounter disaster, the suspicions would inevitably fall upon her. Contemplating this, Yang Junfei could not help but curl his lips into a smile. A wild chicken is still a wild chicken, even with wings. It has no right to transform into a phoenix. The entrance to the primordial dungeon was a rocky outcrop beneath a small stone mountain. Kicking it aside revealed a swirling vortex leading to the dungeon. As they approached the entrance, the presence of military soldiers increased. After verifying their identities, they reached out to touch the vortex. In the next moment, everything blurred before Li Yao's eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a dark, damp cave. A foul stench hung in the air, reminiscent of a large slaughterhouse. Lines of crimson text materialized before him. The current dungeon is the feeding cave. Dungeon restrictions: level 10 to 25, 15 players. Difficulty: unknown. Completion condition: an unknown creature has invaded the goblin tribe's cave, treating the goblins as livestock, rearing them in the feeding cave. To enhance their flavor, a certain ingredient has been added to the goblins' feed, significantly elevating their strength. Defeating one unknown creature constitutes successful completion. A randomly transporting dungeon. Is it? Li Yao glanced around, finding no one, and murmured softly. Newbie dungeons are typically random transport dungeons, devoid of fixed spawn points. Entry selects randomly. Without further thought, he commanded, "Predator, lead the way." Simultaneously, an orange shield enveloped the surface of the predator. Protection skill activated. Li Yao and his two pieces followed approximately 10 meters behind the predator. The cave was narrow and filled with many twists and turns. The 10-meter distance was just enough for Li Yao to observe the predator's form clearly. However, after only a few steps, a small shadow staggered into view before the predator. A pungent odor hit him. Li Yao cast identification. Goblin flesh chunk. Level 20. Health, 22,650. Strength, 475. Spirit, 21. Agility, 386. Stamina, 453. Skills, none. Li Yao frowned deeply. Such attributes are nearly on par with those of a goblin leader. This is merely a minor monster within the dungeon? A wave of unease washed over Li Yao. It was not the creature before him that caused his concern, but the unknown being mentioned in the dungeon's introduction. To consider such a creature as food and rear, it indicates a power capable of crushing it with ease. It is akin to humans selectively rearing poultry, choosing chickens and ducks, not tigers or bears. At that moment, the staggering figure had appeared directly before Li Yao. Judging by its silhouette, he could tentatively categorize it as part of the goblin tribe. However, its deep red, festering flesh made Li Yao silently thankful that he had skipped breakfast. "Qing Yao," Li Yao softly called. Instantly, the snowy light enveloped the monstrous being before him. An ice spear hurtled forward. 642, 1284. The single target damage paled in comparison to the void mantis. Li Yao mused, as the figure of the void mantis suddenly materialized. 8,421, 15,246. Goblin flesh chunk defeated. Experience 04. Combat training triggered. Void mantis, strength 1. After several excursions into nightmarish level dungeons, the strength of the void mantis had risen to a remarkable 2,100. Defeating such a monster was but a fleeting moment. The experience gained was quite substantial. Approximately 200 more would suffice for leveling up. Li Yao continued deeper into the cave. Regrettably, most of the monsters he encountered were solitary. While the individual experience was high, their scarcity meant that the rate of leveling up was even slower than during his time in the goblin nest. Wait, since this is a breeding ground, there must be areas akin to chicken coops, where they feed collectively. Li Yao placed himself in the perspective of a farmer. If they are free-range, might it require feeding them one by one? With this thought, Li Yao's eyes brightened. He promptly dashed forward, letting the few pieces handle the monsters while he sought the location of the chicken coop. Meanwhile, after approximately 20 minutes in the dungeon, Yang Junfei and his two teammates had already converged through some means. Before them stood two goblin flesh chunks, their deep red flesh oozing pus, mindlessly attacking the trio. Damn it! Yang Junfei cursed, his spear whirling ceaselessly. 321. What on earth is this creature? At merely level 20, how can its endurance attribute be so formidable? Given Yang Junfei's prowess, the goblin's meat chunk should not pose a threat to him. The spear hurtles through the air with remarkable speed, yet when it strikes the creature, it only manages to peel away a sliver of its health. The sacrificial paladin also intercepts a goblin meat chunk. His muscles swell, emanating a crimson glow. And with each strike, a fraction of his own health diminishes. His damage output far exceeds that of Yang Junfei. Behind them stands a somewhat naive girl, accustomed to Yang Feng's combat style. While casting healing spells, she furrows her brow in contemplation. Brother Junfei, is this not our first encounter with two monsters appearing simultaneously? Indeed. Yang Junfei replied, his tone laced with irritation. This complicates matters. The naive girl frowned deeply, stating solemnly, you should have read the dungeon's introduction. Monsters appearing alone can be considered free range, but when multiple emerge together, it signifies that we are not far from the breeding area. Our current strength allows us to contend with at most 4 of these creatures simultaneously. What does that imply? Yang Junfei queried, not pausing to ponder. Within the depths of the dungeon, their trio is orchestrated by Song Anqing. Therefore, we must distance ourselves from this location. At that moment, Yang Feng, who had remained silent, interjected, that unidentified creature will likely be found in the breeding area you mentioned, correct? Precisely, but we cannot defeat it, the naive girl replied calmly. As the two meat chunks before them disintegrated into experience points on the ground. Let us regroup with Mizuki and Li Yao first, Yang Junfei suggested. Li Yao? Have you forgotten our plan? I have not, but given the current situation, we must prioritize resolving the dungeon. This dungeon is no trivial matter. Li Yao's strength is still of use for the time being. However, Song Anqing paused, tapping her lips thoughtfully. I am now more concerned about whether Li Yao is still alive. Chapter 33. First encounter with the leader, the tongue-rending guardian. Why does it feel like I'm becoming increasingly marginalized? After exploring the feeding cave for over half an hour, Li Yao felt a sense of doubt. Why can't they implement a map system like those in past online games? The cave's layout was intricate, and Li Yao had to rely on markers to ensure he wasn't retracing his steps. Yet, he remained utterly clueless about the breeding area he sought. Conversely, the frequency of monster encounters appeared to be dwindling, as if he were edging closer to the cave's periphery. With this thought in mind, Li Yao halted in his tracks. Just as he turned, a sudden chill enveloped him. Almost instantaneously, a sound of slicing air erupted behind him. Li Yao instinctively bent down to evade. But the assailant's speed surpassed his own. Bang! The moment Li Yao heard the slicing sound, the attack struck him, a mere heartbeat later. A moist, viscous sensation coursed from the nape of his neck. Turning his head, he beheld a massive creature, its body draped in a transparent, viscous substance. It resembled a lizard, with an elongated tail and devoid of skin. Its terrifying, sinewy muscles pulsated violently. With a long, narrow head, its razor-sharp teeth were encased in 3 layers, and a several-meter-long, barbed tongue pierced into the back of Li Yao's head. There was no actual damage, but it felt incredibly degrading. Li Yao could even sense an unknown liquid from the creature's tongue trickling down his back. Quickly creating distance, he activated his identification skill. Tongue-rending guardian. Level 22. Health, 120,000. Strength, 615. Mentality, 214. Agility, 720. Endurance, 631. Skills, Exoskeleton LV5, Dynamic Vision LV2. Such terrifying attributes. Li Yao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Nonetheless, as a boss monster, the tongue-rending guardian possessed a lamentably few skills, which appeared to be predominantly passive. This type of creature was notoriously challenging to deal with, especially in the early stages when adventurers had limited skills at their disposal. Such monsters often boasted alarmingly high attributes, making even breaking through their defenses a daunting task. With a swift motion, the tongue-rending guardian retracted its tongue. Simultaneously, its powerful hind legs bulged with muscle, and the visible veins erupted like a reptilian nightmare. Boom! The ground beneath the tongue-rending guardian shattered. Li Yao had scarcely any time to react as a dark shadow loomed over him. Its speed was astonishing. With agility nearly double his own, no wonder he couldn't see it clearly. Li Yao assessed calmly. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the tongue-rending guardian unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. Li Yao remained unfazed. However, the tongue-rending guardian suddenly recoiled, its hollow eyes regarding Li Yao with wariness. Moments later, the creature's form twisted, its head lowered to the ground, and its nostrils flared as it sniffed the air. Li Yao noted its high combat intelligence. It quickly deduced that it was in a state where it could not attack. Moreover, its sense of smell was acute. It must have detected the void mantis. However, without a skill to break invisibility, it could not pinpoint its location. At this juncture, the tongue-rending guardian completely disregarded Li Yao. Its muscles tensed, and its elongated head subtly shifted, poised for any incoming ambush. The moment contact was made with the tongue-rending guardian, Li Yao had commanded the 3 major pieces to converge on his location. With less than 500 meters between them, the void mantis had already arrived, primed and awaiting Li Yao's orders. They're here. In his perception, the predator and the azure bird were just around the corner. The tongue-rending guardian erupted into a frenzy, racing towards the corner. At that instant, the void mantis materialized. 7,051, 14,320, 4,132. Hiss. The excruciating pain elicited a wail from the tongue-rending guardian. Almost simultaneously, the earth trembled and a blizzard descended. Swish. The tongue-rending guardian, enduring the torment, sidestepped, narrowly evading 2 simultaneous attacks. Another claw strike followed, aimed at the void mantis. Yet, the shadow of the void mantis had long since vanished. The devourer directly intercepted the tongue-ripper guardian, despite being in a state of relentless assault. Nevertheless, the guardian's substantial health pool rendered it incapable of being swiftly dispatched. The void mantis, hesitant to reveal itself before its invisibility cooldown concluded, remained concealed while the azure bird could only linger at a distance, inflicting minimal damage, and the devourer was merely absorbing blows, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Yet, a faint smile crept across Li Yao's lips as he softly murmured, "It is over." A flurry of snowflakes descended upon the tongue-ripper guardian. Once the range of the glacial storm expanded to envelop the entire area, the Guardian found itself with no retreat. The damage inflicted was minimal. Yet the slowing effect was undoubtedly in effect. In quick succession, the earth shattered, and rocks erupted from the ground. The Guardian attempted to evade, but hindered by the slow state, it found its efforts futile. With double deceleration in play, the Void Mantis suddenly materialized, taking advantage of the moment to strike decisively. The rupture lasted but 5 seconds, yet the harrowing damage dealt by the Void Mantis was sufficient to inflict severe wounds within that brief span. Under Li Yao's command, the Void Mantis concentrated its assault on the Guardian's right leg, resulting in the Guardian's speed diminishing even further once the slow effect dissipated. What followed was a relentless beating from the trio of chess pieces. In less than a minute, the Tongue Ripper Guardian was utterly vanquished. Defeated a superior-level boss creature. Tongue Ripper Guardian, gaining 45 experience. The Void Devourer has completed its evolutionary consumption, acquiring a maximum health of 12,000. Received exclusive drop for the first kill in the original dungeon. Skill Book, Exoskeleton. Defeated an unknown creature, granting exit privileges from the dungeon. Will you choose to escape? Time remaining for escape passage to open, 259 seconds. Simultaneously, a pale golden treasure chest floated above the corpse of the Tongue Ripper Guardian. Li Yao cast a glance at the monster's remains, contemplated briefly, and decided to open the spoils immediately to enhance his immediate prowess. Despite the apparent ease with which he dispatched the Tongue Ripper Guardian, Li Yao was acutely aware of its formidable strength. With a staggering endurance value of 600. Without the Goblin Slayer skill that boosts damage by 15, the damage inflicted by the Void Mantis was roughly around 10,000. Such damage made it far from simple to shatter the Guardian's right leg. At least another round of deceleration would be necessary. The crux of the matter was that, given the current state of the dungeon, the Guardian was merely a minor boss, lacking the gravitas of a final boss. Thus, in preparation for the ultimate confrontation ahead, Li Yao resolved to unlock the loot promptly to bolster his combat capability. As for the remaining time for the escape passage, Li Yao chose to disregard it entirely. If he were to activate the chains now, this entity would not endure for more than 30 seconds before being violently torn apart. Chapter 34. Princess of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Kubikawa Missy. Meanwhile, in another part of the feeding cave, Kubikawa Missy, clad in a form-fitting kimono and possessing an exquisite visage, knelt upon the ground, her hands braced against the earth. Her exposed, snow-white legs bore numerous ghastly wounds, and even her platinum-grade equipment appeared tattered and worn. The previously icy demeanor had vanished, replaced by a morbid pallor and a steady trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. Before her lay a colossal monster, devoid of life. Had Li Yao been present, he would have immediately recognized its identity, the Tongue Ripper Guardian. Health, 53, 214, 000. Kubikawa Missy glanced at her own health, a faint chuckle escaping her lips as she savored her narrow escape from death. She then lay back on the ground, gasping for breath. Retrieving a vial from her storage space, she gulped it down. That had been a close call. After consuming the potion, the tension in her furrowed brow gradually eased, allowing her the energy to reflect upon the fierce battle just endured. The Shikigami had indeed proven inadequate. The blessing of star language had not amplified their capabilities beyond a mere 7-fold. Kubikawa Missy felt a twinge of regret for not having allowed Rajan to remain by her side. Even as a seemingly useless S-rank summoner, her presence could have significantly alleviated the struggle against the Guardian. This original dungeon had proven to be more formidable than anticipated. Shaking her head, Kubikawa Missy pushed herself off the ground, realizing it was unnecessary to personally court danger within an original dungeon of the Dragon Kingdom. Approaching the monster's corpse, she intended to collect the spoils before entering the escape passage to leave the dungeon. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Kubikawa Missy recalled something and hurriedly glanced at her system panel. Why was there no first kill reward? Wasn't this an original dungeon? Had someone preemptively slain it? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, for she instinctively believed it to be impossible. As the princess of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and one of only 4 SS-rank professionals born in recent years, Kubikawa Missy was confident that her strength ranked among the very best of her generation. This was precisely why she held disdain for others. Yang Junfei and his companions? In her mind, she weighed the disparity in strength between Yang Junfei and the Guardian, only to dismiss the notion with a cold laugh. Should they encounter one another, only Yang Junfei would manage to escape alive. So it must be you, Li Yao. Kubikawa Missy stored her spoils in her inventory, refraining from entering the escape passage until it closed. The capability to slay the Tongue Ripper Guardian, coupled with her support, made conquering this original dungeon a feasible endeavor. With a penetrating gaze, she surveyed the depths of the cave, pondering silently. The fact that Li Yao had encountered the Tongue Ripper Guardian so early indicated that he had not merely been content to eliminate the minor creatures within the dungeon, but rather, like her before, had focused on locating the concentrated breeding zones. Thus, all that remained was to find the breeding area, and she would surely uncover him. Li Yao. Meanwhile, Yang Junfei and Song Anqing were fleeing for their lives. Within the feeding cave, There were a total of 6 tongue ripper guardians positioned at the cave's periphery, herding the lost goblin morsels. Young Junfei sought to avoid the breeding zones, necessitating an escape towards the edges, which significantly heightened the chances of encountering a guardian. Just moments ago, they had faced one such tongue ripper guardian, which had brutally torn into Yangfeng's flesh and devoured it voraciously. They must locate Kubikawa Missy, otherwise, they would all perish within this dungeon. As they raced through the treacherous terrain, Song Anqing exclaimed anxiously, "Of course I know. Damn it. How can this instance be so formidable? What kind of monsters are these?" Yang Junfei cursed vehemently. Besides the tongue-ripping guardian, they had also encountered a grotesque goblin behemoth, which bore a striking resemblance to a goblin lord, causing them considerable trouble. Had it not been for this, Yang Feng would not have sustained injuries. When they faced the tongue-ripping guardian, activating the substitute scarecrow should have spared them from dire consequences. Song Anqing's expression darkened as she voiced her concern. "I fear that Kyuta Missy is no longer within the instance." "Nonsense. Do you mean to say that woman could possibly rival that monster?" Yang Junfei retorted angrily without a moment's hesitation. "I am uncertain of Kyuta Missy's capabilities, but the likelihood of that scenario is indeed quite slim. However, being the third princess of the Kyuta family, can you assure me that she possesses no life-saving artifacts?" In the face of this crisis, Song Anqing had discarded her pretense, revealing her true self without any semblance of meekness. Upon hearing her words, Yang Junfei faltered momentarily, despair washing over him as cold sweat streamed down his brow. "Damn it, am I truly destined to perish in this instance?" At that moment, Song Anqing's face was equally pale as she halted her steps. The tongue-ripping guardian was currently devouring Yang Feng's lifeless body, showing no interest in pursuing them. Their flight was merely an escape from the terror within. "What about Li Yao?" Yang Junfei inquired at that juncture. "That kid is merely affiliated with a B-grade adventurer guild. He cannot possibly possess the means to escape the original instance." Yang Junfei asserted firmly. "It is indeed challenging. While single-handedly tackling a nightmare-level instance carries significant merit, it pales in comparison to our early awakening. With a mere level of 17, the disparity between first and second job classes is simply too great. Are you implying that I am destined to die here?" Yang Junfei exclaimed in exasperation. "No way. We must find that kid Li Yao. If we are to meet our demise, he should perish before us." "He cannot die," a cool female voice interjected from around the corner of the cave. Yang Junfei was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation as he hurriedly rushed towards the source. Missy, Kyuta Missy emerged from the corner, her sleek black hair cascading gracefully to her collarbone. The fitted kimono-style attire accentuated her exquisite figure impeccably. Observing Yang Junfei's infatuated expression, Kyuta Missy regarded him with disdain. "Keep your distance from me. Lord Li Yao is not likely to perish just yet. Follow me as we seek him out." Upon hearing her words, Yang Junfei chuckled awkwardly and obediently trailed behind her. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Kyuta Missy in their moment of despair, Yang Junfei would not have displayed such a demeanor. Recalling their initial meeting, he had been so captivated by her beauty that he forcefully brought her into his family. To his surprise, Kyuta Missy had not resisted, but rather insisted he refrain from complicating matters, stating she could find her own way home. Upon returning to the Yang residence, as expected, Yang Junfei received 6 slaps from his father. "But I recall this woman journeyed from afar to Jiang'o in search of someone, didn't she? Who was it again? I've forgotten." Behind Yang Junfei, Song Anqing had grown considerably more compliant, embodying the role of a docile maiden. She had observed more than Yang Junfei and pondered far deeper. The equipment adorning Kyuta Missy was evidently the result of a harrowing battle. If they had not sustained injuries against ordinary goblin monsters, how could Kyuta Missy possibly be wounded? It was terrifying. No wonder she was a top-tier genius from the land of cherry blossoms. Aside from a handful of individuals from the capital's magic metropolis, it was unlikely anyone could match her prowess. Just then, 4 rotund goblin monsters materialized before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyuta Missy summoned her Shikigami, engaging the goblin behemoths in combat. Simultaneously, her piercing gaze turned towards the corner of the cave, where considerable commotion could also be heard. Kyuta Missy raised an eyebrow lightly and murmured, "It seems we have encountered something." As she rounded the corner, Li Yao chuckled softly. Before him stood 2 goblin monsters, with 4 more on the opposite side. The simultaneous appearance of 6 indicated they were not far from the breeding grounds. Chapter 35, the second wave of the assault team. SS class assembles. 2 hours after Li Yao and his companions entered the instance, at the entrance of the original instance, all onlookers had been dismissed, leaving predominantly members of the Dragon Kingdom's military. At this time, several elderly gentlemen clad in military attire were seated together. 4 young adventurers stood behind them, each exhibiting distinct expressions. "Has Yuqing not arrived yet?" the elder at the forefront inquired, his brow furrowing. "General Wu, Zhang Yuqing is on his way from the capital. He will require some time," replied a middle-aged man resembling an aide, glancing at the clock. "He should arrive in 17 minutes. The general nodded. The Dragon Kingdom had always approached the emergence of original instances with caution. The 4 young adventurers present were all top-tier prodigies hailing from various parts of the nation. including those who had undergone early job transitions several years prior. The Dragon Kingdom currently boasted a total of 7 SS-class adventurers. Remarkably, 3 of them were present at this very moment. Moreover, there was one individual yet to arrive, renowned as the Little Sword of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Yuqing. With such an assembly, even if this original instance were to randomly escalate to infernal difficulty, General Wu held great confidence in their ability to conquer it. However, in contrast to the serious demeanor of General Wu, the 4 young adventurers appeared somewhat distracted. The challenges posed by original instances stemmed from the unknown. Historically, the vast majority of original instances had been conquered by the first wave of adventurers. After all, those bold enough to confront the unknown would not be weaklings. Their presence was merely a precaution. The likelihood of them taking action was slim. I heard there is an SS-class adventurer from the land of cherry blossoms among those who entered. We have to wait for more than 10 minutes? One burly red-haired youth remarked casually. What are they doing here in the Dragon Kingdom? Another young man scoffed. Don't they have their own island to stay on? How dare they vie for a share of the Dragon Kingdom's instances? The animosity between the Dragon Kingdom and the land of cherry blossoms was deeply rooted. As the son of the Grand General of the Northern Borders, Qin Shueho harbored a profound hatred for the land of cherry blossoms, one that far exceeded the ordinary. Young General Qin, times have changed, a beautiful woman clad in a qipao said with a cheerful smile. Since that fateful day when Zhang Jian first crossed into the land of cherry blossoms and effortlessly dispatched 2 6th-tier professionals, the citizens of Sakura have dared not utter a word in the presence of those from the Dragon Kingdom. Were it not for the support of the Eagle Nation, they would likely have surrendered to the Dragon Kingdom long ago. So what now? Qin Shueho cast a cold glance at her. Do not be so fierce. The beautiful woman chuckled lightly, exhibiting no sign of fear. I have heard that this SS-class professional is the little princess of the Cuta family. Renowned for her beauty that captivates nations, a rare gem said to appear only once every 2 millennia. Tell me, does the young General Qin wish to take her back as his wife? Qin Shueho remained silent. However, the previous red-haired youth blinked. Clearly intrigued. The little princess of the Cuta family, I recall her, but what business does she have in the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, the only S-class professional among them, Yang Yingying, finally seized the opportunity to speak. According to my father, she seems to be here to seek out Li Yao. Li Yao? The summoner who soloed the nightmare level? The red-haired youth scoffed. Dungeons vary in difficulty. Even within the nightmare ranks, there are disparities. As a resident of the capital, I naturally look down upon dungeons from such remote, impoverished locales. However, I willingly joined the second wave of dungeon raid teams specifically for the purgatory level dungeon that Li Yao has opened. I'm here in South City to assist you with the original dungeon. Is it unreasonable to expect a run of a purgatory level dungeon? Even if it's a subpar dungeon, achieving the first clear at the purgatory level would still warrant my participation. Indeed, it is that Li Yao? Yang Yingying observed the disdain in their attitude towards him and retorted, I have heard that if it weren't for Kyuto Misa's influence, my 2 cousins would never have permitted Li Yao to enter the dungeon. A summoner, besides merely collecting rewards, I cannot fathom what utility he could provide. Li Yao must have already perished at the hands of my cousins, I suspect. Yang Yingying thought to herself. Envisioning Yang Junfei and Yang Feng slaying Li Yao within the dungeon, thereafter leading the younger members of the Yang family to conquer the purgatory level dungeon. This had been their family's initial plan. Yet, it now appeared to be fraught with complications. Though Yang Yingying wore a forced smile, internally, she was deeply agitated. Among the trio, only Qin Shueho seemed genuinely invested in the original dungeon, while Yan Gaojia and Shang Zijing were undoubtedly drawn here by the allure of the purgatory level dungeon. Faced with these 2, the Yang family had no grounds to refuse. Damn it. Yan Gaojia paid no heed to Yang Yingying's flattery, instead expressing his confusion. Are you implying that Kyuto Misa has come seeking Li Yao? Upon uttering this, the 3 SS-class professionals simultaneously brightened with interest. Apart from familial ties, they could conceive of no other reason for Kyuto Misa to travel such a distance to seek someone. Shang Zijing pondered, I was already curious, as a star language witch, celebrated as the strongest support class, why would she squander her efforts seeking to learn an S-class Shikigami summoning skill? Qin Shueho interjected insightfully. The Shikigami summoning is ultimately merely a conceptual summoning skill. What is summoned can only be viewed as an echo. Thus, it appears that the star language witch's foremost ability lies in augmenting magical entities. Coincidentally, the summoning skills prevalent in Sakura are predominantly Shikigami-based. Typical of the Sakura people. Their professions are also skewed. The 3 were among the most elite prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom, their sights set beyond its borders. Now presented with an opportunity to analyze the capabilities of foreign prodigies, they felt more assured regarding future resource competitions at the borders. As the conversation progressed, however, Yan Gaojia grew increasingly envious. How could a mere summoner, being coveted by such an icy beauty, be worthy of her attention? I am eager to see whether the summoned creatures, once enhanced, remain as fragile as before. I only hope he realizes the weight of his family name. Qin Shueho's gaze turned frigid, his eyes piercingly fixated on the entrance to the original dungeon. Should I discover any acts of treason on his part, Regardless of whether he has conquered the original dungeon or what contributions he may have made, I shall see to his demise. Meanwhile, within the original dungeon, Li Yao, if you continue to hide your talents, I shall have no choice but to slay you. Yang Junfei thundered in fury. Oh, is that so? Li Yao replied with an innocent expression. As a summoner, do you expect me to charge forward and strike someone with my staff? Chapter 36. The Emergence of the Void Predator and Kyutu Misa's Invitation. At this moment, Li Yao and his companions had arrived at the periphery of the breeding area. Goblin chunks lay thickly scattered around, the acrid stench of decay and rot permeating the cave's atmosphere. They could only utilize the Shikigami summoned by Kyutu Misa to draw the monsters toward the cave passages, using the terrain to restrict their movements, and methodically eliminate them wave after wave. Even so, as the sole melee class in the team, Yang Junfei found himself beset by 6 goblin chunks simultaneously. Were it not for Song Anqing's healing spells and the endless life potions he consumed like beverages, he would have met his end long ago. What infuriated him most was that after summoning a mere blue bird, Li Yao remained in the back, doing nothing. Although the blue bird dealt considerable damage and had a wide attack range, Yang Junfei absolutely refused to believe that a summoner capable of soloing nightmare-level dungeons could exhibit such lackluster performance. The crux of the matter was, if you intend to act, at least do so convincingly. Yang Junfei shouted in rage while continuously wielding his spear. A level 10 summoner possesses 2 summoned beasts. What on earth is your excuse? Did I not already mention that one of my summoned beasts has perished? Li Yao retorted. Were it only Yang Junfei and himself, he would not have concealed his abilities. However, the woman beside him. He had never encountered an SS-class professional before and knew not her depths. Out in the world, she had approached him immediately to invite him into the team. Li Yao did not believe himself to be a protagonist from an online novel, so charming that women would be enamored at first sight. Without understanding the other party's background, he would not summon all his pieces. The predator was inconsequential. Li Yao simply refrained from summoning it out of spite towards Yang Junfei. Observing Li Yao's indifference, Song Anqing timidly approached him. Li Yao, if Yang Junfei cannot hold on, I fear these monsters will rush at us all at once. Go away, I'm allergic to green tea, Li Yao replied without turning around. Li Yao-kun. At that moment, Kyutu Misa could no longer contain herself. I am merely a support class. My only offensive skill is summoning Shikigami. So you need not worry on my account. We are now teammates, and I shall bestow blessings upon your summoned creatures as well. Even when seeking assistance, Kuju Misa's demeanor, steeped in superiority, remains discomforting. Li Yao harbors doubts about her assertions. An auxiliary class capable of vanquishing a tongue-ripping warden? Predator. As Li Yao silently recited the name, an enormous figure abruptly materialized before the onlookers. Skepticism was one thing. However, he was more than willing to exchange information regarding skills using the Predator. After devouring several leaders, the Void Predator's stature had swelled to an impressive 3 meters. Positioned at the cave's entrance, it loomed like a wall, standing between the group and the monsters. The 6 goblins, momentarily paralyzed by fear at the sight of this colossal creature, were soon bombarded by a flurry of attacks. Such an astonishing amount of health! Exclaimed Song Anqing. Dozens of strikes landed upon the Predator, yet not a single drop of health was diminished. If it were Yang Junfei in this scenario, he would undoubtedly have cast several healing spells to ease his shock. At that moment, Yang Junfei remained unharmed, seated on the ground, panting heavily, observing the Predator. His expression was notably grave. This grotesque summoned creature, with its impressive bulk, was a perfect complement to that blue bird. If Li Yao reached level 20 and opened a slot for another summoned beast, pairing it with a healing-type summon, Yang Junfei realized that, combined with Yang Feng, the 3 of them would struggle to contend with Li Yao. Undoubtedly, he was a solo player capable of tackling nightmare-level content. He had underestimated this young man. With such a summoned beast, why had he not utilized it sooner? Yang Junfei grumbled in resentment. Once they exited, he would certainly relay the events that transpired within the dungeon. No one would dare slack off. They could forget about earning any contributions. Behind them, Kuju Mice scrutinized the Predator with a discerning gaze. If it were merely a matter of health points, coupled with that avian creature, it should not stand a chance against the tongue-ripping warden. As if attuned to Kuju Mice's thoughts, Li Yao promptly commanded the Predator to unleash its skill, targeting not the 6 goblin chunks before him. The earth trembled as numerous colossal rocks erupted from the ground. With the Predator's increased size, the area of effect for its shattering skill had also expanded significantly. In the next moment, a deluge of damaged figures flooded the onlooker's vision. What on earth? Yang Junfei gasped, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What kind of damage was this? As an S-rank warrior clad in golden-grade equipment, his most powerful strike barely exceeded 1,000 damage. And now, they were discussing a clearly tanky summoned creature dealing such damage with a group attack? Who were they trying to fool? Yang Junfei was now enlightened as to why he could solo nightmare dungeons, and why Kuju Mice's first words upon encountering them were for them to follow her to find Li Yao. When did summoned beasts become this terrifying? Song Anqing was equally stricken with fear. She was the one who proposed the plan to eliminate Li Yao. Fortunately, Yang Feng was dead. Otherwise, upon seeing Li Yao, the 3 of them would have united to strike. and they would have been none the wiser about how they met their demise. No, once they were outside, she needed to urgently inform her family to steer clear of this individual. Song Anqing was in a state of panic, trembling as she gazed at Li Yao's silhouette. I'm just a healer. I harbor no ill intentions. Absolutely none. Even Kuju Mice was left speechless, staring in awe, unable to articulate a single word. This level of damage output was unequivocally on par with that of an SS rank mage class. Not to mention, its health was alarmingly high. Soon after, Kuju Mice was filled with exhilaration. Only such a summoned beast would be worthy of receiving blessings from the cosmos. With her hands slightly outstretched, a brilliant azure aura descended upon the predator. EZ Void Predator, blessed by the Star Whisperer, do you accept? 3 identical prompts immediately appeared before Li Yao. Accept. Blessing of the Balancer Star. Increases summoned creature's stamina by 347. Duration, 24 minutes. Blessing of the Huntress Star. Increases summoned creature's spirit by 542. Duration, 24 minutes. Whispers of the Star Whisperer. When the summoned creature suffers a fatal blow, it gains 12 seconds of invincibility. Untriggered state lasts for 24 minutes. A notable enhancement, Li Yao murmured quietly. Particularly the last ability, Whispers of the Star Whisperer. Should a summoner's creature perish, it would occupy a slot in the summon roster permanently. However, this skill significantly safeguards the summoned beast's well-being. Moreover, if the summoner could actively recall the creature during those 12 seconds of invincibility, just this single skill would make this woman, Kuju Mice, the object of admiration for every summoner. What do you think, Li Yaoquan? Kuju Mice's cool voice resonated in his ear. At that moment, she was enveloped in an endless azure glow. Her exquisite beauty and nearly flawless figure resembled a goddess descending upon the mortal realm. Would you consider collaborating with me? Becoming my sole attendant? Kuju Mice exuded confidence. In this moment, no man could resist her allure. Chapter 37. A single blow sends the predator flying. An unprecedented encounter with a lord-level monster. Collaboration, attendant? Li Yao pondered briefly and soon comprehended her intentions. In essence, you sought me out precisely because your skills are suited to auxiliary summoner roles, hence your desire for collaboration, correct? Not auxiliary, but a gift. Kuju Mice's brow furrowed slightly. Dismissing the term auxiliary, Li Yaoquan, rest assured, in my eyes, there has been but one person worthy of becoming my attendant thus far. This year, Dragon Country has seen a total of 197 summoners, with only 3 above grade A, one of whom is you. The other you have encountered, Lo Jingsheng. There is another whom I have yet to engage with, but it seems clear now. Kuju Mice's gaze was transfixed on Li Yao, as if he had already assumed the role of her attendant. I need not search further. Noting Li Yao's silence, Kuju Mice continued, to my knowledge, in your Dragon Country, summoners occupy the lowest tier of professions. Even you cannot refute this, can you? Abandoned by his girlfriend and subjected to unjust treatment by the principal. Even the resources that rightfully belonged to him hung precariously in the balance. Li Yao raised an eyebrow and let out a soft chuckle. You seem well informed. However, Kyoto Missy failed to notice Li Yao's disdainful demeanor and began to speak slowly. Therefore, I possess the ability to elevate you from the lowest echelons of your profession to become one of the most formidable powerhouses. Of course, to become my retainer, you must acquiesce to 2 of my demands. Li Yao, already weary of her attitude, felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, what are the requirements? Quite simple. Kyoto Missy extended a finger. First, I require you to fully embrace the arrangements made by the Kyoto family, including your leveling path, skill acquisition plans, and the selection of your summoned beasts, among other things. This should be beneficial for you, as I will ensure that the Kyoto family provides you with maximum support in terms of resources. Not unreasonable, Li Yao nodded thoughtfully. Aside from her somewhat self-righteous demeanor, such arrangements could be deemed sincere. He had indeed heard whispers of the Kyoto family from the land of cherry blossoms. No, it would be more accurate to say that the Kyoto family was the true essence of the land of cherry blossoms. Nearly all major enterprises and professional trade channels in the land of cherry blossoms were monopolized by the Kyoto family, wielding such immense influence that even someone as oblivious as Li Yao was aware of their existence. What a farce. Yang Junfei stood nearby, nearly drooling with envy. This was the Kyoto family. If he were to receive an invitation from someone like Kyoto Missy, he would gladly change his surname to Kyoto and cling to her like a leech. Now, with the Void Predator blocking their path, all they needed was for Song Anqing to occasionally cast a few healing spells. The group was in an absolutely secure state. The goblin meat chunks, with their low intelligence, had no inkling of how to circumvent the towering behemoth before them. Consequently, even Yang Junfei had the opportunity to eavesdrop on the conversation between Li Yao and Kyoto Missy. However, he had no desire to hear it. If he couldn't hear it, he wouldn't be feeling the envy gnawing at him now. What about the second requirement? Song Anqing asked earnestly, unable to suppress her curiosity. The second, Kyoto Missy, unconcerned with the opinions of others, fixed her gaze upon Li Yao, her tone turning serious. You must renounce your citizenship of the Dragon Country and become a citizen of the land of cherry blossoms. Under my patronage, a summoner will ascend to the most powerful profession, and if that summoner is you, You could even rival the legendary SSS class professionals. Such individuals, I wish to see as citizens of the land of cherry blossoms. Is there truly such a good deal? Yang Junfei's expression was one of disbelief. These two conditions were hardly burdensome. They were essentially a gift of resources. With a stunning beauty like Kyoto Missy by his side every day, he found it hard to believe Li Yao would refuse. Now then, these two conditions shouldn't be too difficult, right? Join me as a part of the land of cherry blossoms and become a member of the Kyoto family. I can guarantee that you will become the foremost professional in the land of cherry blossoms, with power and status within arm's reach. Oblivious to the extreme impatience she had instilled in Li Yao, Kyoto Missy remained self-satisfied. Gazing at her haughty expression only fueled Li Yao's anger, prompting him to exclaim, "You people are truly incorrigible. Have you forgotten who your ancestors are? Have you forgotten who surrendered? Regardless of past lives or the present, he could only ever be a citizen of the Dragon Country. Incorrigible?" Though Kyoto Missy could not comprehend the full implications of Li Yao's words, she sensed the negativity in them. "Are you insulting me?" she asked, her eyes narrowing with a hint of anger. Li Yao waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Apologies, I simply could not contain myself. Ultimately, you are merely an auxiliary-type profession. It's not that I look down upon auxiliary roles, but you first need to understand your own positioning. When seeking assistance, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Here is an opportunity. Renounce the land of cherry blossoms. Join my Silver Wolf Guild. Change your surname to Li, and every 3 days, I shall allow you to amplify my summoned beasts once. How does that sound? My terms are hardly unreasonable." He mirrored Kyoto Missy's demands back to her. Instantly, her expression turned cold. As a princess of the Kyoto family, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. "If you sought me solely for this, you may take your leave. I have no interest in being your retainer." With that, Li Yao turned his back on her, refusing to look back. Kyoto Missy remained silent, her gaze fixed on Li Yao's retreating figure, deep in thought. After a few moments, notifications echoed in the air. "The blessing of the guardian star has been rescinded by the star speaker. The enhancement has ended. The blessing of the huntress star has been rescinded by the star speaker. The enhancement has ended. The star speaker's lullaby has been rescinded by the star speaker. The enhancement has ended. Is this how you aim to prove your capabilities?" Li Yao mused disdainfully. He deemed these 3 enhancements, of which only the last held any value. Given the current situation, the Void Predator posed no threat to their lives. In other words, the enhancement skills that Kyoto Missy took pride in were, in Li Yao's eyes, less useful than Song Onching's healing spells. If that's the extent of your power, then allow me to show you what a summoner from the Dragon Country is capable of. Just as Li Yao prepared to summon the Void Mantis, an unbearable stench, reminiscent of something long spoiled, erupted from the depths of the monsters. Almost simultaneously with the foul odor, a resounding thud reverberated through the air. The Void Predator was launched like a projectile, and terrifying damage numbers flashed before everyone's eyes. 4,271, goodness. Li Yao couldn't help but exclaim. Li Yao, summon that giant insect back. Without the Void Predator, Yang Junfei found himself facing the monster alone, his teeth chattering in fear. That creature, which had provided me endless security, was just blasted away in one hit? What kind of strength is required for that? Yang Junfei hastily cast an identification spell on the monster. The next moment, he stood frozen, his face ashen. It's over. A Lord-level monster. Chapter 38, The Shackles Unbound. The fearsome Lord. Share the leader's panel with me, Li Yao commanded coldly. He was only level 17 and could not identify a level 25 monster. It's all over. Everything is lost. Yang Junfei lamented, clutching his head. What kind of difficulty is this original dungeon? How can there be Lord-level creatures? Even in a hellish difficulty, such a boss might not appear. Yang Junfei wailed, utterly oblivious to Li Yao's words. Meanwhile, Kyoto Missy shared the Lord's attributes with the team panel. Queen of the Torn Tongue. Level 25. Health, 500, 000. Strength, 812. Spirit, 385. Agility, 854. Stamina, 841. Skills, Exoskeleton LVMAX, Dynamic Vision LVMAX, Decomposition Gland LV7, Bone Spike LV5, Torn Tongue Howl LV7, Unstoppable LV1. Is this truly a Lord-level monster? Li Yao gazed at the attributes in disbelief. As the term suggests, Lord-level refers to those exceptionally powerful monsters that are entitled to occupy independent territories and proclaim themselves as kings. Typically, such creatures are dealt with using overwhelming numbers, requiring hundreds, or even thousands, of combatants. Yet, at level 25, this one boasts 3 attributes exceeding 800. Even the SS-class professional, Jiu Tiao Mice, adorned with the finest equipment and possessing the highest spirit attribute, barely reaches the 500 mark. A disparity of 300 in attributes can result in a devastating dimensional strike. Not to mention, the attributes of this Queen of the Torn Tongue utterly overshadow those of her opponents. One glance at Jiu Tiao Mice's expression reveals her trepidation. Furrowing her brows, her demeanor was one of palpable fear. Even her resentment toward Li Yao was momentarily set aside as she spoke. Li Yaoquan, Let us temporarily set aside our matters. Right now, I simply wish to know, if I amplify your strength, could you slay this monster? Li Yao replied coolly no. His words were indeed truthful. Regardless of any amplification, it would be exceedingly challenging to defeat this queen of the torn tongue with mere tactics. Even considering the void mantis, one could at best inflict serious injury. The vast gap in their attributes made a complete victory seem elusive. Meanwhile, the queen of the torn tongue was already locked in combat with the void predator. Although her size was comparable to that of the predator, the moment they clashed, it was a one-sided massacre. 1431, 908, 652, 891. Each strike unleashed gouts of blood from the predator, whose unparalleled attack speed rendered it utterly defenseless, causing its health to plummet to 2/3 in mere moments. The void predator could only inflict damage on the queen of the torn tongue with its shatter skill, but her speed made her nearly impossible to hit. Li Yao, unable to bear the sight, issued an order. The area of the glacier storm instantly enveloped both the predator and the queen of the torn tongue. Seizing the opportunity, the void predator retreated hastily. With the predator no longer obstructing their path, countless goblin corpses surged into the passage. Yang Junfei and Song Anqing were suddenly exposed before the horde of monsters, perilously close to doom. If you cannot handle the imminent crisis, then I shall grant you another chance. At that moment, Jiutiao Maisa's voice echoed in Li Yao's ear. Turning his head, he noticed her figure gradually fading away. He paid little heed to her words, merely intrigued. Didn't you say that escape scrolls could not be used? Perceiving Li Yao's confusion, Jiutiao Mais seized the final moments to explain. This is a unique teleportation talisman from the Jiutiao family, capable of connecting with any Jiutiao member for mutual transport. I shall not repeat myself. If you agree now, I can take you with me. Hurry and leave. Li Yao replied without looking up. If you continue to talk, you won't be leaving at all. As he spoke, the void mantis had already appeared behind Jiutiao Mais. Ridiculous. Anger flared in Jiutiao Maisa's brow, and just as she prepared to respond, she sensed a chill approaching from behind. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Li Yao's sight. Coward. Li Yao scoffed. After all, she was the princess of the Jiutiao family. He would not act against her without certainty of success. His previous words were merely intended to intimidate this self-righteous woman. Ha! Fool. As Li Yao glanced toward the queen of the torn tongue, Yang Junfei's frenzied voice suddenly rang out. Li Yao turned to see Yang Junfei and Song Anqing enveloped in a transparent shield. Countless goblin corpses assaulted them, yet the shield remained unscathed. Let me inform you. This is the protective spirit light formation activated simultaneously by the Yang and Song families, capable of withstanding the full might of second-tier professionals. Unless the attack reaches this level, it cannot be shattered. It can hold for a full 20 minutes. This is something you, a mere country bumpkin, will never witness in your lifetime. Ha! I once declared that even if I die, it shall be behind you. In that moment, Yang Junfei appeared utterly deranged, snapping at anyone nearby. Meanwhile, Song Anqing merely crouched on the ground, cradling her head and sobbing incessantly. Faced with death, each individual experiences a unique mindset. Rejecting that woman, Jiutiao Mais? Ha! Just wait for your death, you fool. The frantic barks of a dying dog did not incite Li Yao's anger. However, these aristocratic youths had taken things too far. Hadn't they? First, the Jiutiao family's teleportation talisman, and now this protective spirit light formation. He had not a single one of these life-saving items. Void mantis, Li Yao murmured. Then, you shall not have them either. Meanwhile, the void mantis, with its purple form, materialized before the shield. Sensing its master's intent, the void mantis showed no mercy, delivering a swift strike of terror. Crack. Yang Junfei had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. No, this is not bang. With a single blow, the shield shattered spectacularly. Wait, this isn't right. Yang Junfei was left dumbfounded. Li Yao, this is a misunderstanding. Go negotiate with the goblins about misunderstandings, Li Yao replied, turning his gaze back to the queen of the torn tongue. At that very moment, as the void mantis appeared, the queen of the torn tongue stood motionless, her blood-red eyes fixated on the figure of the void mantis. Powerful beasts often possess the ability to discern threats. The formidable queen of the torn tongue was no exception. In an instant, she assessed that this seemingly insignificant creature could indeed inflict harm upon her. Li Yao chuckled at the cautious lord before him. Hey, do not mistake your adversary. The king's scepter whirled through the air, drawing a graceful arc before settling into his grasp, resting against his waist. Should the void mantis engage the queen of the torn tongue, it could inflict damage. But the mantis might also perish. The significant disparity in agility meant that the void mantis might not have the time to unleash its void assault skill. Designate void mantis. Designation successful. Activate. A surge of over 2,000 in strength attributes suddenly flooded into Li Yao's body. An immense aura erupted forth, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld it. In contrast to the last time, the power gained from unlocking the chains was of an entirely different magnitude. Li Yao felt every cell in his body pulsating with vigor. The tongue-ripping queen, sensing this formidable energy, abruptly turned her head. her tail standing erect, a sign of alertness among her kind, or perhaps an indication of fear. Chapter 39. Over 10,000 in damage value. Yang Junfei questions his existence. The chain's skill inherited all attributes from the Chessmaster. Although the Void Mantis possessed agility, it still lagged behind the tongue-ripping queen. Thus, Li Yao refrained from initiating the attack. The enclosed primordial dungeon restricted the escape of the challengers, and similarly, the monsters within the dungeon were also bound by limitations. After a few tense moments of confrontation between the man and the beast, the tongue-ripping queen could no longer contain herself. A piercing roar erupted. Li Yao felt a sharp ringing in his ears, his mind enveloped in blankness. Yang Junfei and Song Anqing, too, found blood seeping from their ears, their bodies paralyzed in place. Fortunately, the tongue-ripping shriek did not discriminate between friend and foe, and the goblin meat chunks besieging them were also momentarily stunned by the skill. As Li Yao remained immobilized, countless bone spikes erupted from the tongue-ripping queen's spine, launching towards him like missiles. Li Yao appeared frozen, as the bone spikes relentlessly battered against him. In truth, thanks to the presence of King's Might, he had regained clarity long before the spikes were fired. To his dismay, the tongue-ripping queen was more cautious than he had anticipated. Even when she had him immobilized, she only employed ranged skills to test him. Nevertheless, Li Yao propelled himself forcefully, his form resembling that of someone struck by the bone spikes, hurtling backwards and crashing against the stone wall behind him. Witnessing this, the tongue-ripping queen transformed into a shadow and charged directly at Li Yao. Given Li Yao's past experiences of enduring hits, this was undoubtedly the most powerful blow he had faced thus far. With a resounding crash, the tongue-ripping queen's elongated head collided with Li Yao's abdomen, plunging them both into the depths of the cavern, sending a cloud of debris soaring. Upon feeling the impact of her attack, the tongue-ripping queen prepared to continue her onslaught, offering no respite to her foe. However, she suddenly paused, astonished. A pair of colossal hands, akin to iron claws, gripped her arms. The human, who should have been gravely injured, was instead gazing at her with an expression of delight. The tongue-ripping queen felt a shiver run down her spine. Azure bird, predator, Li Yao exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, an icy gale swept through, and rocks burst forth from the earth. The damage inflicted was so minimal that the tongue-ripping queen scarcely registered any pain, yet she acutely sensed that her movements had become sluggish. Li Yao released his hold on her arms, and with a swift motion, his right hand transformed the king's staff into a long, slender blade reminiscent of bone. White jade bone blade. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirement, strength 430. Equipment attribute 1, strength 110, endurance 40, agility 80, spirit 100. Equipment attribute 2, tongue-ripping clan slime. The blade is coated with a unique corrosive fluid, dealing 20 magical damage per second based on its wielder's strength. Each hit inflicts a corrosion effect lasting 3 seconds. Equipment attribute 3, indestructible, crafted from the most resilient vertebrae of the tongue-ripping clan, durability increased by 500. Durability, 650-650. This long blade was obtained from the loot chest after defeating the tongue-ripping guardian. Compared to other platinum weapons, its attributes were rather average. It bore no level restrictions, but demanded a high strength requirement. Had it not been for the chain's skill, Li Yao, as a summoner, might never have laid claim to such a weapon. While the attribute bonuses were notable, they paled in comparison to those of Li Yao's king's staff. Not only were they scattered, but there was also the detrimental side effect of 100 spirit points. Initially, Li Yao intended to hand this weapon over to the Qin family in exchange for gear more suited to his needs. However, the second attribute compelled him to keep it without hesitation, and it might even become his exclusive weapon following the unlocking of chains. Li Yao swung the long blade and leapt before the tongue-ripping queen. The spectral form of the void mantis clung to the blade. Whoosh! Damage values soared to 14,725, 351, 321, 384. With Li Yao's strength, each strike carried magical damage equivalent to the combined efforts of 3 Yang Junfei's, inflicted by what appeared to be a similar ability. The tongue-ripping queen let out a furious roar, her tail sweeping towards Li Yao with tremendous force. Yet, the moment she struck, the void mantis's figure materialized behind her. Before she could unleash her void stab, the tongue-ripping queen's bone spikes came crashing down. With little chance to evade, the spikes penetrated the void mantis's body. 4,210, 3,914. The void mantis's health bar diminished significantly. Another hit would lead to its demise. Hastily, Li Yao cast a protective spell while rendering the void mantis invisible. A level 25 boss creature was still far beyond the capabilities of the void mantis. Li Yao closed in, engaging the tongue-ripping queen in close combat. It seemed that the void mantis's attack had enraged her, prompting her to abandon defense and engage Li Yao in a fierce battle. This was precisely what Li Yao had been anticipating. Damage numbers surged dramatically above the tongue-ripping queen, eliciting cries of agony from her. Simultaneously, at the rear of the passage, Yang Junfei and his companions, besieged by the goblin meat chunks, glimpsed a glimmer of hope from these damage values. The passageway was narrow, Yet the goblin meat chunks were relentless. Cornered, Yang Junfei found himself facing 4 goblin meat chunks at once, with Song Anqing providing healing from behind. He could hold out for a while longer. He had to endure, he must endure. Yang Junfei's survival instinct surged, and he realized just how reckless his previous actions had been. Occasionally, he cast glances towards Li Yao's direction. The 5-digit damage figures momentarily led him to question his very existence. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyesight, that he was seeing double. What a jest. A second-tier professional, when confronted with monsters of the same rank, typically inflicts damage within the range of 200 to 500. Only by employing skills can one hope to exceed 1,000. Such damage, when inflicted upon higher-tier monsters, is further diminished, let alone against a lord-level creature. With extraordinary resilience, it is a formidable challenge for ordinary professionals to breach their defenses. And what of Li Yao? Over 10,000? What a concept. It is akin to wielding an AK-47 in a world where everyone else is armed with stone tools, entirely on a different plane of existence. Moreover, are you not a summoner? What is the meaning of charging in with a blade? In this manner, the sole advantage of being a melee professional, the ability to withstand monsters, is utterly obliterated. Yang Junfei found his S-rank profession utterly lacking when compared to Li Yao. Even in the face of those top-tier SS-class prodigies, he had never felt such a sense of powerlessness. That is the shackling skill. Song Anqing's fatigued voice resonated. It is only natural that Li Yao possesses the coveted S-rank skill that every summoner dreams of. Of course, I am aware it is a shackle. You need not tell me. The medicine is nearly depleted, so do hasten and provide me with a few vials. Yang Junfei was well acquainted with the hall-level skills of summoners. To inherit all attributes of a summoned beast, one must also possess a beast of tremendous strength. By the way, Song Anqing disregarded Yang Junfei's flustered demeanor and stated, "For the next 20 seconds, I may not be able to heal you. Why? Is your mana depleted? If so, take some potions, I have a few left." "No," Song Anqing replied matter-of-factly, "I need to heal Li Yao's summoned beast. Although Li Yao may not require it, as his younger sister, I must adhere to proper etiquette." Chapter 40. Kyoto Missy vs. Qin Shueho. The dungeon raid is completed. At this moment, outside, a crowd had gathered at the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared, and a graceful figure emerged before them. The military general instantly rose, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Kyoto Missy. There was no announcement of the dungeon's clearance. Only one person emerged from within. In that fleeting moment, the military general realized the implications. The crucial factor was that the individual was Kyoto Missy, an SS-class elite. What transpired within the dungeon that compelled such an exceptional talent to abandon the raid? Not only the military general, but everyone present regarded Kyoto Missy with solemnity, awaiting her words. Qin Shueho had never possessed much patience for the people of Sakura country. He stepped forward, his long sword pointed directly at Kyoto Missy. "Speak plainly about what occurred inside, or you shall not leave this place." He paid no heed to who Kyoto Missy was. All he needed to know was that she hailed from Sakura country. Arrogance. Kyoto Missy shot a piercing glance at Qin Shueho. Almost simultaneously, a figure clad in black appeared behind him. A chill ran down Qin Shueho's spine. A third-tier professional? Qin Shueho's heart raced, yet he made no move to retreat. This was Dragon Country. He could not believe the opponent would dare take his life. "Scholar, lower your blade." The military general interjected at the opportune moment, then turned to Kyoto Missy and spoke gently. "Your presence in Dragon Country for the dungeon raid is not merely due to your lineage as a member of the Kyoto family, but rather because of the grandeur of our Dragon Country. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, do enlighten us regarding the events that transpired." Kyoto Missy held a profound respect for any formidable adversary. Slightly bowing, she began, "Elder, the dungeon has reached its final phase. However, I did not engage in combat, and can only share the boss panel with you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shueho scoffed dismissively. To flee without a fight was indeed in line with the nature of Sakura country's people. Yet, he also recognized that the final boss within might possess strength far beyond their expectations. Only a lord-level creature could compel such an individual to retreat without a skirmish. Kyoto Missy paid no attention to him, sharing the panel with the others. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Even the military general found it challenging to remain composed. An original dungeon, housing a lord-level monster? He turned to the black-clad youth standing behind him. "Zhang Yuqing, do you have confidence?" Zhang Yuqing's expression was grave, and after a long moment of contemplation, he replied, "I cannot say for certain. We must engage to assess." Kyoto Missy, having overheard their conversation, glanced toward them. Upon seeing Zhang Yuqing, her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Dragon Country had such a prodigy. Even if her elder brother were to engage him, the outcome would likely be equally balanced. "You are not capable," Kyoto Missy stated. Though formidable, the aura surrounding him bore a marked distinction from that of the Devourer Queen. In response, Zhang Yuqing offered no rebuttal, instead focusing on the dungeon entrance, deep in thought. The one favored by Elder Lin, Li Yao, must be within. It was said he was only at level 17. Zhang Yuqing shook his head in regret. "What about us?" Yen Gaoji stepped forward to inquire. That is not feasible. Kyoto Missy replied calmly, shaking her head. Unless we have 2 more individuals as strong as him. She gestured toward Zhang Yuqing. Or that Li Yao manages to survive. With his summoned beast capable of withstanding the Lord. In Kyoto Missy's perspective, it was not that she believed Li Yao superior to Zhang Yuqing. Rather, it was the overwhelming resilience of the void predator that prompted her to voice such sentiments. In the battle against the boss, having someone capable of enduring its onslaught often equates to achieving half the victory. Therefore, Li Yao's summoned beast could be considered a strategic asset. Contemplating this, Kyoto Missy couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only such a person could be utilized by the Kyoto family, how splendid it would be. Alas, he is a fool beyond reach. At that moment, a fierce blade aura surged forth. Kyoto Missy sensed it almost instantaneously and turned around. Qin Shueho, sword in hand, approached her with deliberate steps. His eyes bore no murderous intent, and Kyoto Missy understood his implication. Consider carefully the price you would pay for striking against me. Oh, is it the Kyoto family that stands behind you? Qin Shueho sneered derisively. The third-tier professional attendant of Kyoto Missy had already been subdued by the military general. This test was not only his intent, but also that of the military general. Kyoto Missy regarded Qin Shueho with furrowed brows. Her strikingly beautiful visage bore an unabashed haughtiness. To deal with you, there is no need for the Kyoto family. With that, she concluded her statement. A blade of light surged skyward. With a mere flick of her wrist, Kyujumisa summoned dozens of shikigami. The sound of slashing echoed. As the blade cleaved through the air, several shikigami shattered in response. Swiftly followed by an overwhelming multitude surrounding Qin Shueho. Grant blessings, Kyujumisa uttered with a soft huff, amplifying the attributes of her shikigami in a transcendent manner. Under the relentless assault, even Qin Shueho found himself somewhat vexed. He promptly abandoned his shikigami and executed a charge skill, lunging towards Kyujumisa with his long sword raised high. Clang! The blade halted mere centimeters from Kyujumisa's brow, intercepted by a translucent barrier, producing a resonant clash of steel. In an instant, currents of energy entwined, and the tremendous force conjured fierce gusts of wind. Qin Shueho's expression turned grim. Kyujumisa, despite her supportive role, proved a formidable opponent, and he was unable to subdue her in such a short span. Kyujumisa was equally astonished. How could a mere swordsman possess such formidable strength? Shueho, let it be. The general spoke, prompting Qin Shueho to leap backward, disengaging from the fray. With a wave of her hand, Kyujumisa recalled her shikigami into her being. Following this confrontation, it became evident to all that the woman from the Sakura nation possessed strength that rivaled Qin Shueho. One could only imagine the dire circumstances within the dungeon that compelled such a formidable figure to retreat. In gratitude for allowing me to enter the primordial dungeon on behalf of the Dragon Nation, I shall leave you with 2 final words. Kyujumisa cast a glance at Qin Shueho and his companions, warning them not to venture in and meet their demise. Furthermore, prepare to collect the bodies of those inside. Before she could finish her warning, her form froze in disbelief. How could this be possible? In her gaze, a system announcement appeared abruptly on the interface. Congratulations. The adventurer team has successfully cleared the devouring cave. Completion time, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 57 seconds. Captain, Yang Junfei. Members, Yang Feng, Song Anqing, Li Yao. Kyujumisa. Rewards, first completion gift package. Li Yao's contribution surpassed the total of the other 4. Special reward, random skill book of designated profession. Due to the random selection of Inferno level difficulty for the primordial dungeon, Inferno level difficulty has been activated. Chapter 41, The Embarrassment of Kyujumisa. The Yin family's attempt to seize the treasure chest? A moment of profound silence enveloped the scene. Qin Shueho, Zhang Yuqing, General Wu, and all present turned their heads almost in unison to gaze at Kyujumisa. The system panel refreshed. Just a second prior, Kyujumisa had been coldly delivering her final ultimatum, instructing them to prepare for the collection of corpses. Wasn't it said that they were utterly incapable of overcoming this challenge? Wasn't it necessary to have 3 individuals like Zhang Yuqing? The surrounding adventurers widened their eyes in astonishment, and the silence lingered until someone finally exclaimed, "What is happening? How did they clear it? What does it mean that one person's contribution exceeds the total of the others?" Had such a scenario ever occurred during the initial exploration of the primordial dungeon? At this moment, it dawned on everyone. Kyujumisa had not been speaking fancifully. Instead, this summoner named Li Yao was far beyond their expectations in strength. How could 3 S-ranked and 1 SS-ranked contributions not surpass his singular achievement? Confusion ensued. Kyujumisa was on the brink of insanity. Inferno-level primordial dungeons had occurred no more than 10 times throughout human history, with successful strategies being even fewer. It was not that human might could not conquer them, but rather that time constraints made assembling such an elite team impossible. Now, to be told that a summoner, who had arrived just before the dungeon opened, seemingly a mere filler, had single-handedly breached the Inferno-level primordial dungeon. What nonsense was this? Others might be oblivious to the dangers within, but she had faced the Lord-class monstrosity herself, and in her understanding, there was no feasible angle for success. Li Yao. Kyujumisa ground her teeth in frustration. A trace of indignation flickered across her exquisitely cold visage. She distinctly recalled asking Li Yao if he was confident in conquering the dungeon. His response had been decidedly firm. Now, she had boasted only to be swiftly proven wrong. The expressions of the adventurers directed at her left her utterly speechless. When had she, Kyujumisa, ever suffered such humiliation? More critically, her premature withdrawal meant she would not even receive the first completion reward. If it were any ordinary primordial dungeon's first completion reward, she might not have cared. But this was infernal level. Not to mention the rewards. Merely having her name inscribed would be an unparalleled honor. Those two Dragon Nation adventurers, clearly far inferior to her, were now the source of her uncharacteristic sense of grievance. The little princess of the Kyuju family had been thoroughly unsettled by Li Yao. Just then, the entrance of the dungeon shimmered with ethereal light. Two figures emerged first, followed closely by another figure bursting forth from the entrance. Li Yao's icy voice pierced the air. I shall say this one last time. Hand over the first completion treasure chest. By what right? Everyone entered the dungeon and faced danger. Why should the first completion treasure chest be given to you? Yang Junfei exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he surveyed the prominent figures around him. By what right? By your meager 1% contribution, hiding in the shadows while doing nothing. Do you expect to claim the first completion treasure chest? What nonsense is this? He tirelessly breached the secret realm, and it was not to provide garments for this group. Moreover, during the journey here, Li Yao had researched the particulars regarding the primordial dungeon. Among the findings was a crucial detail. In dungeons with 5 or more participants, those whose contributions exceed 30 have the right to dictate the distribution of spoils. This was to prevent individuals from merely seeking glory by participating in the primordial dungeons. Li Yao's contribution stood at 85, while Yang Junfei and Yang Feng had only 1 each. Song Anqing, despite her high healing output, had not participated in several boss encounters, so her contribution was merely 4. Kyujumisa, having single-handedly defeated a boss, earned 10 contributions. Even if Li Yao were to grant Kyujumisa a first completion treasure chest, he would not make any objections. These 3 brothers had done nothing yet expected to share in the spoils. What do you mean I did nothing? I healed your summoned beast a few times. Didn't I? Song Anqing muttered. Initially, she had intended to ingratiate herself with Li Yao, but such immense rewards were too tempting to ignore. This was a first completion treasure chest of infernal level. Whether given to her family or utilized personally, her power and status would undergo a tremendous transformation. Li Yao did not even cast a glance in her direction, coldly stating, Contribution 4, refrained from speaking. Li Yao surveyed the surroundings, spotting an elder seated in a position of authority, likely the leader of this gathering. The other party remained silent, merely chuckling softly while nodding to himself. In that instant, Li Yao understood the unspoken implications. Acknowledging his own inadequacies and the absence of support from his family, he realized that should these prominent figures from the Federation deem the initial treasure chest rightfully belonging to Yang Junfei and his companion, he would have no choice but to swallow his indignation and wait for a future opportunity to reclaim it from the Yang family. The implication here was clear. He was encouraged to act boldly and without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kyujumisa observed the scene before her, and inexplicably, even her resentment towards Li Yao dissipated entirely. Li Yao has performed admirably, she thought. What right do these inept fools have to claim a hell-level treasure chest? Yang Junfei, sensing Li Yao's assertiveness, glanced at General Wu and the elder beside him. They remained silently observant, showing no intent to intervene, which sent a chill through his heart. If he failed to secure the chest, it would be akin to having flesh torn from his body to relinquish it after having laid hands upon it. An unbearable pain. At that moment, a surge of determination welled up within Yang Junfei. He looked up and saw Yen Gaojia. What is he doing here? Their eyes met, and with resolve, Yang Junfei hurled the treasure chest towards Yen Gaojia. The Yen family had connections with the Yang family, though both were avaricious. Entrusting the chest to him might afford him a sliver of opportunity to gain something in return. Seeing this, Song Anqing gritted her teeth and also tossed her treasure chest into the fray. This was their only option. The Yen family was not to be trifled with. They were a true aristocratic lineage of the capital, and surely Li Yao would think twice before acting recklessly. As the treasure chests soared through the air, Yen Gaojia commanded a fiery hand to seize them. However, Li Yao was swifter. The void mantis, concealed in the shadows, suddenly emerged. With deft precision, it snatched both treasure chests and returned them to Li Yao's side. Simultaneously, every professional present, except for General Wu, was taken aback. The sudden appearance of this summoned beast had gone unnoticed by them, despite the presence of several 3rd and 4th tier professionals among them. How could they fail to perceive a creature that had yet to reach 2nd tier? The younger professionals felt a simultaneous chill run down their spines, realizing that if this summoner could appear behind them undetected. Yen Gaojia's expression darkened further as he demanded, Li Yao, what do you mean by this? Nothing of consequence, merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Li Yao replied nonchalantly, preparing to depart. With the treasure chest secured, lingering here held no significance. Boom. Flames erupted. illuminating the dark night in a fiery glow. Li Yao found himself encircled by walls of fire. "When did I grant you permission to leave?" Yan Gaojia declared, his hands ablaze, each word deliberate and menacing. "When did I allow you to take what is mine?" Yan Gaojia approached Li Yao step by step, his demeanor menacing. "This initial dungeon raid was commissioned by the Yang family, for which I provided 10 pieces of golden-grade equipment. How has it come to be your possession? Furthermore, the Federation stipulates that only contributions exceeding a certain threshold can claim rewards. It has never stated that the initial treasure chest qualifies as such. This is the rightful bounty of those who dared to risk their lives in the dungeon. Since when does strength confer the right to seize others' treasures?" Yan Gaojia positioned himself on a moral high ground, casting Li Yao as the antagonist in the eyes of all present. Yet, those gathered were not fools. They recognized that Yan Gaojia coveted the treasure chest. Out of fear of the Yan family's power, they remained silent. Only Qin Shueho scoffed, disapproving of Yan Gaojia's behavior, while Shang Zijing watched with a bemused smile, neither considering intervention. Among the elite, the norm was mutual plunder, if one was too weak to defend their possessions. They had to accept their fate. Li Yao was no weakling, and they were eager to witness how he would navigate this confrontation with Yan Gaojia, especially since the events within the dungeon remained a mystery to all but the participants. "Hand over the goods, and I shall let you depart." Yan Gaojia loomed over Li Yao from beyond the fiery barrier. "Foolish," Q-Tim Missy scoffed, crossing her arms from the back. This red-haired youth was hardly her equal. Yet he dared to confront Li Yao. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, she thought, "The old man eats arsenic." Indeed, she concurred, falling silent to enjoy the spectacle. Li Yao had only a small guild behind him. Should the opposing party choose to exert pressure, she might find an opportunity. Meanwhile, Yan Gaojia retrieved an object resembling a stone from his storage space. A nullification stone? The nullification stone, within a 100-meter radius, prohibited the use of all spatial items. Effectively trapping Li Yao here, it was evident that Yan Gaojia was confident he could subdue Li Yao. Observant professionals recognized the stone, realizing that even the teleportation talismans used by Q-Tim Missy in the dungeon would be rendered ineffective, let alone Li Yao, a summoner without any standing. Yan Gaojia clearly underestimated Li Yao. After all, he had cleared the hell-level original dungeon. Should he truly fear being unable to withstand this? Quite the opposite. At that moment, Zhang Yuqing, who had remained silent, spoke up. If he truly disregarded Li Yao, he would not resort to using a nullification stone. The essence of a summoner's craft was spatial magic, which fell under the restrictions of the stone. Yan Gaojia fears Li Yao's summoned beasts. Zhang Yuqing recalled the terrifying mantis that had abruptly appeared earlier. Even he felt a sense of threat from it. Yan Gaojia must feel it even more acutely. If a single beast proved so formidable, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to allow Li Yao to continue summoning. At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped, their perception of Yan Gaojia's audacity shifting to a new level. To restrict a summoner's ability to summon? How audacious of him. Even General Wu regarded Yan Gaojia with a hint of impatience. In conflicts among peers, the higher-ups traditionally refrained from interference, but Yan Gaojia's actions were clearly overstepping boundaries. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yao's gaze silenced him. He sought mere acquiescence, not a favor. The duration of the nullification was set for 20 minutes. In dealing with the tongue-ripping empress, such a time frame was unnecessary. Moreover, even without the nullification effect, the void mantis, shrouded in obscurity, placed him in an invulnerable position. "I've changed my mind," Yan Gaojia snarled, his gaze fixed menacingly on Li Yao as the effects of the nullification stone took hold. "For a greedy wretch like you, is it not somewhat too lenient to merely demand your surrender? The qualification to enter the dungeon rightfully belongs to the Yin family. How could we permit you to seize the first clear treasure chest? You, a mere laborer, should obediently relinquish all first clear treasure chests, and I shall allow you to depart." Yan Gaojia, Qin Shueho could no longer tolerate it, and spoke coldly. Even Shang Zijing cast a look of disdain towards Yan Gaojia. "Scoundrel!" The military general furrowed his brow and rose, reprimanding fiercely. "Wu Yuanxiu, I implore you not to meddle in the affairs of the Yin family." At that moment, a voice, cold and distant, echoed in the ears of all present, its owner unseen. "Yin Xinghong?" Wu Yuanxiu's countenance changed dramatically. Yan Gaojia's second uncle, a pillar of the Yin family, a 5-turn S-class professional. The Yin family truly shows no regard for their own dignity. "Do you, the Yin family, believe that the Federation cannot rein you in?" Wu Yuanxiu spoke sharply. "Do not attempt to intimidate me, General Wu." A middle-aged man in a crimson robe descended from above, landing behind Yan Gaojia. Speaking with a light chuckle, "The Yin family merely operates under the auspices of the Federation. How could they not manage us? However, Gaojia is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Is such a thing not permitted by the Federation?" Wu Yuanxiu's expression darkened. "In the current situation, as long as those two brats from the Yang family firmly assert that the dungeon entry rights belong solely to the Yin family, the Federation would indeed find it challenging to act against them. The distribution of loot in the dungeon is contingent upon the qualification to enter in the first place." Wu Yuanxiu glanced at Li Yao. Li Yao understood the implication and nodded gently. "Before entering the dungeon, He had entrusted a piece of gold-grade equipment to Yang Junfei. Fool. Who granted you the authority to sell entry qualifications? Bang. Just then, Yin Xinghong erupted in anger. An invisible force struck Yang Junfei in the abdomen, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying, breathless. Meanwhile, Yin Xinghong appeared unfazed, turning to Wu Yuanxiu with a smile and saying, "This lad's actions have nothing to do with the Yin family." You. Wu Yuanxiu glared furiously, pointing at him, rendered speechless. He could only hope that Li Yao could withstand Yin Gaojia. As long as he could hold him off, he would do anything to assist Li Yao in stopping that old fool. But how could a summoner, bereft of his summoned beasts, stand against an SS-class professional? No. What is this boy up to? At that moment, Li Yao finally spoke, observing the two before him playing off each other. If this is how the noble families of the Dragon Country conduct themselves, it is rather disheartening. A smile curled at the corners of Li Yao's lips. While they conversed, he had not been idle. He had covertly commanded the Void Mantis to circle around Yin Xinghong several times. This was the reason for Wu Yuanxiu's surprise. Fortunately, not all high-ranking professionals devote their efforts to reconnaissance skills. Yin Xinghong's detection abilities were inferior to Wu Yuanxiu's and failed to detect the presence of the Void Mantis. The possibility of the other party feigning ignorance crossed Li Yao's mind, as long as he could deceive them into attacking him once. Leveraging the deceptive nature of his chess player talent, he could create distance. Afterward, he could escape with the Void Mantis. He was confident in his ability to flee this place, and once he departed, he had already devised a plan to deal with the Yin family. Just as Li Yao prepared to take action, Qin Shueho's voice rang out. "Li Yao, cease your nonsense. The noble families of the Dragon Country are certainly not all like the parasitic Yin family. Qin Shueho, declare here that as long as you can best Yin Gaojia, that old fool will not be able to touch you. Yin Gaojia has a protector, and so does Qin Shueho." His bold declaration stemmed merely from his disdain for the Yin family. "Qin Shueho, you?" Yin Gaojia glared back, and Qin Shueho unflinchingly returned the stare. Were it not for the elder of the Qin family holding him back, he would have surely struck that brat. To be compared to him is utterly embarrassing. "Very well." Yin Gaojia laughed in exasperation. "I am eager to see how you will withstand me without your summoned beast." With that, Yin Gaojia unleashed his sole SS-class skill. An endless sea of fire engulfed him, transforming into a fire dragon that coalesced upon his fist. It surged through the flames, hurtling directly toward Li Yao. In an instant, the fiery ocean roared, enveloping the entire ground in crimson flames. This was the pinnacle of the Dragon Country's elite, an SS-class professional, the Dragon Flame Sovereign, delivering a full-force strike. However, Chapter 43, Astonishing Damage. Slaying Yin Gaojia. Boom. The overwhelming force impacted Li Yao's face, driving his feet into the ground and sending a cloud of debris and dust into the air, causing the ground to tremble. Wasn't that fellow a summoner? Why didn't he summon his beast to shield him? In the distance, Shang Zijing, arms crossed over her chest, frowned and spoke in a low voice. If there were even the slightest chance, she still hoped Li Yao would emerge victorious. After all, if Li Yao were to lose, the first clear treasure chest would fall into Yin Gaojia's hands, leaving her with no hope of claiming it for herself. Even Qin Shueho's expression grew grim. He should possess the strength to defeat a lord-level opponent. Surely, he wouldn't be unable to escape Yin Gaojia's flame prison. Shang Zijing remarked. Perhaps we have overestimated him. Not all infernal-level dungeons are this challenging. Amidst the dust, Yin Gaojia maintained his punching stance. Too weak. Even the mightiest summoner is merely a jester reliant on their summoned beasts. The next moment, Yin Gaojia's pupils constricted sharply. Li Yao's figure gradually emerged from the flames. An unknown energy intercepted Yin Gaojia's punch, bending his form slightly as his feet sank into the ground. Beyond that, he was utterly unharmed. Chains. No, this was impossible. Yin Gaojia gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Even if it were chains, and even with his extraordinary stamina, he should have sustained some damage. Where was the damage value? Clang. Without granting Yin Gaojia a moment to contemplate, the ivory bone blade was drawn. Whoosh. A swift, clean strike. The mantis illusion staining the blade a deep purple-black. 0-0. What the hell? Yin Gaojia stared at the damage notification on his panel, feeling as though his soul had ascended. His Sunfire shield had lost more than half its durability from that single strike, not even having undergone a second turn. The damage had already surpassed 10,000. You dare tell me you're a summoner? Li Yao, observing the damage values appearing above his adversary, remained unfazed. He had never doubted his own strength. If the damage was 0, it could only be attributed to the other party's shortcomings. One can only say, truly befitting of an SS-level professional. Remarkably, there exists a shield-type skill. The Void Mantis. Li Yao's summoned beast had long been anticipated by Yin Gaojia. The moment the Void Mantis materialized, he swiftly turned and unleashed a punch, simultaneously employing a displacement skill to create distance. Two damage values emerged simultaneously from above Yin Gaojia and the Void Mantis. 0, 1054. The Void Mantis only landed a single strike of Shadow Break, while its second attack, tasting fear, was evaded by Yin Gaojia's displacement skill. Both the potency of Yin Gaojia's abilities and his combat acumen were far beyond what Yang Junfei could compare. Li Yao cleaved through the flames, encircling him with a single stroke. In light of this, he decided to take matters a bit more seriously. Li Yao donned a long-forgotten piece of equipment, Goblin's Courage. In the chain's state, his strength was now sufficient to equip this item. He simultaneously activated the equipment skill, Courage. A faint red glow enveloped both Li Yao and the Void Mantis, their strengths surging past the threshold of 3,000. Although he possessed absolute confidence in defeating Yin Gaojia even without this equipment, he had now harbored murderous intent, needing to eliminate Yin Gaojia before the old man could react. Observing Li Yao in such a state, Yin Gaojia felt a chill of cold sweat trickle down his back. He slowly retreated, his mind racing as he frantically contemplated a countermeasure. The power of that mantis was terrifyingly high. The opponent was undoubtedly in the chain's state. If he could just hold out for 20 minutes, no. In the initial dungeon, he must have activated this state, and if he could just stall for a few minutes, or even a second, it could all come to an end. There was a chance. Do not panic. Yin Gaojia silently encouraged himself. He failed to realize that the pressure Li Yao exerted upon him far exceeded that of Qin Shueho and others. This was still with Li Yao's summoning restricted. Meanwhile, Li Yao approached with his blade drawn, closing in. Dragon Flame Shield. Yin Gaojia bellowed. Clang. A burst of fire materialized before him, clashing with Li Yao's long blade, producing a crisp sound. 2381. A smile curled at the corner of Li Yao's lips. Regardless of how much damage the shield had absorbed, he knew that the turtle shield had vanished. Yin Gaojia retaliated with a punch. Li Yao, lacking agility, could not evade. To minimize the risk of exposing his Chessmaster talent, he activated Protection. 0. Simultaneously, his figure vanished. In the shadows, Li Yao converged with the Void Mantis, simultaneously appearing before and behind Yin Gaojia. Yin Gaojia felt an unprecedented chill enveloping him, yet he could not locate any shadow. The flash of the blade emerged. Li Yao held nothing back. 19,841. 20,461. Hiss. How is this possible? Gasps of astonishment reverberated from all directions. Damage exceeding 10,000. Even a third-tier professional could only achieve such a feat while using core skills. When did a newly transitioned summoner manage to unleash such damage at will? Yin Xinghong watched in horror, prepared to charge over, only to be obstructed by two figures standing in his way. With a grim expression, Yin Xinghong glared at them. Wu Yuanchu, are you truly going to watch Yin Gaojia perish here? Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanchu momentarily hesitated. If it were merely a spar, he would have allowed it. But if Li Yao truly killed Yin Gaojia here, the repercussions from the Yin family would not be something Yin Xinghong could handle. Even he could not protect Li Yao. No, upon reconsideration, Wu Yuanchu resolutely stood in front of Yin Xinghong. This young man was unprecedentedly formidable. Yin Gaojia appeared like a mere chick before him. If he were to kill him, so be it. If the Yin family dared to lay a finger on him, those above would be the first to oppose it. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. What business do we old-timers have in this? You bastard. Two terrifying damage values inflicted catastrophic destruction upon Yin Gaojia's body. The long blade sliced from his shoulder down to his waist. The Void Mantis even severed Yin Gaojia's right arm completely. The excruciating pain caused Yin Gaojia to lose consciousness. Not dead. Observing the faint remnants of blood upon his head, Li Yao found it hard to believe that Yin Gaojia's endurance could reach 800. After all, as a scion of a noble family, his survival techniques were boundless. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his long blade from Yin Gaojia's body and aimed it directly at his brow. You beast! How dare you! Yin Xinghong's voice rang out. But Li Yao remained undeterred. Words alone could not suffice. It seemed that the elder had indeed obstructed him. Thud! The long blade pierced his brow. 2,741. Yin Gaojia's life force extinguished completely. This strike, Li Yao had not employed any skills, leading to an estimation of Yin Gaojia's endurance being around 500. Truly terrifyingly strong. Li Yao murmured, bending down to prepare to strip Yin Gaojia of his equipment. To possess 500 endurance at merely level 20, he must have entirely platinum-grade equipment. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. As soon as Li Yao grasped Yin Gaojia's weapon, the corpse vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Yin Xinghong's furious voice echoed in Li Yao's ears. Beast, remember this. The Yin family in the capital has set its sights on you. Chapter 44, Lord Li Yao. I must have you. Li Yao looked up towards the source of the voice. Behind Yin Xinghong, an endless sea of flames blazed, an overwhelming aura enveloping the surroundings. Were it not for the two elders beside him, he would have rushed over to eliminate Li Yao on the spot. Li Yao gazed calmly at Yin Xinghong, an unsettling tranquility as if he were not the one who had slain Yin Gaojia. Without uttering a word, he merely nodded in gratitude to the two elders who had blocked Yin Xinghong. Then, he departed without a backward glance. As the crowd beheld Li Yao's figure alongside the furious Yin Xinghong, they dared not breathe a word. Qin Shueho's gaze remained fixated on the long blade in his hand, his expression heavy. Those two astonishing damage values. Did his own blade truly stand a chance? As one who has advanced their class ahead of schedule, one would expect to have an overwhelming advantage over ordinary professionals. Yet, the image of Li Yao piercing through Yan Gaojia's brow lingered in his mind like an insurmountable mountain, evoking a profound sense of helplessness that extinguished any flicker of fighting spirit within him. Zhang Yuqing, the esteemed leader of the Dragon Kingdom's swordmasters, discerned a hint of clarity from Li Yao's recent combat performance. With his keen perception, he could almost ascertain that after activating the chains, Li Yao's attributes, apart from strength, remained within the realm of the ordinary. If that were the case, he merely needed to be wary of that stealth ability. With his speed, he felt confident he could contend with Li Yao. However, what truly perplexed him was how Li Yao emerged unscathed from Yan Gaojia's SS-level attack, a feat that even he would hesitate to withstand. Was it some form of invincibility skill? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. No matter how hard Zhang Yuqing racked his brain, he could never conceive that Li Yao possessed the talent of a chess player. With this in mind, Zhang Yuqing mentally categorized Li Yao's capabilities. Oh, he had a summoned beast as well. Zhang Yuqing silently assessed that Li Yao surpassed the typical SS-level professionals, yet fell short of his own caliber. He held no contempt for Li Yao. In his eyes, achieving such prowess within mere days of class advancement was unprecedented. Old Lin's praise was well-earned. Li Yao genuinely had the potential to reshape the summoner-s landscape. From this day forth, no one could afford to underestimate this summoner hailing from a remote corner of the world. In the distance, Jiutiao Maisei and her attendant stood quietly beneath a tree, observing the retreating figure of Li Yao. Bai Yu, she commanded, in 3 days, procure for me an SS-level summoning skill book. Miss, her attendant Bai Yu faltered. An SS-level book in 3 days? Even our Jiutiao family. No, I require an SSS-level summoning skill book, regardless of the cost. Jiutiao Maisei asserted with unprecedented seriousness. I must have Li Yao. As Li Yao moved further away, the crowd exhaled, their whispers igniting a fervent discussion. Did he just kill him? That was Yan Gaojia, the treasured scion of the Yan family, an SS-level professional. Well, he deserved it. Did you see how Yan Gaojia had pushed Li Yao to the brink earlier? A person like him is a pest that needs extermination. Wait, are you all still concerned about Yan Gaojia? The damage. Over 10,000 damage. Is Li Yao truly level 40? What a joke. He only advanced 3 days ago. Even if monsters lined up for him to slay, he wouldn't reach level 40 that quickly. It can only be said that Yan Gaojia met a fitting end. If given time, Li Yao could become another small sword master. You speak the truth. As long as he doesn't perish prematurely. Li Yao is destined to be the next Zhang Yuqing. No, he might even surpass him. But now that he has killed Yan Gaojia, will the Yan family allow him to grow unchecked? A figure like him, once matured, would surely keep the Yan family awake at night. Such impulsiveness. If it were me, I would have merely taught Yan Gaojia a lesson. Then, even the Yan family would be powerless against him. Now, it seems they are bound for a deadly feud. Impulsiveness? I beg to differ. Had it not been for the words of General Wu and Marquis Qin, Li Yao likely would not have resorted to lethal force. Moreover, he remained silent in the face of Yan Xinghong's threats and simply walked away. He has probably sought refuge in the Federation by now. Indeed, that is the correct approach. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. As long as he can develop, even the Yan family will not be his match. On one side stood a prestigious noble family, while on the other was a newly transitioned summoner. In the past, no one would have dared to compare the two. Yet now, all present found no fault in such comparisons. It seemed entirely reasonable, just as the crowd speculated, believing Li Yao to be biding his time. A clear voice resonated from the depths of the forest. I possess 3 first opening treasure chests. One of them, I shall not open. Instead, I will exchange it for something. The head of a Yin family member. I am merely a passerby, not Li Yao. Those with items may come find me at any time. The one with the most items shall claim the treasure chest. Silence. An unprecedented stillness enveloped the crowd. Li Yao's declaration struck like a hammer upon their hearts. Moments later, Yan Xinghong's furious voice erupted. Beast, you truly deserve to die. Wu Yuankui, did you hear that? This is a malicious bounty issued before your very eyes. Will the Enforcement Bureau intervene? Yan Xinghong glared at Wu Yuankui, demanding an answer. Wu Yuankui, with righteous indignation, responded, Brother Yan, tell me who this passerby is, and I will notify the Enforcement Bureau to apprehend him immediately. Damn it. Half an hour later, Li Yao arrived at the Star Network trading post on the southern city's border. Even the Yin family would not dare to cause trouble within the Star Network. His first order of business upon arriving was to notify his parents to relocate to the Star Network with trusted members of the Silver Wolf Guild, advising them to refrain from venturing anywhere except for dungeon runs. Though Li Yao was puzzled, he understood the urgency and hung up to arrange the necessary matters. For the Silver Wolf Guild, this was not a burdensome task. Their primary focus was on dungeon strategies, with the only change being the additional cost of residing in the Star Network. Given Li Yao's current wealth, it was merely a trivial expense. Moreover, Li Yao was aware that this situation would not persist for long. The strength he had displayed today was sufficient to attract the attention of the Federation's higher-ups. At that point, even the Yin family would have to weigh their options carefully. The pressing concern was to enhance his own strength and elevate his standing in the eyes of the elite. With this in mind, Li Yao laid out his spoils before him. 3 first opening treasure chests, 1 treasure chest dropped by the tongue-ripping queen, Yin Gaojia's gauntlet weapon, and dozens of glittering gold coins, never before seen. Chapter 45, SS level ultimate move, a skill that clears the screen. 34, 14, 47 coins. Li Yao was filled with elation. This was equivalent to the gold gained from a hedge fund's level increase of 20. What a delightful surprise. Until now, he had never looted gold from monsters. It seemed one needed to face a lord-level creature to do so. Li Yao pondered. He was uncertain about the drop rate. Were the 47 coins he had acquired considered many or few? Adding the 10 coins obtained at level 15, along with the remaining ones from before, he now held a total of 67 coins. He was still a distance away from the 100 coins required to elevate the Void Mantis to 4 stars. Li Yao decided to wait a little longer. During his previous battle with Yin Gaojia, he became acutely aware of his own shortcomings, particularly regarding mobility skills. Yin Gaojia adeptly utilized his displacement abilities to maintain distance, effortlessly evading his attacks. Were he to possess such a mobility skill, vanquishing Yin Gaojia would not have consumed nearly as much time. As Void Mantis approaches a 4-star rank, it may very well awaken a mobility skill, prompting Li Yao to resolve to conserve his gold, prioritizing the enhancement of Void Mantis's star level. However, Li Yao contemplated that aside from gold, there are equipment components that could be acquired from monsters. The absence of drops from Lord-level foes raises the question of whether one must confront creatures even beyond that tier. Intriguing. A smile crept upon Li Yao's lips. The adage that effort equates to reward holds true at all times. Given the high difficulty of acquisition, it stands to reason that equipment from the Yunding series would be exceptional. Yet, with his current level, he could not yet tackle monsters above the Lord level. Retrieving his thoughts, he turned to a few treasure chests nearby. Among them, the chest from the tongue-ripping queen was the one he least anticipated, and he opened it without hesitation. After all, it was evident that the tongue-ripping queen did not resemble a summoning-type monster. Upon opening the chest, as expected, he was greeted with 2 pieces of equipment, a platinum-level assassin's leather armor and a gold-level warrior's helmet. Li Yao stowed them away in his storage space. Any one of these platinum-level items would stir chaos in the outside world, let alone those originating from a hellish-level primordial dungeon. Handing them over to the Qin family one by one might be somewhat inefficient, Li Yao pondered. Perhaps he should accumulate more and host an auction in Sangyu City? An auction that charges no fees but instead exchanges for items usable by summoners? Alternatively, he could consolidate them to trade for an item surpassing the platinum level. As a profession often relegated to the shadows, summoners typically acquire equipment and skills at a fraction of the cost compared to other classes. Securing an item that exceeds the platinum level is not beyond the realm of possibility. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, deciding that this trading event would take place the day before the martial arts examination. With the exam imminent, it would likely incite impulsive spending among the scions of noble families. Who knows? In a moment of fervor, they might even part with dark gold level items. Nonetheless, Li Yao could already envision the frenzied expression on Qin Yu's face when he reclaimed all the high-quality equipment from the Qin family. At that juncture, he would enlist the Qin family's assistance in the matter, as there were no relevant connections to consider. While mulling this over, he proceeded to open 2 first clear treasure chests, one belonging to him and the other to Song Anqing. First clear chests also yield enhanced quality based on contribution points, while Yang Junfei's contribution chest would be reserved for exchanging with the Yin family. It is only fitting to make the most of resources. As the chests opened, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth. Inside, he discovered a skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, and a scroll. The first clear chest from a primordial dungeon of hellish difficulty had stacked buffs to the maximum. He was eager to see what treasures it might yield. Beast King robe. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirements, level 20, spirit 200. Attribute 1, spirit 120, stamina 40. Attribute 2, Beast King S summon. Summons 10 silver moon wolf phantoms to fight for the wearer. Phantom levels increase with the wearer's level, lasting 60 seconds with a cooldown of 12 minutes. Attribute 3, Beast King S aura. Designates 1 summoned creature, enhancing the primary attributes of all summoned creatures within a 50-meter radius by 25, with the designated creature receiving an additional 5. Durability, 240-240. Heart shield. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirements, none. Attribute 1, spirit 100. Attribute 2, heart shield. Designated target triggers an invincibility state. Lasts for 1 second, cooldown of 24 hours. Durability, 100-100. Wishing staff. Quality, platinum. Healing type equipment, briefly noted. Heart of devotion. Creates a poignant bond among summoned creatures, designating 1, while all others are recalled to the summoning pool, allowing the designated creature to inherit the total of the recalled creature's primary attributes. Lasts for 6 seconds, cooldown of 12 hours. With a heart racing and hands trembling, Li Yao found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. a monumental windfall, a truly unprecedented bounty. Of the 3 pieces of equipment, 2 were immediately wearable by Li Yao and were perfectly suited to his current circumstances. Upon exiting the chained state, the Goblin's Courage Proof would automatically unequip and return to his storage space. Presently, he was clad in ordinary attire, and the Beast King robe precisely filled that void. Moreover, while for an ordinary summoner, summoning 10 B-rank beasts might be the core function of this equipment, for Li Yao, the additional 5 boost to primary attributes held great significance, translating to over 100 strength points from the Void Mantis' 2,000 plus strength value, growing even more potent as time progressed. What's more, this was a passive skill, capable of being triggered continuously. Much like the Goblin's Courage Proof, it provided a percentage-based boost, even if it were merely a 15-level gold-level item. Li Yao would ensure its place in his storage for future contingencies. The other piece, Heart Shield, was even more remarkable, an invincibility skill. It was a treasure that even esteemed families like the Yin clan would regard as a foundation of their strength. It could prove to be a life-saving asset for the Void Mantis in critical moments. Without hesitation, Li Yao replaced the Bloodthirsty Pendant. Although his 3 attributes saw a slight decline, his spirit attribute surged by 100. In truth, the Bloodthirsty Pendant was not without merit, possessing lifesteal capabilities. Despite being a silver-tier item, exchanging it for an exquisite gold-level piece would be well within reason. However, what truly excited Li Yao was the last skill book. Among active skills, there exists a well-known ultimate skill. Such skills typically demand a considerable investment to unleash unimaginable power. The first punch from Yin Gaojia was precisely such a skill. It required an extensive charging time, necessitating the use of Fire Prison to restrict Li Yao's movements, and must be unleashed at close range. These were the constraints of an ultimate move, were it not for his invincibility state. Even Li Yao would not dare to withstand such an attack. Similarly, Heart of Devotion functions under similar constraints. By recalling all summoned creatures, it conjures a supreme summoned entity within a brief time frame. Currently, with only 3 pieces in play, its impact was not yet apparent. But what are the later stages? 5, or even 10? Even at this moment, the possibilities were tantalizing. Li Yao sacrificed the power of the Void Mantis to the Azure Bird. In due course, it would not be impossible for the Azure Bird to annihilate the entire dungeon with a single skill. Chapter 46, Achieving Level 20. Exclusive second transition quest for the chess player of Cloud Summit. After learning Heart of Devotion, Li Yao meticulously categorized the remaining equipment and items into his storage space. In the primordial dungeon, aside from the 2 tongue-ripping creatures, a plethora of other monsters had also dropped numerous pieces of equipment. After all, it was the primordial dungeon, known for its exceedingly high drop rates and commendable quality, all of which belonged to the finest among bronze and silver tiers. The accumulated quantity amounted to a considerable profit. Thus, the only remaining treasure from the primordial dungeon was a single scroll. Having never encountered such an item, Li Yao decided to leave it for last. It must be a special item akin to the Void Stone, he mused. With a hint of suspicion, he unfurled the scroll. Hunter. Quality, SS level. Type, Agility-oriented warrior. Usage conditions, second transition quest not completed, warrior class profession. Description, a profession born for the hunting of formidable monsters, endowed with innate high agility and robust physique. Current output quantity of such items within the realm of the kingdom in the first year, 312. Gasping, Li Yao inhaled sharply. A multitude of thoughts coalesced into a singular, verdant realization. Goodness, such an item exists. No wonder. I wondered why those scions of noble families all possess elite professions. Even if physical prowess can influence class transition to some extent, it shouldn't grant them such extraordinary luck. Simultaneously, Li Yao recognized the value of this item. It undoubtedly surpassed that wretched Void Stone by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Such a treasure was of no use to him personally. The challenge now lay in determining its optimal utilization. Trading it seemed unwise, as he felt any exchange would be a loss. Retaining it would be an utter waste. After much contemplation, it appeared that the only viable option was to submit it to the Federation in exchange for some other item. Surely, only the authorities could provide something commensurate in value, right? However, what did the final line imply? Li Yao carefully placed the scroll into his storage ring. Recalling the last inscription, within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, only 12 SS level class transition scrolls could drop each year. To have such a notice suggests there must be ways to enhance drop rates, perhaps dictated by national power? Li Yao could only speculate at this point. These matters were far beyond his reach, and he had no opportunity to engage with them. Shaking his head, he cast these thoughts aside. The most pressing issue now was to swiftly reach level 20, complete the breakthrough quest, and achieve the second transition. Only then could he face the martial examination in his strongest form. Li Yao lay down on his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. A night passed without incident. The following day, Li Yao summoned Qin Yu and informed her of his plans for the auction. Upon learning that Li Yao intended to entrust the entire auction to the Qin family, Qin Yu excitedly embraced him. Fortunately, Li Yao managed to prevent her mouth from running wild at that moment. As a result, Qin Yu glared at him with a mix of resentment. By the way, how much did you actually gain from the primordial dungeon to be able to host an auction in Sangyu City? Not much, just 1 billion or so. Li Yao observed her, seemingly unaware of the events that transpired after the primordial dungeon emerged. It was understandable. Witnessing that old curmudgeon slay the top talents of the Yin family would undoubtedly be a blow to their pride, and it would be surprising if such news circulated. Furthermore, with his subsequent remarks, the folks in the Federation would likely do their utmost to suppress the information. However, Li Yao was not concerned about whether his words would hold weight after the news was concealed. The Inferno-level first clear treasure chest was enough to entice most individuals to take risks. Even within the Federation, there would undoubtedly be those tempted by it. Word would spread from 10 to 100, and it would merely be a matter of time before it reached higher echelons. The Yin family was a behemoth within the capital. Perhaps a single first clear treasure chest would not be sufficient to topple them. Yet, causing them a modicum of trouble was certainly achievable. That was precisely Li Yao's intent. If he could not bring them down now, he would at least vex them to no end. If you choose not to speak, then during the auction, I shall undoubtedly uncover the truth. Qin Yu huffed lightly, then rubbed her hands together with a look of flattery. Young Master Li, I presume you summoned me to discuss the auction, correct? Certainly not. I previously inquired if you had friends who possess an item like the abyssal mirror. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Yu dramatically retrieved a mirror from her storage space, providing an exaggerated sound effect. Behold, this is the abyssal mirror, plus it allows us to tackle 5 runs of the nightmare level dungeon. Xian is currently occupied learning from her forging mentor, so she lent this to me. What do you think? Reliable, right? Reliable. In the ensuing 2 days, Li Yao and Qin Yu executed 7 runs of the nightmare level Blood Moon Forest dungeon. Utilizing the abyssal mirror for 5 runs, they commenced with the first, followed by the last run once the dungeon cooldown had concluded. At long last, during the final run, as the ultimate boss met its demise, the system announced, overlevel kill of a boss-level creature, Count Dracula, experience gained, 15. Void Predator completed evolution and devoured, gaining a maximum health of 25,000. Level achieved, 20, awarded 10 free attribute points, population cap for the chess pieces, 1, hex reward, 1, hedge fund triggered, gold coins, 10. Profession level reached 20. Current experience limit, 0. Would you like to accept the second transition quest? Li Yao glanced at the screen. Both the newly acquired chess piece population and hex reward were displayed in gray. It seemed he needed to prioritize completing the second transition quest first. At that moment, there were still 9 days until the martial examination. Qin Yu, following closely behind him to collect experience, had also reached level 18. And it seemed likely she would attain level 20 in the final days. Next, you will be embarking on your second transition quest, right? Qin Yu stretched lazily and asked contentedly. Over the past 2 days, she had experienced 3 stages: shock, existential doubt, and enjoyment. The exhilarating speed of leveling up had led her to believe that this was how leveling should naturally unfold. Indeed, Li Yao nodded. Let's see which dungeon you need to tackle, and I will assist you in researching the details. Qin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Do not underestimate it, given your strength. The quest will undoubtedly be formidable. Qin Yu shivered slightly, as if recalling something terrifying. The breakthrough task is intrinsically linked to one's capabilities. Given that Li Yao can navigate the nightmarish level dungeons with ease, it is highly probable that the second transfer task he faces is of infernal difficulty. Let me take a look. Within the system panel, Li Yao selects to accept the second transfer task. Ding. Initiating the acceptance of the second transfer task. Acceptance failed. Hex system interference in the second transfer task. Ding. The exclusive second transfer task for the Chessmaster of the Cloud Summit has been successfully accepted. Task description. As the most formidable summoning class profession, how can one lack their own ace summoning creature? Proceed to the apex of the Tower of Heaven to vanquish the Darkwing Ganyet. The task completion rate will be determined by the outcome of the conquest. The higher the completion rate, the more perfect the job transition will be. Temporary task item acquired. Contract card of the game pieces. Allows for the contracting of monsters as game pieces. The lower the remaining health of the monster, the higher the probability of successful contracting. The Tower of Heaven. This magnificent structure is familiar to Li Yao. Most second transfer tasks for practitioners take place within its confines, although the layers challenged vary according to the profession's tier. He possesses a general understanding of the monsters within. However, he has no recollection of this creature known as the Darkwing. Glancing at Qin Yu, he notes her expression reveals no familiarity either. Thus, he bids her farewell and returns to his room at the Star Network Trading Center. He inputs the keywords Darkwing into the computer. Darkwing Ganyet, a humanoid creature residing in the Tower of Heaven at infernal difficulty. It appears after the final boss of infernal difficulty is defeated and is responsible for awarding completion rewards. Staring at the description, Li Yao finds himself momentarily lost in thought. Is this not an NPC? How does one vanquish it? Chapter 47. The head of a fifth-order practitioner. The olive branch offered by merchants. The Tower of Heaven. Erected 8 years ago in the Dragon Kingdom, it stands as a functional edifice in Qinghai City. Entry is restricted to levels 15 to 25, with the majority of practitioners undertaking their second transfer tasks within its walls. Consequently, practitioners from all corners of the nation flock to Qinghai City, generating substantial economic benefits. In just a few years, Qinghai City has transformed from a modest town to one of the 12 principal cities of the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, in terms of the ambience for practitioners, Qinghai City eclipses even Sangyu City. Qinghai City is also Li Yao's destination. Having reached level 20 yesterday, he returned home to share a meal with his parents. After settling a few matters, he boarded an early flight to Qinghai City. The distance from Jiangzhou is not far, located north of Sangyu City. Li Yao's flight takes merely 3 hours to reach his destination, Darkwing Ganyet. On the plane, Li Yao closes his eyes, silently reciting the name in his mind. The monsters he encountered previously, even those of Lord level, did not bear proper names. This peculiar nature compels him to approach the upcoming challenge with utmost caution. The task description does not explicitly state that he must slay this unknown entity. One can only imagine the formidable strength of the Darkwing he is about to confront. Nevertheless, Li Yao does not feel fear. The level restriction of the Tower of Heaven is capped at 25. At this stage, he retains a measure of confidence. Soon, the plane lands. As Li Yao exits the airport, a familiar figure approaches him, dressed in a light blue qipao paired with nude stockings. Her slender waist and perfect figure are showcased magnificently in this ensemble. All the men around are captivated by her presence, and Li Yao is no exception. Her stunning beauty, combined with a commanding aura, makes it nearly impossible for him to look away. Among those he knows, only the woman from Sakura country can rival her in appearance. Li Yao, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The woman approaches with a radiant smile and extends her right hand. Merchant, Shang Ziqin. Is there something you need? Li Yao replies, shaking her hand gently. He recalls that she is the practitioner he encountered outside the initial dungeon, preparing to join the second wave of strategy. If there is nothing urgent, do you expect me to stand here in this sweltering heat waiting for you for half the day? Shang Ziqin chuckles, simultaneously opening the door of a luxury car parked behind her and sliding into the driver's seat. Let us go. I'll drive you to the Tower of Heaven. I will go by myself. Hey. Watching as Li Yao turns to leave, Shang Ziqin hastily exits the car, positioning herself in front of him. A stunning beauty like me comes specifically to pick you up, and you disregard my kindness? She laments, momentarily doubting her own allure. I came to find you to deliver what you requested. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to produce it in broad daylight, would you? Oh, Li Yao raises an eyebrow. You are quite swift in your actions. After a moment's contemplation, he takes a seat in the passenger side. As he enters the vehicle, he immediately senses a faint yet distinct metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. In the back seat, a half-meter-high brown box rests, the source of the sanguine aroma. As Shang Ziqin drives towards the Tower of Heaven, she inquires, where's your item? You have it on you, right? Li Yao nods, of course, but I mentioned before that it needs to be sustained for a while. Whoever brings me the most heads will receive the item. The longer the bounty remains active, the greater the losses for the Yin family. Upon hearing this, Shang Ziqin rolls her eyes dramatically. Rest assured, this is undoubtedly the largest head you will receive. That old man's name is Yin Xinghong. The owner of the head in the back is Yin Xingrong. They are brothers. Li Yao is momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the information. Yin Xingrong, a fifth-order practitioner of the Yin family, is someone even merchants like them expend tremendous resources to behead within a dungeon. Shang Ziqin, pursing her crimson lips, observes Li Yao with keen interest. Fifth order? Your reaction pleases me, she explains. Indeed, Yin Xingrong is one of the 4 patriarchs of the Yin family, a fifth-order practitioner who stands among the apex of power in the Dragon Kingdom. After progressing through the third transition, one can become a leader in cities like Jiangzhou or, akin to Zhangyi, ascend to federal positions as a principal. A fourth-order practitioner can become a city lord, and even within prestigious families like the Yin family, they exist as guest elders. Fifth-order practitioners are the true elites, core members of top-tier clans. Professors of various professions in the 4 great martial houses of the Dragon Kingdom belong to this echelon. Beyond that, one finds the national generals and the foremost figures of the main cities. As for 7th-order practitioners, I am uncertain if such individuals exist in the Dragon Kingdom. And yet, this woman before him casually mentions that the box behind contains the head of a 5th-order powerhouse? Li Yao questions, is this all for a treasure chest of initial completion? Yes and no. I believe it resembles more of a token of allegiance. Shang Ziqin, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, lights a lady's cigarette with the other. Now we have a common adversary. The assassination of Yin Xingrong is far from a simple task. In order to forge an alliance with Li Yao, the merchants had originally intended to hunt down a young prodigy from the Yin family. While gathering intelligence, they fortuitously discovered that Yin Xingrong planned to lead a team into a level 4 public dungeon. The head of the merchant family is a resolute individual. Recognizing Li Yao's talent, he made a bold decision. Since the Yin family was already at odds with the merchants, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and personally led a team to the dungeon for the assassination. After sacrificing 6 level 4 professionals and sustaining serious injuries himself, he successfully brought back in Xingrong's head. Thus, the question arises, would you consider collaborating with my family? Shang Ziqin turned around and gazed earnestly at Li Yao. Li Yao was momentarily taken aback. Why are you looking at me? You're driving. Pay attention to the road. Is this a rejection? Shang Ziqin's expression was one of melancholy. Chapter 48. The contract is established. The foundation of a great family. So tell me, how shall we collaborate? For Li Yao and the Silver Wolf Guild, an alliance with the merchants would be a tremendous boon. Qinghai City, as one of the 12 major cities, is home to countless family factions, with the 4 leading families including the merchants themselves. Primarily engaged in the potion and forging industries, their wealth is staggering. Even the Yin family from the capital would not dare to underestimate the merchants. Among the 12 major cities, aside from the Demon City and the capital, the disparities between the other cities are relatively minor. To rise as a top family in Qinghai is no small feat, and few could claim to surpass the merchants across the entire Long Kingdom. Upon hearing Li Yao's interest in collaboration, Shang Ziqin's smile was enchanting, causing her to accelerate slightly. I thought you would truly reject a pitifully beautiful woman. The specifics of our cooperation will be conveyed directly to the president of the Silver Wolf Guild via a federal contract from my father. I shall be brief. Pausing for a moment, Shang Ziqin continued. The merchant family is relatively new, and while we may possess abundant resources and wealth, only my father has the opportunity to engage with professionals of the 6th transition level. Therefore, our options are either to attract talent or to ally with a formidable force. We have wealth, they have personnel. However, luring top-tier talent is no easy task, and the major factions look down upon emerging families like ours, regarding us as nouveau riche. Hence, I proposed the Silver Wolf Guild to my father. Although this guild lacks financial resources and only possesses 2 or 3 third transition professionals, they have you. At this point, Shang Ziqin turned to Li Yao, her eyes sparkling with delight. So, you're considering investing in the Silver Wolf Guild and forging an alliance with the merchants? Li Yao regarded the woman before him. He had to admit, she was astute. Had she suggested investing in himself, he might have outright declined. Yet, when it came to the Silver Wolf Guild, he had previously only thought of protecting it to the best of his abilities, never considering its expansion. As he lacked the expertise in this regard, Shang Ziqin's words successfully piqued Li Yao's interest. Indeed, and as luck would have it, Sangyu City, under Jiangzhou's jurisdiction, is an excellent place for development. Shang Ziqin continued. The most powerful families there are merely the Yang and Song families. With the merchants backing us, they will not be able to stifle the Silver Wolf Guild. Once our various potions and forged equipment flow into Sangyu City, they will be utterly powerless to stop us. In 3 years, or even just 2, the Silver Wolf Guild will be formidable enough to rival the likes of the Yang family. Of course, all of this hinges on one condition. Shang Ziqin's expression turned serious. This year, in the martial arts examination, you must secure the national top rank. Gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious academies, and then become a student of one of those 5 individuals. Only by becoming one of their protégés can the Silver Wolf Guild develop without restraint. Upon hearing this, Li Yao nodded thoughtfully. Despite the protection of the merchant family, the Silver Wolf Guild would still require a truly formidable figure before he could fully flourish. The individuals she mentioned were likely the most esteemed mentors from the 4 prestigious academies. This was not merely a condition, it was something he intended to pursue regardless. Alright then, how about it? This collaboration should be quite difficult for you to refuse, no? Shang Ziqin reverted to her previous charming demeanor. Indeed, it would be challenging to turn down. Li Yao replied with a smile. He was not a man prone to indecision. As long as the head in question was genuine, he would accept this partnership. But wait, the merchant family has one final condition. Speak. You must enter into a marriage alliance with me. Li Yao's expression darkened. Haha. Just kidding. I wouldn't want that. Shang Ziqin covered her mouth with her hand, chuckling softly, before continuing. We have concluded discussions regarding our collaboration with the merchants. Now let us address matters between us. During this upcoming Sky Tower event, my sister and several other young members of the merchant family will also participate. I am concerned that the Yin family may seek revenge, so I need you to escort them to the 6th level. The 6th level? Li Yao was slightly taken aback. Compared to the Silver Wolf Guild, the resources of the merchant family were indeed formidable. Only those who had completed the 2nd transition tasks could access the 6th level, and they were all at least A-level professionals. Precisely, as compensation, I can agree to one request of yours. Shang Ziqin blinked and seductively remarked, anything you desire. Li Yao ignored her. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Are you familiar with the Yuan family? The one that sent 3 assassins to kill you? I am aware. Soon enough, Shang Ziqin's luxury car pulled up before the Sky Tower. 8 years ago, it had been established here. From a distance, it resembled a celestial ladder reaching skyward, towering and enigmatic. Even those who were not professionals paused nearby to gaze in awe. Li Yao and Shang Ziqin exited the vehicle. Dressed in a dark red leather outfit akin to a Beast King robe, Li Yao exuded an aura of wildness. Shang Ziqin appeared more like a descendant of an ancient noble family, her graceful figure standing behind him. The striking combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman in a luxury car was hard to overlook. As the wealthiest family in Qinghai City, many recognized Shang Ziqin. Is that not Miss Shang? What brings her here? Goddess Shang, I am your long-lost brother. Take me home. Who's that guy next to Miss Shang? Is he her boyfriend? Get lost. Do not insult my goddess. That guy is definitely Miss Shang's cousin. She personally escorted him, so their relationship must be quite close. Who are you calling a kid? Show some respect. My uncle is someone you cannot address so casually. Arriving at the Sky Tower at this time likely indicates a second transition task. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. The young master of the Nie family just entered, and it remains to be seen who among these two will reach the 8th level. Although Shang Zijing is my idol, I must express a thought. When will the young professionals of the Shang family be able to rival the Nie family? Perhaps. I recall that today Shang Zijing's younger sister is also poised for a breakthrough. There may be a chance for a 2-to-1 advantage. Can the second transition tasks be counted per individual? Each one is completed independently, and I assert that unless Shang Zijing herself enters the fray, no one can hope to compare with the young master of the Nie family, for he is the sole SS grade professional to emerge from Qinghai City this year. Li Yao has indeed heard some intriguing tales. The only SS grade professional from Qinghai City is currently within the Tower of Babel. If the opportunity arises, it would be worthwhile to gauge their capabilities, since these individuals may very well become his adversaries during the martial examination. Nevertheless, their rate of advancement is astonishingly rapid. Aside from some delays in the primordial instance, he has been either leveling up or on his way to do so. You possess an item akin to the Abyssal Mirror. Do you not? The Abyssal Mirror? Shang Zijing displayed a look of confusion, as if suddenly struck by inspiration. She retrieved a card from her storage space. Is this what you mean? Time exchange card. Quality, Platinum. Function, allows the exchange of instance cooldown time with a designated individual. Uses, 512. Very well. Li Yao was suddenly reminded of a saying from his previous life. What merit can one claim after 10 years of diligent study against the efforts of 3 generations? The items that these scions of illustrious families casually produce can render instance cooldowns irrelevant, allowing them to clear instances 12 times. Coupled with the guidance of formidable clan members, how could their leveling speed possibly lag? Ordinary professionals, like Li Yao's classmates, have barely reached level 10 at this point. To achieve levels 13 or 14 before the martial examination would be quite commendable. A little better, like Qin Yu, who without Li Yao's assistance would likely still be at level 15, with level 20 before the examination being an elusive dream. With a stroke of luck, she might just scrape the threshold of the 4 great martial houses. Chapter 49, the first layer of the Tower of Babel, the Shang family's professional team. I shall accompany you this far. Do not forget what I told you. Xiao Ye and the others will be waiting for you on the first layer. The retaliation from the Yin family is something even Shang Zijing must regard with gravity. Xiao Ye's impending second transition coincides with a precarious moment. Yet, there is little choice. With the martial examination imminent, one cannot forfeit the second transition for the sake of the Yin family, can one? Thus, for her sister's sake, Shang Zijing personally came to the airport to meet Li Yao. Otherwise, regarding merely the contract, she could have easily waited until Li Yao completed his second transition task to discuss matters. In her eyes, as long as he remains within the Tower of Babel, unless a figure of Zhang Yuqing's caliber personally intervenes, Li Yao is an invincible presence. With him as her protector, she felt utterly secure, provided, of course, that the adversaries take heed. Reflecting on this, Shang Zijing couldn't help but offer a cautionary word. That is my dear sister. Should she inadvertently offend you, I implore you to exercise restraint, at least for my sake. As for the others, you may handle them as you wish. Rest assured, Li Yao would never go back on his word. By the way, which layer will you be tackling in this task? Shang Zijing inquired with sudden curiosity. The higher the layer, the more challenging the transition task, thus signifying the greater strength of the professionals. When she transitioned, she completed her task on the 8th layer. And a perfect transition would require venturing to the 9th. Li Yao should not be weaker than her. The 9th layer? Or perhaps the 10th? The highest layer. With that, Li Yao stepped into the teleportation array of the Tower of Babel, his figure gradually vanishing. The task objective is an NPC that bestows rewards. Yet the introduction states it is on the highest layer, thus he cannot be accused of speaking falsely. The Tower of Babel consists of only 10 layers, with the highest being the 10th. Indeed, it is the 10th layer, Shang Zijing mused, her brow furrowing as she watched Li Yao's retreating silhouette. The alliance between the Shang family and the Silver Wolf Guild hinges on a crucial factor that she has not disclosed to Li Yao. Just as Li Yao's figure completely disappeared, Shang Zijing murmured softly, if you can conquer the 10th layer, I assure you, the Shang family will spare no effort in supporting the Silver Wolf Guild. But if you fail, the Tower of Babel has existed for 8 years, and a total of 14 individuals have attempted to conquer the 10th layer. This is a closely guarded secret of the Dragon Kingdom. The number of successes remains unknown even to Shang Zijing. Thus, from a rational standpoint, she believes the probability of Li Yao succeeding in overcoming the 10th layer is exceedingly slim. She recalls the time she undertook her second transition task. To defeat the boss of the 9th layer, she nearly exhausted all her trump cards. Ultimately, she succeeded by a stroke of luck, yet she found herself drained, hanging by a thread. By the time she approached the 10th layer, her desire to even challenge it had evaporated. You must not blame me. I have urged my father several times that should one conquer the 9th layer, we would wholeheartedly cooperate, but he would not heed my counsel, leaving me powerless. The Shang family, after all, remains a family of merchants. Entering the Tower of Babel. Please name your identity within the Tower of Babel. Naming? Li Yao pondered his profession. I shall name it Cloud Summit. Naming successful. Entering the 1st layer of the Tower of Babel. Eliminate 100 ground crabs to unlock the teleportation pathway to the 2nd layer. Current progress, 0-100. Li Yao felt a darkness envelop him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place reminiscent of an ancient town. Daoxiang Town. A settlement spontaneously erected by professionals within the Tower of Babel. It serves as a marketplace for professionals to sell equipment and potions, as well as a place to rest. Akin to a miniature trading hub. At present, the town is sparsely populated. The recent transition ceremony has only just concluded a few days prior, and the progress of the new generation of professionals lags significantly behind in relation to the Tower of Babel. The peak season for the Tower of Babel typically begins after the martial examination. Of course, there are several professionals from Qinghai City who have arrived here to level up, having just reached level 15. The experience gained here lies between that of the wild and instances, neither too abundant nor scarce. However, the locals are well acquainted with this area. They possess almost complete knowledge of the monsters on the lower layers, offering a safety level surpassing that of instances. As Li Yao wandered through Daoxiang Town, it felt akin to stepping into a novice village from his previous life playing online games. Everywhere he looked, professionals had set up small stalls displaying various potions and equipment. While at the town's exit, gold farmers were loudly advertising low-cost services. Due to the town being temporarily constructed by professionals and lacking system protection, it is surrounded by high walls, with only one exit. Members of the Shang family would also be awaiting Li Yao here. No sooner had he arrived than 4 professionals approached him, 2 men and 2 women, adorned in gear that was evidently of high quality. The leading young woman bore a resemblance to Shang Zijing, yet their temperaments were strikingly different. Xiaoya? Li Yao, filled with confusion, murmured a soft Shang Yana timidly responded, I've heard from Sister Zijing about this. Thank you for your help. Unlike the previous Song Anqing, Li Yao could discern that she was not merely feigning her demeanor. Perhaps she had been overly sheltered by the Shang family. Li Yao did not dwell on it. After all, his sole task was to escort her to the 6th level. All right, let us join the queue. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. At that moment, a girl beside Shang Yana interjected impatiently. Shang Zijing had merely requested Li Yao to look after her sister, and others had not even mentioned it, indicating that despite their familial ties, their relationship was likely distant. Li Yao stepped into the line. The professions of the 4 members were now visible to him. Aside from Shang Yana, who was an S-rank Gale Sword Master, the others held A-rank professions, Knight, Mage, and Healer, a well-rounded configuration. However, aside from Shang Yana, who had reached level 20, the others were only at level 17 or 18. The team leader, Shang Hao, frowned upon seeing Li Yao's profession. You're not telling me you're a summoner, are you? Li Yao nodded. The incredulous expressions on the faces of the other 2 upon hearing his admission were evident. The external aid Sister Zijing mentioned is merely a summoner? What a waste of our time waiting. The mage, Shang Mingxiu, could not help but scoff. Shang Qian directly pulled Shang Yana aside and whispered, Xiaoya, has your sister been deceived? How can an A-rank summoner possibly serve as external aid? No. Shang Yana shook her head repeatedly, visibly anxious. I can't quite explain it, but he is really formidable, truly formidable. Observing Li Yao's nonchalant demeanor, Shang Yana finally felt relieved. Sister Zijing had specifically informed her about Li Yao and had cautioned her not to speak carelessly. The Shang and Yin families were in a precarious situation. If the Yin family were to learn that Li Yao was in the Tower of Babel, who knows what chaos might ensue? How formidable can a summoner really be? Shang Qian questioned skeptically, choosing not to elaborate further. Regardless of whether he was an external aid, he was summoned by Shang Zijing, and even if he was merely there to gain experience, she had no choice but to accept it. At this moment, Shang Mingxiu also realized the gravity of the situation and promptly fell silent. Even if Li Yao were indeed a summoner, he was far from someone they could afford to offend. In the Shang family, Shang Zijing was a golden emblem. Moreover, Li Yao's level had reached 20. He might be a scion of some prominent family, perhaps engaged in some collaboration with Sister Zijing. He could not afford to jeopardize that. Chapter 50. The ice storm covering the entire ice field. All right, since he was summoned by Sister Zijing, I shall refrain from further comments. Just stay in the team and don't cause any trouble, Shang Hao stated as he led the group towards the exit of Daoxiang Town. Upon exiting the city, a bustling scene greeted them, with adventurers banding together to hunt a type of crab-like monster. Li Yao trailed behind the others, paying little heed to their remarks. In the eyes of the public, summoners were perceived as the lowest and least respected profession. This fact was undeniable, even for Li Yao. As long as they did not provoke him, they could say whatever they wished. Li Yao summoned the Void Mantis, allowing it to act freely. The first level S completion condition required the solo hunting of 100 monsters. These ground crabs were merely level 15, ordinary creatures that the void mantis could easily handle. Kill ground crab, group status, experience 0004. The experience was rather meager. It would be best to wrap this up quickly and help Xiaoya with her 100. Observing the experience points that suddenly popped up on the system panel, Shanghao was not surprised and commented, Li Yao, have you amassed enough kills? Do you need assistance? Since Li Yao's summoned beast had been hunting monsters, Shanghao had not monitored Li Yao's kill count. Enough. Alright, not too shabby, Shanghao nodded. Then selected to enter the second level on the team panel. Soon, a vortex appeared before them. Before we enter, let me say a few words. As locals, it was not their first time in the Tower of Babel, so Shanghao's words were directed at Li Yao. The second level features level 20 ordinary monsters. The Icefield Eagles. They are not particularly strong, but they possess flight capabilities, so only Shang Mingshu among us can inflict damage on them, which will take some time. Li Yao, you have another summoned beast. If it has ranged skills, summon it now. We'll help Xiaoya finish off 51st. Don't worry. I won't forget about you later, Shanghao assured him. No need, brother Shanghao. It's fine to assist Li Yao first. There's no rush, Shangyana insisted, shaking her head vigorously. After all, Li Yao was a guest whom Sister Zijing treated with utmost caution. How could she allow him to help her finish her task first? I'm fine. Let us just go in, Li Yao replied indifferently. Alright, rest assured, once you're in my Shang family's team, you won't suffer any losses. Shanghao declared grandly, then stepped directly into the vortex. Clearly, Shanghao had already regarded Li Yao as one of those individuals who paid for the Shang family's escort services. The Group S figures materialized in an icy expanse. A biting cold wind striking their faces. Li Yao casually scanned the area. It was becoming increasingly rare to spot adventurers on the ice field. Level 20 flying monsters were typically only sought out by those who were either foolish or excessively confident in their abilities. He summoned the Azure Bird from the space of the game. Within the icy realm, the Azure Bird appeared far more exuberant than usual, flitting around Li Yao in joyful circles. Noticing that Li Yao had summoned a ranged beast, Shanghao signaled for Shang Mingshu to draw the monsters. A few fireballs were cast, immediately attracting four Icefield Eagles towards them. As a knight, Shanghao was competent, bravely stepping forward to shield the group. Shangqian, apply the slow aura. Shang Mingshu, Li Yao, you two focus on dealing damage, but remember to leave some health for Xiaoya to finish off. Understood, Shang Mingshu nodded. As a fire-type mage, his skills had a restraining effect on these Icefield Eagles, causing his damage output to be significantly higher than against ordinary monsters. Several fireballs shot toward the Icefield Eagles. 486, 455, 482, impressive damage. Shanghao remarked with delight. With such damage output, they might not need much time in this lair. Simultaneously, Shang Mingshu clasped his staff tightly, continuously chanting incantations. In the next moment, the ground split open, and a pillar of fire erupted. Several Icefield Eagles were engulfed in flames, emitting shrill cries. 954, 884, 921. Such impressive damage values caught even Shangqian's eye. Quite remarkable, Xiao Su. This level of damage surely ranks among the top for A-grade mages, doesn't it? Not at all. It merely reflects attribute advantages, Shang Mingshu replied with a smile, feigning modesty, yet unable to conceal the pride radiating from his countenance. He simultaneously cast a glance toward Li Yao, fully aware that only they possessed ranged capabilities, naturally leading to a comparison of whose damage output was superior. Li Yao, where are your summoned beasts? Shanghao inquired. Just a moment. Li Yao had already directed the Qing Niao to unleash Glacial Storm, not targeting the nearby foes, but rather the very heart of the icy plains. He could distinctly sense that within such an environment, the mana cost for Glacial Storm was significantly reduced. He was confident that he could envelop the entire icy expanse with the spell. Alright, take your time. Mingshu, summon a few more. Shanghao remained unfazed, reasoning that even if Li Yao lacked ranged capabilities, with Mingshu's damage output, they wouldn't take long to exhaust their resources on this layer. Meanwhile, the shield in Shanghao's grasp radiated with increasing brilliance, expanding in size. The attacks from the Icy Eagles merely inflicted double-digit damage upon the shield. As an A-grade class wielding exceptional equipment, dealing with level 20 common monsters was hardly a challenge. Were it not for the flying creatures, they would have bulldozed through this layer just as they did the first. No problem. How go? Shang Mingshu nodded, his pace of casting fireballs quickening. Among them, his status within the Shang family was the lowest, and with a chance to shine, he was determined to perform well. In truth, he owed much to Li Yao. The presence of a fellow summoner only added to the value of his damage output. At that moment, Shangyana suddenly sniffed the air and timidly asked, have you noticed that the temperature seems to have dropped? A bit, indeed, Shanghao frowned. Could there be a boss lurking? No, this is only the second layer. There shouldn't be a boss. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, swiftly followed by a biting chill. Shanghao moved closer to Shangyana, urging everyone to remain on high alert. The area where the snowflakes fell was expanding. Shangyana was the first to sense something amiss. Look, on the heads of those icy eagles. The group turned to see a shocking sight. Every snowflake that landed on the icy eagles revealed a corresponding damage value. Countless icy eagles were surrounded by a sea of damage indicators. They were not the ones taking damage. Rather, it was the monsters suffering the consequences. Almost simultaneously, they all turned back, their eyes wide in disbelief as they fixed their gaze on Li Yao. Yet Li Yao's expression remained unchanged. Did I not say to wait a moment? Chapter 51. The Spirit Stone, the possibility of Yeetsi learning skills. The icy plains stretched endlessly. The hail and snow of glacial storm mingled with the falling snowflakes, creating a visual illusion as though the entire expanse was enveloped by a single spell. Damage values ascended above the heads of every icy eagle. 485, 514, 533, 479. With the iterative upgrades of Li Yao's equipment, Qing Miao's mental attributes had now reached an impressive 460, complemented by a 15 damage increase from the Goblin Slayer. Each instance of damage hovered around 500. While the numbers might not seem exceedingly high, the frequency far surpassed that of Shang Mingxiu. More crucially, the vast area affected allowed for the simultaneous targeting of hundreds of monsters. When these damage values were accumulated, the total damage inflicted per second would reach astronomical figures. Even if the Void Mantis unleashed its full wrath, it would pale in comparison to such efficiency. Is this the skill unleashed by that bird? Despite witnessing it firsthand, Shang Hao could not help but voice his inquiry. Li Yao offered no response. They had all seen it. Was there a need for him to reiterate? Impossible. The deluge of damage values made Shang Qian feel as though the scene before her was surreal. Even the Shang family's dedicated third-tier mages, responsible for training newcomers, could not match Li Yao's speed in dispatching these monsters. SS grade. It must be an SS grade summoned beast. At that moment, Shang Mingxiu gritted his teeth, staring intently at Li Yao, hoping to hear him affirm that this was indeed an SS grade summon, seeking solace in the notion that as an A grade mage, it was entirely normal for him to be outperformed by an SS grade creature. More or less, Li Yao glanced at him and replied casually. In his eyes, Qing Miao was far more valuable than an ordinary SS grade summon. The extensive area damage and the slowing abilities perfectly compensated for Li Yao's lack of area damage. Moreover, it had only reached S grade, leaving ample room for further enhancement. As expected, Shang Mingxiu's emotions finally stabilized. It was indeed an SS grade summoned beast. He had achieved such damage solely because of the skill book his family had procured for him. If only I had an SS grade skill, I would undoubtedly perform just as well. Furthermore, it seemed to be one of those SS grade summons that excelled in early game power but lacked potential for growth. After some contemplation, Shang Qian provided the most plausible explanation. Logically, at only level 20, neither the summoner nor the summon should possess such extensive capabilities. Only those classes that were overwhelmingly powerful in the early stages could wield such abilities. Typically, early strength indicated later weakness, and this summon likely exemplified that pattern. Having considered Shang Qian's analysis, the others felt it made sense. It was likely a fixed damage type skill, even with a larger area. Such damage would be negligible at the third or fourth tier. Shang Hao realized he had misjudged the situation, and his spirits lifted. Adopting a mentor-like demeanor, he smiled at Li Yao, saying, well, it's not too shabby at all. At the outset, possessing an SS grade summoned beast would undoubtedly accelerate your leveling pace significantly compared to the average individual. Your level must largely rely on it, correct? As for the later stages, given that summoners themselves are not particularly formidable, it may be wiser to focus solely on the early game to secure a place in a prestigious institution. Standing beside them, Shang Yana had remained largely silent, her dual-hued pupils fixed intently on Li Yao. Is it truly the case? An SS grade summoned beast in the early stages. Sister Zijin had mentioned to her that Li Yao's summon was a bug-like creature capable of inflicting over 10,000 damage points. Its stealth techniques were so sophisticated that even Sister Zijin's guardian could not discern them. Now, with the emergence of another summon with an extensive skill range, is it indeed accurate to assert that such a summoner is only strong in the early game? Unlike Shang Zijin, who would undoubtedly rise to Li Yao's defense if present, Shang Yana's character inclined her to remain silent. If Li Yao himself did not voice anything, why should she provoke annoyance? Li Yao's presence here was merely due to a certain agreement made with Sister Zijin. Shang Hao and the others, including herself, were but fleeting figures in Li Yao's eyes. She only hoped that her verbal sparring would not lead to any real confrontation. Above all, she fervently wished to avoid truly provoking the other party. At that moment, an icebound eagle, imbued with the frost slow effect, finally swooped down before the group. Observing the sheer number of these monstrous creatures, Shang Hao became serious. Let us move. This area is too open, unsuitable for dealing with such beasts. Having said that, Shang Hao led the others towards the icy expanse. The two overlapping slow effects rendered the icebound eagles in front of them easily outpaced, while those behind could not catch up at all. They soon arrived at the entrance of an ice cave. Although the terrain was expansive, they only needed to face enemies from one direction. Shang Hao stood resolutely at the forefront with his shield, while Shang Qian's healing kept his health steady. Conversely, these icebound eagles, being aerial monsters, possessed a singular attack method. a short-range dive followed by a swift retreat from the battlefield, repeating this tactic to gradually deplete their target's health. Now, nearly the entire second layer's population of icebound eagles had converged here, charging forth without retreat. Stripped of their flying advantage, the icebound eagles were merely level 20 ordinary monsters, even weaker. In the face of Shang Hao's elite team, they could not muster any significant challenge. Li Yao, of course, would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. At level 20, his Void Mantis was on par with them, and practical training could be triggered. Under Li Yao's command, the Void Mantis charged into the throng of monsters, dispatching them effortlessly as if a tiger among sheep. Everyone can unleash their prowess without worrying about leaving the final blow for Xiaoya. With so many monsters here, let us conclude the second layer as swiftly as possible, Shang Hao shouted, simultaneously activating his taunt skill. Instantly, all the icebound eagles around turned their blood-red eyes toward Shang Hao, disregarding the others' attacks entirely. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the effectiveness of this skill. Although the predator had a high health pool, Li Yao's adversaries were intelligent monsters that would seek to evade the predator and target other pieces. If only he had access to such a taunt skill, it would effectively bolster the survival capabilities of both the Void Mantis and the Bluebird. However, while the skills of professionals were not overly challenging, the skills of summons eluded Li Yao for the time being. Perhaps there were solutions, but his current strength was insufficient to grasp them. Li Yao, my classmate. At that moment, Shang-Yana, having completed her kill task, approached Li Yao and spoke softly. Are you considering having your summon learn a taunt skill? Shang-Yana was accustomed to adding honorifics when addressing others. Given that both were to participate in the upcoming martial examination in a few days, addressing each other as classmates was entirely appropriate. Li Yao had maintained a calm demeanor. But when Shang Hao activated the taunt, an unusual glint sparked in his eyes, a momentary detail that did not escape Shang-Yana's notice. Indeed, Li Yao nodded, his expression shifting to one of eager anticipation as he looked towards her. Even if Shang-Yana did not inquire, he intended to ask her about it once they had dealt with the monsters. As she was a lady of the Shang family, and thus likely possessed more knowledge than he did. I know of a method, she continued, drawing closer as the sounds of skill activations and the cries of icebound eagles blended together. Concerned that Li Yao might not hear her clearly, Shang-Yana leaned in. Her cheeks flushed and whispered, the Watchtower instance. You should be familiar with it? Should I? Li Yao replied, bewildered. Shang-Yana did not keep him in suspense. It is a solo tower defense instance with monsters around level 35. And there is a chance to drop an item called the Spirit Stone, which allows summons to learn the skills of professionals. However, this only occurs at nightmare difficulty. At this point, Shang-Yana paused, reinforcing her own defenses. I am not referring to you specifically, Li Yao. It is just that the average summoner may be somewhat weaker, leading to no summoner ever clearing nightmare difficulty. And given the value of summoner items, those who farm them may not care for such items, while those who desire them cannot access them. Hence this information has not circulated. Having said that, Shang-Yana cautiously gauged Li Yao's expression. Seeing that he did not bristle at her remark about summoners being weak, she finally exhaled in relief. Li Yao chuckled at her cautious demeanor. The weakness of summoners has no bearing on me, the Chessmaster of the Cloud Summit. Nonetheless, this news was indeed significant for Li Yao. In solo nightmare difficulty, only a select few could clear it. Without Shang-Yana's reminder, he might never have known of such an item's existence. Expressing his gratitude, Li Yao intended to inquire further about the details of the instance, but he was interrupted by a harsh voice. Li Yao, I recall you have a mantis-like summon, right? Why have you yet to summon it to assist us? All of us are in the same team. If you continue to slack off like this, how long will it take to resolve all these monsters you've attracted? Chapter 52. The second layer's assault concludes, an ambush approaches. Shang Hao, being at the forefront of the team, faced the brunt of the icebound eagles. Even so, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Shang-Yana. Unlike the other two, Shang Hao, as a talent nurtured by the Shang family, was only granted the family name upon proving himself. If it were the domineering young lady, Shang Zijin, they would certainly not dare entertain any improper thoughts. However, the gentle and unassuming Shang-Yana was a different matter entirely. Her sweet appearance and humble nature, devoid of any airs of nobility, made her the kind of radiant girl that, over time, would stir different feelings in any man. As for Shang Hao, he held no particular grievances against Li Yao. His prowess is commendable, and he speaks little, being yet another individual arranged by Sister Zijing to join our ranks. The crux of the matter lies in his ability to display the demeanor of a captain, thereby winning Xiaoya's favor. However, upon glancing back, just now, he nearly lost his grip on his shield at the sight before him. The two heads were almost touching. This was within a dungeon, with others nearby. What would have happened if they were alone? Most infuriatingly, it appeared as though Xiaoya had approached him of her own volition. What nonsense is this? When has Xiaoya ever been so close to a man? Thus, Shang Hao immediately interjected to disrupt Li Yao. The other's subtle intentions were apparent to Li Yao at a glance. He refrained from speaking, merely casting a casual glance in Shang Hao's direction. Shang Hao wished to retort, but was startled into silence by that gaze. Li Yao had no intention of intimidating him. He had no need to quibble with a mere bystander. However, His usual adversaries were Goblin Kings and the tongue-ripping Empress. Formidable entities whose presence was far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Engaging and even conquering such foes had gradually aligned Li Yao's aura with those dominating monsters. For someone of Shang Hao's ilk, even facing an elite monster alone required utmost caution. Instinctively, his body emitted a warning of impending danger at Li Yao's gaze. In short, there was no time for idleness. Conversations could wait until these beasts were vanquished. Damn it, this fellow emanates a more terrifying presence than those previous boss-level monsters, Shang Hao mused. To avoid appearing cowardly before Shang Yana, he turned and plunged back into the fray. Li Yao, Shang Yana gently tapped his arm. Li Yao turned to face her. She clasped her hands together, adopting a pleading demeanor. Aware of Shang Hao's rude remarks towards Li Yao, she took the blame upon herself and sought his forgiveness. Not a problem. Li Yao waved his hand dismissively. Where is that lookout tower dungeon you mentioned? What level is required for entry? Li Yao's temperament is truly commendable. It's located in Qinghai City. Since it's a solo dungeon, there are no level restrictions. But I would recommend waiting until you reach level 30 before attempting it. In Shang Yana's eyes, Li Yao was an exceptionally skilled professional. Tackling a nightmare-level dungeon at level 30 should pose little challenge. Very well, I understand. Neither Li Yao nor Shang Yana paid heed to Shang Hao's admonition against idling. Under normal circumstances, regardless of whether she had completed her kill quest, Shang Yana would have assisted in hunting monsters. However, with Li Yao present, as a respected guest of Sister Zijing, she naturally wished to remain by his side. An hour later, the ice-field eagles summoned by the glacier storm were finally dispatched by the group. During the encounter, when the mana of the blue bird dropped below half, Li Yao instructed it to cease the glacier storm, conserving its mana for emergencies. Consequently, both Shang Mingsu and Shang Qian believed Li Yao was merely coasting along, even dragging Xiaoya into his leisurely pace. The three were panting heavily. Facing an overwhelming number of monsters had proven taxing, even for them. Shang Hao shot a glance at Li Yao but remained silent, snorting in disdain before heading toward the passage to the third layer. Li Yao followed the others into the passage, simultaneously glancing at the Void Mantis's panel, nodding in satisfaction. An increase of over 300 strength, excellent. Having slain more than 300 icefield eagles, his contributions surpassed theirs combined, not to mention the damage inflicted by the blue bird. To claim he was slacking off? Forget it, there are still 3 layers to navigate. They must resolve this swiftly and then focus on the second transition task. The environment of the third layer was a desert, inhabited by a type of ordinary monster known as the lion ant, level 25. Their numbers were vast. Yet their individual strength was inferior even to the ground crabs of the first layer. Each person was required to slay 200 before they could proceed to the fourth layer. As Li Yao hunted alongside the others, his thoughts wandered. The fourth layer would truly mark the beginning of the Tower of Celestial Ascension. The first 3 layers served as hunting grounds for ordinary professionals. The elite monsters that appeared beyond the fourth layer would pose a significant threat to the survival of typical adventurer parties. If the Yin family were to launch an assault, it would undoubtedly occur beyond the fourth layer. The sixth layer was also unlikely, during the second transition task. The Tower of Celestial Ascension could potentially isolate adventurers into a separate space. Should danger arise, Shang Yana could easily utilize teleportation items to escape within that independent space. Thus, would they only be confined to the fourth and fifth layers? The hunt for the second daughter of the Shang family would surely attract formidable individuals from the Yin family. Yet, one could only wonder, would the Yin family feel remorse if such individuals perished within the tower? Chapter 53, Deliberate Targeting, the Arrival of Yin Family Professionals. For Li Yao's team, the difficulty of the third layer was minimal. With the monsters densely packed, they completed their kill tasks in under 2 hours. Li Yao reveled in slaying these level 25 monsters. To prevent Shang Hao and the others from stealing kills, he intentionally allowed the Void Mantis to operate freely at a distance. By the end, the Void Mantis had amassed over 500 strength, officially surpassing 3,000. Achieving such a figure at level 20 was unprecedented in the history of all professions. Even some primary strength professions could not hope to reach such heights without a third transition. It is worth mentioning that, in preparation for the Dark Wings, Li Yao refrained from allowing the Blue Bird to employ the Glacier Storm. The others observed this, but understood that Li Yao was here for his second transition task, thus refrained from commenting. Li Yao's kill tasks were completed independently. He was merely seeking to gain some experience within the group. Only Shang Hao, throughout the entire monster-slaying session, frequently cast glances toward Li Yao and Shang Yana. At this moment, the group crossed the vortex of the third layer and entered the fourth. Before them lay a vast world of lava, its area dwarfing that of the previous 3 layers. As they stepped upon the dark red ground, the expressions of the group grew serious. The fourth layer represented a critical juncture within the Tower of Celestial Ascension. Here, level 20 elite monsters would appear, and even boss-level creatures lurked in the shadows. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Everyone, stay alert. Our team lacks a hunter-type profession and is deficient in reconnaissance skills. Lava hounds could strike from anywhere, Shang Hao instructed, adjusting their formation according to their professional characteristics. Xiaoya, you'll position behind me and serve as a secondary tank when necessary. Shang Qian and Shang Mingsu stay in the middle. Li Yao. Shang Hao recalled that it was likely Li Yao's first time in the Tower of Celestial Ascension. The intensity of the fourth layer differs vastly from the preceding ones. Do not allow your melee summon to wander off to hunt monsters alone. Keep it close to you for support. The Lava Hound, which I mentioned earlier, serves as the leader of the monsters on this level. Unlike the leaders found in other areas, it can emerge at any moment and from any direction. If fortune favors us, we may evade its presence. However, should misfortune strike, it could appear at any second. Thus, maintaining our position at the rear is of paramount importance. Do you understand? Li Yao nodded. As the team captain, Shang Hao would not indulge in favoritism as long as the arrangements were sound. However, his primary concern was not the Lava Hound itself, but rather the professional practitioners from the Yin family, who could be lurking anywhere, ready to strike at any moment. The objective on this level is to eliminate 20 elite monsters and 50 regular ones. As long as the leader does not manifest during combat, the team should navigate through with relative ease. With an S-rank practitioner leading and 3 A-rank practitioners in tow, this configuration is formidable anywhere. Clang, clang, clang. Before the group could advance 100 meters, the unmistakable sound of chains dragging across the ground reached their ears, signaling that something was racing towards them. Here it comes. Shang Hao raised his shield and called out loudly. As his words echoed, several crimson figures materialized before them. Crimson Hound, level 20. Health, 8,900. Strength, 308. Spirit, 118. Agility, 365. Endurance, 178. Skills, Lava Fur LV4, Bite LV8, Flame Claw LV2. These creatures, roughly the size of ordinary dogs, boasted a coat of vibrant red fur. With a chain dragging from their right hind leg, Li Yao glanced at them, noting that their attributes were even inferior to those of the goblin scouts encountered in the goblin nest, easy prey for the void mantis. There were quite a few of them. 2, 3 elites and 6 regular monsters. Shang Hao charged ahead, utilizing his taunt skill as he raised his shield. Observing Shang Hao draw their attention, Shang Yana danced forward, brandishing her sword. As a swift-winged swordsman focused on agility, her speed was remarkable. The Crimson Hounds could scarcely graze her attire. Additionally, as the second daughter of the Shang family, she had received one-on-one instruction from a master swordsman since childhood, allowing her slender blade to strike with precision against their weaknesses. 853, 921, 364. Such prowess, Li Yao mused, seemed to transcend mere skill effects. Unlike himself or the void mantis, who could only inflict critical strikes when the target's movements were restricted, Shang Yana was able to exploit weaknesses while the Crimson Hounds were in full motion. One must not underestimate the offspring of prestigious families. Their cultivated skills, combined with their professional attributes, yield a synergy that is undeniably greater than the sum of its parts. Nonetheless, Li Yao did not belittle himself. With his current capabilities, even if Shang Yana displayed her swordsmanship to its fullest, he could overpower her with sheer strength. They were not on the same level. Once he entered the academy, he resolved to seek out a mentor skilled in martial arts. I possess what you lack, and I can learn what you have. He would not let any opportunity for growth slip away. On the 4th level, Shang Mingsu's damage output had evidently diminished. The elemental disadvantage was palpable. As a fire mage, he found himself at a disadvantage against monsters that were predominantly fire-based. His prized fireball spell could only inflict double-digit damage. With Shang Yana providing support, their progress was not overly slow. After dispatching the Crimson Hounds, Shang Hao let out a hearty laugh. If they continued this way, they might just reach the 5th level before dusk. Li Yao, remain at the rear of the team as you did earlier. Do not engage recklessly. For the Lava Hound could appear at any moment. With Xiaoya present, even the damage from a summoned beast is not something we lack. If Shang Hao's previous arrangements were sincere in consideration for the team, his current actions seem to be aimed at undermining Li Yao. Experience in the team is distributed according to contributions. If Li Yao hangs back without dealing damage, he would receive but a paltry share of the base experience points. Li Yao regarded Shang Hao with a calm demeanor. The earlier conversation with Shang Yana had revealed that this fellow harbored some unresolved grievances. Yet, this very behavior aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Currently, he found himself at odds with the Yin family, and exposing the void mantis could prompt a concentrated assault against it. There was no need to take unnecessary risks for the sake of meager experience points. Li Yao remained silent, while Shang Yana stepped in front of him, expressing her discontent. If the only concern was vigilance against the Lava Hound, then Li Yao could certainly scout on his own. Why should his summoned beast be prohibited from attacking? Shang Hao, already displeased with the closeness between the two, felt his irritation spike as Shang Yana openly defended Li Yao. Burning with anger, he fixed his gaze on her, struggling to restrain his emotions as he retorted. He is not a hunter class. What can a summoner possibly scout? Had it not been for the invisibility skill of his summoned beast, I would not have entrusted him with any reconnaissance duties. Moreover, I never stated that the bird-like summoned beast should refrain from attacking. Shang Hao had calculated that Li Yao aimed to conserve his strength for his class transition task. Back in the second level, casting a large-scale spell would have severely drained his mana, making it improbable for Li Yao to deploy his summoned beast at this juncture. Shang Hao turned to Li Yao, a sinister expression crossing his face. Brother Li Yao, I am doing this for your own good regarding your class transition task. Wouldn't you agree? Li Yao grasped Shang Yana's arm, his expression suddenly turning icy. No problem, let it be as you say. Just then, a message from the Void Mantis arrived. 14 practitioners had converged approximately 500 meters away, then dispersed, forming a tightening encirclement around them. They had expected an encounter in the 5th level, yet here they were, unable to restrain themselves in the 4th level. Chapter 54, Kicked Out of the Team? The Yin family's lethal strike. Li Yao did not hasten to act. If he were to engage one of them now, any others witnessing the skirmish might flee, and he had no confidence in capturing them. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar pierced the air. Brothers, we VE struck gold. Upon hearing the roar, Shang Hao perked up, exhilarated. The Lava Hound, a level 22 boss monster. As long as their team did not encounter any minor creatures, this would be a fortuitous gift. Li Yao turned to the source of the sound. A massive hound, enveloped in flames, charged towards them. With each step, it left molten footprints upon the ground. Was it summoned by the Yin family? Li Yao pondered, feeling a sense of unease. How fortuitous. Just as those practitioners had formed an encirclement, the boss monster appeared without delay. What did you just say? Shang Yana inquired, having heard the roar but not comprehending its context. Seeing that Li Yao remained silent, she refrained from pressing further and instead spoke up. The Lava Hound possesses formidable strength. If it is convenient for you, Li Yao, please lend us your assistance. Li Yao glanced at Shang Yana, responding tangentially, try not to use skills later. Shang Yana was taken aback. Before she could ponder further, the Lava Hound materialized before them. Without the slightest hesitation, its colossal fiery claw swiped towards the nearest Shang Hao. With a thunderous roar, Shang Hao summoned a brilliant aura around his shield. Clang! The sound of steel clashing echoed. Shang Hao staggered back several steps. Upon witnessing the damage, rather than inciting anger, Shang Hao chuckled. Beast, you dare to challenge my grandfather. Simultaneously, Shang Qian's healing spell enveloped him. Most boss monsters possess a degree of intelligence. Ignoring Shang Hao's provocation, the Lava Hound lunged directly at Shang Qian. Shang Yana arrived just in time, her thoughts racing. Although she did not comprehend Li Yao's intentions, his words must have merit. Ding ding ding. Each swipe of the Lava Hound's claws was deftly parried by her slender sword, which danced gracefully in the air. Shang Mingshu stood at the rear of the group, launching a barrage of fireballs. Shang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Shang Yana and then at Li Yao, who remained stationary, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. It was evident he intended to conserve his strength for the second-tier mission. Perfect timing, Xiaoya. I shall assist you. With that, Shang Hao charged towards the Lava Hound, wielding his heavy shield. Surrounded by the four, even the Lava Hound was at a disadvantage. Unable to strike at Shang Yana, it could only target Shang Hao, possessing exceptional defense. Shang Hao merely needed to ensure Shang Yana was ready to step in for a few seconds whenever healing fell short. The Lava Hound stood no chance against this team. Xiaoya, why aren't you using your skills? Shang Mingshu inquired, calmly casting spells. It's fine. Shang Yana shook her head, not elaborating further, her sword continuing to rain down upon the Lava Hound. Even without utilizing skills, her damage output was undoubtedly the highest within the team. Xiaoya is preparing for her second tier at the 6th level, so she must conserve some mana, Shang Hao interjected, providing an explanation. Amidst the Lava Hound's relentless assault, the group even found time to engage in light conversation. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the Lava Hound's health had dwindled to a third. This seemed the opportune moment to strike. As the Lava Hound teetered on the brink of death, the group was at their most relaxed. If he were a member of the Yin family, he would undoubtedly seize this moment to act. Just as Li Yao contemplated this, a notification abruptly appeared on the system panel. You have been expelled from the team. At that moment, a roar erupted from the Lava Hound, a final mournful cry, as it lay bloodied and battered on the ground. A golden light enveloped Shang Hao and Shang Mingshu simultaneously, marking their ascendance to level 19. Shang Yana was momentarily stunned, but her expression swiftly turned icy. Shang Hao, what are you doing? Defeating the boss. If a player does not contribute to the defeat of the boss, the captain has the right to expel them from the team. Shang Hao had expelled Li Yao at the last possible moment. Shang Yana felt an unprecedented surge of anger. Xiaoya, I am merely considering the team's welfare, Shang Hao argued. Ask Shang Qian if she would allow someone who contributed nothing to share in the experience. Shang Qian's expression shifted, realizing he had inadvertently turned the blame towards her. However, having teamed together for years, they shared an unspoken understanding and turned to comfort Shang Yana. With the Lava Hound appearing, it's indeed somewhat inappropriate for Li Yao to just stand there. You all, Shang Yana fumed, her gentle nature leaving her feeling powerless to defend Li Yao. Yet she had her own means. The Windblade swordsman has exited the team. Shang Qian's face darkened instantly. Even when she had previously provoked Shang Yana, the latter had never taken such extreme measures. Now they had genuinely angered this little princess. Shang Hao. Hurry and invite Li Yao back. Shang Hao's face paled with fury, suppressing his anger as he reluctantly extended an invitation to Li Yao. Humph, no need for your invitation. Since you all disapprove of Li Yao, I shall venture forth with him through the Tower of Babel alone. You may return. Shang Yana snorted lightly and turned to Li Yao, ready to extend an invitation to him. Yet she suddenly noticed a colossal figure looming behind him. A creature? Shang Yana's heart raced. Before the second tier, wasn't a summoner limited to 2 summoned beasts? The others also recognized Li Yao's new summon, but at that moment, they had no time to ponder further. Shang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere summoner take such liberties? In his frustration, he realized his tone was inappropriate. No matter how amiable Shang Yana was, she was still the second daughter of the Shang family. He had no right to raise his voice at her. Suppressing his ire, Shang Hao said, Xiaoya, the most critical factor now is your second-tier mission. You should join the team first, and I will bring Li Yao back in. No need. Shang Yana replied in a flat tone, the distance in her voice startling the others. Xiaoya, you are heading to the 6th or even the 7th level. Are you truly willing to jeopardize your second-tier mission for this fellow? Xiaoya, I understand your concerns for your sister, but how can a mere summoner protect you? Without our support, you would struggle to complete even the elimination tasks at the 5th level. Just then, before Shang Hao could finish, a chilling wave of energy surged forth without warning. Swish! Numerous elemental arrows shot forth from all directions, their speed so great that there was almost no reaction time. Boom! A violent explosion hurled the group several meters away, with the epicenter being where Shang Yana had been standing. It's over. Shang Mingshu's face fell to a new low. Damn it! Shang Hao roared. Yet instead of rushing out at that moment, he raised his shield defensively, scanning the surroundings with grave intensity. The enemy had yet to reveal themselves. Danger lurked everywhere. Is this how you protect your lady? Li Yao scoffed disdainfully. As a summoner, you can only boast at such a moment. What use is it to speak of protection now after being struck by that energy wave? It is better to protect oneself. However, as the smoke dissipated, a colossal insectoid creature emerged, pushing aside the rubble that had fallen upon it, rising slowly to its feet. Beneath it lay the unscathed Shang Yana. Chapter 55, A Second Bloom? The terrifying arrows released again. An astonishing damage output surged from the void predator. Having previously seen this summoned beast behind Li Yao, Shang Yana felt no fear. Stepping out from beneath the void predator, she blinked and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, great bug. I'm fortunate to have heeded Li Yao's advice earlier. During the hunt for the lava hound, she refrained from unleashing any skills. Otherwise, even if this large insect protected her, without any defensive skills, the residual shockwave alone could have severely injured her. Over 30,000 damage is no trifling matter." Xiaoya, noticing that Shang Yana had sustained no injuries, Shang Hao hurriedly raised his shield and approached her. What kind of summoned beast is this? Over 30,000 damage. And it didn't even take a third of your health. Shang Hao was secretly astonished. Even he, with all his points in endurance and equipped with a plethora of high-tier gear, barely surpassed 20,000 health at this moment. How could a summoned beast possess health rivaling that of a boss? When did summoners become this formidable? It was not just Shang Hao. Shang Mingshu and Shang Qian also rushed to Shang Yana's side simultaneously, while they appeared concerned for her safety. The immense presence of this oversized insect instilled an overwhelming sense of security. The two of them, fragile as they were, would instantly fall into a near-death state, even if a mere 10,000 damage were to strike them. Xiaoya, are you hurt? Let me heal you first. Shang Qian inquired. Yes, Sister Xiaoya. You have no idea how worried we were just now, Shang Mingshu chimed in, drawing near with concern. Shang Yana cast a glance at them. When she was attacked, she had been at the center of an elemental storm. Just because she could not see clearly did not mean she was unaware of the situation outside. If they truly cared, they wouldn't have remained frozen in place during that moment. I'm fine. Ultimately, Shang Yana was mindful of their past bond and did not wish to witness them perish in vain. They were likely the targets. It was best to leave swiftly. Upon hearing her words, the few who had drawn near suddenly froze, their expressions darkening. The target is Xiaoya? Is it really safe for us to be this close? Shang Hao seemed to have made a momentous decision and spoke solemnly. In that case, our presence here serves no purpose. Xiaoya and Li Yao, you both hold the fort. We shall head to the Tower of Heaven to notify our family for assistance. Shang Yana said nothing, taking slow strides to Li Yao's side. Just then, Li Yao's expression shifted. The earlier surge of energy re-emerged, at a maximum level of 25, yet capable of dealing 30,000 damage. Li Yao deduced that the opponent must have utilized some sort of item. He hadn't even imagined that such an item could be used repeatedly. It seemed that the 5-turn professional's head had indeed brought considerable trouble to the Yin family. A smile crept across Li Yao's face. Suddenly, an arrow, imbued with countless elemental energies, surged forth. The void predator exhibited low agility. The previous instance was due to Li Yao's prior preparation. Now, there was barely time to shield Shang Yana. A chilling dread instantly locked onto her. The 3 members of the Shang family quickly retreated. Protect? Use their heads for protection? 30,000 damage was alarming. Whoever took the hit would surely perish, with no alternative possibilities. The gale wall. Wind barrier. As the arrow homed in on Xiangyana, she displayed an unprecedented calm in the face of danger. Aware that there was nowhere to hide, she activated 2 defensive skills simultaneously, her slender sword poised before her. Crack! In an instant of collision, the gale wall shattered with a resounding crash, failing to halt the elemental arrow even slightly. The wind barrier could reduce magic damage by 15. Xiangyana's pupils constricted, and she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She couldn't withstand it. Was this truly the end? Wave slash! Xiangyana raised her slender sword. Even if death awaited her, she could not simply resign herself to fate. Xiangyana felt her wrist tighten, her body lighten. And in the next moment, she found herself cradled in Li Yao's arms, a dazed expression upon her face. Boom! The terrifying elemental energy erupted behind Li Yao, a storm of power enveloping the surroundings. Xiangyana's expression changed drastically. Li Yao? She looked up at him, only to find that he appeared unfazed, seemingly unscathed. Li Yao inquired, setting Xiangyana back on her feet. Are you alright? I'm fine. Xiangyana's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to an apple, only to suddenly realize. Wait, Li Yao, are you okay? Li Yao wore a bemused expression as he regarded her. You didn't think I would risk my safety to save you, did you? Xiangyana evidently did not grasp Li Yao's expression. Recalling that moment, she felt overwhelmed with emotion. She too feared death. In that instant, Li Yao had been like a beacon of light, dispelling the shadows of mortality that loomed over her. However, Li Yao emerged unscathed from such an attack, undoubtedly having employed an invincibility item. He could have chosen not to concern himself with her. Xiangyana's face turned beet red, her head spinning. Meanwhile, Li Yao sensed the presence of 14 professionals approaching from all directions toward the 2 of them. The 3 members of the Shang family had not retreated far, and upon seeing the enemies advancing, they began to back away repeatedly. Shang Hao, feigning bravado, immediately recognized the leader among them. Yin family, Yin Yu, what do you want? We have no enmity with you, do we? Enmity? Yin Yu, a red-haired youth wielding a longbow, glanced at Shang Hao with disdain. You're utterly oblivious. It seems your status in the Shang family is rather mediocre. Step aside, we shall deal with you later. At the same time, Xiangyana, disregarding her earlier embarrassment, leaned closer to Li Yao and whispered, they are a team specifically trained by the Yin family to hunt low-level nightmare dungeons. Led by a man named Yin Yu with an S-rank profession. Xiangyana scanned the surroundings. If I recall correctly, there are 6 S-ranks and 8 A-ranks. Nearly all the strongest members of their hunting party have arrived. She finally understood why Sister Zijing had insisted on having Li Yao join their ranks. This formidable group is such that, not only would they prove insurmountable for them, even if Sister Zijing were to personally intervene, they would undeniably find themselves outmatched. Xiangyana found herself perplexed. Although there existed animosity between the Shang and Yin families, their interactions typically adhered to a principle of mutual non-interference. Was it truly necessary to deploy such an assembly to eliminate their own? Li Yao cast a glance at Xiangyana's bewildered expression, feeling a pang of reluctance to divulge the disquieting truth. The architect of the feud between the Shang and Yin families lay perilously close at hand. This was among the reasons he had consented to protect Shang Zijing. After all, the turmoil had been ignited by his actions. Are they all above A-grade? Xiangyana's words compelled Li Yao to take a more serious view of the individuals before them. The thought of allowing even one to escape would surely cause him immense distress. Moreover, Xiangyana, momentarily setting aside her contemplations, gravely remarked, if it is indeed these individuals, I now comprehend the nature of that energy arrow we encountered earlier. It was a platinum-grade artifact from the Yin family, the Convergence Arrow. A consumable device capable of absorbing 10 attacks exceeding 1,000 in damage and releasing a fixed damage arrow. The crux of the matter was that a single Convergence arrow could unleash its power 3 times. 3 times? Li Yao immediately summoned the Void Predator to shield them both. In his eyes, the arrow's significance lay not in its destructive capacity, but in its swiftness. Had Xiangyana not been so close, he might have resorted to employing the invincibility skill of the Heart Shield. Li Yao, you were sent by my sister to protect me, weren't you? Li Yao nodded in affirmation. Then it is no longer necessary. Xiangyana regarded him intently, presenting a scroll to him. Regardless of Li Yao's strength, facing 14 elite professionals prepared for battle would undoubtedly spell disaster. Rather than perish here together, it would be wiser for Li Yao to make his escape first. And what of you? Li Yao inquired with keen interest. I have my own means. Chapter 56. Unprecedented damage, existing on a different plane. Ha! Yin Yu's maniacal laughter suddenly echoed through the air. You truly must be jesting. Let me be candid. From the very moment you entered the 4th level, we had you in our sights. After such a prolonged period, why not take a wild guess at whether I prepared solely the Convergence arrows? He laughed derisively. Do you really think I would believe that the illustrious second young lady of the Shang family would possess no means of teleportation? With a self-assured demeanor, he continued to mock them as the 14 professionals converged, now merely 50 meters from Li Yao and Xiangyana. 3 melee fighters surged forward, activating their displacement skills to launch an assault upon them. Under Li Yao's direction, the Bluebird's glacial storm commenced its effect. A faint smile graced Li Yao's face. So, it appears you two are unable to utilize teleportation devices? What? Yan Yu momentarily faltered in his comprehension. At that moment, the melee fighters had already closed in on Li Yao, their heavy weapons pinning him in place. Numerous ranged professionals commenced their assault. A flurry of arrows raining down upon Li Yao. Shanyana, undeterred, thrust her slender sword at one of the professionals restraining Li Yao. In terms of individual prowess, even among S-grade warriors, Yan Yu was no match for Shanyana. The melee fighter was swiftly repelled by her. Boom. Elements erupted, dust swirling in the air. It is impossible for anyone to possess two invincibility skills, Yan Yu murmured, gazing at the rising cloud of dust. Yet, in the next instant, Li Yao emerged from the haze, charging toward Yan Yu. In his normal state, Li Yao's strength was unremarkable, but his agility was far from negligible. Yan Yu was taken aback, momentarily disregarding how Li Yao had survived, as he shouted, Mage, use stun spell. Archer, fire the shock arrow. Multiple control skills struck Li Yao. However, King's Might reduced the duration of the control, and after merely a moment's distraction, Li Yao regained his focus and surged toward Yan Yu. Are you not a summoner? Release the convergence arrow. Yan Yu's face twisted into a sinister smile. The energy arrow released from the convergence arrow sped toward Shanyana. Given their proximity, only a fool would direct the arrow at Li Yao. Predator. Shanyana reminded him that the convergence arrow had 3 uses, prompting Li Yao to position the predator behind them, ready to shield Shanyana from arrows at any moment. Do you think I could not foresee this? Yan Yu bellowed. His countenance twisted with rage. The 2 melee fighters who had previously restrained Li Yao suddenly charged at the predator. Li Yao raised his hand nonchalantly. Protection. 241, 267. The protection shield boasted a durability of 20,000. It was impossible to breach it, let alone impose control. The predator stood firm behind Shanyana. The arrows approached. 9,461. While the protection shield remained intact, it mitigated damage by 70. What? Yan Yu gaped at the numbers hovering above the void predator, unable to believe his eyes. When did the damage from the convergence arrow become so trivial? You are correct. At that moment, Li Yao's voice resonated in Yan Yu's ear. Yan Yu, filled with dread, turned back. What do you mean? I am indeed a summoner. As his words fell, a chilling sensation coursed down Yan Yu's spine. Swish. Thud. Before he could even activate his defensive skills, the void mantis struck fear into Yan Yu with a decisive blow to his back. 41,093. Yan Yu was cleaved into 4, blood splattering as the 4 pieces of flesh neatly fell to the ground. The crimson text struck every Yin family professional present like a thunderous hammer. 40,000. This must be a joke. What is the worth of a convergence arrow? In that moment, they finally grasped the magnitude of the summoner they were up against. The arena fell into a profound silence as these Yin family professionals could scarcely maintain a grip on their weapons. This is what Sister Zijin referred to as Li Yao's primary battle summon. Shanyana felt a tightness in her throat. It was no wonder Li Yao remained composed even when faced with 14 elite professionals. The realm in which Li Yao operated was entirely beyond their comprehension. Shanyana was the first to regain her senses. I cannot afford to lose too much either. With a deft flourish, she executed a wave slash. Her exquisite swordplay piercing the throat of the nearest Yin family professional. 2,401. The slender sword swept horizontally, sending a freshly severed head soaring into the air. The damage was not displayed, yet the health bar was instantly depleted. Once decapitated, no matter how much health remained, survival was impossible. Having dealt with the immediate threat, Shanyana then turned her attention to the closest S-grade professional, launching her next attack. The astonishingly high damage values not only ignited Shanyana's fighting spirit, but also rekindled the hope of survival among the 3 members of the Shang family. They promptly selected an A-level professional and, in unison, confronted their opponent. Engaging in a 3-on-1 battle, they managed to force the practitioner from the Yin family into a retreat. Meanwhile, Li Yao stood aloof, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. The glacial storm enveloped all practitioners, and without the gathering arrow, the void predator joined the fray. It was now time for the execution of the 3 major chess pieces. The remaining 10 practitioners immediately felt the urge to retreat. The ground shattered, and fragments flew. 5,431. 4,987. 4,772. Several ranged practitioners, caught off guard, were sent soaring by the shatter. Wasn't he, this creature, a tank-type summoned beast? The Yin family practitioner nearly dropped his jaw at the damage values displayed. To withstand 2 attacks from the gathering arrow and still possess such formidable damage capabilities? Could it possibly be an SSS-level summoned beast? No, I refuse to believe it. A tank-type practitioner charged directly at the void predator, shield raised before him. This damage must be attributed to some kind of item. How could a tank-type summoned beast inflict such harm? Crunch. Faced with the meal so close at hand, the void predator devoured its prey with a satisfying crunch. 41,423. Chapter 57. Firepower Unleashed. The boss monster falls in 10 seconds. The void predator's consumption of non-boss creatures does not enhance its health points. yet its damage remains undeniably real. True damage that cannot be mitigated by any means. Even the life of a tank-type practitioner could not withstand the Predator's bite. In contrast, the Void Mantis, Li Yao's main chess piece, had already claimed the lives of 4 practitioners. The remaining few were merely a matter of time. Within minutes, the practitioners dispatched by the Yin family lay quietly on the ground, with none surviving. Shang Hao, accompanied by Shang Qian, approached Shang Yana with a sense of reluctance. Cautiously, he glanced at the 3 summoned beasts lingering behind Li Yao. Xiaoya, I've reconsidered. It's indeed unwise to leave you alone to deal with the practitioners from the Yin family. I will bring these 2 along to assist you in confronting the enemy. The Yin family truly deserves their fate for daring to attack us, the Shang family. I will certainly inform the family head once we are outside. Shang Yana ignored Shang Hao's remarks. You're volunteering to stay behind? I hardly believe that. Shang Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he pressed on. Xiaoya, perhaps we should first leave the Tower of Heaven. There could still be Yin family practitioners lying in wait on the 5th floor, with some time before the martial assessment. We can always return for the job once the Shang family is prepared. Despite Li Yao's presence, Shang Hao was still apprehensive. Setting aside the fact that he had previously offended Li Yao, it was evident to any observer that Li Yao was here solely to protect Shang Yana. If there were indeed Yin family practitioners, they would be oblivious to how they met their demise. That is unnecessary, Shang Yana replied, shaking her head. The Tower of Heaven had entry restrictions, and Yin Yu's team was the strongest configuration the Yin family could muster at this level. What you choose to do is of no concern to me. You may stay or leave as you wish. Shang Yana was effectively issuing an eviction order. Since Xiaoya wished to continue her class transition quest, they would certainly accompany her to the end. Shang Hao had no choice but to relent and extended a team invitation to Shang Yana. As for Li Yao, he felt no trepidation. From the very beginning, he had not regarded the 3 of them as significant, and at this moment, he continued onward, for the kill task on the 4th floor remained incomplete. I've said it's not my concern. Though Shang Yana's demeanor was gentle, she ultimately possessed the decisiveness characteristic of those from prominent families. Whether it was offending Li Yao or her own recent brush with danger, the actions of the others had unequivocally demonstrated that they were not the good people of the Shang family. Shang Yana took small steps to follow Li Yao. Simultaneously, the practitioner chess player invites you to join the team. Shang Yana quickly selected confirm, as if fearing that the invitation would vanish if delayed even a moment. Observing their retreating figures, a flicker of resentment flashed in Shang Hao's eyes. He promptly turned and headed for the exit present on every floor of the Tower of Heaven. What do you intend to do? Shang Qian inquired. Are you planning to shamelessly follow them? Shang Hao replied, if you want tea, I will. Well, if you're willing to swallow your pride, so be it. Shang Qian retorted. Sister Zijing tasked us with escorting Xiaoya to the 6th floor. With Li Yao around, Xiaoya will undoubtedly be safe. The mission didn't specify how we should escort her, so as long as we follow along, we've fulfilled our duty. If we return now, do you think Sister Zijing is easier to deal with than Xiaoya? Upon hearing this, Shang Hao immediately calmed down. Recalling Shang Zijing's methods, he involuntarily shuddered. You're right. I suppose I could swallow my pride after all. I can too, Shang Mingshu chimed in. With no Yin family practitioners lurking in the shadows, Li Yao unleashed his full power. The Tower of Heaven became a mere playground as he swiftly dispatched foes, advancing directly to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a valley dominated by towering stone formations. Here, only 10 boss-level monsters would spawn, scattered throughout the valley. Were it not for the fact that items could not be dropped within the Tower of Heaven, it would surely be an ideal treasure-hunting location for practitioners. Their kill tasks each involved a single boss monster. The challenge lay in locating the creature within this vast valley. Li Yao, undeterred, activated the 2nd equipment skill from the Beast King robe, summoning 10 Silver Moon Wolf phantoms that would exist for 60 seconds. The Silver Moon Wolves were swift and possessed keen senses, allowing them to disperse and thoroughly search the valley within the allotted time. Soon, one of the Silver Moon Wolves relayed information back to Li Yao. A primate boss monster was located no more than 200 meters away. Upon arrival, the Void Mantis had already reduced it to a sliver of health, and the Predator devoured it in one bite, leveling up by defeating a boss-level creature, Mountain Ape King. Experience 7. The Void Predator has completed its evolution through consumption, gaining a maximum health value of 12,000. Following this, he proceeded to the 2nd creature, inflicting damage before passing it on to Shang Yana. Such a brutal method of clearing the quest left Shang Yana utterly astonished. Is this truly the Tower of Heaven? It seems quite different from my previous experiences. The 3 members of the Shang family, lagging far behind, simultaneously swallowed hard. 10 seconds to defeat a boss-level creature? Shang Qian, still shaken, remarked. It's fortunate he didn't regard you as a priority. Otherwise, based on your earlier actions, you would have been dead 1,000 times over. Shang Mingshu, indeed, I am quite certain, how go, that you are not as resilient as the Mountain Ape King. If Li Yao intends to eliminate you, it would likely take him no more than 10 seconds. Shang Hao's complexion turned ashen, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It was not only Li Yao. Even Xiangyana was aware of the few individuals trailing behind them. Neither of them paid much heed to it. Li Yao opened the portal to the 6th layer's vortex. The task entrusted to me by your sister ends here. Disband the team, Li Yao said, gazing at Xiangyana. Oh, Xiangyana was eager to say more, yet found herself at a loss for words, watching as Li Yao was about to step into the vortex. Wait. Li Yao turned back. All right. Xiangyana suddenly recalled something. The hellish dungeon that you, Li Yao, activated becomes accessible once you reach level 20. Please make sure to seize the opportunity. Having said this, Xiangyana quickly covered her face with her hands. Xiangyana, oh Xiangyana, what on earth are you saying? How could Li Yao be unaware of such matters? Has it been unlocked? To her surprise, Li Yao appeared momentarily stunned. He had genuinely forgotten. Li Yao, you do not know? Why would I mention it if I were aware? Xiangyana. Chapter 58. The legendary figure appears in Qinghai City. For whom do they come? In any case, thank you. I truly did forget about this matter. I will head over promptly to complete the 2nd transition task. Truly, Li Yao, you even managed to forget such things. However, in the eyes of others, a hellish dungeon should not pose much of a challenge. Observing Li Yao's retreating figure, Xiangyana mused. Subsequently, the two of them entered the vortex leading to the 6th layer, one after the other. When she opened her eyes again, Xiangyana had already vanished from her side. Li Yao was not surprised. She must have been transported away by the mechanisms of the Tower of Heaven to undertake her independent 2nd transition task. Li Yao gazed over the vast expanse of rolling hills. The 6th layer, a realm that ordinary professionals could not easily tread. The task at hand involved slaying 50 enhanced elite monsters of level 25. The enhanced elites were ubiquitous, and engaging one would undoubtedly attract several others. The difficulty far exceeded that of the boss monsters in the 5th layer. Of course, for some powerful professionals, the speed of clearing would undoubtedly be accelerated. Take Li Yao. For instance, by dispatching his 3 major pieces, he merely needed to remain stationary. Before long, they would assist him in accomplishing the task. As for the Goblin Nest dungeon, he truly did not regard it with much concern. There were numerous hellish dungeons yet to be cleared. Those professionals seeking to conquer the Goblin Nest were merely those who could not prevail in other hellish dungeons, hoping to test their luck there. If such professionals could clear the Goblin Nest, it would merely attest to the fact that this dungeon was not particularly formidable. If he sought to be the first to clear a dungeon, he could easily search for those hellish dungeons yet to be conquered. Nevertheless, Li Yao was indeed inclined to visit the Goblin Nest. After all, with the Goblin damage bonus, he would save a considerable amount of time in clearing this dungeon. Once he completed the 2nd transition task, the Qin family should have crafted the King's Ring by then, right? At that point, he would equip himself and venture to the Goblin Nest to assess the situation. Meanwhile, in the outside world, across from the Tower of Heaven stood another equally towering building. In a room on the top floor, a woman clad in martial attire with bandaged hands stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands on her hips. A scar ran across the corner of her eye, yet it did not diminish her striking beauty. Her phoenix eyes remained fixed on the Tower of Heaven. Behind her, several figures cautiously lingered, whispering amongst themselves. Brother Nya, a tiger does not raise a dog. This time, Nya Yuan is surely aiming for the 9th layer, isn't he? Shang Huaiguo remarked with a smile. Let us see how luck plays out. Your little daughter also entered today, right? She is probably already on the 5th layer by now. The little girl is merely an S-rank professional, with a ceiling of only the 7th layer, still some distance from Nya Yuan. Haha, do not mind me. But my Yin family has also sent in 14 professionals this time, as it stands. At this moment, Yin Xinghong spoke, casting a sidelong glance at Shang Huaiguo. I suppose, like the little princess from the Shang family, they are also on the 5th layer. Hee, Yin brother, you are still too modest. Shang Huaiguo replied with a forced smile. Had it not been for the person present, he would have surely clashed with this old man. The elderly figures behind them, under the impression that their relationship was genuinely amicable, chimed in. There is no need for the 3 esteemed elders to be modest. Whether it be the Nya family or the Shang and Yin families, they are all pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Their offspring are undoubtedly exceptional. The Tower of Heaven poses no challenge for them. However, the 8th floor of the Tower of Heaven has already been illuminated. It is unknown which prodigy acted so swiftly. It should be Nya Yuan. After all, he is the only SS rank and entered the Tower of Heaven slightly ahead of Miss Shang. That makes sense. The crowd engaged in light-hearted banter, with no one daring to raise their voices. For no one could have anticipated that this legendary figure would travel thousands of miles from the capital to Qinghai City to personally observe a professional's 2nd transition task. However, those present were astute individuals. At this moment, there was only one SS-rank prodigy in the Tower of Heaven. Who else could it be? Thus, during their conversation, they subtly referenced Nya Yuan, attempting to ingratiate themselves in the presence of this notable figure. The Shang and Yin families, established as premier families in the Dragon Kingdom, did not feel intimidated by him. However, he represented the Dragon Federation, making it unwise to rupture relations in his presence. Moreover, in terms of sheer strength, this individual was undoubtedly on par with the heads of both families. The head of the Shang family must be quite anxious now, right? Yin Xinghong leaned closer to Shang Huaimin, speaking in a tone only the two could hear, especially upon hearing that our Yin family has sent in 14 professionals. Upon hearing this, Shang Huaimin's expression darkened. 14. In an instant, he deduced which individuals from the Yin family had entered the Tower of Heaven. The primary dungeon raid teams are typically cultivated by every prominent family. The raid team, led by Yin Yu, ranks among the best in the capital's numerous family raid teams. Composed entirely of A rank and above, they are well coordinated and equipped with top-tier professionals. Could that little fellow Li Yao handle such a team? Shang Huaimin was uncertain, yet he could not appear weak. Anxious? I am not anxious at all. By the way, Yin brother, why haven't I seen your younger brother lately? Is he leading a team to conquer some dungeon? I must say, one cannot treat their own brother as a mere tool. Should anything happen to him in the dungeon, wouldn't you, as the elder brother, be filled with regret? The phrase dear younger brother was pronounced with heavy emphasis by Shang Huaimin. You. Yin Xinghong exclaimed in a fit of irritation. Brother Yin, is Shang Huaimin agitated? He chuckled lightly. I hope you'll still be able to laugh later. Yin Xinghong retorted fiercely. Half an hour later, on the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven, Li Yao gazed at the small expanse before him in astonishment. Is this all there is to the 8th level? After the 7th level, the higher tiers of the Tower of Heaven consisted of independent spaces. This area resembled a plain roughly the size of a football field, surrounded by a haze of gray, with a colossal creature standing at its center. The Void Mantis. It seems to be akin to your kind. What do you think? Are you interested? Li Yao jested. The Void Mantis tilted its head, displaying a look of bewilderment. Li Yao chuckled and cast an identification spell. Great Scythe Mantis. Level 25. Health 280,000. Strength 542. Mentality 294. Agility 613. Stamina 430. Skills: Death Scythe LV7, Mimicry LVMEX, Clone Slash LV4, Side Strike LV10, Insect Scent LV3, Breakthrough LV1. Its strength is commendable, Li Yao mused. The attributes slightly surpassed those of the Goblin King encountered previously, albeit with a different skill set. It belonged to the agile melee class of monsters, which were generally frail, if one could restrain its speed. The Void Mantis could be dispatched within a minute. The Azure Bird. Within approximately 2 minutes, Glacial Storm would envelop the entire space. The Predator and the Void Mantis launched their attacks simultaneously. Li Yao stood at a distance, observing the unfolding battle alongside the Azure Bird. Indeed, a taunting skill of sorts was necessary. These highly intelligent monsters would prioritize attacking the greater threat, the Void Mantis, thus hindering its capacity to deal damage. It felt rather time-consuming. In less than 2 minutes, the Great Scythe Mantis was swallowed whole by the Predator. Overlevel kill of boss-level creature, Great Scythe Mantis, experience 10. The Void Predator has completed its evolution by devouring, gaining a maximum health of 14,000. The vortex opened, but Li Yao did not immediately enter. Beyond the 8th level lay the boss tiers. He would wait for the Predator's evolutionary devour cooldown to conclude before proceeding, maximizing his gains. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he gazed at the severed limbs of the Great Scythe Mantis. Judging by this, the 10th level would certainly feature a Lord-level monster. What level, then, would the stronger Darkwing possess? Chapter 59. The 10th level, a Lord-level monster recorded in history. Meanwhile, on the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven, in the realm where Nie Yuan resided, a tremendous roar echoed. With a thunderous crash, a massive ice block shattered, and before Nie Yuan, a mantis creature the size of an armored vehicle crumbled into an icy statue. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickled down his brow, nearly obscuring his vision. This time, I shall undoubtedly conquer the 9th level. As the youngest son of the Nie family, he had undergone an early job transition ceremony, and, living up to expectations, became the only SS-level practitioner from the Nie family in recent years. To date, he had attempted the second job transition task 16 times, but none had resulted in the perfect transition he so longed for. Today marked his most well-prepared attempt. With the martial examination approaching, this was his final opportunity for a second job transition. He must clear the 9th level at all costs. 9th level. Overlevel kill of boss-level creature, Shredding Golden Horned Falcon. Experience 20. Practitioner experience reaches level 2100. Upgrade possible after completing the second job transition task. The Void Predator has completed its evolution by devouring, gaining a maximum health of 23,000. The Shredding Golden Horned Falcon, a level 45 Lord-level creature, resides in the high-level dungeon, the Valley of Doom. With a wingspan of 10 meters and a sharp golden horn, it preys upon all. Within the Tower of Heaven, it is merely a level 25 boss creature. However, among bosses, the Shredding Golden Horned Falcon is evidently superior to the Great Scythe Mantis. Before Li Yao, such a savage beast could hardly leave behind a complete corpse. Li Yao stood before the vortex leading to the 10th level, patiently awaiting his turn. Next would undoubtedly be a Lord-level creature. In terms of level, its attributes should be comparable to the Tongue-Ripping Queen, though its actual strength might be slightly inferior. The Tongue-Ripping Queen, as the final boss in the Infernal level initial dungeon. held a high status due to numerous conditions. Even among Lord-level monsters, she was considered formidable. In contrast, the Lord monster of the 10th level was merely the final boss of the Tower of Heaven. Unlike the former, which was a rare encounter, defeating the previous levels would allow one to challenge the 10th level every 30 days. Moreover, one could even attempt it weekly as long as they opted not to claim the rewards. The rarity of the two was incomparable. Reflecting on this, Li Yao glanced at his 3 major chess pieces. He pondered whether he could resolve the challenge without activating chains. 45 minutes later, the cooldown for the Void Predator's evolutionary devour concluded. Li Yao stepped into the 10th level. In the next instant, he found himself within a grand palace. Stone columns lined either side, and beneath his feet lay a blood-red carpet leading to a throne. Atop it sat a 2-meter-tall figure clad in full armor, beside which rested a nearly 2-meter-long iron hammer. The armor was impenetrable, complete with articulated fingers and joints, were it not for the empty eye sockets. Li Yao might have assumed it was a living Iron Man. As Li Yao approached, the armored figure rose slowly from the throne, producing a resounding clang of metal clashing. An invisible aura of oppression enveloped Li Yao. Is this the final lord of the 10th level? Li Yao murmured softly. The figure bore a familiar appearance. Upon closer reflection, he recalled the origins of this armor. The Butcher Knight, initially appearing as a mere 30-level wild boss, was a character he had encountered in the classic battles outlined in his textbooks. Under its command was a legion of monsters known as the Iron Cavalry. The Butcher Knight once led this legion to seize the temporary encampment of an adventurer guild along the border of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Butcher Knight was only 35, while the strongest defender of the encampment was a 52-level A-grade practitioner who had completed their 3rd job transition. This battle was deemed a classic because the Butcher Knight triumphed against the odds, leading hundreds of monsters below level 30 to massacre all practitioners within the encampment, culminating in a tragic human outcome that earned its place in textbooks as a cautionary tale for students. Humanity has never been the protagonist. The triumph of the weak over the strong is not a monopoly of mankind. Undoubtedly, the Dragon Kingdom is not a mere plaything for others to trample upon. When the Butcher Knight ascended to become a level 45 Lord-tier monster, it was swiftly vanquished by the might of the Dragon Kingdom's warriors, leading to the obliteration of the Iron Cavalry Legion. Who would have imagined that such a legendary lordly creature would appear on the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven? Assuming the role of an ultimate boss in a certain sense, Li Yao employed his identification skill on it. As anticipated, it was a level 25 lord, a primary strength warrior class monster. Its attributes were inferior to those of the tongue-ripping empress, yet it possessed a plethora of skills. The sound of metal grinding echoed from behind Li Yao. A displacement skill? Without flinching or turning his head, Li Yao commanded the 3 major pieces to launch an assault. The clang of metal resonated as he felt his feet sink. A massive hammer struck with tremendous force, driving him directly into the ground. Simultaneously, the 3 major pieces seized the opportunity presented by the Butcher Knight's momentary vulnerability. The Void Mantis, endowed with extraordinary power attributes, and the Predator, with its percentage-based damage relative to its own health, were far superior in single-target damage compared to the Bluebird. However, when confronting formidable individuals, Li Yao found no necessity for the Bluebird's output. The all-encompassing slowing skill held an irreplaceable significance. Against some hyper-agile bosses, only the slowing effect of the Glacial Storm could be effective, while the Predator's slowing skill had a chance of hitting. The high damage of the Void Mantis could then be amplified to its fullest potential. The 3 major pieces were indispensable. Had it been before entering the Primordial Dungeon, Li Yao might have needed to adhere to this strategy to deal with the Butcher Knight. However, now, he merely raised his hand slightly. 10 illusory Silver Moon Wolves manifested, charging directly towards the Butcher Knight under his command. Being a summoning skill of sustained duration, the Silver Moon Wolves lacked health points, fiercely biting into the Butcher Knight at various locations without fear of death. Although each strike from the Butcher Knight could send several Silver Moon Wolves flying, a few still clung tenaciously to its form. At this juncture, the 3rd equipment attribute effect of the Beast King's robe became evident. All summoned creatures within a 50-meter radius of the Void Mantis experienced enhanced attributes. The more summoned, the more pronounced the effect. The Silver Moon Wolves, bolstered by this attribute enhancement, latched onto the Butcher Knight, impeding its speed significantly. The 3 major pieces never missed such an opportunity. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound of metal clashing filled the air as countless attacks rained upon the Butcher Knight. Even as a level 25 Lord creature, it could not withstand the full fury of the Void Mantis, its health plummeting rapidly. Yet, the Butcher Knight was not without its retaliations. The slowing effects from the Bluebird and the Predator, combined with the physical slowdown from the Silver Moon Wolves, rendered the Butcher Knight's movements exceedingly sluggish. With all its attacks intercepted by the Predator, roar. At that moment, the Butcher Knight unleashed a furious roar, its massive hammer crashing down upon the ground. Boom. For a brief instant, Li Yao felt as though stars were swirling around his head. All 10 Silver Moon Wolves and the 3 major pieces were rendered stunned in place. The presence of the King's might allowed Li Yao to regain his senses swiftly, and he immediately discerned the Butcher Knight raising its hammer high. its momentum surging as it clearly prepared to unleash a powerful skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yao, recognizing the bluebird's advantageous distance, immediately cast the shield of protection on the void mantis. The instant the yellow barrier appeared, boom, the massive hammer descended with thunderous force, an unparalleled wave of energy sweeping away all summoned beings in front of the Butcher Knight. The 10 silver moon wolves were obliterated by this gust. 2 alarming damage figures materialized above the heads of the void mantis and the predator. Chapter 60. The terrifying Dark Wings, SSS level void mantis. What is this? A signature move? Li Yao gasped in astonishment. Just as professionals possess ultimate skills, so too can monsters. The Butcher Knight, with a strength value of 700, could inflict over 10,000 damage. The damage coefficient of this skill was nothing short of terrifying. The void mantis, with health barely exceeding 10,000, would have been utterly annihilated had the shield of protection not been timely. Fortunately, Li Yao understood the principle of using full strength even when battling a rabbit, preventing him from stumbling into a pitfall. Indeed, one must not underestimate the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven. As his thoughts settled, the void mantis and the predator lunged at the now weakened Butcher Knight. In less than a minute, the sound of metal being gnawed echoed. Defeated a Lord-tier creature. The Butcher Knight, gaining 30 experience. Note, the current profession is in a state of inability to level up. Excess experience will be stored and will vanish after 24 hours. The Void Predator has completed its evolutionary consumption, acquiring a maximum health of 45,000. There are even coins? The Tower of Heaven does not drop any loot. All rewards for professionals are calculated and distributed upon exiting the tower. Li Yao felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. The tongue-ripping Empress had dropped 47 coins, and although the Butcher Knight was slightly weaker, it surely would not yield much less. As he gathered the coins, he counted them, exactly 40. Thus, the quantity of coins he possessed was more than sufficient to elevate the Void Mantis to SSS level. Next, he would face the Dark Wings, whose strength he knew nothing about. To be prudent, Li Yao decided to upgrade the Void Mantis immediately. Suddenly, he felt a halt in his movements. As if sensing something, Li Yao looked down at his feet. Challenger, you are quite perceptive. Surrounding black mist surged abruptly, coalescing into a pool of black water. The black water boiled and splashed as a figure slowly emerged from within. With crimson hair and clad in dark purple ancient robes, it bore an almost human appearance, save for the 2 sharp horns atop its head. As it rose, 4 orbs of light manifested before Li Yao. These are your rewards. Select 2 from among them, and then depart. Please hold on a moment. Li Yao had no time to examine the 4 orbs. In his perception, the creature standing before him was undoubtedly the most formidable monster he had encountered thus far. The tongue-ripping Empress and the Butcher Knight paled in comparison to this being on a different scale altogether. Now, the Darkwing merely serves as a presence for bestowing rewards, harboring no hostility towards him for the time being. Nevertheless, the oppressive aura emanating from it remains overwhelmingly potent. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage merely from the sheer momentum of its presence. Li Yao would not permit such a scenario to unfold. Void Mantis, ascend. With the expenditure of 100 gold coins, a brilliant stream of light surged into the Void Mantis's form. The previously concealed figure within the void now became manifest. The Darkwing's brow lifted slightly. It sensed an elusive threat emanating from this mantid creature. Was it merely an illusion? Li Yao, however, remained oblivious to the Darkwing's peculiar reaction, focusing intently on examining the attributes of the Void Mantis post-ascension. Void Mantis. Level, 20. Rank, SSS. Bond, Assassin Void Creature. Star level, 4 stars. Health, 2, 145, 021, 450. Strength, 3, 741. Spirit, 431. Agility, 608. Stamina, 429. Skill 1, Void Assault, conceals within the void. Entering a level 9 stealth state, the first normal attack while hidden deals 500 physical damage, cooldown, 9 seconds. Skill 2, Taste of Fear, inflicts 500 physical damage on a target. If no enemy units are within a 2-meter radius, damage is doubled, cooldown, for seconds. Skill 3, Void Thrust, fires explosive spines, dealing 350 physical damage to enemies in the frontal area, cooldown, 13 seconds. Skill 4, Void Leap, enters a void tunnel, teleporting to any position within a 100-meter range, cooldown, 15 seconds. At last it has arrived. Li Yao was elated. The much-anticipated mobility skill had finally manifested. Furthermore, upon ascending to 4 stars, the Void Mantis experienced a substantial enhancement across all attributes. The difference compared to its previous state was akin to that of heaven and earth. In simple terms, provided the Void Mantis had a standard healer, it could now single-handedly overpower the former tongue-ripping Empress. The Empress could only overwhelm the Mantis in terms of health points. Should their health be on par, the Mantis' damage output would be sufficient to eliminate her in a single encounter. Challenger, you have 1 minute remaining. At this juncture, The Dark Wing's impatient voice resonated. It detested the presence of living beings in its vicinity. Upon hearing this, Li Yao finally took a good look at his spoils: 2 orbs of differing colors, a longsword, a yellowed ancient tome, and a hammer. Unknown materials, equipment, skills. The last one must certainly be a weapon wielded by a blood-slaughter Iron Knight, right? If he had to choose, it was not a difficult task. The hammer was swiftly dismissed. What would a summoner do with a hammer? As for the 2 orbs, Li Yao did not recognize either. Thus they were eliminated from consideration. This left only the longsword and the skill book. Yet, all of these belonged to him. Why must he choose? I am an adult, Li Yao casually remarked. The Darkwing responded, what do you mean? Li Yao attempted to cast identification on the Darkwing. The moment the attributes of the Darkwing flashed into his mind, a frigid, lifeless chill abruptly descended upon him. An inferior identification skill. It seems you wish to engage in battle with me? The Darkwing was not particularly tall. Without its pointed horns, it barely reached 1.5 meters. Li Yao chuckled softly as he looked down at the creature before him. I have stated that I am an adult. I shall take all these rewards. Chapter 61. The youngest national general of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, outside the Tower of Heaven, in a conference room atop a high-rise building, an eerie silence reigned. Indeed, it was a silence akin to death. Everyone stood statue-like, mouths agape in shock. Just moments ago, the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven had suddenly illuminated. It was well known that Nie Yuan had ventured to the Tower of Heaven to challenge the perfect class transition, making his ascent to the 9th level entirely expected. However, after the 9th level lit up, within less than an hour, the 10th level astonishingly also ignited. People exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, they simultaneously turned, casting pitying looks towards the head of the Nie family. At this juncture, only Nie Yuan possessed the qualifications to ascend to the 9th level. Therefore, the individual who ignited the 10th level could not possibly be anyone other than this naive youth. Head of the Nie family, may I inquire, without any malice intended, does your esteemed son possess any platinum grade or higher teleportation artifacts? Someone cautiously inquired. Once one ascends to the next level within the tower, one must defeat the level S boss to open a vortex leading to the outside world. Ignoring the rules of the Tower of Heaven and forcibly teleporting can only be achieved with artifacts of platinum grade or above. Upon hearing this, the head of the Nie family turned pale, rendered speechless for an extended period. The crowd immediately grasped the implication, refraining from uttering words that might provoke the head of the Nie family further. After all, it was challenging to produce an SS-level practitioner, only to find that he was a fool. Yin Xinghong thought disdainfully to himself, is the 10th level even conquerable by the Nie family? The team limit for the Tower of Heaven is 5 individuals. This means that to clear the 10th level, a party of 5 must vanquish a level 25 boss monster. What a joke. 5 practitioners attempting to defeat a boss, unless 3 of them were SS level, it was laughable. The Nie family could hardly assemble such a team, otherwise, the city of Qinghai would be devoid of merchants. Moreover, Nie Yuan had entered alone. Fool. Did he think of himself as an SS level practitioner? It seemed the young man from the Nie family was doomed. Yin Xinghong's expression twisted into a cruel smile. Losing an SS-level practitioner would undoubtedly cause distress for the Nie family, wouldn't it? Yet, Yin Xinghong's amusement abruptly ceased. Li Yao and the merchants had led to the consecutive loss of 2 SS-level practitioners for the Yin family. His heart bled with resentment, wishing he could exchange Nie Yuan in the 10th level for Li Yao. At this moment, the thoughts of the gathered crowd mirrored those of Yin Xinghong. Given Nie Yuan's capabilities, clearing the 10th level was an impossibility. It was highly likely he would meet his demise within the Tower of Heaven. However, among the crowd, 2 individuals did not share this sentiment. They understood that within the Tower of Heaven, there were others besides Nie Yuan who were qualified to step into the 10th level. Shang Huaimin gazed intently at the Tower of Heaven. The Shang family was a family of merchants, renowned for their prowess in investment. As the patriarch of the business, Shang Huaimin's investment experiences are countless. Investment entails both gains and losses, yet most of them fall within Shang Huaimin's expectations. The current investment he is undertaking involves eliminating the Yin family's 5th-tier professionals, aligning with Li Yao, and assisting the Silver Wolf Guild. Any one of these actions would have been unanimously vetoed by the management team. Yet, who could challenge him, the family head? Undeterred by dissent, he proceeded with the investment, though even he found himself lacking certainty at this moment. The essence of investment is akin to gambling. Shang Huaimin gazed at the flickering lights of the 10th level. Whether it ends in victory or defeat hinges on whether one can emerge from this place. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he reflected on Li Yao's solitary venture into the 10th level. For him, was it not also a gamble? Alas, he had grown old. His temperament seemed to falter compared to that of an impetuous youth. Challenging a lord-level monster. How audacious. Crack. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed. A woman in a martial robe, who had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, vanished before their eyes. The crowd hurried to the window, peering through the broken pane. Is Senior Xue displeased with our chatter and chosen to leave? One speculated. I suspect Nie Yuan's actions have provoked Senior Xue, for she must have come for him. What a pity. Another lamented. With Senior Shue's endorsement, Nie Yuan could have directly apprenticed under her after his martial examination. To perish within the Tower of Ascension would be such a loss. Regardless, we should follow her. The group promptly leaped from the shattered window. Before they could even reach Senior Shue, her authoritative voice rang out. The 10th level of the Tower of Ascension is of paramount importance. You have 10 minutes to destroy all recording devices and disperse the crowd. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The 10th level was indeed critical. But one must also be able to conquer it. Could it be that Senior Shue believed Nie Yuan had a chance at success? They quickly grasped the crux of the matter. While Nie Yuan's strength was insufficient to conquer the 10th level, having Senior Shue's favor changed everything. Who was Senior Shue? Shue Jilan, the youngest dean of the Jingyu Martial Academy and the youngest general of the Dragon Kingdom. If Senior Shue provided Nie Yuan with some miraculous artifact before entering the Tower of Ascension, clearing the 10th level was not beyond the realm of possibility. The most exhilarated among the crowd was undoubtedly the head of the Nie family. He hastily summoned his subordinates to begin dispersing the surrounding throng. The onlookers gazed enviously at the Nie family head. With Senior Shue's approval, it was as if the Federation itself had endorsed them. The Nie family was poised to produce a true dragon. Damn luck, Yan Xinghong muttered bitterly. Considering Shue Jilan's reputation, he too began to disperse the surrounding crowd. By the way, where are Yin Yu and those boys? Why haven't they emerged yet? Killing a mere second-tier girl has taken them this long. It seems I shall have to train them well upon returning. Just then, a flash of brilliance erupted from the base of the Tower of Ascension. Several figures emerged before the crowd. Apart from a few from the Shang family, there was also a disheveled youth holding a gun. Nie Yuan? He got out so quickly? The Nie family head rushed to Nie Yuan's side, grabbing his hand with excitement. What was the reward from the 10th level? Show me quickly. And what did Senior Shue give you? Bring it out too. You must return the favor. After all, she helped you clear the 10th level. What? Nie Yuan looked bewildered at his father. I don't understand a word you're saying. However, that was of little consequence. With a glum expression, he lamented, Dad, I let you down. I failed to achieve a perfect class transition. What? At that moment, Shang Yana trotted over to Shang Huaimin. He affectionately ruffled her hair. How did your class transition go? Hee, I was fortunate enough to achieve a perfect transition. That's splendid. My daughter truly lives up to my expectations. Shang Huaimin laughed heartily, though his expression turned serious as he quietly inquired, Did you encounter anyone from the Yin family? Yes, Shang Yana nodded, recalling the moment Li Yao had embraced her. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Thanks to Li Yao, otherwise Dad might not have seen me again. Shang Huaimin, oblivious to his daughter's blush, only heard her last words. In an instant, the formidable aura of a 6th-tier professional enveloped Yin Xinghong. After all, he was merely the younger brother of the Yin family head and had yet to complete his 6th-tier breakthrough. Under this overwhelming presence, he felt his throat tighten, stammering. What do you want? Don't forget, we are in the city of Qinghai. Shang Huaimin grinned widely. I mean no harm. I merely wish to inform you that you need not wait for the Yin family any longer. That kid Li Yao has already sent those people to keep your brother Yin Gaojie company. What do you mean? Yin Xinghong's face turned pale. Li Yao is inside the Tower of Ascension? Yin Yu and the others were killed by him? In a daze, Yin Xinghong began to piece everything together. So, the person on the 10th level of the Tower of Ascension is Li Yao? The one favored by Shue Jilan is also Li Yao? Chapter 62, 100,000 damage. The Trembling Giant Dragon. In the Tower of Ascension, at the 10th level, Li Yao smiled lightly as he gazed down at the creature before him. I told you, I am an adult, and I desire all these rewards. No sooner had he spoken than 6 wings, several meters long and devoid of feathers, suddenly unfurled from behind the dark wing. The dark wing, rather than expressing anger, smiled instead. It had no habit of engaging in idle chatter. The 6 wings trembled violently and surged towards Li Yao with an astonishing speed. In the next moment, the dark wing appeared before Li Yao, its mouth transforming into a fearsome, gaping maw in an instant. Boom! A jet of dark flame erupted from its mouth. Li Yao remained motionless. These highly intelligent creatures share a common trait. When battling him, they invariably prioritize attacking him directly rather than targeting his summoned beasts. Cleverness can lead to one's downfall. Amidst the baptism of dark flames, Li Yao swiftly examined the creature's attribute panel. Dark Wing Gayanyat. Level, 25. Health, 1,000,000. Strength, 1212. Spirit, 1204. Agility, 1021. Endurance, 1080. Skill 1. Wing Closure LV1. Breath Concealment, obscuring one's presence, reducing all attributes by 10. Skill 2. Black Dragon Flame LV9. Exhaling a vast area of black flames, inflicting 320 magical damage per second to enemies within the range. Skill 3. Corrupt Scales LV4. Scales emit a corrupting aura, causing all living beings within a 10-meter radius to lose 5 of their maximum health per second. Skill 4. Dragon's Might LV7. The mighty roar of a dragon, stunning all enemies within 100 meters. Skill 5. Dragon's Power LV3. An innate ability of the dragon race, increasing all damage dealt by 15. Skill 6. Dragon Scales LV4, an innate ability of the dragon race, granting immunity to all poison elemental damage, and 16 immunity to other elemental damages. Skill 7, Black Death Reverse Light LV1, where the black dragon treads, not a blade of grass survives. Introduction. Gaianat harbors an almost pathological obsession with silence, which it interprets not as the absence of noise, but rather as an utter void devoid of life. Dragons? Does such a race truly exist in this world? Li Yao was astonished. Moreover, what is the rank of a named level being? Above a lord? To possess such outrageous attributes. It is worth noting that most of Li Yao's equipment is of platinum grade, with his attributes barely around 500. Even SS-rank practitioners from prestigious families, like Shang Zijing, do not fare much better, and may even possess lower attributes than Li Yao. Given such a disparity in attributes, the strategy of overwhelming numbers becomes utterly futile. Not to mention, the opponent wields such an array of absurd skills. A single area attack could annihilate a multitude of practitioners. The damage inflicted by practitioners would scarcely keep pace with the opponent's self-recovery. The system truly holds me in high regard. The task at hand requires me to confront a named level dragon. Li Yao shook his head with a light chuckle. Fortunately, it is he who has encountered this second transformation task. Should it have been someone else, they would never dream of achieving their second transformation. As for the second transformation task, it merely instructs him to slay the Dark Wing Gaianat, not to utterly defeat it. Such matters have been entirely relegated to the back of Li Yao's mind. When undertaking a task, one must strive for excellence. To forge a contract with the being, it must be reduced to the brink of death first, regardless of what kind of dragon it is, or what named level it holds. The perfect second transformation is his to seize. While Li Yao was astonished by the opponent's attributes, the Dark Wing was equally taken aback. As an apostle of the Celestial Tower, its level is restrained at 25, its own power diminished to its utmost limits. Yet, this human before it, capable of entering this realm, could only be of the same maximum level of 25. If he had come seeking a breakthrough, he might even be a pitiful level 20. The black flames just unleashed had the absolute certainty to incinerate any level 25 practitioner. The Dark Wing retracted the black flames. This human surpassed its expectations. It decided not to hide its true power any longer. In an instant, its massive form expanded exponentially, transforming into a six-winged, ebony dragon, prostrate upon the ground. The wing closure state was lifted, and the Dark Wing regained its full battle prowess. How intriguing. Truly a dragon. Li Yao grinned, gazing upon the colossal creature with a sinister smile. 4-digit attributes, and now with the wing closure state lifted. The aura it emanated was so oppressive that it felt almost tangible. This was no creature one could encounter at this stage. Only a being of such caliber would be worthy of witnessing one's ultimate move. In an instant, Li Yao's eyes transformed to a deep azure. King Esgarts, designated. The attributes of the three great pieces are simultaneously enhanced to 5 times their original values. The next moment, 10 phantasmal silver moon wolves appeared around Li Yao. Then, Heart of Devotion, designate a summon creature, recalling all non-designated summoned creatures to the summoning realm. The primary attributes of the designated summoned creature inherit the total sum of the primary attributes of the recalled summoned creatures. Duration, 6 seconds, cooldown, 12 hours. Designate. Void Mantis. As the words fell, all summoned creatures, including the silver moon wolves, vanished, transformed into a stream of light that surged into the Void Mantis. Li Yao looked at the Dark Wing and slowly spoke. Named level signifies possessing one's own name, does it not? Gaianat. The next 6 seconds are specially prepared for you. Please, as a dragon, savor this. Shackles, designate the Void Mantis. Huh. The Dark Wing raised its dragon head, gazing at Li Yao with suspicion. In the next second, an unfathomable surge of power flooded into Li Yao's body. The Void Mantis grants 3,700 strength. The Bluebird provides 400 spirit. The Predator offers 400 endurance. Each silver moon wolf contributes 150 agility. The King S guards enhance the 3 pieces by an additional 100 primary attributes, totaling 300. Therefore, Li Yao's current strength amounts to 6,300. The scarlet pupils of the Dark Wing visibly widened. Its hoarse voice betrayed extreme incredulity. What does this mean? This is the strength a level 25 human can possess. Roar. The Dark Wing howled in agitation. Specially prepared for me. To savor? Human. I shall fight you with all my might. The Dark Wing's 6 wings suddenly detached, converging in the sky to form a 10-meter-long pitch-black spear. After the spear was formed, the aura emanating from the Dark Wing waned slightly. Whoosh. The spear shot towards Li Yao at an unimaginable speed. Li Yao had no intention of evading. The ebony spear struck him, engulfing the entire space in darkness. Moments later, boom. A deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the entire celestial tower, with countless fragments of stone and dust raining down from above. Whoosh. However, the white jade bone dagger was unsheathed, and with a single slash, Li Yao cleaved through the darkness. In the next instant, his form vanished. A new skill, Void Leap. The next second, Li Yao appeared above the Dark Wing. Invisibility. Breaking stealth. 25,621. The next strike. The Void Mantis's phantasmic form manifested upon the long blade, delivering a blow to the previously opened wound. 114,312. The astonishing damage materialized above the dragon's head. Chapter 63. Summoning the Void Dark-Winged Black Dragon. The several-meter-long dragon tail was severed by Li Yao, soaring into the air. Roar. The Dark Wing, unable to endure the agony, howled as it unleashed its draconic might. Li Yao felt dizzy, rooted to the spot. The Dark Wing swiped with a claw, sending Li Yao hurtling through the air for dozens of meters, crashing into the wall. At that very moment, the Void Mantis emerged. Its sharp pincers aimed directly at the severed tail. The Dark Wing, massive in stature, presented an easier target for exploiting its vulnerabilities. Moreover, in this instance, it was tormented by the excruciating pain emanating from its tail and the aftereffects of its grand attack, rendering it incapable of evading. Another piercing dragon roar erupted. 6 seconds. That human had claimed 6 seconds. If only it could endure for 6 seconds, it would assuredly slay him. Yet, Li Yao had no intention of granting such time. He stomped against the wall behind him and shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The white jade bone blade, infused with ferocious power, cleaved repeatedly at the Darkwing's neck. The Darkwing soon realized that assaulting Li Yao's physical form yielded no results, channeling all its strength into defense. The clang of metal echoed as each strike released torrents of thick, dark blood. As a member of the dragon race, the poison attribute damage from the white jade bone blade proved ineffective, with even the damage values significantly diminished by the dragon scales. The Darkwing's gaze grew increasingly malevolent. Just 6 seconds, and this human was utterly incapable of slaying it. Li Yao remained unperturbed, veins bulging on his arms as the intense wielding of his blade began to inflict a faint ache upon his palms. The Darkwing experienced a searing pain akin to flesh being torn apart at its neck. Nevertheless, it continued to grin wickedly at Li Yao. These 6 seconds were indeed noteworthy, but still insufficient to claim my life. Roar. The Darkwing bellowed in a frenzied rage. Its multi-meter-long claws were raised high, crashing down towards Li Yao. Boom. The speed was so ferocious that Li Yao could not evade, crashing into the ground. The Darkwing, observing Li Yao unscathed, wore a deranged expression. Immune to damage? No, such an insurmountable ability could not exist. Though possessing some power that allowed for a temporary surge in attributes, fundamentally, you remain a summoner. The Darkwing stomped upon Li Yao repeatedly, as if venting its fury over its severed tail. If a summoner possessed immunity to damage, the issues would predominantly lie with the summoned beast. The Darkwing, ancient and wise, was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary monsters. Even with its suppressed strength, it could not locate that mantis, but, as these thoughts echoed, the Darkwing's abdomen suddenly swelled. In the next instant, an endless torrent of black flames erupted forth, the scorching heat distorting the very air around it. The Darkwing, enduring the excruciating pain at its neck, twisted its body, soon enveloping the entire space in black flames. The Void Mantis, with over 20,000 health points, could not withstand such damage for long. A protective barrier appeared around the Void Mantis, abruptly reducing the damage by 70%. Rather than anger, the Darkwing laughed. Foolish insect, does delaying time serve any purpose? The temperature of the black flames intensified once more. As a dragon, the Darkwing's magical prowess was indeed immense. It could sustain such black flames for dozens of minutes. It refused to believe that this barrier could endure for such a duration. Under the relentless onslaught of black flames, the barrier trembled incessantly, with thousands of damage points erupting from the Void Mantis's head each second. At this rate, it would not take a minute for the Void Mantis to perish. Human, await your demise. To have compelled me to this extent with your first-tier abilities is your glory. The Darkwing suddenly sensed that the insect beneath it had vanished. Li Yao and the Void Mantis simultaneously initiated Void Leap. Two figures appeared above the Darkwing. The gale stirred by the black flames billowed Li Yao's robes, which fluttered dramatically. His expression remained indifferent, betraying no emotion. The Void Mantis raised its pincers, crossing them in a decisive strike at the wound on the neck. Even in its normal state, the Void Mantis possessed a terrifying strength of 3,700. Roar. The wound was deep enough to reveal bone, gushing forth a copious amount of blood. Li Yao raised his long blade, channeling all his strength into the white jade bone blade, and brought it down in a decisive strike. Whoosh. The Darkwing's roar faltered as its body trembled violently. A dark line appeared across its neck. Critical hit. In the next moment, the massive dragon head soared skyward, blood gushing forth in a torrential spray. Even for a dragon, losing its head meant certain death. Li Yao descended slowly to the ground, gazing at the headless carcass before him, softly murmuring as if responding to the Darkwing's earlier words. Awaiting death. I was merely waiting for my skill. What of you? What were you waiting for? Leveling up by defeating a named creature. Darkwing Guy Nayad. Experience 65. Note, the current class is unable to level up. Excess experience will be lost after 24 hours. Not yet completed the second tier? Li Yao retrieved a dark purple card from his storage ring. Instantly, A voice resonated in his mind. Darkwing Guy Nayat's current health is 0, fulfilling the contract conditions. Do you wish to proceed with the contract? Yes. In an instant, the card transformed into a beam of light, enveloping the Darkwing's corpse, which then slowly drifted into Li Yao's hand, transforming into a nameless tome. Congratulations. Contract successful. Please choose a race for your piece. Note: only creatures contracted via hex can select a race. Choosing a race beyond the limits of the piece's own capacity may weaken its abilities. Without hesitation, Li Yao selected the Void race. Race selection successful. Just as the system's voice echoed, the nameless tome began to transform. Summon Void Darkwing Black Dragon. Li Yao learned it. Congratulations, practitioner, for completing the second-tier quest. Current task completion rate 100. Can submit the task perfectly. Do you wish to submit? As expected, glancing at the system panel, Li Yao chuckled softly. The task required the subjugation of the Darkwing. The effect of the EZ contract card increases the success rate as health diminishes. Therefore, to achieve a flawless second transformation, one must utterly vanquish the Darkwing. Li Yao felt fortunate. He had refrained from leaving the Darkwing's health at 99. Completing the task at 99 would surely torment him, given his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He submitted the task. Chapter 64, Assassin's Emblem. Exclusive attack effect, critical hit. Perfect class, transition successful. Fate enhancement. Summon creatures inherit attributes, 40-60. Acquired the exclusive skill of the Cloud-Top Chessmaster for second transformation, Needle Barrage. Easy population 1. Perfect class transition reward. Double the free attribute points upon leveling up. Hexdeck Lottery 1 Hexdeck Designation 1. Acquired exclusive item of the Cloud-Top Chessmaster, Golden Shovel. The system notifications poured in incessantly. Such myriad benefits from a perfect class transition. No wonder everyone sought to achieve it. Li Yao was overwhelmed with joy. Each of the 3 rewards represented a significant enhancement for him. However, the Golden Shovel caught his eye as it floated before him. Golden Shovel. Special item. Collecting 2 will enhance EZ population and can also fuse with exclusive items to become a EZ class transition certificate. This was consistent with its in-game effect. Li Yao grasped it in his hand, lamenting that he had yet to see even a shadow of equipment, let alone another Golden Shovel. Wait. A sudden thought struck Li Yao. Previously, the Butcher Iron Cavalry had dropped 40 gold coins. Surely, the Darkwing wouldn't drop nothing? He hurried back to the location where he had slain the Darkwing. Indeed, there it was. A substantial amount of gold coins lay scattered on the ground, along with a gray item resembling gloves. Simultaneously, for luminous orbs floated in the air. These were the rewards offered by the Darkwing for Li Yao to select. He stored them in his inventory and turned his attention to the glove-like item. This item was crucial. Gauntlets. Equipment requirement. Must be worn by EZ. Attribute 1. Evasion 10. Attribute 2. Gains exclusive attack effect. Critical hit. Triggering a critical hit increases current damage to 175. Critical hit chance 20. Attribute 3. Confused with similar items. Before obtaining the equipment, Li Yao had envisioned its effects to be formidable, but he never anticipated them to be so outrageous. An exclusive attack effect of a critical hit, triggering damage increased by a staggering 70%. If a critical hit occurred during a weak point attack, the damage was beyond Li Yao's imagination. This was merely a minor piece. If it were to fuse into a finished product. Thinking of this, Li Yao immediately took out the Golden Shovel and fused the 2 items. Moments later, an item resembling a badge appeared before him. Assassin's Emblem. Equipment requirement. Must be worn by EZ. Attribute 1. Evasion 15. Attribute 2. Gains exclusive attack effect. Critical hit. Triggering a critical hit increases current damage to 175. Critical hit chance 25. Attribute 3. Wearing EZ grants assassin synergy. Both attributes had increased by 5, marking a significant improvement, but the key was the assassin synergy. Now, Li Yao could activate 2 synergy effects, Void and Assassin. Void synergy. 3 Void. Summons Void creatures, Void Sea Worms. 5 Void. Summons Void creatures, Void Vanguard. 8 Void. Summons Void creatures, Gnasher the Dragon. Assassin synergy. 2 Assassins. Critical hit rate 10, critical damage 20. 4 Assassins. Critical hit rate 25, critical damage 35. 6 Assassins. Critical hit rate 40, critical damage 50. Invincible. Li Yao could scarcely conceive of adjectives beyond this one. The former summoned creatures, considering the difficulty of the synergy, would undoubtedly be formidable. The latter provided a tangible increase in damage. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yao decided to bestow this first piece of equipment upon the Darkwing Black Dragon, triggering the assassin synergy and enhancing both. Subsequently, Li Yao turned his gaze to the 4 luminous orbs. As he had anticipated, the platinum-grade equipment hammer was the exclusive gear of the Butcher Iron Cavalry. Its attributes were potent, yet it did not suit Li Yao. It could serve as a status symbol at the auction. 2 orbs contained S-grade special materials, capable of enhancing additional attributes when forging equipment. Such materials were exceedingly precious, rivaling the value of skills. These would be the highlights at the auction. Li Yao sighed. carefully placing these items into his inventory. The long sword and skill book, however, caught his eye, for he could utilize them. Air. Quality, dark gold. Equipment requirement, level 25. Spirit 300. Equipment attribute 1. Increases the wearer's highest attribute by 200. Equipment attribute 2. Inheritance. Choose one equipment to inherit its attribute lines, cannot be repeated. The original equipment is destroyed. Equipment attribute 3. Inheritance. Equipment attribute 4. Inheritance. Durability, 300. Earthquake tremor. Strikes the ground with the weapon, causing a powerful shockwave. All hostile creatures within a 10-meter radius are stunned. Cooldown 60 seconds. Indeed, acquiring everything was the most prudent choice. Of the 4 items, Li Yao would feel immense regret if he had to part with any one of them. Even the hammer and orbs, though unusable to him, would be treasured by any practitioner in need. The remaining 2 items were tailor-made for him. A skill book that addressed Li Yao's lack of control. In crucial moments, control skills could turn the tide of battle. Had he possessed this skill while facing the Dark Wing, those 6 seconds could have yielded even greater damage, preventing him from being slammed against the wall and wasting precious time. Then there was the longsword. 3 inheritable attributes equated to merging the essence of 3 pieces of equipment, crafting the most suitable weapon for himself. Li Yao immediately thought of the goblin's proof of courage. In a combat state, if the skill on the equipment was activated, the skill effect would dissipate upon changing equipment. While confronting the Dark Wing, he had employed the Beast King's robe to summon the Silver Moon Wolf, which had provided a staggering attribute boost of 1500. In addition to the other attributes of the equipment itself, Li Yao found himself compelled to relinquish the 30-point strength boost conferred by the Goblin's Courage emblem. With the acquisition of this longsword, such a predicament would no longer arise. Li Yao chose to inherit it. The Goblin's Courage emblem shattered into fragments instantaneously. In this case, the White Jade Boneblade would serve little purpose. It was somewhat regrettable, for the White Jade Boneblade's effectiveness stemmed from Li Yao's impressive strength. For an ordinary practitioner, the poison damage it inflicted would be negligible, and it would scarcely fetch a respectable price at auction. One might even liken it to a mere platinum floor tile. Reflecting on the origins of the White Jade Boneblade, Li Yao felt somewhat consoled. After all, it was merely a drop from a minor boss in the initial dungeon. Having accompanied him for such a length of time, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Li Yao tenderly caressed the blade. "Fear not, I shall ensure you fetch a handsome price." At this moment, the loot from the Darkwing had been thoroughly accounted for. Next, he would receive the rewards for his class advancement. This was an SS class skill. The Heart of Devotion, needless to say, was instrumental in enabling Li Yao to defeat the Darkwing. Surely, the skill, Needle Barrage, would not disappoint him either. However, why did this skill seem somewhat familiar? It resembled the ultimate move of Little Scissors Girl, did it not? Chapter 65, National Boundary Trials, Global Elite Tournament. Needle Barrage, exclusive skill for the Cloud Peak Chessmaster, transforms energy into sewing needles to be thrown in a straight line, inflicting 3 segments of magical damage and a slowing effect. Damage is determined by the Chessmaster's highest attribute, 250 for the first segment, 500 for the second, and 2000 for the third. Each segment has a 2-second interval, and within 30 minutes post-casting, all attributes decrease by 30. Cooldown period, 12 hours. Once again, it was an ultimate skill. Moreover, it was precisely the type of explosive damage he currently lacked. As an ultimate move, Needle Barrage had 2 drawbacks. It required a lengthy casting time of 4 seconds to unleash its full damage potential, and it left the user weakened, resulting in a decrease of all attributes. Yet, these 2 shortcomings paled in comparison to the astonishing coefficients of this skill. With a staggering 27 times damage, it complemented the Heart of Devotion perfectly, allowing Li Yao to unleash catastrophic damage in a short span. If only the final strike could also trigger a critical hit. Li Yao's lips twitched, and he inhaled sharply. Only an invincible skill could withstand such a blow, could it not? Li Yao's perspective had long transcended that of his contemporaries. Those capable of engaging him in combat were at least 3rd-tier practitioners. When facing such opponents, he had to be wary of the aftereffects of his skills. It was challenging to guarantee that those from prominent families lacked invincibility skills. He would first need to devise a way to coax them out before considering his own strategies. Casting a glance at his experience bar, Li Yao noted that the Darkwing and the Butcher Knight had contributed 95 experience points towards his level 20. Now, having reached level 21, the conversion yielded less than 40 experience points. Absurd, Li Yao sighed. The Tower of Heaven dungeon had, up to this point, come to a complete conclusion. In the outside world, it was questionable whether he could reach level 22 before the martial examination. No wonder those practitioners from the Martial Academy, after 4 years of rigorous training, graduated at around the 3rd tier. The difficulty of leveling up was self-evident. As Li Yao pondered, he approached the swirling vortex leading to the outside world. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the various prominent families collaborated to disperse the crowd. Within a kilometer radius of the Tower of Heaven, there was but a single individual, dressed in martial robes. Xue Jiulan gazed upward at the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven, her brow furrowed, arms crossed over her chest. the index finger of her left hand rhythmically tapping against her right arm. In a tone only she could hear, she muttered, "Why is it taking so long?" The last one, if I recall correctly, was that Lin Zhoding fellow, right? Lin Zhoding, an SS class practitioner from the Lin family in the capital, a fourth-year student, and president of the Jingyu Martial Academy Student Council. What was the completion time again? 24 minutes? It's already been half an hour, and he still hasn't come out? Could it be that someone the principal has high hopes for can't even conquer the 10th level? As this thought arose in her mind, Shui Jilan shook her head in denial. If he were incapable of clearing it, he would have been slain by the butcher knight long ago. There was no way he could have held out until now. However, completion time was indicative of hunting speed, and in most cases, hunting speed reflected a practitioner's strength. This meant that Li Yao was even weaker than Lin Zhoding. Shui Jilan's expression grew grave. If this were the case, he was still far from being a mainstay in the national boundary trials. Her thoughts gradually expanded. The national boundary trials were a global spectacle initiated by the heavenly laws of this world, held every 4 years. Countries across Blue Star sent forth 10 practitioners under the age of 20 to participate. They delineated national boundaries, allocated resources, and bestowed endless rewards. Such a significant event would see each nation dispatch its top-tier lineup, rendering even SS-class practitioners commonplace. The principal's intention was for her to recruit Li Yao into the Jingyu Martial Academy, aiming for him to become a key member in the national boundary trials in 3 months. Clearing the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven was tantamount to being among the elite of the Dragon Kingdom. In previous years, such strength would have sufficed. Yet, this year, among all practitioners below the age of 20 in the Dragon Kingdom, whether through early promotions or participation in the advancement ceremony, none had managed to conquer the 10th level. To become a mainstay meant shouldering the responsibility of guiding these individuals in a gathering of top talents. The pressure was immense. Shui Jilan felt a throbbing headache. It had only been a few days since Li Yao's class advancement. Was the principal truly mad to consider making this child a mainstay? It was worth noting that in the previous national boundary trials, the Dragon Kingdom had 2 10th-level elites participating and barely secured 3rd place. Moreover, this Tower of Heaven had been fiercely contested 8 years ago, when she led a team to seize it back alongside 2 practitioners of equivalent tier. 3rd place offered no such rewards. Shui Jilan's expression grew increasingly somber. She could already envision the sense of helplessness Li Yao would feel when facing those prodigies. It was not that Li Yao was weak. Rather, it was simply a matter of misfortune. Sigh. Why hadn't the old principal discovered Li Yao sooner? If he had been promoted early, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the light at the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven extinguished. A figure emerged at the array. He has come out. While Shui Jilan had anticipated that Li Yao would clear the level, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. This year's first 10th level conqueror was finally not a bald head. Shui Jilan realized she had been overthinking. Successfully defeating the 10th level marked one as an exceptional genius, both within the Dragon Kingdom and across the globe. Placing the pressure of the national boundary trials upon another is inherently an unjust endeavor. Shui Jilan lightly stepped forward with her right foot, and in an instant, she materialized before Li Yao. The moment Li Yao emerged, he was taken aback, not due to the swiftness of her approach, but rather because of the intensity of her gaze, which was fixed upon the cloaked void mantis. Was this the summoned creature that, despite not having undergone its second transformation, boasted damage values exceeding 10,000? Curiously, Shui Jilan scrutinized the void mantis. Quite impressive indeed. I refer to its ability to remain concealed. Shui Jilan discerned at a glance that this summoned beast was merely exaggerated in power, while its other attributes might surpass those of ordinary summoned creatures. They were still rather unremarkable. Li Yao regarded her silently, offering no explanation. With no one else around, she had ample opportunity to strike down the void mantis. Hence, she must be an ally. Observing Li Yao's cautious demeanor, Shui Jilan nodded in approval and promptly produced a 5-star medal. 5 stars. Li Yao faltered momentarily. The Grand General of the nation? Since she recognized him, matters would be more manageable. Shui Jilan tucked the medal away and spoke with a smile. No need for formalities. I have merely come to convey 2 pieces of information. Without waiting for Li Yao's response, Shui Jilan continued. The first pertains to the Yin family affair. Your grievances with them are now my responsibility. Her tone was casual, as though the Yin family were of little concern to her. Li Yao was somewhat surprised. Yet this was evidently not the moment to interrupt her. Shui Jilan elaborated. Thus, you need not worry about the Yin family's actions towards the Silver Wolf Guild. Nor should you fear any 4th transformation professionals they might send to trouble you. Focus on leveling up in peace. However, your public slaying of that Yin fellow was rather excessive. Li Yao's heart sank. Since they struck first, the punishment should not be too severe, right? Shui Jilan tapped her chin thoughtfully, as if contemplating an appropriate reprimand. A verbal warning should suffice. You'd best be more careful in the future. Chapter 66, Apprenticeship. President of the Jingyu Martial Arts Academy. A mere verbal warning? What sort of punishment is that? After these days, have the higher-ups begun to take notice of him? Li Yao understood clearly. This was precisely what he had hoped to see. In the realm of professionals, one must constantly strive. Concealment here, hesitation there. Can the fragrance of fine wine fear a deep alley? Without showcasing one's talents, how could the higher-ups pay attention to you or allocate resources in your favor? Although he no longer required material support, one must not forget that the dungeons themselves are a form of resource. Li Yao's desire to enter the 4 great martial academies stemmed from this very reason. Some truly rare dungeons are the foundation of the major factions and cannot be offered to the world for free. Subsequently, Li Yao inquired, "Senior, what about the other matter? The situation regarding the Tower of Heaven." Shui Jilan's tone grew grave as she began. "You have observed that there is not a soul in sight around the Tower of Heaven, whether you clear the 10th level or simply participate today. The Federation will ensure your actions remain concealed. Therefore, it is prudent that you do not disclose this information yourself. Is that all? Such matters, even without your reminder, I would not carelessly share." Li Yao nodded in understanding. Seeing Li Yao agree so readily, Shui Jilan's gaze flickered, and her assessment of him inevitably rose a few notches. Initially, she had intended to explain the reasoning behind this advice, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. With foreign invasions, the Dragon Kingdom is certainly not a monolith. As a general of the Dragon Kingdom, Shui Jilan preferred not to dwell on such topics. For one so young, to remain unperturbed in the face of events worthy of historical record spoke volumes. The President's vision remains as keen as ever, were he to possess even greater strength. She might not be able to resist the urge to take him as an apprentice. However, young people must still be encouraged. Shui Jilan regarded Li Yao with a serious expression, earnestly advising, "The 10th level of the Tower of Heaven indeed qualifies as a pinnacle of talent. Yet among professionals, there exist some special occupations whose second transformations do not occur within the Tower of Heaven. How can you ascertain that their task difficulties are necessarily less than that of the 10th level?" Li Yao listened quietly, refraining from contradiction. "In any case, the martial examination is only a few days away. Do not let your guard down." At that moment, a system notification regarding regional updates appeared on the panels of all professionals in Qinghai City. Ding! Emergency update for the Tower of Heaven. For the next 7 natural days, there will be no rewards for defeating the Tower of Heaven. Following the update, the Tower of Heaven will enter its second phase with enhanced monster strength, increased experience, improved reward settlements, and a higher probability of obtaining rare items. Ding! Emergency update for the Tower of Heaven. The emergency notifications flooded the panels in rapid succession. In an instant, the Star Network forum of Qinghai City erupted. Some lamented their preparations for completing their second transformations in the coming days. Others rejoiced at the increased rewards, eager for better leveling conditions. Many were left curious as to why the Tower of Heaven, after enduring for 8 years, would suddenly undergo an update. At this moment, Shui Jilan stood frozen, as if turned to stone, entering the second phase. A delusion? However, the unmistakable system notifications on the panel reminded her that this was no illusion. Others may not comprehend what it signifies for the Tower of Heaven to transition into its second phase, but she was acutely aware, for she had fought to reclaim it. How could she be oblivious? To enter the second phase, one must slay the apostle and that named grade creature. Named grade beings are those whose strength is recognized by the laws of the universe, exceptional entities granted a name. What a formidable existence. 20 years ago, a level 120 named grade creature descended upon Sakura country from the abyss and nearly sank the nation single-handedly. Wait. Shui Jilan's pupils constricted as she suddenly realized something. Incredulously gazing at Li Yao. "What have you done inside?" Li Yao found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Is even the Grand General of the nation so emotionally unstable? Before he could respond, Shui Jilan released her grip on him. The apostle only rewards those who clear the 10th level, and he is the only one who has entered it. Who else could it be? No. Permissions must be altered. This is no mere 10th level prodigy. This child is unworthy even to hold the shoes of a 10th level prodigy. Yet, that one do. Shui Jilan frowned. Altering permissions would be too conspicuous. Currently, only she and the 2 individuals who had fought alongside her to seize the Tower of Heaven were privy to its advancement conditions. Although those 2 fellows may not be the most reputable, they certainly know better than to speak recklessly in such matters. In mere seconds, Shui Jilan's mind was racing, more than it had in an entire year. Ultimately, she resolved to keep this matter under wraps while also seizing the opportunity to subtly remind those 2, lest they let their tongues run wild. Having reached this conclusion, Shui Jilan resumed her boisterous demeanor. "Oh, Principal, I never imagined you could misjudge someone." If the principal were aware that Li Yao could single-handedly defeat a renowned level 20 monster, he would never have allowed her to meet him, but would have come personally to take him as a disciple. Now looking at Li Yao, Shui Jilan regarded him as a delectable treat. After managing her expressions, she spoke with gravity. "By the way, something just came to mind. There's another matter. Senior, you mentioned." Though this senior appeared somewhat eccentric, Li Yao still inquired respectfully. There was no helping it. The threshold for the National Guardian General was a 6th transformation practitioner. Shui Jilan countered with a question. "Which martial academy are you preparing to apply to for the martial examination?" "The 4 great martial academies," Li Yao replied, as if it were a matter of course. "Which of the 4 great martial academies?" Shui Jilan asked, not surprised, given this young man's prowess. Which academy could he possibly fail to gain admission to? I haven't quite decided yet. Not having decided is the right approach. With the principal of the War Academy personally recruiting you, do you think you won't be persuaded? Xue Jilan maintained her usual calm demeanor, casually suggesting. Have you considered the Jingyu Martial Academy? Li Yao nodded. Indeed, the Jingyu Martial Academy was currently his top choice, as its teaching model differed from conventional martial academies. Employing a mentorship system. There were no classrooms, students selected their mentors and sought guidance. Naturally, mentors also had the right to decline, making it a mutual commitment. This model demanded a high caliber of instructors, a capability possessed only by the four great martial academies. The guidance offered to students far surpassed that of large lecture halls. Seeing Li Yao nod, Xue Jilan felt a surge of excitement within, though she kept her composure, replying indifferently, in that case, come to Jingyu. I can introduce you to a mentor. Li Yao inquired, who? The Jingyu Martial Academy comprises three major divisions, the War Academy, the Support and Spiritual Communication Academy, and the Execution and Punishment Academy. Xue Jilan, with a serious expression, earnestly introduced, the person I will introduce you to is the director of the War Academy. The foremost close combat practitioner in the Dragon Kingdom under the 7th transformation, ranked 7th in the global gold list for the 6th transformation. How would you feel about having such an individual as your mentor? Li Yao was taken aback. Truly, the National Guardian General was formidable. The director level was the highest combat power at Jingyu, aside from the principal, who typically did not personally recruit disciples. This meant that the director level was the best option Li Yao had for mentorship. At that moment, Xue Jilan felt that her offer might come off as somewhat trivial. However, there are conditions to becoming the director's disciple, she began. After a moment's thought, she continued, you must achieve the top rank in the National Martial Examination. That won't do. This year's martial examination is rather challenging. What if this young man falters? Perhaps the top 10 nationally would suffice, with my reputation. She won't make it too difficult for you. Thank you, senior. Li Yao readily agreed. As the National Guardian General, she had traveled a great distance to offer him assistance. Regardless of her motives, he would remember this gesture. I still don't know your name, senior. Xue Jilan, she replied casually, though internally, she was elated. With his agreement, he was now bound to her. However, upon hearing the name Xue Jilan, Li Yao froze momentarily. Then, his lips twitched, and a line of worry appeared on his forehead. When Shang Zijing had introduced him to the powerful figures of the four great martial academies, she had specifically advised him to seek mentorship from 5 of them, among which was indeed Xue Jilan's name. Xue Jilan of the Jingyu Martial Academy, director of the War Academy, Chapter 67, close as neighbors, hexes, shared attributes. Since the other party chose not to elaborate, Li Yao also refrained from pressing the issue, hoping that when they met at the Jingyu Martial Academy, it would not be too awkward. Senior Xue, is that director adept in martial arts, relying solely on her own techniques rather than skills? After some contemplation, Li Yao decided to ask, on techniques? Xue Jilan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, you mean ancient martial arts, right? You've hit the nail on the head. Compared to long-range combat, close combat relies more heavily on ancient martial arts. Do you think, as the foremost close combat practitioner of the Dragon Kingdom, she wouldn't possess such skills? In the entire capital, I dare say she could claim the title of the best. Moreover, considering your humble beginnings, you would be at a disadvantage in this regard. Even if you don't mention it, she will likely take the initiative to teach you. She even possesses a secret technique that enables your summoned beasts to wield formidable ancient martial arts as well. By becoming her disciple, you would be striking gold. Can summoned beasts be trained as well? Li Yao's eyes brightened. Of course, Xue Jilan confidently affirmed. It's almost time. I can't linger in Qinghai City for too long. Xue Jilan extended 2 fingers, pointing to her eyes, and then to Li Yao. To become the director's disciple, you must not let your guard down for a moment. I'll be keeping a close watch on you. With that, she waved her hand and strode away. Senior Xue, wait a moment. Li Yao retrieved a scroll from his storage ring and presented it to Xue Jilan. I wonder if this item could be of any use to the Federation. Wouldn't it be better to place items for trade on the Star Network? The Star Network is governed by the Federation and will not engage in underhanded dealings. Despite this, Xue Jilan accepted the scroll. She thought to herself that this young man needed to broaden his horizons. Otherwise, he would keep bringing everything to her. Hunter. Xue Jilan's eyes widened in surprise as she rubbed them and scrutinized the scroll once more. Upon comprehending the inscription, her mood felt like a roller coaster. With a resentful glance at Li Yao, she asked, is there anything else you wish to say? You can say it all at once. I can handle it. Nothing more. Really nothing more? Li Yao nodded. All right. Taking a deep breath, Xue Jilan placed the scroll into her storage ring. What type of item do you wish to trade for? Aside from summoned beast skills, anything else I can utilize is fine. You can leave it to me. Very well. Xue Jilan's demeanor turned unusually serious. The rarity of this item may exceed your expectations. Rest assured, trading with the Federation is the wisest choice. You will not be shortchanged. I will return to the capital to prepare and will notify you when the time comes. If you're willing, we can proceed with the exchange. Then, Senior Xue, We shall meet at the Jingyu Martial Academy. Li Yao watched as Shuejilan departed. She did not respond, continuing on her way into the distance. I hope I didn't let anything slip. This young man, upon arriving at the Jingyu Martial Academy. Why would he seek the director of the War Academy when he could meet me? He must be hoping for my recommendation, huh? Haha. I am genuinely curious to see the expression on this young man's face upon realizing I am the headmaster. I wouldn't want to frighten him to death. Yet, what exactly is this boy's talent? The fact that he can single-handedly defeat a level 20 renowned creature is astonishing. While we cannot predict future talents, it is unequivocally unprecedented. Even the esteemed principal could not possibly achieve such a feat, could he? This is precisely why she was so animated earlier. Her mouth flapping like a fish out of water, spilling forth titles she typically finds embarrassing. One can only hope this young man is not too oblivious. That would be quite the embarrassment. Fortunately, I am astute enough not to reveal my identity. Once he enters the Jingyu Martial Academy and comprehends the honor of being a disciple of the head of the First Academy, he will undoubtedly be eager to join my ranks. Shuejilan has already devised how she intends to approach him. If I were to directly accept him as a disciple, wouldn't that diminish the value of his trials? Surely, he would be moved to the core. After departing from the Tower of Heavenly Connection, Li Yao made his way directly to the airport, eager to return to Jiangzhou. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat on the flight. In his mind's eye, the system panel displayed countless golden hex deck talents. With a perfect second transition, he exchanged a chance to draw a hex deck for a specified golden hex deck. He contemplated two potential strategies. The first involved enhancing a single piece in the game, which would drastically elevate the strength of the Void Mantis. However, after an exhaustive search, he could not locate the enhancement rune for the Void Mantis, but he did find one for the Darkwing Black Dragon. Perhaps it was an issue related to its star rating? Li Yao pondered. It seemed that the enhancement runes were tailored for 3-cost pieces, while the Void Mantis was merely a 1-cost piece. He was currently uncertain. Nevertheless, he could not abandon the Void Mantis, which had undergone practical training. The second option was to select the hex deck known as Distant as Neighbors. Distant as Neighbors, at the start of battle. The two pieces furthest apart share 75 of their primary attributes. Perfect. Li Yao exclaimed with uncontainable joy, only to be met with a disapproving glance from those nearby. Compared to the previous game in his past life, where Distant as Neighbors allowed the sharing of only 35 different attributes, the upgrade to sharing 75 of their primary attributes was undoubtedly more logical. The primary attribute of the Darkwing Black Dragon was mental prowess. Originally, there was a hex deck called Early Education, which, like practical training, could infinitely enhance mental attributes. However, opting for this hex deck had a drawback, as it would lead to a conflict of interest between the Void Mantis and the Darkwing Black Dragon. Now, with Distant as Neighbors optimized, Li Yao did not hesitate and made his choice. Whether it was the Azure Bird or the Darkwing Black Dragon, both would have the opportunity to benefit from the substantial power boost of the Void Mantis. Their methods of attack would also diversify. Distant as Neighbors was undoubtedly the most valuable gain from Li Yao's second transition. Before long, the plane landed, and Li Yao hastened towards the Jiangzhou border. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Goblin Nest, he briefly questioned whether he had taken a wrong turn. The cacophony of voices and bustling crowds had vanished, replaced by a few well-equipped professionals who appeared to be outsiders. Just then, a familiar and melodious voice rang out. Li Yao. Hello? Qin Yu bounced toward him. Smiling gently, he inquired, how is the auction preparation coming along? What is this? You immediately jumped to business upon our reunion. Qin Yu pouted playfully, drawing closer. The various families of Sanyu City have all been notified. Next, we will reach out to the wandering professionals. Li Yao nodded in agreement. Let us set the date for the day before the martial arts examination. All the young professionals will gather in Sanyu City by then. No problem, Qin Yu replied cheerfully, noticing his good spirits and continuing to ask about the second transition mission. Li Yao deflected with a light-hearted chuckle. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards Qin Yu. He had merely promised Elder Shui to keep certain matters under wraps. Qin Yu, not overly concerned, patiently updated Li Yao on the current situation. Are you saying these individuals have not yet completed their initial clears? Li Yao exclaimed in surprise. Isn't the Inferno level supposed to be exceedingly challenging? Qin Yu scanned the surrounding professionals with disdain, indignantly stating, you've just reached level 20, and these people can hardly contain themselves, rushing here. The most outrageous part is that they've driven away all the professionals from Jiangzhou. If it weren't for Sister Zijing, you might not even see me. Furthermore, it was fortunate that he arrived at the right moment. That group had already entered the dungeon. Otherwise, even you, as the dungeon initiator, they would have dared to obstruct. Li Yao remained unfazed. Now that he was present, those individuals were destined to return empty-handed. Sister Zijing? Shang Zijing. She is here too? Indeed. Upon mentioning Shang Zijing, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Their family has only just arrived, yet their progress in the strategy is already the fastest. Subsequently, Qin Yu elaborated on the families these individuals hailed from, most being professionals from prominent families in the main cities surrounding Sanyu. The most threatening among them was undoubtedly the Shang family. Li Yao could not afford to delay. If he lingered any longer, that woman, Shang Zijing. Could very well seize the first clear. Then I shall enter first. After the initial clear, I will bring you along, Li Yao stated to Qin Yu. He held the title of Abyssal Lone Walker, granting him attribute rewards for solo clearing dungeons above the nightmare level. Qin Yu was taken aback. You intend to solo clear? This is an Inferno level dungeon. Yes, I should be out quickly, Li Yao casually replied. Such grandiosity. Just as Li Yao turned to step into the vortex, two figures entered his field of vision. One of them was quite familiar to him. Chapter 68. Jiang Ningyu. What do you have to compare with me? Jiang Ningyu, accompanied by a young man in black attire, approached Li Yao and Qin Yu. An ignorant country bumpkin. Do you even understand what a nightmare level dungeon is? The young man in black declared arrogantly, his voice loud enough for all the surrounding professionals to hear. Laughter and scoffing erupted around them. Solo clearing an Inferno level dungeon? Ha! Such audacity from someone from a small town. Wasn't he agreed that your young family would keep these locals at bay? Allowing such a bumpkin to come here is nothing short of an eyesore. What difference does it make to let one through? It just adds to the entertainment. Haha. Do you really think he dares to enter? Enter? Do you think these locals have teleportation items like us? Escape scrolls are useless without teleportation items. Entering would be akin to seeking death. It is not certain. Do not speak of hellish levels, for these trivial places may not have even encountered nightmarish ones. The ignorant fear not. And how could a fool fear death? Young man, heed my advice. The hellish level is not a mere triviality for you to traverse. Do not venture forth to meet your demise. Upon hearing the surrounding voices, the young man in black laughed heartily, turning to glance at Jiang Ningyu beside him. Ningyu, is this lad your former boyfriend? Has he lost his wits since your breakup? At this remark, Jiang Ningyu covertly sized up Li Yao's expression. Li Yao, do you see it? Those who stand by my side far surpass you in excellence. What do you possess to compare with them? Jiang Ningyu playfully chided. What former boyfriend? Young Gu, I have told you, we were young and foolish back then. Nothing ever transpired between us. The young man in black scoffed dismissively. What could a mindless individual possibly offer? Speak, how would you like me to deal with him? As he spoke, the young man in black did not even cast a glance at Li Yao, clearly regarding him with disdain. Yet, Jiang Ningyu harbored a tinge of trepidation towards Li Yao. After all, he possessed the strength to tackle nightmarish levels solo. She gently patted the young man in black, feigning displeasure. Am I truly such a burden in your eyes? It was merely youthful ignorance. You can simply drive him away. This is not a place for him. With that, her gaze fell on Qin Yu. Jiang Ningyu had long been aware of this girl, whose popularity in their school rivaled her own. As the little princess of the Qin family, she was, in some respects, even more favored. Prior to this, she had always viewed Qin Yu as a hypothetical rival. Jiang Ningyu looked at Qin Yu, adopting a superior demeanor. So you are Qin Yu. I have heard of you. Qin Yu, knowing of Jiang Ningyu's history with Li Yao, felt a deep disdain for her. With a huff, she turned her head away. I won't listen. Jiang Ningyu, seemingly oblivious to her reaction, continued. You possess an exquisite appearance, seeking refuge based on that. I can comprehend. However, do broaden your horizons a bit. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught the young man in black, who appeared quite pleased, while he also regarded the girl named Qin Yu with a hint of lasciviousness. Not inferior to Ningyu at all. If only. The young man in black straightened his posture, addressing Li Yao. You heard what Ningyu said. Will you depart on your own, or shall I assist you? Have you finished? Li Yao's indifferent voice rang out. So, you require my assistance? The young man in black sneered contemptuously. Li Yao, there is no possibility for us. You should leave quickly. This is not your domain. Jiang Ningyu also urged, adopting a facade of concern for Li Yao. Yet, Li Yao did not spare her a glance. Striding directly toward the vortex of the instance, the void mantis had already appeared behind the young man in black. You, upon seeing this, the young man in black laughed rather than fumed. Yang Kaihua, throw him out. Yes, young master. A tall figure emerged from the gathering place of the Yang family. Qin Yu recognized him, her expression darkening as she quickly grasped Li Yao's arm. Li Yao, I have something to discuss. Shall we come back later? Leaning closer to Li Yao's ear, she whispered, this person is the highest-ranking member of the Yang family here, a level 35 A-class profession. We should retreat. Come back later? Huh. The young man in black grinned maliciously, unabashed. This brat can leave, but you cannot. I suspect you took a piece of golden-grade equipment belonging to the Yang family. Come with me. At this proclamation, the atmosphere around them abruptly chilled. Li Yao's expression turned frosty, his gaze finally locking onto the young man in black. Are all these scions from noble families so lawless? Under Li Yao's scrutiny, the young man in black involuntarily shivered. Realizing he had been intimidated, he grew furious and barked. Yang Kaihua, what in the hell are you doing? Move. Yang Kaihua wanted to protest, having also been startled. Nevertheless, he dared not countermand his young master. An imposing golden-grade longbow manifested in his hands, the string taut as the moon, directed coldly at Li Yao. Leave now, and I may spare your life. Li Yao did not respond. Meanwhile, behind the young man in black, the air warped. The void mantis razor-sharp claws hovered perilously close to the young man's throat. Simultaneously, A colossal figure loomed before Yang Kaiwa. The overwhelming aura emanating from the creature made even the level 35 professional gulp involuntarily. He slowly lifted his head. Chapter 69. The terrifying disparity in strength. A single strike to annihilate a level 30 professional. Having consumed countless leader-level creatures, the void predator had now grown to a terrifying 3 meters in size. Its savage mandibles dripped with a transparent slime, and a pungent scent of blood surged towards Yang Kaiwa. A summoned beast? Am I to contend with such a creature? Cold sweat trickled down Yang Kaiwa's forehead as his bow hand trembled uncontrollably. No, my level is only 20. This summoned beast is merely a facade of strength. It looks fearsome, but there is nothing to fear. Yang Kaiwa continuously reassured himself, mustering every ounce of strength to fully draw the bowstring. Just as he was about to release the arrow, the young man in black shouted furiously, Yang Kaiwa, are you trying to get me killed? Stop at once. Hearing this, Yang Kaiwa turned to his young master, only to find him being held captive by a massive mantis. He immediately lowered his longbow, shouting sternly, release the young master. At the same time, several members of the Yang family emerged, surrounding Li Yao and Qin Yu. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, with swords drawn. Qin Yu felt a flicker of fear, but understood that she must not interfere with Li Yao. She remained at the side, prepared to utilize her Lightning Walker's swift escape skill at the first sign of conflict, ensuring she did not impede Li Yao. Li Yao, however, remained as calm as water, showing no signs of distress as he slowly approached the young man in black. Do you know who I am? The young man in black was enveloped in an icy dread, the blade hovering perilously close to his throat. Release this beast, and I shall consider this matter settled. Jiang Mingyu watched in terror as the young man in black found himself in such a predicament, her heart racing with fear. Yang Honglang had confronted Li Yao for her sake. Should anything untoward occur, the Yang family would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. She cried out, Li Yao, release young Master Yang. He is not someone you can afford to offend. Young Master said that if you let him go, he will not hold you accountable. Yet, Li Yao remained silent, stepping forward. With each stride, Yang Honglang's heart halted for a moment, unable to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Li Yao. Everyone attack. Eliminate this wretch. As radiant light flickered, Yang Honglang activated his invincible skill and employed a displacement technique to create distance. In an instant, multiple skills were unleashed upon Li Yao. The confrontation had finally commenced. A smile danced at the corners of Li Yao's mouth. As long as his adversaries took action, any response on his part would be deemed legitimate self-defense. Boom. Skills erupted, with the predator shielding Qin Yu behind it, while Li Yao stood at the epicenter of the explosion. What? Such immense damage, yet no health has been lost. It wasn't that there was no loss. Rather, the creature's health pool was so vast that thousands of damage barely scratched the surface. The Yang family practitioners were enveloped in terror. This behemoth had a health bar thicker than that of a boss. Yang Honglang, having withdrawn to a safe distance, witnessed the scene with dismay. What a bunch of useless fools, attacking the summoner. Due to the immense size of the void predator and the fact that all damage was absorbed by it, everyone assumed they had failed to strike Li Yao. However, Li Yao would not grant them another opportunity to attack. Crack. The ground shattered, and countless spikes shot into the sky. As the predator's form grew larger, the area of effect for crack expanded correspondingly. Poochie. Poochie. All of the Yang family practitioners were caught in the onslaught, impaled by the spikes midair. Damage values in the thousands appeared above their heads, and some of the more fragile ones were instantly reduced to the brink of death. A cacophony of wails and screams filled the air. Ah, where's the healer? Someone save us. The healer has also been impaled. These Yang family practitioners served as Yang Honglang's escort, all above level 30. Had it not been for this, the sheer force of crack would have sufficed to obliterate them all. The spectacle rendered all surrounding practitioners utterly dumbfounded. Such terrifying damage? Could it be a major skill? What level of summoned beast could learn such a powerful move at level 20? No, even if it were a major skill, the summoner is only level 20. How could the damage exceed 1,000? Who on earth is this person? Could he possibly be an SS level summoner? The crowd was secretly astonished. A single move had rendered all Yang family practitioners powerless. When did summoners become this formidable? Seeing Li Yao's overwhelming prowess, Qin Yu eagerly dashed towards the dazed Jiang Mingyu. Wretched woman, take this. Jiang Mingyu's expression soured drastically as she was forced into combat with Qin Yu, a Thunderwalker versus a Frost Mage. Both being mages and A-grade classes, the skirmish was fiercely contested. Yet, Qin Yu, having trained alongside Li Yao, held a significant level advantage over Jiang Mingyu, compounded by her superior equipment, allowing her to dominate the exchange. Yang Honglang's invincibility skill had worn off. He brandished his staff, aiming at Li Yao. The strength of the summoned beast does not equate to the strength of its summoner. If I can eliminate him, there is still hope. Fire Serpent Dance. 2 seconds later, a fiery serpent shot forth from his staff, hurtling towards Li Yao. This A-grade skill for level 20 mages boasted incredibly high single target damage. renowned as the ultimate single-target spell for second transformation mages, with a single spellbook rumored to be worth a house in the capital. No wonder he was the young master of the Yang family. Unflinching in the face of danger, he prioritized attacking the summoner, knowing that the summoned beast, having just executed a major move, would be unable to defend in time. Just as everyone believed Li Yao to be in peril, a mantis creature appeared before him and cleaved downwards. The fire serpent was split in two. Li Yao had no desire to reveal his Chessmaster talent in front of the crowd unless absolutely necessary. After dispatching the fire serpent, the void mantis lunged at Yang Honglang, delivering a powerful kick. 4,102. Yang Honglang's health plummeted, his body bending like a bow as he staggered back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Li Yao approached him, seizing a handful of Yang Honglang's hair, and smashed his head down onto the ground. Bang! Grabbing him again. Li Yao surveyed the bloodied visage of his opponent and smirked coldly. You are from the Yang family of Sangyu City, correct? What is your connection to Yang Junfei? He's my elder brother. You dare treat me this way? My brother and the Yang family will never let you go. Oh, you might want to ask your brother whether he dares speak to me in such a manner. With that, Li Yao slammed him down once more. Yang Honglang was unable to even let out a scream before losing consciousness. Seeing this, Li Yao struck again. Yang Honglang was jolted awake from his stupor by the pain. I was wrong, please spare me. At that moment, at the dungeon's vortex, a flash of white light flickered. A group emerged from the dungeon, utilizing a teleportation item to arrive here. Shang Ziqin stepped out and immediately spotted Li Yao grasping Yang Honglang by the hair. Her expression shifted dramatically as she reprimanded sharply. Yang Honglang, what are you doing? Yang Honglang, I'm getting beaten up. What do you think I'm doing? Shang Ziqin hastened to stand before Li Yao, delivering a slap to Yang Honglang and then casting an apologetic glance at Li Yao. Are you alright? Li Yao. Chapter 70. How will they compensate Li Yao after seizing the first clear? Li Yao raised an eyebrow and inquired, what? Do you know this person? Shang Ziqin nodded, her expression morphing into one of pleading. Could you do me a favor? Just let him go this once. Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply at the scene. Who is Shang Ziqin? The young lady of the Shang family. They were all practitioners from various prominent families, yet compared to the Shang family, they felt like insignificant figures. When had the Shang family ever needed to plead like this? This revelation was even more astonishing than witnessing Li Yao annihilating the crowd. Li Yao merely regarded her, as if silently questioning, what face do you have? Shang Ziqin instantly understood and hurriedly leaned closer to Li Yao, whispering, the Yang family in Sangyu City is responsible for selling Star Network equipment. The Silver Wolf Guild cannot develop in Sangyu City without involving the Yang family. I've already discussed it with the head of the Yang family. If you kill this guy now, I will have a hard time explaining. All right, Li Yao acquiesced. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had no intention of killing anyone. It was a perfect opportunity to feign favor for this woman. The void mantis struck down once more. Yang Honglang's agonized screams pierced the air as an arm soared into the sky. Shang Ziqin's expression remained unchanged. She was well aware of the individual before her. Losing an arm was a mercy compared to the fate that had befallen Yin Gaojia. Yang Honglang clutched the severed part of his arm, his face twisted in agony as the excruciating pain drove him to the brink of madness. I shall kill you. I absolutely shall kill you. Upon hearing these words, Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Before he could react, Shang Ziqin swiftly delivered a kick to Yang Honglang's face. Aren't the Yang family going to take this useless waste away? As the leading figure of the younger generation of the Shang family, her words commanded immediate compliance. Yang Kaihua hurriedly approached to hoist the unconscious Yang Honglang and fled the scene as if in panic. Once the Yang family had departed, Shang Ziqin transformed, approaching Li Yao with a cheerful smile. Why haven't you taken a break? You just completed your second transition and have come all the way here. Li Yao withdrew the predator into the game space, and the void mantis entered a state of invisibility. He remarked, are you not going to hurry over and let me grant you the first clear of the inferno? Under Li Yao's gaze, Shang Ziqin felt a twinge of apprehension and awkwardly replied, I was merely concerned about others getting ahead of me. We have a contract, after all. We are akin to family, and the benefits ought not to flow to outsiders. Shang Yana had already conveyed to her all the details regarding the happenings at the Tower of Heaven, and coupled with the information from her father, she was aware that Li Yao had most likely cleared the 10th level. Thus, before Li Yao, Shang Ziqin found herself compelled to temper her pride, lowering her posture significantly. Li Yao had merely mentioned it in passing, not genuinely invested in the matter. Nonetheless, she was indeed engaged in contractual obligations, and it was time to hand over the goods. A treasure chest was retrieved from her storage ring and presented to Shang Ziqin. How have matters with the Yuan family progressed? Shang Ziqin's eyes lit up, her small hand reaching out as the treasure chest vanished from sight. It was the coveted first clear treasure chest she had longed for. Of course, it has been resolved. The Yuan family's businesses have all gone bankrupt and have been taken over by the Silver Wolf Guild. The individuals who orchestrated the assassination against you have all been exiled to the outer realms for military service. Given their capabilities, they may very well be dead by now. Li Yao nodded. The Yuan family had risen to be one of the top 3 families in Jiangzhou. and it was certain that they had unsavory dealings hidden beneath the surface. With the Shang family's prowess, investigating such matters was a mere trifle. However, the fact that they managed to clean up the situation so thoroughly during his visit to the Tower of Heaven indicated that they had indeed put in considerable effort. At that moment, Qin Yu rushed over, panting heavily before Li Yao. Jiang Mingyu had already been thoroughly beaten and had fled in disgrace. As a melee mage, Qin Yu had reveled in the opportunity to vent her frustrations on behalf of Li Yao. Sister Ziqin, Qin Yu called out affectionately, linking her arm with Shang Ziqin's. Li Yao observed this without comment. Shang Ziqin's friendliness towards those around her was her own affair, yet it would not sway her decisions. Shang Ziqin responded. Glancing at Li Yao, are you heading to grind a dungeon now? Would you like to join us? I have already reached the final stage of the boss. If you come, we can clear it in one go. No, I prefer to solo, Li Yao replied. Solo? Shang Ziqin was taken aback. Since when could one use the term solo in reference to an infernal level dungeon? However, considering his summoned beasts, a monstrous single target damage dealer, a tank with astounding resilience, and another with a terrifying area of effect, such a combination indeed seemed feasible. After speaking, Li Yao strode directly towards the Vortex dungeon. The adventurers surrounding the dungeon unconsciously stepped back to clear a path. They had witnessed the fate of the Yang family firsthand and feared that lingering even a moment longer might see them strung up like candy on a stick by that summoned beast. This scene elicited a chuckle from Li Yao. Yet, the opinions of others were never a concern for him. Whether he was perceived as a ruthless killer or a violent maniac mattered little as long as they did not impede his path. Li Yao stepped into the vortex and vanished from sight. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. One person had entered. Could he truly be attempting to solo it? This was an Inferno-level dungeon. In our Dragon Kingdom, has there ever been a precedent for soloing an Inferno-level dungeon? Absolutely not. I doubt he could even select an Inferno difficulty. After all, we have been grinding for so long, and we haven't even seen the boss yet. You cannot fathom the strength of the monsters inside. Entering alone is nothing short of suicide. Adventurers tackling dungeons, especially those that prohibit the use of escape scrolls, face unimaginable costs. The wear and tear on equipment, potions, and rare items, when converted to currency, amounts to astronomical figures. Even for the Shang family's team, those who could exit the dungeon unscathed would have consumed at least 5 platinum-level teleportation items. Thus, seeing Li Yao enter the dungeon without any preparation led them to believe he must have chosen a different difficulty. Only that would make sense. Shang Ziqin released her hold on Qin Yu. Xiaoya, I must enter as well. Since we have yet to clear it, bringing you along would be too dangerous. Let's wait until after the clear. Sister Ziqin, there's no need. Qin Yu shook her head vigorously. Inferno level is too distant for me. I can manage grinding other difficulties on my own. After a few waves of nightmare-level dungeons with Li Yao, she felt confident about reaching level 20 before the martial arts examination. She had no grand aspirations. Simply passing into one of the 4 major martial arts academies was her greatest dream. Why trouble Sister Ziqin? Moreover, young Master Li had promised to take her along after he completed his solo run. All right, then I shall enter first. Shang Ziqin had only been accommodating to Qin Yu because of her connection to Li Yao. She offered no further persuasion and led her team into the dungeon. She had invited Li Yao, but he had declined. Therefore, if she were to claim the first clear, he should not hold it against her, right? The Goblin Nest was a 5-person dungeon. She had 3 S-rank adventurers on her team, along with herself and 1 external aide from the capital, 2 SS-rank adventurers. Furthermore, as she had mentioned earlier, they had already reached the final stage of the boss. They merely needed to swap out some targeted equipment to ensure a direct clear. Even if Li Yao were extraordinarily strong, he could not possibly clear it faster than they could. 5 individuals could not be outpaced by a single one. Shang Ziqin was unconvinced. She was already contemplating how to compensate Li Yao once they secured the first clear. Chapter 71. The Second Transition. The Cloud Summit Chess Player. Dominating the Inferno-level dungeon. Unlike the previous nightmare-level difficulty, upon entering the dungeon, Li Yao found himself directly within a forest. A pungent mixture of blood and decaying meat filled the air, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. He recognized this forest. Pressing forward would lead him to an army of goblin spearmen. Li Yao did not rush. Previously, within the Tower of Heaven, the Dark Wings had dropped a substantial amount of gold coins. Glancing at his panel, he counted a total of 107 coins. Truly, as a renowned grade creature, the gold dropped was nearly equivalent to his total earnings from before. Li Yao mused silently, contemplating how best to utilize these coins. After a moment's reflection, he made up his mind. The Void Mantis required 500 coins. That would have to be set aside for now. The Darkwing Black Dragon itself is an SS-grade piece, requiring 100 gold coins for enhancement, which would deplete all available gold. It is important to note that the demon contract has yet to be utilized, which means Li Yao can still possess another piece and must reserve some gold for its cultivation. Thus, the only options available now are the Predator and the Bluebird. Elevating the Bluebird to SS grade and the Predator to S grade, Li Yao summoned both pieces. This enhancement plan consumed a mere 55 gold coins. proving to be highly cost-effective and allowing ample gold to remain for the subsequent cultivation of the new piece. With a surge of radiant light, the gold vanished, and both pieces ascended in rank, significantly enhancing their attributes. To Li Yao's delight, both pieces unexpectedly acquired new skills. He quickly checked the panel information. Skill 4. Ice Barrier. The bluebird summons an impenetrable wall of ice to obstruct all movement. The hardness and size of the ice wall are influenced by the bluebird's mental attributes, lasting for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. It was indeed a functional skill. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an instant, he envisioned several applications for the ice barrier. Blocking skills and thwarting monsters were merely its basic functions. At times, it could interact with the terrain, trapping monsters between the ice wall and the landscape, thus creating physical control. The potency of this skill entirely depended on how Li Yao chose to employ it. Next, he turned his attention to the predator's skill. Skill 3. Void Scream. The void predator releases a terrifying sound wave in a conical area before it, inflicting 1,000 fixed true damage and silencing the target for 5 seconds, during which no skills can be used. The range of the sound wave is influenced by the predator's size, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Li Yao stroked his chin in contemplation. It was not a taunting type of skill, which initially left him somewhat disappointed. However, upon realizing its effects, his disappointment swiftly transformed into exhilaration. The silence for 5 seconds was genuinely astonishing. Just imagine, when Li Yao unleashes all his explosive skills, if his opponent is not foolish, they will undoubtedly employ a life-saving skill. At that moment, if the predator cast a silence, who would not be left dumbfounded? With devotion of heart, lasting 6 seconds and the silence for 5, there was a mere second of difference to achieve complete coverage. To acquire such a skill for just 15 gold coins was undeniably a tremendous bargain. In high spirits, Li Yao proceeded toward the depths of the forest, simultaneously adjusting the positioning of his pieces to apply the effect of distant as neighbors on the bluebird. Instantly, the bluebird's mental attributes soared past 3,000. Faced with a swarm of monsters, the bluebird's wide-ranging skills would undoubtedly serve as his trump card. Before long, Li Yao emerged from the forest. As expected, countless goblin scouts were scattered beneath the pyramid structure. He observed that the density of hell-level monsters far exceeded that of nightmare-level difficulty. Previously, in nightmare-level encounters, it was possible to gradually lure monsters and deal with them one by one. In hell-level difficulty, any attack on a single monster would immediately alert the others, causing them to converge. This posed a significant challenge for ordinary adventurers. Li Yao murmured softly. No wonder no one has managed to clear the hell-level dungeon for such a long time. For common adventurers, the only strategy to deal with these monsters was to kite them, drawing them away and engaging in guerrilla warfare within the forest. However, this required a high agility attribute, necessitating adjustments to equipment to ensure that agility surpassed that of these goblin scouts by a substantial margin. Running while outputting damage was inefficient, and switching to agility gear would lower damage output. Dealing with this horde of monsters would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Yet, that was the plight of ordinary adventurers. The bluebird, in an instant, caused the surrounding air to solidify. Countless magical energies, visible to the naked eye, converged toward the bluebird. The temperature plummeted, and the terrifying mental attributes of glacial storm transformed into a force that directly influenced meteorological changes. Clouds gathered, and a chilling wind swept through. The cold was palpable, causing all goblin scouts to simultaneously raise their heads towards the sky. Snowflakes began to fall, landing on the head of one goblin and instantly encasing it in frost. 4512, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted. Word spread quickly, and the malevolent gazes of all goblin scouts turned towards Li Yao. In the next moment, the goblin scouts let out strange shrieks and charged toward him. Come on. Li Yao laughed heartily. The bluebird erupted in blue light, and a towering ice wall, stretching dozens of meters and taller than trees, materialized between the goblins and Li Yao. He could distinctly sense that the bluebird could freely manipulate the size of the ice wall, and this current wall was far from its limit. Should it expend more mana, it could become even larger. Faced with the sudden appearance of the wall, the goblin scouts momentarily froze, then frantically assaulted the ice barrier. Countless spears pierced the wall, yet it remained unyielding. Meanwhile, the clouds belonging to glacial storm continued to swell. 4,213, 8,102, 3,912. Damage values flickered rapidly, appearing at a frequency of once per second. These were all level 25 elite monsters, stronger than those encountered in nightmare level, but not excessively so, with health just exceeding 30,000. Each time they lost health, the goblin scouts' health bars diminished significantly. Li Yao glanced at the skill range of glacial storm, murmuring softly, it's nearly time. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the pyramid. The range of snowflakes reached the goblin king seated on his throne, activating him prematurely, and he charged toward Li Yao at an alarming speed. Enough, bluebird, Li Yao commanded. At that moment, the goblin scouts' health bars were reduced to a mere sliver, and these were valuable attribute points that Li Yao did not wish to squander. He planned to wait for the Void Mantis to deal with the Goblin King before returning to reap the rewards. Simultaneously, the charging Goblin King encountered the waiting Void Mantis. The Void Mantis, fierce and succinct, ignored the 6 summoned generals and appeared behind the king, vanishing into stealth. 46,125, 49,283, 15,231. The Goblin King had no time even to activate his protective shield before a third of his health was whittled away, just as he prepared to retaliate. The Void Mantis re-entered stealth mode. The Goblin King and several generals could only flail about in impotent rage, like headless flies. When the Void Mantis re-emerged, the taste of fear had already cooled. Another series of combos ensued, followed by a swift void leap, vanishing from sight. The strength of a boss-level creature paled in comparison to the SSS-rated Void Mantis. A single miscalculation left the Goblin King with only 1/3 of his health remaining. At this moment, the Goblin King belatedly activated his protective shield skill. The Void Mantis, situated at a distance, had no intention of continuing its assault and turned to flee towards Li Yao. Just as the Goblin King prepared to pursue, he noticed a colossal figure tremblingly advancing from the forest. With eyes the size of footballs fixated upon him, it appeared to have discovered an exquisite delicacy. Saliva dripped from its mandibles onto the ground. Gulp. The Devour evolution inflicts noble true damage, and even the protective shield could not withstand it. 120,256. Defeated a boss-level creature. Goblin King, earning 8 experience. Void Predator has completed its evolutionary Devour, gaining a maximum health of 30,000. Chapter 72. The Blessing of the Goblin Ancestor. The terrifying merchant Shojin. Observing the information from the system panel, Li Yao chuckled lightly, unperturbed. Given the current attributes of the Void Mantis, dealing with a level 25 boss monster was a trivial task. Of course, the speed at which the opponent was dispatched was significantly aided by the passive skill, Goblin Slayer. Li Yao instructed the Predator to retrieve the treasure chest and settled down calmly, waiting for the Void Mantis to eliminate the remaining Goblin Sentinels. The Void Mantis utilized its displacement skill, appearing atop the ice wall. There was no rush. It waited for the cooldown of the Void Stab to conclude before unleashing it. In less than 10 minutes, the group of goblins lay strewn across the ground as spoils of war. Glancing at the experience points, Li Yao noted that, including the Goblin King, he had accumulated a mere 14 percentage points. He casually remarked, after reaching level 20, the speed of leveling truly slows down. Allowing the Void Mantis and the Bluebird to gather the spoils, Li Yao strolled towards the pyramid. It was at this moment that the earth began to tremble violently. The source of the tremors was unmistakably the nearby pyramid structure. In an instant, a tremendous aura surged forth, enveloping the entire dungeon. However, Li Yao was no longer the mere level 14 practitioner he once was. The influence of this aura was negligible to him as he strode directly towards the pyramid. Simultaneously, the 3 major pieces returned to Li Yao's side, forming a straight line. The aura that had been concealed within them was suddenly unleashed. The 2 auras intertwined and collided in the air. In mere moments, the momentum emitted by the 3 major pieces completely overshadowed the opposing force. Was this it? Li Yao's expression turned icy. Was it too presumptuous to think that such feeble strength could challenge him? Boom. The sound of a massive object crashing to the ground resonated. A 10-meter-long dark-scaled black-winged dragon descended behind Li Yao. Its 6 wings unfurled, and its head reared towards the sky. Roar. The furious roar of the dragon whipped up a tempest that surged towards the pyramid. An overwhelming momentum erupted forth. The 3 major pieces were already on the brink of collapse, and now, with the black-winged dragon's draconic might unleashed, the sinister aura was swept away, vanishing entirely. Bluebird. Block the path. An ice wall materialized, obstructing the entrance to the pyramid. The black-winged dragon soared into the air, landing behind the ice wall, unleashing a searing breath towards the interior of the pyramid. The Void Mantis settled at the back of the group, while the black-winged dragon took the forefront. Both benefiting from, the horizon is a neighbor. The mental attributes of the black-winged dragon exceeded 1,000, combined with the Void Mantis's 75% strength attribute. It directly surpassed the threshold of 4,000. 19,521, 19,236, 18,231. Countless astonishing damage figures erupted within the pyramid. Through the luminous breath of the dragon, Li Yao beheld the full scene inside. 10 goblins of varying sizes, known as the elders of the Goblin 10 clans. 8 were boss level, and 2 were lord level. In terms of creature levels, the goblin nest was stronger than the Devour nest. Regarding creature strength, the 2 lord level goblin elders were clearly inferior to the tongue-ripping queen. Li Yao briefly scanned their attributes and then retreated behind the 3 major pieces with a sense of ease. Such strength required no intervention from him. Not to mention that even a single black-winged dragon, triggering, the horizon is a neighbor, would suffice to annihilate them all. Entrusting the interior of the pyramid to the pieces, Li Yao's attention shifted to a small marine worm before him. When the black-winged dragon appeared, it triggered a void bond with the Void Mantis and the Predator, thus summoning this little creature. Li Yao cast an identification spell upon it. Void Creature Marine Worm. Level, 21. Grade, Special. Health, Infinite. Strength, 210. Spirit, 210. Agility, 210. Stamina, 210. Skill 1. Swift Movement. As a creature at the bottom of the food chain in the void, the marine worm has evolved unparalleled escape abilities for survival. Increasing agility by 1000 for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 2. Enchantment. The marine worm's predatory method attracts the attention of creatures whose primary attributes are lower than its agility, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Oh, this little fellow possesses some interesting qualities. Li Yao regarded the marine worm's attributes with renewed interest. He had not anticipated that the taunt skill he had long desired would manifest from this little creature. Its indestructibility bore a resemblance to his Chessmaster talent. The distinction, however, was that the void marine worm displayed health depletion and could confuse its opponents. Coupled with the enchantment skill, this little being was entirely born to endure blows. Thus, as soon as the population bar for the demonic contract was activated, capturing a support-type piece would yield immediate results for his short-term lineup configuration. Just as Li Yao prepared to send the void marine worm into the pyramid to test the effects of the taunt skill, the system notification rang out. Defeated a Lord-level creature, Goblin Elder, earning 20 experience. Acquired a Hell-level exclusive drop, Flame Elephant Hoof. So soon? Li Yao was taken aback. Yet, considering the terrifying continuous damage of the Black Winged Dragon, it felt entirely justified. As Li Yao entered the interior of the pyramid, a pungent scent of charred flesh instantly engulfed him. Store the loot chest in the storage ring. Li Yao furrowed his brows tightly. There were no completion prompts, nor was there a vortex leading to the outside world. Could there be more monsters? Li Yao suddenly turned around, gazing towards the very center of the room. A deep crimson coffin, 2 meters in length, with decayed wooden edges that clearly indicated its ancient origins. Just then, a bold red message refreshed on his interface. The practitioner has slain all monsters at the hellish difficulty level, taking 37 minutes, not exceeding 60 minutes. The practitioner has defeated the Goblin Clan Elder in 3 minutes, not exceeding 10 minutes. Conditions to trigger hidden boss have been met. The Goblin Ancestor, Degrea, has awakened from slumber. Countdown, for 59. You may exit the dungeon before the countdown ends and receive rewards for the first completion of the Hellish Challenge. Would you like to exit? Note, Degrea possesses immense strength. Practitioners are advised to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, in the realm where Shang Zichin's team resided, the 5 members were swiftly navigating through the forest, pursued by hundreds of goblin scouts. The team exhibited remarkable synergy, skillfully drawing the monsters while methodically unleashing their abilities. The challenge of the dungeon lay in the simultaneous appearance of the boss-level creatures, the Goblin Clan Elders. These minor foes could be effortlessly dealt with over the span of mere hours without sustaining any injuries. Do you see the sky? Doesn't it seem to be turning red? One of the SS-level practitioners from the capital spoke up. Hearing his words, the others glanced upwards. Shang Zichin's expression grew grave. The emergence of an unforeseen event within the dungeon hardly boded well, especially considering it was a hellish-level dungeon. Yet, as the captain, Shang Zichin could only offer words of reassurance to her teammates. We are currently pioneering the hellish dungeon. Anything can happen. Perhaps our previous success was merely due to luck. As long as we remain vigilant, these minor foes pose no threat. However, we must be cautious and report any anomalies immediately. Suddenly, before Shang Zichin could finish her sentence, a terrified voice from the healer in the team rang out. Attributes. Quickly, look at the attributes of these goblins. At that moment, a system notification appeared in everyone's minds. Warning. Warning. The Goblin Ancestor has awakened for unknown reasons. All goblins have received the Ancestor's blessing, doubling their attributes. Attention. Attention. The warning echoed thrice in their minds. Shang Zichin's complexion darkened considerably, unable to restrain her curses. A doubling of attributes meant that these goblin scouts' agility would swiftly surpass that of her team. Their escape route was abruptly obstructed. As for enduring the onslaught, they could barely withstand the assault even without enhanced attributes. Now, with their attributes doubled, it was nothing short of a futile thought. Scatter and retreat. Do not engage the monsters for now, Shang Zichin commanded decisively. If the blessing has not ended in an hour, we will utilize the teleportation items. Damn. This hellish dungeon is simply not something mortals can conquer.